Yo, now we do. House of Pain Settings, Heartbreak Hotel. Yeah, mate. Jabba, Jabba. Alright. So, you know how we thinking I do. Yeah. We got Mr. Lee. Outside love is the law. Yeah. So we got you know how we do, man. You might as well just call this third pepper seed block. Scotch bonnet block. You get me? Yeah, man. Third pepper seed block and Scotch bonnet block. Okay, speak out here. Hey, yeah, man. So, yeah, big up man like Zero Jamal. Old type Zigger man. The Zigger man. Yeah, my G. Yeah. I see that video you put up, man. So we need to ask some questions, man. We need to ask some questions, man. Stay focused, man. Yeah, stay focused, man. Yeah. Yes, y'all, the bigger man be falling. You get stay focused, man. You hear me? Yes, y'all, and bigger man be falling. Jeez, got the chick curled up, the toast cars. Yo, alright, yo. So what we saying, man? What's the difference between the so-called BLM protesters that was at the clash and or the protests that ended up into the Trafalgar Square clash? What's the difference between the two protesters, the DFLA and the BLM protesters? It's always funny, yeah, how information comes out, yeah, but it doesn't get shared. But people want to share other information. It's mad, isn't it, man? That's funny, isn't it? Yeah, man. Yeah, you know when you're a child, yeah, you're more innocent, isn't it? Yeah? You think everyone's looking, everyone will tell the truth, everything's small. But like the older you get, you realize, bro, enough people are moving with agendas, innit? Like to try to, yeah, they try to put their shaky side agendas on their thing. They try, yeah, you know how we do anyway, man. But we here, B. You hear me? RG, trust me. Yeah. Big up man like he says in the building, man. Also actual factual. Big up yourself. Yeah, man. We're just gonna wait for the people them to roll up, man. I'm just gonna fill a bus with some blah blahs. You hear me? Until we get the people in, man. And I can drop the hot pepper sauce on them. Yeah. You hear me? Ric Flair drip go woo on the bench. You hear me? Yeah, man. Yeah. Just see. Woo! You hear me? All right, man. Yeah, yesterday's show was decent, I like. Decent little show, man. Yeah, man. We're trying to get out of the um yeah, we're trying to move away from the personal attacks again. Yeah, we don't want the personals. We want debates and questions. We want to question people's logic. So yeah, we can get a good answer. You get me? And we can dissect from there. But yeah, let's get it. Alright. Alright. So yeah, big up man like Zero Jamal, man. Yeah. If anyone's not subscribed to Ziggerman's channel, yeah, Ziriab's channel, make sure you subscribe to it, mate. Yeah, he's got a good few videos up there, man. His videos are serious as well. Don't let me get serious. You get me? Yeah. So one of the man them sent me one of his latest videos, and I clicked onto it, and I thought, oh, question of the day, you have arrived. You know me? Question of the day, you have arrived. Uh, about this, yeah? What is the difference between these two protesters? There's a few differences, mate. But, yeah, what's the difference between these two protesters? Yeah, the DFLA and the so-called Black Lives Matter dons. I'm saying so-called, yeah, but obviously we know that most of the men that were there on that last protest, they're not Black Lives Matter protesters, innit? But they're like core roots activists, grassroots activists. I can't say. That's why I put so-called Black Lives Matter in, yeah? So it might not have been an official Black Lives Matter march. They were literally up there in the name of Black Lives Matter. Yeah, so we'll stick with so-called for now, yeah? Instead of having to call every single separate name. But anyway, you will get splash. You hear me? Yeah. Let's start with the people them that we know, or that I know. Let's look at the so-called BLM protesters. Standing up there. Uh, yeah. So the what's the pros and cons for the Black Lives Matter protesters? Hmm. Yeah, but the father played our bottle. I the bottle laid out petrol. Yeah, so, so let's start with the BLM protesters, yeah? So on that Saturday, seemed like they was in Trafalgar Square doing a little peaceful protest, chanting and shouting and all them things there. Just chilling out and Black Lives Matter, Black Power, we want justice, no peace. Yeah, alright, go. What else? What else did they do? What, chanting, marching? Oh yeah, yeah. Big up Love is the Law, yeah. I hope I'm starting the what? Young protest, yeah. 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 Big up Love is the Law, though, yeah. Was that you that you donated towards Ultra's baby present, yeah? I think it was UK still. Big up yourself if that was, yeah. Yeah. And actually, before we go on, yeah, I've already sent Ultra over his present money now, yeah. So all the donations that if anyone wants to donate to now, obviously it's for the growth of the channel from now, yeah. So yeah, Ultra's got his present. Yeah, he got his guap yesterday. Come on. Yeah, man. So yeah, sorry, I was reading the chat as well, and should drive in front. But yeah, so them man are protesting, chanting or whatever. Then it goes off a little bit. Man might have to fall back a little bit. A bit of reinforcements comes, and man was able to strap back a little bit or whatever. Yeah. Also, there was a famous picture from this protest. You remember this famous picture from the protest? The high moral, rule following black people. You get me? You know the most moral, the most high. The black don's got the flipping white don on his shoulder carrying him after he got banged up, so he don't die. Yeah. 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 Man, fuck that, man. That's annoying, cuz. Yeah, cuz it's what it's always it's like, bro. Black people always have to have super high. Oh, but we're righteous and we're high and moral and we're man. Fuck that, man. Leave that brother on the floor and let him get stabbed the fuck out, man. The fuck? Yeah. So anyway, yeah. The Black Lives Matter protest, yeah. You know the white don that he's carrying on the shoulder? You know who he is? You know that my man's a former police officer? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So man's carrying a former police officer out of the Russian on some moral high ground shit in a spot where man's outnumbered at least 5 to 1. That's cool. Yeah, people might look up to that and say, yeah, well, he's morally righteous or whatever. Yeah, yeah. But I would have been picking him up. Yeah, man. No, I would have picked man up, man. He picked him up. He made that decision. He's morally higher than me, innit? Yeah. All right. But then, so the former police officer has come down to the thing, yeah. Car. You got, remember, we know the full story of how the policeman ended up snapped up on the man's shoulder, you know. And the man them have already told us how that went. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So the former police officer yeah, went to the march to move this man, got stamped out, and one of the men had to carry him out. Mad.
Hey.
Yeah. Crazy.
Hey.
Well, go on, Mo. What you saying, brother?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
What's going on, man?
I just got home not that long ago. It's like 1:00 in the morning.
Okay. What you say, bud? Good, yeah?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. I just came by. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, yeah. Good day, mate.
All right. No, I just wanted to come by, say what's up to everyone. You know, it's been a minute. Last time I came on here, you guys couldn't hear me because I was trying to talk and shit.
Yeah, but we can hear you still. But you know how we do. Man like Mulder Crow in the building. Anyway, let me carry on, yeah? About little story television. So there's the Black Lives Matter protesters are going up to Trafalgar Square and done their thing, protesting. There's a little scuffle or whatever. But yeah, like we say, the famous picture, bodyguard, isn't it? Yeah? With the bodyguard carrying the former police officer. That went the former police officer that's a member of the far right group that went to a protest, yeah. Alright. Boom. So this is just a quick run over, innit, yeah? Hopefully when more people jump on, we can get into the ins and outs, yeah? We get into the ins and outs. But I've noticed though, yeah, what I have noticed though, yeah, I noticed this yesterday, that when we're starting to press these people for, or the supporters for these sort of questions and so, yeah, them man won't jump on and answer nothing, innit? They'll just type in the comments. That's cool. Man can just type. Yeah, like a secretary. You fucking secretary. Don't use your voice like a man. You hear me? Yeah, man. So the Black Lives Matter protesters had a couple of scuffles, ended up carrying a former police officer out after he initiated a fight, got smacked up, and then one of the bodyguards carried him out. Yeah? So, mad. Anyway, let's go over DFLA side. So,
Yo,
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 I
yo,
one sec,
yo.
yeah. Let me just explain. Let me finish, yeah. Let me finish the explanation, yeah, for the people them in the chat, yeah. We'll get into it, yeah. So, the DFLA side, now, what was they doing? They was seem like they come there in good spirits. First of all, there's quite a few of them. They have high numbers. Everyone's like drinking and singing and chanting and doing their thing. Yeah. Banksy was doing a live stream there. Oh yeah, I feel safe with the DFLA. Yeah. And they turned around and told him, turn that fucking camera off or I'll smack you, you can. Yeah. And he went, yeah, very safe with that seemed, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And then the man's filming, yeah. Check this, yeah. There's three church guys, two black pastors, yeah, wastemen pastors, that are standing on the DFLA side talking about, we're here to protect Winston Churchill statues, yeah. Some waste man is standing there talking about, we're here to protect Winston Churchill statues with your black face and your white dog collar. Mad thing, yeah. And then, you know what happened to that done, yeah? Literally after 2 seconds after their man said that, yeah, one white don in the green jacket walks over to one of the black dons that are standing there like they come to protect Winston Churchill statues and said, fuck Black Lives Matter. Your life don't matter. You kill each other. Fuck off. What are you doing here? Stop. Fuck off out of it. Yeah. No one didn't say nothing. No one didn't say nothing though. They didn't say, oh, he's with us. He's protecting the statues with us. He's one of us. He's our guy. No, don't attack him. He's one of the good blacks. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So that's happened. Then protesters are starting to get a little bit happy and jolly. Yeah. Obviously, Banks is filming them and keep telling him, turn that fucking camera off. You can. Yeah. And then all he does is say, oh, yeah. Joke thing, you hear me? He's like, yeah. He's like, I feel safe here. Yeah. Them men are gonna slap
The
him.
Mr. Floppy, the Mr. Floppy laugh. The Mr. Floppy laugh.
At least 10 times, yeah. Man said they're gonna slap him, yeah. And he went, each time, yeah. Oh, I'm just filming for my YouTube. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, right, you seem like you need safety there, bro. Yeah. But then, so the mighty DFLA protesters have made their way around to Trafalgar Square, where they've met up with some of the Black Lives Matter protesters. Yeah, remember we were saying about the Black Lives Matter protesters. Yeah, they had a scuffle with some of the DFLA protesters. Yeah, the former police officer that was protesting with the DFLA got slumped, and the black bodyguard carried him out. Yeah, yeah, bodyguard. Yeah, and yeah, you get me? All them things there. Yeah, waste man business. Yeah. Anyway, it's not me. Yeah. Yeah. And then, so the DFLA protesters are there now, getting into the scuffle with the other man them, yeah? And there's a young teenage boy who's got surrounded by DFLA dons. Now, they just fucked him up, bro. No one carried him out, you know? Nobody, guards, no one carried him out. They just fucked him up, punched him up, until the police had to save him. Yeah? So, mad. The man them are carrying out 4 police officers, yeah? While their man are stamping out the little teenage youth. There's a big difference between these two camps, bro. You get me? Yeah, man.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. An ex-police officer is the man that's being carried on the shoulder of the bodyguard. Yeah? The black bodyguard, the security guy, that was at the thing. And then Syria, yeah, uploaded a video of a younger Don, yeah, doing an interview with his mum, yeah, with his, you get me? That's how you know the brother's a younger cousin. He's got his mum in the interview, fam. Like, differently, and that's how you know the brother don't feel like he's a bad man or anything like that. Or he's not a younger tug or anything like that. Right? He's done an interview with his mum's beat. Talking about. Talking about telling them how he got rushed and all that. Yeah, so yeah, man. Hey, we need to rethink our strategies, man. You get me? When them man drop, bro, just leave them to get snapped out, bro. Fuck carrying them, bro.
Yo. Billy, what time is it?
What time?
It's 26 past 9 in the morning.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yo, Billy, I saw people over here breaking down statues and shit. Man, I was so happy, bro. Wait. I don't know if people would get offended by it, but it's true, bro.
Wait,
listen,
hey, Mo.
okay?
You see what it is, though, yeah? It's no black dudes that's taking down these statues, you know? This is white dogs that's doing this shit. Like, true stories, yeah? I don't feel like most of the black people in England care about these blood clot statues. Man don't care about that, man. Man care about the way that the shit's skewed, innit? Like, the way that black people were treated and no respect for the names and
no, I think they do care. No, because look.
I don't care about statues.
Example, like,
anyone? Yeah, bruv, listen, yeah. Do you think, listen. Every black person in England?
Hold on, Billy.
Wait, hold on. Let me just say this though. Do you think that any of the black people in England, yeah, most of them knew who Edward Colston was? I don't feel like none of the man them knew who Edward Colston was until they said who he was. That he was a major slave trader of so and so, this, that, and the other, and he killed 16,000 people, have died underneath his so and so, and blah blah blah. But no one really knew who he was.
Listen, Billy, listen.
All right? The man didn't know who he was.
Even if they did, really, it's history, isn't it? It's ancient
Yeah,
history.
but
As
even
long
Yo,
as
if
you're
yo,
they,
getting,
hold
well,
if
up.
you're getting treated good today,
Hold,
why do you give a shit about history? The point is, you're not getting treated good today.
hold up. Yo, this is some weird shit. All right, look, I don't know if you guys, because some of you guys are not Arabic. You know what I mean? So, and like 9/11, every time when I used to go to school, like in middle school, and they talk about 9/11, and my name is Mohammed, I kind of feel some type of way. It's like, yo, why you bringing this shit up? It happened before. Just let it go. Why are we celebrating 9/11? You get me? It's like it's just fucked up. If I see a statue of Saddam Hussein, for example, in like the White House, I'm gonna be like, yo, take that shit down. You feel me? This guy's fucked
Get to
up.
the point, Mo, man. What are you saying? What is it that you're saying?
What I'm trying to say is, if
It's
I was
awkward.
black,
Yeah, awkward. Yeah, it is
if no,
awkward
it's not
when you're the odd
awkward.
one
It's
out.
not awkward. No, it's not awkward. I'm just saying, if I was black, or like my friends who are black, and they see like a statue of, like, for example, of George Washington, take that shit off, bro. I don't want to see that. That's disrespectful. You get what I mean? That's fucked up. This guy is a slave trader.
now, but listen,
This guy
yeah,
used to, like,
James SC made a good point, yeah. He said, if, if obviously man are complaining about the treatment and the injustices of today, yeah, if those things, if instead of getting in black people, yeah, in my opinion, would rather the injustices of today sorted out than Edward Colston's statue be pulled down.
Yeah, that's standard.
So that's what it is, isn't
no,
it? So
but
instead of moving to, if these left wing don't really give a shit about what it is for black people, yeah, then they should start moving to statues and start moving to statues. You get me? You trying to move to
no,
statues,
no, Villy. Look,
statues.
first of all,
Regulations
how
and
are you
laws and
supposed?
shit that you are. If you don't change them shits, yeah, then like, what are you talking about, man? Don't come to me
No, no,
about your
Villy, check
fucking
it out,
Java bullshit, bro.
Villy, check it out. Trump was saying this, all right? He was saying, if anyone burns the United States flag, they should be going to jail for at least 6 months or a year. You know what I mean? He's trying to, like, push something out there that,
I think
oh,
they're
if
gonna
you
give him a
guys
big
stand
bird
with,
over here, though. I
but
swear they said something about like 8 to 10 years or something like that for the face in the statue.
no, but what I'm trying
Like,
to
what?
say is, no, hold on, Villy, look.
Madness.
I'm trying to say is that how we're supposed to respect someone who is fucked up, and then if we disrespect them, they're like, you're
Yeah, Mo, you
disrespectful.
made a good point, Mo. You made a good point, but that's the difference between England and America. America is out and out supremacist. Yeah, we know they're supremacist, right? There's no getting away from it. But in England, it's a bit cloak and dagger. It's a bit get me under the radar. It's like, oh yeah, that's history. We don't do them things no more. But really, they do. So these statues that we're talking about in the UK, there's a list. There's a list of these statues that need to be removed. Get me?
No,
Like
but
people been
fuck
trying to
removing
get
the
them
statues,
removed
bro.
for
This is what
years.
it is. Can't. We keep man, they keep saying about this removal of the statues, yeah, and I keep saying that I'm I, I'm at the thing of where I don't think, yeah, I'm just talking as myself, yeah. But if I reckon, if I went around and asked every single black person, what would you rather, yeah?
Right.
There be regulations and laws, yeah, which
Mm,
means that you
mm,
can't be abused, or
mm-hmm.
there's people can't abuse their power over you or whatever.
Yeah.
Or would
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
rather the statue be pulled down?
No, I'm
Oh,
following what
man's
you're
gonna say, bro.
saying. I'm following what you're saying. But the point what I wanted to add was this list of these statues that want to be removed that's been going on for so long, especially that one in Bristol. Who is the people that's asking for the statues to get removed? It's not black people, it's white people that are saying we don't want these people representing us anymore. They don't represent our culture, our society, our values, the ancient history. Like, we don't want them sticking out like a sore thumb, reminding people of the bad shit that we done. But here's the thing: who's the people that's keeping the statues there?
Yeah, but bro, listen,
They're,
this argument of statues is like that's the statues don't matter to me. I don't care about
of course,
statues.
Of course,
whether they're
that's the
there
point
or
I'm
they're
ma-
not there.
that's the point I'm making. That's
You know,
exactly the point I'm making.
it's
It's
like it's
white
like
people that are telling the elite, we don't want your statues no more. And the elite are saying, nah, this Clive of India went over to India and brought us back bare P. He gets a statue, bruv. And his statue stays there because he brought us back bare P from India. And that's the deal, innit? Like the elite stamp their authority on the nation by putting statues of people who they value in specific locations, in the nation. Like them statues can get put anywhere. You get me? So what it is, it's nothing to do with black people really. It's to do with how white people identifying themselves. But where black people come into the equation is removal of this supremacist environment. Get me?
no,
If
no,
that is the deal. If you remove the supremacist environment, black people can get ahead by their own merit. They don't need anyone interfering with their shit, innit? They could do what they want to do,
no,
or not
but
do,
look,
or not do.
yeah. The thing is, Con. The thing is, look, right now, white people actually realize that colored people or minorities are affected every day. So they actually notice that we are affected every single day by a system that they made. So basically, what I'm trying to say is now we're in front of everyone. We should actually be doing something, but we're really not. This wave of everything that's been happening here in America. It's just gonna go on for a little bit, and it's gonna
But
disappear.
anyway, Mo, let's. I
Come
agree
back.
with you. I agree. You're not saying anything different than what I said, so we agree, yeah. But let's bring it around to Veli's point. Veli's point is, while there's this energy, while there's this movement, surely it should be directed towards ticking off things that's on the list of black people, not of middle class or white people, because you should be doing that on your own time, innit? I mean, I think that's a valid point, though. That is a good point that Veli's making. Get me? So when all this is all said and done and the energy is diffused out, what is the end goal? What is the achievement going to be? You get me? It has to be something that's relevant to black people's lives and not some statue that middle class white people were getting it like thingy, like what's the word? I don't know what the word in English. Irritation. They were getting irritation just by seeing it.
But man, that's what the thing is. Yeah, that's their own. That's the left and right issue to do with themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's them man can do with that however they deal with that. Man's talking about statutes and actual laws, shit that things that you really want to get changed. Not like fucking just you get me? Man, don't care about no blood type statues, man. Statues ain't gonna do nothing for me, or to me, or for me. You know, like them man can keep all dash way the statue. It is what it is.
But
let
me say one more thing about the statues, really.
But wait. If the thing of today, a change like this, if the actual statutes and regulations, laws or whatever, if there's things that are able to be put in place, so it's not even just black people, but obviously because I'm black, I'll more talk about black people, but like just the lower off in society, the lower in society or the people that are having the hardest time, you know what I'm saying, like to make their life a life that wanted to be lived.
I hear you.
I mean, like somehow.
Okay, but Billy, okay, let's say it doesn't affect you, okay? But what about your kids? It might not affect you, but it could probably affect your kids. Don't forget, these statues were built there
ain't gonna affect my
just
kids,
because
man.
so they can have.
The statues won't affect my kids.
Listen. Billy, look. These people, right? These people we live amongst, they're super white people, because there's certain type of white people. There's cool white people, we all know this, and there's some weird ass white people. They only had those statues back then just for pride and shit.
But
that's what I think.
Mo, sorry to cut you again, yeah? Mo, please forgive me. The point is, you're a first generation migrant. You're on the level of my great granddad. You understand? Like, this is like people like you. I'm not saying you're saying anything wrong, because you're not, yeah. But people like Banksy can't relate to second or third generation migrants. He's like, oh, it's their country. Let them do what they want with it. They can put statues where they want and rare tear tear. And what difference does it make to you? And if you don't like it, then leave. Yeah, because you're a first generation migrant. That's why you're seeing it like in a totally different way than somebody who was born in their country and grew up there. And he's saying, I'm a black man born and bred in England. Why should I be getting treated by the next, according to the next man up the road? Because he was born in this country the same way you was born in this country. So then the disparity or being treated differently or how the police deal with you becomes a major issue. A major issue. The fact that, you know, they're holding you back, they're not treating you good at school. If anything, they're encouraging you to rebel. You don't get to go uni. You don't see no black teachers, no black professors. You get me? Why? So at the top level, they can teach their supremacist ideology to people like Nigel Farage and fucking Ralph. And these lot can have this upper echelon of the education system all to themselves, but they don't need to feel no shame about their supremacy. That's what it's about. Do you understand, Mo?
Yeah, I'm saying that.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, I don't know
I
about
totally
that, bro.
understand.
I'm saying that,
really
yeah.
do.
Go on, Vili.
I don't know
But
about
Vili, we can't speak for you, innit? Like, you got to say what you feel, innit?
I'm first generation in it, yeah. So like I'm actually first generation.
Ain't you second generation, no, Vili? You was born here, innit? Your parents come here, then you was born here.
Yeah, I'm first generation. My parents weren't born here.
Oh, so is that first generation? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought first generation were the ones that came over, and then the second generation are the ones that are born here. But I might be wrong.
No,
but anyway,
I just want to say,
regardless.
I want to say a couple things, you know, because
Go on, Mo.
I have 1%, you know, and my phone dies. I don't know why, because my charger doesn't charge fast enough. I don't know with my iPhone and shit. But I just want to say, you know, like, this is the past couple of weeks with all the looting that happened here in America. I think it's a wake-up call, because white people were like, oh my God, why are they stealing? You know, because, you know, price of shoes are expensive and shit like that, you know. There's poor people around, you know, especially in Los Angeles. You get what I mean? So it's a wake-up call to all the businessmen out there, you know. I was happy. Like, I was excited. I wanted to see more looting and all that shit, but I had to, like, calm down a little bit. But I'm telling you, in the future, it's kind of shady. We don't know what's going to happen. So that's what I wanted to say, you know?
All right, cool. Anyway, Veli, back to what you were saying, bro.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, there is fucking bad traffic on the road today, man.
Where are you? Central again?
No, I've been fucking near Dartford Tunnel, man.
Yeah, things are getting back to normal, isn't it? Slowly.
Yeah, man. So basically, I was saying, yeah.
Hey, yo, I'll come back.
I don't care about statues. Yeah, wait, let me finish. Yeah, I don't care about statues. Yeah, I don't care about.
Yo, I'll see you guys some other time.
Wait, let me finish. Big up yourself, Mo. Big up yourself, bro. Yeah, so I don't care about statues and so on. So man cares about actual regulations, laws, and so on. So, you know what I'm saying? Like being able to live a productive life, elevate to the next level, so I can make the choice to either stay in the country or leave. You get me?
Yeah.
Like opportunities, proper opportunities that everyone else has. Like, that's basically what I would say, that if you was really gonna be asking, right, what is it that the Black Lives Matter UK people are more looking for? Because I keep hearing that question. Oh, what does Black Lives Matter want? What does Black Lives Matter want? The question has been answered a billion times, and people don't want to hear the answers. Yeah, people want to hear. Yeah, people want to be able to live a normal life, innit? Basically, you want the same opportunities to either benefit your life or make your life fruitful that the rest of the people in the country should have.
Yeah, but when you say things like that, then people like Jupiter and her class of people are saying, oh, black people are asking for favoritism. They're asking to get treated better than normal people. You're getting treated the same as everyone else right now. Why do you want
Yeah
extra
or no?
treatment?
It's not, you know what it is, yeah? It's like you can't um you can't
I'm just playing
you
devil's
can't get
advocate.
into each.
Obviously,
Yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah.
not my
I'm
position.
gonna give you an answer, bro. Let me give you an
Yeah,
answer.
go on.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't get into every school teacher's head in it, so you can't tell how each teacher feels about the students that they're teaching. So that
100.
obviously that's a whole different thing, isn't it? You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And really and truly, I would say more the like the school stuff and whatever. A lot of that depends down to how active with the teachers or how active with your own children that the teachers at school see. If they see that you look like you're going to be making an effort, yeah, then they'll have to make an effort with your children. Because you're going to be in there talking about, right, how comes you're treating my child different and someone's, oh, why is this, that, and the other? I'm like, if you just ain't bothered, then they're just going to treat your child however, innit, man? Just anyone.
Right. Yeah, I agree that.
It, some of it is family focused, yeah, but we're saying the stuff that's not family focused, those are the shit that probably most black people would say they want progress. It's frozen, man.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here, man. So it froze on me.
All right, cool. So, like again, what you just said, yeah, it comes down to a generational thing as well, because like you could avoid awkwardness and uncomfortableness on a first generation basis, because like if they're making you feel like, listen, education ain't for you, my friend, they can do that easily, subtly, without even changing any rules. They could just, like you said, it depends on the teacher-student relationship, and like if there's no black role models, there's no black teachers, yeah. The child's already feeling, wait a minute, I'm entering into some alien environment. And if them people there showing favoritism, every time you put your hand up to answer a question, you get me, you don't get to answer it, but this next guy does. And then when there's homework to be done, oh, certain people get to hand in their homework to get a little review. The teacher has a little look over it, or highlight a few of your mistakes, make sure you get your grade. But other people, like me and you, we might not get that little comfort, that little looking out for. You get me? So we're actually being pushed out of the system. We're getting pushed in, and we don't really recognize it at first because we're happy to just go with the flow, come out of the awkward situation, and go and get a job somewhere like a tradesman job, where if you're working on a building site and someone says something racist to you, you could turn around and tell them to fuck off. You get me? Like, but in an academic situation, that doesn't happen. You get prejudiced against, and if you react, then you're the bad one. Get me? So you put yourself in a position like a more equal footing, where even if somebody has a go at you, you can at least speak up for yourself, innit? So you're naturally gonna end up working in a trade like being an electrician or a plumber or a P&D. You get me? Like you're gonna be naturally drifting towards that kind of work. But the thing is, you're paying into the system. You're paying taxes. You deserve, as a plumber or as a painting decorator, yeah, for your child to be treated, the next generation that's born here, to be treated the same as everyone else, and to get that money that you paid into the system through your taxes. You deserve your child to get an equal education. Yeah. Otherwise, you're just getting shortchanged. They're just robbing you, taking your money, and then making your children feel uncomfortable at school, so they leave. You get me? When really you're
But
paying for that
that's some,
education.
but some of that is not. It's not all just down to the school, or just it's not all the school. Some of it is depending on how much the child wants to try to apply themselves to the thing,
Right.
and how much the parents, how much attention are the parents able to put towards the thing. What minute? It's not just.
Hmm.
It's not just art. The system's just art. Yeah, man's not saying that, bro. I've never said that. I said that obviously there's things that fucked up or can be changed, can be better or whatever. I don't even know in particular exactly which one and one that you have to point out to say, yeah, it's this one, it's that one, or it's that one. You get me? So,
Yeah, obviously, when there's lots of factors contributing to something, you can't look at all of them. You got to look at what is the deciding factor, the pivotal one.
yeah,
Get
so I'm
me?
saying that, if, what, if, yeah, I don't know, man. So, forget about the system or the government, yeah, because, like, Freddie said something, yeah, that I agreed with the other day, yeah, that, like, sometimes it seems like
You're cutting out.
that
You're
we're
cutting. You're
waiting
cutting.
for.
You said sometimes it
Yo,
feels
can you hear me
like,
now?
yeah,
Yeah,
now
it
I
feels like
can.
we're waiting for the government, yeah? Yeah, we're waiting
Yeah.
for the government to try to save us from the bogeyman or so and so. When it's like, obviously, if there's things that we put in place first of all, and then it more likely force change.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about the environment. If it's an equal footing, if it's what's it called? It's not a supremacist environment, yeah. Then it's each man for themselves, isn't it? So everyone can live or die by their own decisions. But that's not what we're currently living in. Get me? Like that's the problem. Get me? So when there's
Yeah, man.
situations like
That's
that,
it.
then you can
More
start
times,
saying,
yeah.
oh, certain
It's really,
students
really and
might be
truly, yeah.
into
Really and truly,
football
yeah.
or
Or
go on.
if you're not a professional teacher as a parent, is it, yeah? But it's not up to your. You do have a part to play in your child's education and their attitude towards doing their work at school or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? Yeah, there is some kids there that will do their work and are good, yeah. But then when they go out of the house, they'll do like other stuff. And
Yeah.
yeah, there is that. I like that as well, man. But I'd say the majority of the issue, yeah, like in our things, yeah, if we solve our in-house issues first of all before trying to expect any sort of public help, yeah, I think that might be a better route to take. So,
You there?
yeah, do it.
All right, cool. So when we're looking at the knock-on effect, yeah, of what I'm saying, right? Imagine it like just in one trade, yeah. Like, so imagine we're talking about just plumbing, and you need certain tickets or certain little skills, qualified skills where you've been tested and you passed to do certain jobs, right? So then you can earn more money, right? It's like that. So at school, for example, if certain people are held back, yeah, then they don't get to go on to the next level of education where, like, for example, they're open then to apply for top jobs where they can earn more money. So why would they stop you from doing that? Because they don't want you to come out of this bottom rung of the ladder situation, and they don't want you to start penetrating into the upper levels where you're at a witness. You can be there, even if you're one person, yeah, you could put 100 man to shame by if they're saying the wrong thing. You get me? So, like, for
Who's they?
example, if I
Who's
wanted
they?
to go, the established people. So what I'm saying is, for like, look at like this as an example. Let's say, for example, there's dietitians, yeah, they're talking about fat people, but they're talking about them like they're cunts. They're like, yeah, these fat people don't know how to eat. They don't know nothing. Like, they're dumb. Yeah, we need to train them up. Yeah. Now, if they allow a fat person onto the course at the university and become a trained and qualified professional, yeah, he could go and do his job, and he can maybe relate to the fat people a little bit better and show them a little bit more compassion. That's the minimum. But the maximum effect of that person's position is every time there's a conference, every time there's a meeting, every time there's a get together of all these people who've got these preconceived notions and ideas that isn't really written on paper, it's all, you know, hidden, cloak and dagger. Yeah, they can't openly chat their bullshit because you're there. They got to keep it covert. And that's the uncomfortable. Then one person can make 100 people feel uncomfortable. You get me? So then they have to fix up their and feel shame of their position because they know what they're doing is wrong. So this is the problem. That's why we was looking at this last night. Yeah, like Nyanifa come on, like she didn't really talk much, but I was talking to Melanated and James, and I was saying to them, why is it that in the UK only 1% of university professors are black? Why is that? 1%, bro, of university professors. That makes a difference to students that are coming up in them ranks that want to see people who have already achieved. Get me? But nah, they want to keep people on the bottom rung of the ladder where they can't get good jobs, where they've got to take out high interest loans, where they can't get a mortgage, where they've got to pay rent.
There a lot of, but do you know that if there is a lot of black people trying to apply to be university professors?
See, this is what I'm saying. To get into.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I want to.
If there's a lot of black people applying to be university professors and they're not getting the jobs, and they're going to people with less qualifications and sort of stuff like that, yeah, we can sort of say something, get it all right, let's live it.
All right, cool.
But
let's look at that quickly. What it is, yeah, like they're clever. There's certain jobs that you need to get a degree from a certain university. So you need to go to Oxford or Cambridge, right? To get up onto the level of like someone like Nigel Farage and stand in front of him as his opposition. So he can't go around the room in front of like, let's say 20, 30 businessmen on a higher level chatting shit about you. You just being there will stop him doing that, right? But for you to even get into that room with him, you need to come out of Oxford or Cambridge, right? Now, for you to do that, you need 3 A's or A stars at what's it called, at A level, right? To even apply, yeah. To even like put in your application, you need 3 A's at A level, yeah. And we were looking at it last night.
Listen to this. You know that 2 of my cousins got degrees from Oxford and Cambridge.
Yeah, but there's only like 80 black students out of like 2,000-3,000.
Like 2 of my cousins. Like,
yeah, you got to rate them.
One's a year older than me, and one's like 3 years older than me.
That's a big thing right there.
Both got their degrees from Cambridge and Oxford.
That's amazing. That is really good. That is good to hear. Do you know what I mean? Like, obviously, we know it's happening, but what we're saying is the rate at which it's happening comparing to other communities is different, isn't it? So it does happen. We're not saying that there's a complete block.
Big up, brother. Big up.
Going on, Freddie.
And they are, fam. They are. I was just gonna note. Sorry to cut you, Colonel. I was just gonna note one major difference between the 2 groups of people.
Go on.
Right.
One's intent on murder, and the other's intent on justice.
Exactly.
So it's a massive difference, you know.
No, listen. There's a mad police crash. 2 police cars fucked up, bro. Fuck you know.
What, they turned over?
That's a good start to the day, then.
They're like, boy, the X5's fucked, boy. The front of it's like all the noses in, mate.
Oh.
Yeah, but did you not see the video? Did you not see the video with the protesters? And they was planning to burn some of the BLM signs.
No, I missed it.
Yeah, there was a little like, I don't know if it was 2 minutes, 2-minute clip, and then they was planning to burn the signs outside the memorial or whatever they was guarding, and then they was like, yeah, we're gonna burn petrol and all these signs and burn them up, and then we're gonna pour petrol on the niggas as well.
Fucking hell.
I was like, oh, okay. So you're intending to do, eh?
That's what I'm trying to say though, cause like, right, when the man them was at the protest and doing their thing, like the security zones that come down, when the ex-police officer wanted to fight everyone and got slumped. My man carried him out.
Yeah, but that was a whole day event, though. I'm hearing from that man's no hero. That man's the least of the heroes. I'm hearing it was like just normal citizens like yourself that was telling people, "Yo, do not kill this brother. Beat him and put him one side." Do you get what I'm
But
saying?
I'm saying that my man got carried out, yeah, by one of the security or whatever. But then there was a young teenage youth, yeah, a little black youth that was that went to the process, never got the notification that it was called off. Got jumped by a couple man from DFLA, and they beat him up in it. You get me?
Yeah.
And obviously they didn't get off him until the police got to him. So it
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No one went carrying my man out.
Not saying no names really, but you know the geezers that, well, not the one geezer, but those geezers that carried them out were the same geezers that beat him up. You know that, right?
Yeah, maybe.
They weren't paid security. Yeah. They weren't intervening and stopping other people.
Listen. I'm not saying they was paid security. I said I already said the story. My man, the full police officer, tried to chuck it with people. He tried to chuck it with a group. He got slumped, but then the man carried him out.
Yeah. But apparently, yeah, but he was knocked out cold, didn't it? So if everyone stuck one boot in and there's 70 people there, he's going to get 70 boots. So he ain't going to survive that, is he? So the headline would have been different, innit? It would have been a vilifying headline.
Con, that was the whole day I'm hearing. Every single black person on the day was like, yo, if you beat this man, just give him a little behinding, put him on the curb and move on.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Don't bother with the village beatings and give, because if you give a man a village beating, it's like 1-2 kicks away from homicide or murder.
That's what I'm saying. And he's going to come out like Jesus on the cross. Like, yeah, I got beat up, but look at me. You need to worship me now. You know, like Braden got 2 tumps, got knocked out. Man's walking home with a girl holding his hand. How'd you work that one out? You got boxed up, bro. You got knocked the fuck out. Man's walking home with a beanie. He's got a girl. He's like, yeah, I'm a hero. I'm a legend. I'm getting beat up.
I'm just so glad. I'm so glad nothing apart from that happened, bro, man. Because I wouldn't want nothing to take away from Grenfell, and that's the God's honest truth. Grenfell always has to be on top of the agenda, man. Do you know what I mean? Yeah,
man. That's fireworks and all that, bro. They was shooting at the man there still.
Definitely. Like, I think the main difference as well, exactly, Vel, you hit it on the head. The main difference is these people are prepared. This ain't their first march. This ain't their second march. It ain't even their third. They're used to the big crowds, the numbers. They're used to being racist 24/7 in the workplace, everywhere, like probably most walks of life. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, man. These people fully understand what they need to, what their mission is, isn't it?
But the thing is, though, Freddie, what makes me laugh, is that it's so funny that because they're always used to having it their own way. In a way, that's what fucked them up as well. Because they thought that they're going to be like, yeah, if you touch our fucking Winston Churchill, watch what happens. And they thought everyone's going to flock down to Winston Churchill and there's going to be some battle where they're defending Winston and they can come off as like, we're the defenders of the nation. Like that's the narrative they really wanted. But when it didn't happen, because no one really gives a fuck what they say, yet they don't understand that no one don't really give a fuck what they say. They thought that they're going to come down there and they're taking over the whole agenda. Tommy Robinson thought he's going to make a 20-second little speech and he's going to take over the whole narrative. But one second. When it didn't work, they had to march from Winston Churchill statue all the way to Trafalgar Square. And that's when they became the aggressor. And that's where they fucked up. Because they're not defenders no more.
You keep going on about statues though, bruv. And I can keep trying to say that, but the man don't care about no blood clot statues though, bro. Because none of the black people, none of the black people that I've spoke to give a shit about any statues that were there, whether they're gonna get pulled down or not, bruv. Man care about the actual day-to-day situations of the way that some people seem like they're they're not treated right, or
Yeah.
they're less, their job prospects is less in it.
Yeah.
They easily get dashed out of
Vel,
education systems.
Vel, you see, if I
You
want
get
to have a go
suspended
like
and
you,
thrown out. Sorry, cuz once you keep getting suspended, thrown out of school, that's obviously a knock-on effect. You're probably highly unlikely to get higher education, like go university, do A levels, and all the things, them sort of things there. So, do you know what I mean? Those are
my
the shit that
family,
man them are more worried about rather than statues, man.
family, it's a red
Yeah.
herring, bro, man. It's bullshit. You're just
Exactly what
worried
it
about
is.
racism.
A red herring.
You're just worried
It's a
about
red herring.
racism, and you can't stand that black people are on the agenda. You can't. You don't even want to hear about us. You don't.
Exactly.
So basically, you came up with a little excuse. Just like, obviously, if you hate me, Vel, you're gonna say, you know what? I can't stand all these road men. I can't stand them. They think they're reformed. They think they're fucking helping the community. They're just road men. I can't stand. That's a good way to attack me without saying my name. You know what I'm saying, Vel? It's like me having a problem with the show. Really, I've got a problem with you.
How do you know
Do you know
what
what
they
I'm
think?
saying? Because they're racist. So
They
most
marched
racists
from
have got a
Winston
common
Churchill
thread.
statue to
They've got a
Trafalgar
common
Square
thread.
to attack innocent people. You're not the defenders no more. You have now become the aggressor.
Yes.
Who's not?
They've always been the aggressor. They've
Who's
always
not?
been.
Who's who?
Your DVLA lot or whatever. You know the alphabet, boys.
DVLA.
You know what I'm saying? Your alphabet, boys. You know them. They come from Elton, love.
Hey,
A lot of them come from Elton.
Yeah.
One sec here. I want to hear your point of view, like, on the difference between the two protesters. Yeah. So, what's your point of view on the difference between the two set of protesters that was there on the last weekend?
The difference between the two is one is an organised. One has been organised by an outside agency, and the others are a reaction. So
that's rubbish and a lie.
You've got the Black Lives Matter that is actually probably more connected to the established politicians
But Black Lives Matter cancelled.
The DFLA are.
Can someone tell her Black Lives Matter cancelled? Can someone tell her that?
Let her finish her point. Man, let her finish her point, though, man.
No, but ask her if she can hear Freddie.
Point,
I don't think she can hear Freddie.
Hey, G-Pack, can you hear Freddie?
Yeah, I can hear both of them talking over everybody.
Yeah. So let her finish her point, though. Yeah, but then we'll go back and forth. Go to bro.
Yeah, well, Black Lives Matter, it's the connections to the Democratic Party in America has already been well established now. We know that Soros has funded it. We know that that there's connections to, ironically, even the people that are funding them, because there's also connections to the Ford family, that was also founded on slavery, but that's overlooked. That's overlooked because that's where they're getting their funds from. And there's a lot of hypocrisy.
From what family? Say that again?
The Ford family. You know, the people that make
Henry Ford.
Yeah, the grandfather in that family actually got his money through slavery, but they're willing to overlook that because obviously.
After you do that, yeah, and
you know what? But we're specifically talking about the people on Saturday.
One sec, yeah.
They've got nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. They're just brave black people.
Would you be able to point us in the direction? Hold on a second. Would you be able to point us in the direction of the evidence that shows that? Because I've never seen no evidence of this George Soros or anyone else funding. The only thing I've seen is that the money that's taken from it goes towards other people's PayPals or whatever, and they're using that money to fund political parties rather than the political parties are using money that they're getting to fund Black Lives Matter.
Well, what it looks like from recent investigations, because
why can't you talk about your group and stop concentrating on the other? We need to hear what you think about the right wingers, because you know a lot about them.
Right. So what it looks like, Billy, from investigations that are going on behind the scenes from the DFLA and from other
You got
movements, like
denial. You got white denial.
Freddie, fam, I beg you, lower though, cuz man, and let her get to the end of the sentence, and then come in with the thing
But why
after.
can't she speak about the alphabet boys? We know about
Yeah, but
BMA. She's not
we're
teaching us nothing new. Let's talk about the
them, man.
DVLA or whatever.
We're gonna talk about them,
Why
man.
can't we talk?
Or
Can't you answer a question about your own people?
when she's talking or whatever, put her on mute, yeah, so you can call her a million cunts or whatever on mute, and it don't interrupt whatever she says.
Yeah, I hear you still. I'm going to listen to her for another 15 minutes. Hear if she can talk about her people. But the hypocrisy in her, she'll never talk about her people because they'll be coming to her ass to page her.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though, yeah, I'm about to go through fucking the tunnel, yeah, so it's gonna fucking cut out for a sec, yeah. But I beg you, man, yeah, just keep it. Yeah, I'm trying to get away from the passive thing now. I want logic.
Yeah. I'm off soon because she's never going to tell me anything that I don't know. Like, you're low educated, so I can't listen to low educated denial, especially when she's in denial blatantly. You can 100% tell because she came on there and said the only thing she said about the alphabet boys is their reaction. She's made about 8 statements regarding BLM now. She hasn't made no statements regarding them, so you can see the clear bias, isn't it?
Not really, because you keep over talking, you never let me land. And at the end of the day, it's very funny that somebody like you is calling somebody else low IQ when you're saying alphabet boys. That's not their name. Speak with a bit of respect. If you can't speak with respect, then shut your mouth, because it's getting a bit boring now.
They're alphabet racist boys.
Fuck them pricks.
They're alphabet racist boys. That's what they are. Some of them are pedos as well.
Most of them are pedos.
Yeah, some black men are pedos as well, Freddie. What you got to say about that? Some
yeah,
of them
most of them, but most of them ain't. Majority ain't.
Yeah, and
You're not a majority.
You can't. A lot of Muslims are paedophiles. What you got to say about that?
Muslims ain't a race, though, are they?
Well, let's get off of that and get back to the subject. Do you condemn the disgusting behaviour on Saturday?
Do you condemn infiltrators?
You fucking hypocrite cunt. Later.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jupiter, could you explain to me, like the point at which you came in, where I was saying that these guys marched from the Winston Churchill Memorial Statue all the way to Trafalgar Square, where there wasn't any BLM, it was just the black community themselves representing themselves without BLM, and they basically got attacked. Like, how can you explain Tommy Robinson saying, I ain't got no problem with the black community?
I can't explain anything to you because your attitude is very obnoxious and condescending. I came on here to speak to Veli. I didn't get allowed.
Do you want to wait for Veli then? Do you want to wait for Veli?
Yeah, I'll wait for Veli because I came on here to speak. Every time I went to speak...
All right, one of us needs to mute up then. Like, either you're going to speak or I'm going to speak then.
Because apparently I'm the low IQ one, but you two don't know when someone finishes a sentence. But
you are low IQ. You ain't got 2 GCSEs to rub together, love.
I've got 10. I've got 10. 10
what? 10
GCSEs.
What? There weren't GCSEs in your day. What are you lying for?
Yeah, well, they're what they're called. O levels. I've got 10 O levels.
Oh, right. So you ain't got a GCSE then?
Oh, what is this semantics? What is it?
Semantics. What is semantics?
Semantic.
Do you mean semantic? Oh,
yeah,
right.
semantic. Yeah.
Okay, so let's not talk about IQ then, yeah?
Why not, fat dietitian?
I'm not a dietitian. I've just got a degree in human nutrition. Yeah, I can do a degree in whatever subject I want. Like, if someone's got cancer, why wouldn't they go and study about cancer?
You're talking about big fat people going along to conferences because it'll make other fat people feel better. I'm slightly overweight. I wouldn't feel better going in and seeing a fat dietitian your size. What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a dietitian, you div. I said to you, if someone's got cancer and they want to do a degree, why wouldn't they go and learn about cancer?
You didn't say nothing
suffering from obesity. Why wouldn't they go and learn about that? Like, it doesn't make sense what you're saying. It doesn't make sense.
You don't make sense a lot of the time. You see, we could have done this.
I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna go on mute.
Yeah, go on mute. Might be a bit better. Okay, now he's gone on mute. I'm going to continue with what I wanted to say. Hopefully, Veli will come back before I finish. From investigations that are going on with several groups behind the scenes, what it appears is that number one, we know from the press anyway. Number one, the white bloke that got beat up and carried out of the protest was actually a policeman who's supposed to have left the police force in 2014 and was hired. His main role in the police force was to pretend to be a hooligan at football matches. Their storyline is that in 2014 he left the police force and that he'd obviously got too close to the movements. What other suggestions are, and what the evidence is pointing to, is that when he left the police force, he became on a payroll privately, and it was a known instigator. The reason that he was saved by the black man is because that particular black man, who was in brackets security for Black Lives Matter, was well aware that it was a paid instigator. In other words, that white man was a plant to stir up trouble and pretend to be DFLA. There's also been reports that van loads of policemen, okay, were seen at several locations. Well, I'll say about 3 locations that are coming in at the moment, where policemen were getting out of vans dressed as ordinary citizens, football hooligans, for want of a better word, and infiltrated into the crowds. So what we're saying is that there was definitely some kind of agenda and a setup, which most people that have got a little bit of knowledge could understand why that's happening. If you go to America, the same things have been happening in America. They've been leaving piles of bricks on street corners. They've been sending agitators and infiltrators in on both sides to stir up trouble and to cause people to fight and argue and to literally get violent. In America, it's been known that people have actually gone in the Black Lives Movement protesters. Look, can I finish, please? Into the Black Lives Matter.
What happened to George Floyd was fucked up, bro. That's some like up shit. I didn't even watch it. That's how fucked
These
up it is.
conspiracy theories get carried away, Jupiter. People saying that George Floyd ain't even dead. Like, this is madness. It's conspiracy theories. Like, you're arguing against your own point. You're saying it was set up to kick off as violence. Yet you're saying that the black guy that carried him out of the crowd was a plant, which is ridiculous because people know him. He's a known person.
Hold on. So, what did you miss here? I said the plant was the white guy.
No, you said that both sides had
the plant was the white guy.
This is some white
Yo, but listen, alright, but you know what, yeah, I want to try and get the old G block rules back, how we used to have it, yeah, so we can speak passionately, we can talk hard to each other, but I don't want no personal insults on each other or whatever, innit, like, attack the point, and then, like I say, I want to try and get as much logical people on there, making points and going back and forth, yeah, so we can hear each other's points, yeah, and then we can actually have an argument about the points rather than about the people's personalities, yeah? Because it's better like that. Still, yeah. So pick up my brother Sniper in the building. You hear me? And like General Sniper, you know, plus outside knife. Yeah, man. You hear me? Last time we riding that 9-4, you hear me? Yo, all right, man. So, Juba, I didn't really get to hear your points about the DFLA and the thing of it, but I did want to ask you about, you know, the white one that got carried out, yeah? The white one that got carried out from the DFLA.
Yeah.
You know that he's a former police officer, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, yeah. Yeah.
So it's like, right.
So what I'm saying, Veli, is...
But wait, because I'm saying that obviously if you're some people that anyone that's in that any of them sort of gangsters or whatever, like you have police contacts as well, innit? Anyone that's in any sort of organization or whatever. So although you might be saying they might have people from the police trying to infiltrate them, they'll have people from their side trying to infiltrate the police as well. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yo, you just have to explain it to her. It's fucked up. You have to explain to her why it's fucked up. Yo, Velvet,
when that guy was all knocked out or whatever, there, the man them carried him out, innit? Yeah. But there's a video on Zirab Jamal's channel of a young teenager that went to the event, yeah, interviewed with his mum, innit? And he got caught by the DFLA, and they beat him up or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, so.
Yeah. Well, don't you think it's interesting that the press didn't run with stories like that? Out of all the stories that they run with and put on the front page, it was one where it was an ex-police officer that's actually been paid to be a football hooligan.
An ex-police officer that's been paid. Wait, you're saying that he's not really part of the DFLA now?
I'm saying that well, no, he might be active in the DFLA, but what I'm saying is he was definitely working for people outside of DFLA and outside of Black Lives Matter. I would say that he was an infiltrator, yeah, by Antifa, and put in there to cause trouble. Yes.
That's like, I think about this though. The man got knocked out cold, you know.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to go that way.
I know some people that was actually there when he got knocked out.
Yeah, because it wasn't supposed to go that way, was it? It wasn't supposed to be like that. And that's why, in my opinion, he got carried out by the fella that he got carried out by. Because whether there were other people there that you knew.
Are you saying that the other guys, the black guy that carried him out, might be part of the operation as well now?
Yes.
What? Oh my gosh. It's turned into conspiracy mode.
Yeah. So the funny thing is that a lot of the conspiracies have actually coming together and into fruition. But if people don't want to believe that, that's up to them.
Sounds bad still. Man. But, yeah, I don't know about this conspiracy. Obviously, I'm not a conspiracy guy. Conspiracy can be still.
But what I will say is this: it's interesting that you're looking for differences because what's going on now on the right, behind the scenes, is that people from both sides, Black Lives Matter, big independent people from on the black side, are actually having talks and that with people from the veterans and the DFLA, different sections. They're all conversing with each other to find a solution. All of them are conversing.
Sorry, you finished that yet?
Hey, Vel, do you...
One second, yeah. Because that don, yeah, that got carried out, yeah. You know, you tried to say it on Jets and a couple of man them. First of all, that same don there, the same police, the ex-police officer, shouting, talking about his Millwall, I'm Millwall, and the man then tried to allow him.
Yeah, but if he's pretending to be DFLA, what else would you expect him to shout?
Yo. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Jupiter, are you being for real? Come on, I know you watched Jedi's live that day day after. I know you watched Jedi's live that day after. You know the full story of what happened there. I know you know.
No, I don't. I've only got somebody's testimony because there's another group online that denies that what Jedi's saying is true.
There are people denying what Jedi says is true. So you think Jedi's making it up?
I don't know what Jedi involvement was.
Jedi, she's a racist. She's never going to believe a black man. Never going to believe a black man. What I'm saying, brothers, I just wanted to ask.
Wait. Hold on. Yo. We want to try to stick to, remember, we want to let each person finish their sentence, yeah. Let's get to the end of it. If
I just
we can
wanted
have
to ask
arguments,
one
yeah, but
question. Well,
we can have a yeah. But wait, Freddie, you got to let her get to the end of the sentence and then get your
I just
question
want
in.
to. I'm not asking her a question, you know. I'm asking you, man. I'm done
You
with
asking
her.
me a question?
Yeah.
What's the
I don't want to engage with that woman. She's a fool. What I'm saying is, yeah. What do you condemn the racism that you saw on Saturday from them
Please, Fred,
white
Fred, you're
thugs
taking it somewhere
that
else.
came down?
Fred, you're taking it somewhere else. I beg you, yeah. Let me ask this question. Let me ask Jupiter first of all. Jupiter, what do you know about what Jedi said about the about what happened with the guy in the picture? What do you know?
From what I can recollect, he said that he was going to Waterloo Station. There was one white man on his own shouting out, "Who wants it with Millwall?" Black
Yeah.
Lives people attacked him, and then he was there. It could have been him in the photo, but it wasn't. And the other bloke picked him up and carried him out.
So did you hear that Jedi said that he tried to pick him up or carry him out, but he, for some reason, like obviously he said he hasn't been to gym for a while, whatnot, but the other guy carried him out. So you know the story then. So why are you saying that? Why are you thinking that Jedi's lying about the story? That's what I don't get it. What do you think?
I'm not saying that Jedi's lying. I wasn't there. I can't call him a liar, but I do know that Raspect has said that he's not told the truth. And Raspect was there. So between the two of them, they were both there, and they've got a story each where they're saying that they're not the other one's not.
So what's Raspect's story then?
Raspect hasn't given an alternative. He just said that it's not true. So.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I'm telling you, that's a lie, straight up and down. Everything she just said for the last 45 minutes.
I haven't heard Raspect say
it's all
that's
made up.
True. I haven't heard that.
But Raph, can I just ask that question, please? And then you can go on to the line of questions.
Take it somewhere else.
Because it's only a simple question. No, I'm just a simple one. I'm just going to ask you if you condemn, like everyone on the panel condemns what happened on Saturday, the racist fuckery. If you can do that, it's calm. If you can't, you can't.
Yeah, I condemn the racists, obviously, on Saturday. Yeah.
Very.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah,
you condemn it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay.
I wanted to.
Many is free from this.
All right. Yeah, basically, I wonder if you could ask her the same thing.
Yeah, but I'll ask her after Rap's done his question.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Don't forget, bro.
So yeah.
No problem, bro.
Yeah. So Jupiter, yeah. You're because someone's asked this question in the chat now. Shout Kush out Smoke. So now you believe Raspect now? Is that what you're saying? You're taking Raspect's word as the truth now?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is there's two conflicting stories from people who both say that they were there. I don't know which one to believe.
So
unless I see evidence, hold on, Raf. Unless I see evidence proving one or the other telling the truth, I don't know which one to believe. Because I know that neither of them were on the front page of the newspaper. It was another black man, completely different.
Raf, that's a lie because she don't know Raspect's story. When you asked her to explain Raspect's story, she said he's got a different story. She don't know nothing. She talks with no information at all. Out of her bottom, if you ask me. That's why I always attack what she says and her.
I hear what you're saying, Fred, but because that's why it's important, because she's saying now that Raspect has and she's always said that Raspect has an agenda and Raspect is this and that. And then suddenly now Raspect has a story which differs, and she's willing to listen to it and even hold it against someone else that she also considers she even considers Jedi to be more honest about his approach. So why would now why I'm trying to understand is why would you then now think Jedi's story is much more it's just as what's it called not it could be as conflicting as the story that Raspect is, especially when you in the past have said Raspect is a guy who has an agenda. Why would you say that now? I don't understand. Like, why are you now taking Raspect's one as the
right? Have you got some form of loss of hearing?
You said it was conflicting stories. I'm not saying that you didn't say it. Yeah,
there's two stories that go against each other. I don't know which one to believe. What in that
story? What's Raspect's story
then? I believe one over the other. Which
What's
one?
Respect's story? What's Respect's story then?
Respect was talking to Mega Man and saying that people that weren't even there are saying that they were there rescuing people, and everything that he said referred to Jedi's story. Even brothers that I thought were close
Jedi
to
was
me.
there.
That's a
Jedi
lie.
was-
That's a
Jedi was
lie.
there.
That's a lie from the
Jedi
pit
was
of
there.
hell. To
Sorry.
quote Respect, that's a lie from the pit of hell.
Yeah,
Get the
that was-
evidence right now.
Okay.
Get the
Okay.
evidence right now.
Raf,
Yeah.
can you ask Freddie for me? What did Respect say then, if he knows what Respect said?
Respect didn't say that Jedi wasn't there though.
Okay, so what did he say then?
I don't know what he said to Mega Man on.
Okay, but I do.
But what did you? So what did you telling me then? What he
just
said to
told
Jedi?
her. He was
He said
with
that
Mega
people were
Man.
not there.
I would ask to see the stream. I'm not getting
Point
involved.
us
I'm
to
not
the
getting
evidence. Point
Yeah,
us
I'm
to
not
the
getting
evidence.
involved. I'm not getting involved in quoting people verbatim and whipping up an argument.
Yeah,
That's
Because
not
you're a liar.
No,
You only
you can't just say.
quote people
You
to
can't
suit
just
your
say.
narrative.
You
I
can't
am
Seems
just
like
say.
you're only quoting
Respect
people
said
to
Jedi.
suit your narrative.
Yeah, listen, Jupiter. You can't just say Respect said this because I'm actually I remember watching the interview with Mega Man and Respect. Yeah, I don't remember even I don't even remember Respect
You've
saying
got to
once that
hear it. You've got to
there were people
hear
there
it.
that weren't actually there. I don't
Because
remember
3
him saying
times
that.
I've told you I'm not siding either side, and you keep saying that I'm siding with Respect. You've got selective hearing. You've already proved that.
No, because you've
He
tried to
hasn't
say
said that once, you know.
no, you've tried. In fact, if anything, you've conflated two different stories, and you've said that Respect was referring to the story of the guy the black guy carrying the DFLA guy out when you haven't even proven that in the first place they were talking about that
Facts.
story.
Facts.
So now you in that interview with
Okay, well,
Mega Man and Respect,
if that's the case, why can't you be critical like I am?
what's
And
critical about what you're doing right now?
hold on, Raf. I dismissed both their stories because I wasn't there. I don't know. Okay?
Yeah,
I
no
wasn't
problem.
there. Wasn't there, so I don't believe either of them. I dismiss it until I got any weight.
You
to
don't,
eat.
you don't
this is
dismiss
why-
their stories because he wasn't there. You
Why
dismiss
don't
their
you
stories because they're black.
Why
Let's
don't
get
you
it right.
dismiss it?
Jupiter, yeah. This is what I can do. The same logic that you're doing right now, I could do for any story now. There are people who deny the Holocaust. Their argument could be, "Oh, I wasn't there the same way you wasn't there, so the Holocaust couldn't have gone down like the way we think it went down, or it wouldn't have happened at all." Is that logical?
It's not.
So then why
But
would
you didn't-
I don't get her
Raf,
argument?
don't bring logic into this, mate. That's
Yeah,
your
it's true.
big mistake, is to bring logic.
Oh my.
Wait,
Yeah.
Sister Nyaniva, as a woman though, because I know you're a strong one, I just wanted you to I wanted to understand why a woman wouldn't condemn violence, another woman, especially racism and threats of death to kill with other women. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Like, why wouldn't you condemn that? Like,
You
you
said
blatant to sleep.
You
Do you get what I'm trying to show you? That the football thugs that came down that day, they wanted to kill black people.
Billy,
They were screaming racism. It's
Billy,
obvious to condemn that. Why the fuck wouldn't you condemn it?
Billy.
Big up, Snatch.
It's called victimhood, Freddie.
Do you remember
Victimhood and whataboutism.
asked me a question and you said you'd ask me at the end when we finished talking? I haven't actually been asked the question, let alone answer it, Freddie. Stop lying again.
When I asked you to condemn it, you said you switched it around.
Yeah.
When I asked you to condemn it, you switched it around, you know, Jupiter. You said, I said, would you condemn the racism and the foolishness? And then you said, would you condemn something else about Black Lives Matter? So you didn't give a clear answer. You just gave a question with a fucking, you know what I mean?
What?
Please.
Freddie, it's called whataboutism, mate.
Forgot, Mel.
Freddie, let me ask you a few. Yeah, let me ask you a few anyway. Yeah, so do you condemn?
I don't condemn any violence.
Do you condemn what?
Yeah, I condemn all violence apart from violence and self-defense. Yeah.
But specifically on Saturday, though, specifically on Saturday, do you condemn the actions of your fellow countrymen?
Which ones? The black ones or the white ones or the pink ones or the green ones? Which ones would you? Because they're all my countrymen.
Well, can you get into your head that the black countrymen came in peace? So you can't get that into your head yet.
Family,
You haven't fathomed. You haven't got it into your head yet.
This is called lying in real time, family. Yeah, get
yeah.
to learn.
Okay. So were they not all my countrymen then? Yeah, I condemn violence from all my countrymen.
You're separating them. You said the black ones and the white ones, innit? So I'm telling you, so I'm asking you, do you condemn your white counterparts first? Yeah?
Hold on.
Because those were the obvious ones that was pushing the racism, innit?
Yeah.
Because the black ones came in peace. Don't you believe that?
No, I don't know. I wouldn't even agree on that though.
It's not an ordinary question.
If I was to go down there, I don't think I would have been on a peace thing. You get it? That wasn't the message. That wasn't the message.
I know you ain't just attacking random people. Like, you're gonna wait till someone fucks with you and defend your thing as normal.
Well, my problem is that you've got two groups of people, right? And one is racist, one is whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? And then the other is trying to obviously fight against racism and Black Lives Matter and all of this, right? And then supposedly people got the call out, innit? The real G's have supposedly got the call out to come out and, you get me, fight and defend. But they were out there to defend women and children to do with the Black Lives Matter. But Black Lives Matter cancelled the event. So, do you get it? If they cancelled the event, then what was the reason for our people being there? You get what I'm saying? You're sitting duck. It's not military. It doesn't make sense, basically. Do you get it? It doesn't make sense to be there when it's only going to be protagonists. People who want violence, people who've been drinking from 9 o'clock in the morning or from the last night when they came on the train and all of that. Do you get it?
Yeah, but I think we've already sort of.
Well, I've never spoken on the subject still.
Today, so. Go through still, but definitely what you're saying is definitely what we surmised last week still. But go through, Snipes.
Yeah, now I'm hearing new revelations of people being plants and agents and ex-officers, and I definitely thought that you could say Antifa and all of this for this guy, but him being in the police force that's institutionally racist is already step one. Do you get what I'm saying? So my protestations is against the system and the police state. Do you get it? So that's what we both should be fighting. We both should be unified against the system. But somewhere along the line, someone on one side has slipped in this little thing of racism. And remember, what racism is a system. Do you get it?
Yeah, I get it,
It's
Uncle.
a system created by
it's an evil
powers.
system. Yeah,
that
what you're
was
saying.
created by the powers that be. So, like, I thought we was all against the powers that be. Do you get what I'm saying? So my point is that the people who think like the racists are in the minority.
Yeah, it's true.
The people who are BLM are generally the general public. Let's be real. There's a difference between the actual BLM movement, and the people who came out to, defend or represent their people or their 100%. Communities.
That is a big fact. That is a massive fact. Because just like what you said, Mackie, they cancelled, Uncle. They cancelled the thing. So that means there weren't no BLM there, really. There was just some brave brothers and sisters and even some naive ones that didn't even know the thing was cancelled.
Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to show you. That's why on the day...
The Jedi, in the conversation that I actually had with him, that's recorded, Jedi told me that there were people that had turned up from Black Lives Matter that were unaware that it had been cancelled as well.
Yeah, but that was later. Because at first, that's what saved the day, to be honest. That the people who went to Hyde Park or whatever decided to come to Trafalgar Square.
And God bless them brothers and sisters.
Exactly.
Because I was in Manchester.
Complete disaster. Do you get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Yeah.
Would have been a
But
bloodbath down there, because then if you get brothers back against the wall,
yeah,
you know what's going to happen then. You know what I mean?
exactly. And it was looking unfair. You know, there's always going to be an unfair advantage. The police are always going to let them have weapons
Yeah,
and tools and all of that.
this kind of thing is to me just nuts, because what people are doing is they're not looking at the bigger picture as far as I'm concerned. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
right?
But you know what?
I don't
mean,
think it's one side or the other. I think there was an outside instigation. That's what I'm saying.
well, obviously, I mean, it's something for the police force to do. Do you remember their numbers are supposed to be low? They're trying to recruit another 20,000. Do you get it? So a situation like that is sweet for them. They want people to fight and kick off and do and all of that, because it just proves that they need more officers. That's on one
Yeah,
side.
that's
Do you get
facts. Yeah, that's facts, bro.
it?
That is 100.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because they come out winning either way.
But Uncle
Of course.
Michael, yeah, can we
Yeah.
not play down? Can we not play down that everything is some type of engineered, like as if people are engineered in the DFLA are just plants to cause this thing and be on the front news, and that
Raf, you know why I know it's police orchestrated?
Yeah, but
because
ain't that on all sides? Won't that be on all sides?
No, but uncle, you know why we know it's police orchestrated? Because as soon as Tommy made the statement, Tranny Robertson, made the statement, fucking boom now. He everything's cool with him. No Twitter locked off, no nothing. You know what I'm trying to show you? No bans on Facebook, no nothing. And as soon as a young black man posts that he's going to support his own black colleague and peers at the march, he's wanted by the police.
Yeah.
So we could see the clear orchestration, and we could see where the moves are being made regarding who.
It's bias, isn't it? It's bias. You could say.
Yeah, definitely. But they could have banned Tommy Robinson. They could have shut him down, put a warrant out for his arrest. But just because a young brother.
No, he didn't. Tommy Robinson wasn't there. I don't know what it is you're talking about.
No, he's talking about his statements that led to the whole thing in the first place. Do you
Tommy
get
had
what I'm saying?
already retracted twice before
you can't retract after you've caused.
Yeah, you've already made the statements. Like, obviously,
okay, Matthew, let's have a reasonable conversation. What statements did Tommy say? What did he actually say about black people?
No, it wasn't about black people. I'm saying he made a video. Come on, don't act like you never watched the video. Yeah, where he's talking to Andy Joshua.
One second. The video wasn't aimed at
don't
black
want a
people.
conversation.
No, but I'm saying like Anthony Joshua is part of the conversation. Yes or no? Right.
So because he criticised Anthony Joshua, that was a call out against black people, was it?
No, he said watch. He said watch on Saturday. Yeah, watch when we come down. So that is definitely protagonist words. Do you get what I'm saying? So then he made the next video. 1 second. He made the next video to clarify what he said, because he realized how sticky it got, because other people online were obviously reacting to that information. You get it? It's like they're not media savvy. You know what I'm saying? There's flaws. You need a what do you call it? One of the ministers of information or something. You know, someone to spin, a spin doctor. That's it.
Public relations.
Yeah, public relations. Because just doing it yourself, where you got your phone and you can go live on Instagram, sometimes can backfire. You get me? On you. Yeah. So this is why he had to make the retraction video.
Yeah, he openly admits that his wording wasn't 100%.
Wasn't the best, exactly. But and how many times have I told you?
He doesn't deny that. But
how many times have I told you, Jupiter, that you and Ralph are probably the smartest people on that side? Yeah, because a lot of them, are brainless numpties. Do you get what I'm saying? Football hooligans. I've said this long time ago.
It goes without saying. I'm not even going to deny that.
Yeah. And it doesn't represent. No, it doesn't. They don't represent the wider society, but we know who they are. That we know what they represent, and they definitely support the idea of racism, separation, people coming out of the country. They don't even know why. They probably voted Brexit too. You know what I mean? All of these type of things, because obviously the politicians and all that have to have some people who actually believe they're rubbish. And you've got to say that's the majority of people out here.
I'm not even going to dispute with you that there's some people that just go along with the flow, right? They go along with trends and whatever. I'm not even going to dispute that.
Right.
But I'm not going to make the blanket statement that everybody that voted Brexit is a racist. That's ridiculous, number one.
No, I'm just saying that those type of people, do you get what I'm saying, amongst the English people, are not very smart. So they will be steered to vote for anything, and you get what I'm saying? Fight for Winston Churchill's statue. Like, no one put that out there. I don't think anyone in the higher authorities put that out there.
No, not in.
You want to protect the statue. What did they do? They put something around it.
Hold on.
They put something around it, and they've got police. So
let's take it one.
It's the mayor. For me, it's the mayor of London. Whatever the people did prior, to that situation, is a good thing in a sense that it raised awareness that we got all these racist and slave owner statues and all of that type of thing.
You back up the mayor of London. You like the mayor of London?
No, I don't like the mayor of London, but I do understand that.
I think he should leave. I think he should leave. I think
I do think that he had to react.
He should leave.
The job, it doesn't
go
really
back
matter.
to his country, right?
For me personally,
no, I mean he should leave his position. Stop being a snowflake.
Well, he can't. He doesn't have much power. You've got to understand that.
I'm a bit lost. What conversation is actually being had here? I'm a little bit lost.
I'm saying she's saying Sadiq Khan or whatever should leave his office.
Prior to what
but I'm thinking about the statues. I'm thinking about the idea that the people rioting or protesting, did enough to make them make some decision changes. So then leave it at that. We don't have to do any more. The job's been done. Do you get it? That enough people have made noise about these statues and till, it's only Tommy Robinson talking about, we need to go and defend statues. For what reason? Go and talk to the mayor. Oh, sorry, you're not even from London. What has this got to do with you? Go and sit down.
Yeah, but in real life, though, Sniper, we know that they weren't going down there to defend nothing. You know what I'm saying to you? Because at the same statues they're defending, they're doing High Hitler and all them type of bad things. Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. So we know that they went. We know that. I'm talking. I am speaking.
Yeah, you're not white though. So how do you know?
So we know, that at the end of the day, Sniper. Jupiter.
You can't speak
some manners, Jupiter. When you were speaking, I didn't speak. We were all on mute. All the people on this channel was on mute when you were speaking. Try to have the same respect, if you can.
No, it's not. There's no
so
mute.
Like I was saying, Sniper, we know that all of those persons that were going down there, they weren't going to defend shit. You understand me? We've seen them urinate by it, piss up on it. So, you know what I'm saying to you? So we know that they didn't really have no respect for that. That's just chattings, That was just obviously a smoke, like a smoke bomb to come down and try to fuck up people in it. We know who they were, innit? They're old football hooligans. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Remember, Snips, there's no football, So the normal punch up that they get to have on a weekly basis, it's not being had in it. There's no second and third division being played. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. When you look at them, you get me. Those were not persons that were giving off the vibe that they're here, you know what I mean, to save their beloved statues, this, that, and the other. That is not how you would behave. You know what I mean?
We know that.
So
as I said, mindless idiots or numpties is what I already said.
So, Matthew, could you ask this honourable lady for me how she knows what white people think, because she's not white?
Why are you defending all white people? Just talk about yourself.
That doesn't make sense.
I'll answer the question when I'm allowed to.
Jupiter, sorry. That doesn't even make sense, because obviously if you live in London, hold on 1 second, man. I mean, if you live in London, everybody's everywhere. Yes or no? You've got all races, all types of people. There's not a corner that you can go to in this London, where you can say, that's the black community, or that's the no.
I agree with you, Matthew. Could you please tell the right honourable lady that thinks that we've all got to bow down this, please? Because she thinks that only one race can comment on one race. So
What?
that's why I
Nah,
was
shit, that's
treated by
crazy.
her
That's
own
crazy.
belief.
Listen,
No,
listen.
hold
My
on,
sister,
Mackie. I was
hold on, I'm not gonna talk her
respecting
business.
her own
What?
beliefs. I was respecting her beliefs. That's what she believes. So I want her to apply it to herself. Practice what she preaches.
What does that mean? I don't understand.
She's
Sorry.
just waffling, fam. Bro, I don't know what she's talking about, man.
You know what I mean? I'm trying to be like
I
kind of
can explain
mediating
it,
or whatever,
Matthew.
but
If you want me to explain it, I can explain it.
I mean, I think she made herself clear, and she was completely on point with what she was saying. So, I mean, she's not saying that you can't have an opinion.
I'm not saying that you have to agree with me. I don't mind if you agree with what she's saying.
No, I'm saying what she was expressing is the power of observation. Do you get it? It's not personal.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah,
what she
no,
observed.
I understand that. But the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because on more than one occasion, Nynefa says that nobody can comment on anything to do with black people unless they're black. Therefore, she must have the mindset for the other side, you see. The difference is, Maku, you're saying that people from outside can observe both sides. I believe that to be the case as well. But she doesn't believe that, so I'm going by her own
Now she's
beliefs.
changing the argument.
But how can you know?
What I'm saying is, if she's going to preach something, she should adhere to it herself before she looks around at anybody else.
Well, she's not preaching. She's not preaching. I mean, she's not preaching. I mean, there's no at no point have I heard Nynefa ever preach anything. She gives her opinion, just like you give yours. I don't see the problem, to be honest.
There ain't no problem. We're
Okay,
both
so
I'm entitled to have an opinion, so is she. So there you go. Mine is that she practiced what she should practice. What
she's changing the argument.
That's too far. Hold on, one second. That's a bit too far, because again, it's like everybody's a psychologist or something, or everybody's got a crystal ball that you can read, go into the mind of each.
I agree.
That
what white people think. I agree with you. Yeah, thank you for that one.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, no one can really determine.
Everyone's going on like they've got crystal balls. I would agree with that. Yeah, she doesn't know.
But some people are complicit by the actions, isn't it? So if you're running around a statue, drinking beer and this is an obvious truth. These men are football hooligans. That's an obvious truth. There's no football. That was an obvious truth. I don't know where you think Nynefa was being preaching or disingenuous or I just can't see it. Do you get it? Everything she said was 100% on point. Even though it's her point of view.
Yeah, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
No, that's not my opinion. That's her opinion.
Yeah, it's your opinion. It's not your opinion. So you don't agree with what she said.
And I said, I agree. Of course I agree.
Right, so it's your
because the information,
opinion.
and you agree as well. One second.
Matthew, and you're entitled to it.
But you agree as well.
No, I don't agree with Nynefa. No, not at all. No.
No, I mean, you agree with the statements that she made. You don't have to agree with Nynefa. We're talking about information and having a discussion.
No, I don't agree with Nynefa. No.
Oh, on what she just said.
And you said she was one of the intelligent ones on the left, on the right.
Yeah, no, I'm just.
Right.
What she said, because there's personal stuff here, innit? This is personal mixed with a conversation. So I'm trying to separate the personal. Let's leave that out. 1 second.
Nynefa's position has been made very clear to me, and I don't agree with her.
She's changing the argument, my uncle.
No, it doesn't make sense what you're saying.
She's changing the argument.
It's just I'm saying on what she just said, like, let's leave everything else and before and she said and you know what I mean? Like, we're going into something else.
So take out the personal stuff that you reckon there's personal stuff, because I've not said nothing personal about her apart from she needs to practice what she preaches.
Yeah, so, that is personal. That is personal. That is personal.
It's personal. Nothing personal. If you're gonna, if I come to you and I say I don't believe in violence, and then I say smash the person's face in, you've got every right to say to me, but you said you don't believe in violence.
Yeah, but that saying
you've got to be a certain
it's not about
comment on
what you say.
Situations that should apply.
It's not about what you say. It's about what you do.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily. Yes, necessarily.
Not necessarily.
It's about what you do.
Actions speak louder than words. I agree. But if your words are confluted and conflated like hers are, and the message is not straight and precise and concise and consistent like hers are, then they're not really got a message because people get mixed signals. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you, but again, they could put that protestation towards you. So at the end of the day, I don't judge. You get me? I just listen to the information and do the day. When it gets personal, it's personal, isn't it? I just attack when it's personal. Do you get it? So my thing is like I understand what you're trying to say, yeah, but I really just want to get to the point or to the question and the thing she said that you disagree with. What do you disagree with that Nynefa just said? That's all I want to know.
I don't agree that everybody that went down there just went down there to fight. Yes, there was a large proportion, I would say, on both sides.
They all went down there not to fight.
Okay, what portion went down there not to fight, please?
Well, I wouldn't be able to be precise, but I would say the majority went there just to stand peacefully and protest.
Right. So was it the majority who was throwing stuff, pissing on statues, doing all sorts of stuff, just drinking and having?
There was a minority that did that. There was a minority.
Okay, so it was a minority also that fought the police prior to fighting anyone else, because that's the first thing they went for was the officers. Do you get it?
Yeah, the police were attacked by people on both sides. To be fair.
No, they weren't. Remember, on one side it was like
yes, they were. There's footage to prove that.
No, but there's footage to prove that they were surrounded. The people who came there peacefully were surrounded by these hooligans, and the police kept them at bay because their numbers was far superior at that time. But later on, the tables turned.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in the numbers or the dramatics because listen.
Yeah,
you can't be
talking about
you can't be
percentages
lack of empathy
at the same time. I'm not interested in all that.
Yeah, but you're talking about percentages, aren't you?
My position is that outside forces are instigating on both sides to make the situation worse and to create a place war. I don't want to feed into the narrative.
Outside force,
I don't want to feed into the narrative that we need a race war, and that is
how is the outside force or the outside entity, which we know is the police, one of them at least. Do you get me? You can say Antifa, you can say whatever, but one we definitely know is the police. So hold on, wait. We've got two people protesting or doing whatever, right? And then we've got the police. And then the police themselves have got infiltrators probably on both sides. That is definitely clear.
The infiltration didn't come from the police. The infiltration comes from Antifa.
Oh my God. Are you telling me a man's an ex-police officer?
I can tell if you let me talk. If you let me talk, I can explain it to you.
Well, you just said a man's job was to infiltrate. The guy's job, the one being carried.
Yes. Just because one policeman is a paid infiltrator doesn't mean that all
God. No, I'm just saying the method is only by police, isn't it? So the system that's being thing of infiltration, you can't infiltration if you got no authority.
Not necessarily.
All right.
Why would it only be the police? Why wouldn't it be other people?
It would always be some form of authority. Would most not likely be another.
So you don't think there's political forces that want to cause anarchy? You don't believe that there are political forces outside of outside? So
I do. I believe that's the glue.
Yes.
Hold on. I believe that's the glue, though. I believe what you're saying. I agree as well. Yeah, but that's the glue, isn't it? So it goes on levels, isn't it? By the time it gets down to the policy officers, the politicians have already sorted out what they need to sort out. Then it goes down to the policy officers or policemen, do you get it, to carry out said request. So we know that the police force itself is still an institution, independent. Scotland Yard and all that.
Okay, that's your theory. Okay.
No, that's not my theory. These are the facts. Like, I've grown up in this country. I know everything about the system. Do you get me? And the police force. So you're never going to tell me from the days of Sapul Comdom and all of that. Do you get me? Like, you're not going to tell me about police.
I don't really get you.
Hold on, one second. Sapul Comdom is the one who said, yes, the police force are institutionally racist, and we're doing our best to change certain things. So you're done out here. So that organization, that group which you're saying is
Who's done that
outside.
where? What
One
point are you
second, one
making?
second,
You're
one second.
waffling. You're waffling.
Oh shit.
I'm not waffling.
Okay.
I'm not waffling. I'm sure everyone here can clearly understand where I'm coming from.
I'm
and what
understanding you,
trying to
uncle.
Wafflers could understand it, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
You know, you understand me. You're just being decisive. This is the tactics people
I
use when they
disagree
don't
with
really
you.
want to
I
know the
disagree with
Uncle,
truth.
you're just wasting time with Karen.
I believe, in fact, I know
Karen.
because I've seen the evidence and the
Karen.
proof of it.
Karen.
I
Karen.
know and I believe
Karen.
that outside forces that have
Becky.
not only worked their way into
Karen or
infiltrating
Becky, which one?
people on the right,
Becky.
they've infiltrated the left. They are
Becky.
known as Antifa. They are anarchists.
Becky.
There are people that are fighting for
Fuck's
cultural
sake, Karen.
Marxism
What's wrong with you, man?
and they've got good strength and money.
Oh, days.
They're funding them to do what they're doing, namely Soros and other connections. However, it doesn't stop there. All of the money collected from Black Lives Matter is going straight to the Democrats. There's also 3 people in this country that
She
are
knows
all
so much about Black Lives Matter, but little about the DFLA.
I know.
So much about it.
hide the money they've collected.
Little on what's going on in the right.
Lose it as
Their
a loss
infiltration.
and keep all the money. If
Oh.
you don't understand how the cons
You
are
see, when the
working,
people say all lives matter, you have to look at them. You have to literally look at
But
them.
Jupiter, left side, right side, all part of the same bird. You need 2 wings to fly. So my point is, it's all for the same cause.
Yeah,
So again,
what I've been trying to tell you. This is what I've been trying to tell you. Forget left and right. There are outside forces that want to bring in anarchy and cultural Marxism. If you can't see that, then you're a fool.
That's a cultural Marxism.
Right,
what the fuck is that?
That's cool. All right. Cultural Marxism. All these pretty titles you like to keep coming with. You know what I'm saying? Like you're something Christian. I don't even know. It just gets more mad. You get me? And more crazy.
The thing is, Snipes here. Don't you see that there's an obvious what's the word there? If well, not even if, because we know that she listens to all the streams anyway. Yeah. So
right.
it was very clear. Yeah. Right. That we have nothing to do with BLM. Very, very clear. So I don't see why this BLM keeps getting mentioned. It's been very clear that we have nothing to do with it. We've been bunning it out. She goes through my videos with a fine-tooth comb.
Because BLM and DFLA is the topic of the question of the out. That's the reason why we're talking about BLM. It's the topic of the day. So see, this is what I mean. She doesn't understand why we're talking about BLM. It's in the topic and the question of the day. This is how daft the woman is. Anyway, gentlemen, excuse me, I'll allow her to take centre stage because that's what she's bothered about. She only turns up every time where I go because she's jealous of the attention. Bye-bye, Nanifa, lovely.
Jupiter, you're activist. And
by the way,
question Jupiter, what you're just full of rubbish, man.
The question is, differences between the two sets of protesters, Black Lives Matter and DFLA. That's why we're talking about Black Lives Matter, you daft cow.
All right.
You're a daft cow.
Hold on 1 second, though. Run away.
I know, but sometimes you need to
she's only here, just about her nonsense.
I know, but I want to.
And the thing is,
listen, I said it before,
you know, like
man.
Back in the day when they used
when
to
it comes to stupidity,
movies,
you can't,
and they put them in a bowl and they're cooking them. Do you get it? So you know that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah, I know. I can see it. That's why I was letting you
as
cook.
cutting onions. Onions and
you're getting the spices ready. Yeah,
she's in the pot. She's just like, no. Oh, you think it's a milk bath? All right, cool, no problem.
Hey, but trust me, fam. Sometimes you know what, the smells coming off of that stew ain't too great, blood. It's a poison stew.
Bacon,
you're killing her with the knowledge and the facts. Just as mad in her with the facts, you know. Not just make up thing, not just anything what you feel. This is real shit. What's happening? And then she's saying, "No, I heard something else." No.
And the thing is, ready, there's a video on my thing where I am showing that the BLM money is going to the Democrats and all that, and she's watching it. You with me? So why you now come and try to fling that back? You know what I mean? Because what they think we're stupid out here in a bedroom. You know what I'm saying to you?
You know what
That's
it
what
is. You know what it
I'm
is.
saying. Be
Nanifa.
educated out here, boo.
So where do you guys think the initial provocation came from for what
Did
happened
you say
Saturday?
hello, Dave? Did you come and say hello?
No,
I didn't hear a hello,
know.
good morning,
No,
nothing.
I didn't know.
You're so have some manners, innit?
No. Where did the initial
Have some manners, you pussy hole.
No, that's not
Have
how we
some
start
manners.
our day.
Don't come in here and try and disrespect people, man.
Seriously, you lot ain't coming up here with no manners and feel it gossip. Not a blood clot.
Yeah,
So it's either you beat up some manners or you can fuck off from Jupiter, mate.
You sound very insecure. You don't need my
yeah, I'm
all right. Anyway,
yeah, I'm
Dave.
What she said? She sounds insecure because she said have manners.
So
that's
where
why
did the initial?
Nothing you got was raised up by dogs, you know.
Relax. Where did the initial provocation come from for what happened?
Dave, if you don't say good morning, hello, or anything, you can't
are not
talk.
going to tell me what to do.
Then you can't talk. Then we'll just speak over you. We're gonna speak over you. You're showing you have no manners and
guys, come on.
You're being childish.
No problem. Dave, Nani said she's not going to address you.
Dave, you're on the panel. You've got to say, Dave. I want to say what to say.
That is absolutely fine. So where did the initial provocation come from? With what happened Saturday? Where did that provocation come from?
Probably from the guys who were.
Wait, say that again, Dave. Dave, say that again.
No. Oh, you said where did the initial provocation come from? Maku
what happened Saturday?
Yeah, Maku was addressing.
Yeah, I was going to answer. What you mean? Not Saturday. The other Saturday, isn't it?
What was the events that led to that? How did we get there?
It was the events.
Yeah, how did we get there to what happened Saturday?
It was definitely instigated and started by Tommy Robinson.
So right. So let's actually break down what happened. So the person
he should have been done for hate crime and inciting violence.
Wait. Fred.
Tommy used them statues as a reason to go down there and start a fight. That's what.
But you're missing out why you made
you wouldn't
that
be
video.
defending church. Wait, Dave. You wouldn't defend Churchill, who was defending the British against the Nazis and doing Nazi salute. So
yeah, but Tommy Robinson
didn't
Nazi salute, did he? Tommy Robinson didn't Nazi salute. So what led to Tommy Robinson?
I'm not saying that.
Video?
Listen again, bro. I didn't say Tommy.
No, you're going.
I didn't say Tommy. I'm saying Tommy told them to go there and protect the statues because it meant something to them.
Why did he do that?
It meant something to them about.
Why did he do that?
Whatever he done, And then you got people. Why did he do that? Because obviously he felt left out. He felt left out, and I think he's trying to bring up stuff that he tried to do personally before, and he thought, you know what, I'm just going to use this just to go down there.
So you're going to completely miss out.
You know what? I think he done that because he wanted to start some type of race war, backed by the police. Yes. If the police was on the ball, they would have issued a warrant for his arrest as soon as he made that statement because he was inciting some type of hate crime or violence towards people.
So what were the events before he made that video? What happened before that?
I'm saying he should have been arrested under the British laws and constitution for hate crime.
He just made that video out of thin air,
I won't bypass your question. I'll answer your question.
There's loads of things that happened before.
Was it in Bristol? Was it in Bristol in the news? Wait, Dave, wait. Was it in Bristol in the news? Because I think Antifa and Black Lives Matter went there and they tore down a statue, and it was black and white people tearing down that statue. Mainly white people.
Shall I tell you what it was?
It doesn't matter.
Shall I tell you what it was?
Go on.
It was that person.
Go on, I'm interested.
It was that person who tried to burn the Union flag. Did you see that video?
Oh,
no.
Bro,
you didn't see that, no.
That's one person, G.
Oh, he's one person.
Dave, that's one.
But those people doing Nazi salutes.
You know that's
everybody.
Dave, they're doing it all the time. The Nazi salutes. Listen, if a black man was burning a flag every single day, I'd definitely say there's a problem in England. But we don't do that, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
if a black police officer was killing, if a black police officer was killing a white person unarmed, and it kept on happening every month, every time, I would be like, yo, this has got to stop. That's not right, man.
But you can understand how people would feel some kind of way, right? if someone's attacking,
Yeah,
you know, they're
Dave,
vandalizing.
I can understand the scare.
What, burning the
Dave,
flag that they
I
bought?
can understand that people don't understand what's going on, Dave. That's what you got to understand. People don't understand what's going on.
Now, Dave.
I ain't got no problem
Now,
with you,
Dave.
Dave.
Another
Dave,
question.
Dave,
Another question.
you know, in this country, Dave, yeah,
Sorry,
we have to live together, right? We got to
sorry.
look at the situation of what's going on.
Can you hear Mackie, by the way?
Yo.
Yeah.
Can you hear Mackie?
Yes. Sorry, I just wanted to
ask
Dave a question. Yeah, Dave. Yeah. So what was your point anyway by asking that question?
My point is that you're missing out actual events, and the provocation came from the other side. You're trying to make out that Tommy Robinson just woke up one day and made a video out of fresh air. And
okay,
also,
did he make
Tommy
a
Robinson,
video? Hold on one sec. Did he make a video and mention the flag burning?
Tommy Robinson has mentioned it, yeah.
He mentioned the flag burning?
Yes.
Of the Union Jack?
Yes,
or
yeah.
St. George's Cross, which one?
See, no, it was the Union flag, but you're trying to... Tommy Robinson obviously puts out more things than just one video. But look, the fact of the matter is...
Okay. So like, let's move from that point, because it wasn't about a flag, was it? It was about statues, yes?
And the flag, yes. It's about
it wasn't about burning of a flag.
No, it's about the events that happened the week before.
There's nothing you can do about someone burning a flag. That doesn't even make no sense.
Well, there is.
Just like there's nothing you can do about people doing Nazi signs in the comfort of their own area.
Yeah, but we're talking about the flag and where it is, right?
We don't care about the flag.
On the monitor.
Yeah, but Dave,
what's the flag got to do with anything?
Dave, we're talking about
you don't care about the flag.
No, I mean, yeah, because we don't care about the system, remember. We're all supposed to be united against the system. But yet you are so dumb, you're not fighting for the system. The same system that's oppressing all of you. One second, because remember, a lot of you are from the labor side, from the union side.
Yeah,
you get me? The unions were big back in the day. One second, because I'm a child of the Thatcherite era and all of that. Do you get what I'm saying? So we know what was going on in this country, why there's hooligans, and why they are the way they are.
Yeah,
this is not.
Let's look at events.
Stop it.
My guy, you're going away from the point. You're going away from the point.
No. Let's get to the point.
No, you're going away from the point.
One second.
Well,
because most of you are probably child of or grandchildren of miners. Do you get me? People who worked the mines and did industry and all of these type of things. And when the industry left your towns and cities and blah blah blah, and then the only place major for that to happen is London. Do you get me? There's a bit of angst. Do you get me? There's a bit of pissed off. The Northerners are pissed at the Southern scum. Do you get what I'm saying? That's always been a thing. Yeah. But secondly to that, in football, yeah, it's not looking out too good because all of the racists and blah, blah, blah decide to go to certain football teams that don't do well. Maybe, I don't know, is it the racist aura that's maybe making them just play shit? No matter who plays for them. And a lot of them have got black players. Millwall can't do nothing about it.
Anyway,
Chelsea can't do nothing about it. You get it?
Macri, this is complete. Look, so let's look at the policing on that day.
Yeah, forget about it.
What would it suggest?
The policing on.
Just speak
without asking questions. This is what I would say, right?
Can't you speak without asking questions? Because you're a bit annoying.
What would it suggest on that day? Because Macri's trying to paint some kind of picture that doesn't exist.
Listen.
No, Dave, I'm trying to paint a picture that does exist. Football hooligans are football hooligans. Like,
Dave, check this.
The majority of people there were not violent or hooligans.
The BLM, listen, Dave, the BLM have gone down there protesting, right? Now, I'm going to admit, the police have to be careful how they handle the protesters down there because it's all on TV. They've got to be careful, very careful how to do it.
Yeah,
so you know what they're thinking? We're fucked.
For sure.
Yeah, definitely. They're thinking we need to be nice. How we. So guess what? I wouldn't mind having a little bit of help. If that's what we're talking about, conspiracy, I wouldn't mind having a little bit of help. Tommy's voice could help us.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the way that the people on the opposing side was treated by the police was completely different to the way your side was treated. There was no help. People got. The police was fighting with them all day. So this picture that's been painted is not actually true, is it? Look, the bottom line is about 2,000 turned up about 11 o'clock that day. They never got close to where the so-called Black Lives Matter side was. They didn't
You know what it is, Dave? You know what it is, Dave? On both sides, yeah. On both sides, Dave, we will have certain people who will cause trouble, you know, that aren't there for what it's there for. You know that, Dave. You do know
I
that.
agree. I do agree.
Good, bro. That's it. And you're a decent lad, bruv. So I'm pretty sure you don't go around just causing trouble for no reason. You just want to come up here, clear some view, and speak in it because you know, bruv. Not all decent people have gone down there with cans of beer in their hand. You know they're football hooligans. That's what they want to do. They smash each other up. Don't make sense, innit? And then we've got some of these rude boys out there. We've got some of these rude boys out there, yeah, bruv, yeah. We're going. They're young. They're not like big people on this panel, yeah, where we're up here talking intelligent. You know what I mean? So it's one of them things, bro.
Yeah, there was definitely a proportion of people went there looking for violence. That is true, but the majority of people.
Majority, man. Majority. And there wasn't a lot of people. Don't ever act.
Let's spin the video. Let's play the video.
Listen.
Over 1,000 people turned up at 11 o'clock, and most of them went home. Your protest turned up about 2. Don't lie.
I'm saying it's not a lot of people, though. That's my point.
You don't lie. Over 4,000 football supporters come. What the fuck are you talking about? There was no event of violence.
No, there wasn't.
There's over 7-8 videos of them chanting racist chants, talking about they're going to pour petrol on black people. What are you on about, fool?
Over 4,000 people was not there. That's a lie. Why? Because Tommy Robinson put out a second video telling people don't go.
Tommy Robinson should have been arrested.
No,
that's the real question.
Yes, he did.
He said he's not going.
Yes, he did. On Richard Inman's stream, on Richard Inman's stream, he told people, and so did Richard Inman, don't go.
But hold on.
Have you seen that stream?
Tommy Robinson is not part of that movement.
Tommy Robinson told people, don't go.
Okay, but Tommy Robinson, anyone who follows Tommy Robinson, is not part of that movement.
What movement's that?
Football Lads Alliance, 1 second, are opposed to Tommy. You never heard no Tommy chants there. They've got their own agenda. They've been doing their thing from time. Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Better.
We know 1 second. We know in the last year there's been separation amongst them.
Yeah.
You get it? So now some are like, nah, we don't fuck with Tommy, but we still on the same cause. Do you get what I'm saying? In a sense.
No, they don't like Tommy Robinson.
Politically,
Tommy Robinson's not far right.
Right, no, but politically they share the same stance.
What is that stance? What is that stance?
Some man say, yeah, they might be far left or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, what is that? What's that stance?
Whatever Tommy is, they are. Yeah. It's just that their actions, this is the lie that he put out, right? That he left the BNP because the racist element, right, had overwhelmed it. Do you get me? So it seems like every organization supposedly he sets up, that little, you know what I mean?
You're being misleading there. Tommy Robinson did not set up the BNP, and he did not know what the BNP was until he joined it, and then when he found out what it was, he left.
The way he's dumb. That shows dumbness. That doesn't show dumbness, does it? You can't follow someone. You can't follow someone or listen to someone who's like that. Who doesn't do proper research into things he's joining. Yeah. Like, who does that?
He was a young man, and he's learning along the way. Oh yeah, because you was born with all the information.
Listen,
you was born with all the information.
As a politician,
you don't want to be a politician. What's his purpose? What's his purpose? To galvanize the working class. That's his purpose, and he's very good at it. What do you mean how? He's doing it.
You need political power to do that. Because all you're gathering is hooligans. Everybody else who can vote for someone decent. That's why you ain't got a political party. That's why you ain't got a seat in parliament. To start this argument, you're gonna need a chair. You're gonna need a seat. You're gonna need a representative. Yeah, you're jumping all over the place. Hold on 1 second. There's got to be an area in England where everybody thinks the same way. Yeah, enough to vote for an elected parliament member. Do you get me? And then beat every other party in that town, and then get theirself into parliament. Then you can start talking. Then you can start saying what you want. Until then, you're just chatting shit like the rest of us. Do you get it? So the point is, Tommy was always trying to be political, was always trying to get into politics and blah, 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 because he realized that's the only way we're going to have a say. You get it? We're going to have able to influence. Otherwise, we're just chatting shit like everyone else. We're just being prejudiced because we ain't got no power. Do you get it? You think you're being racist. Hold on, you think you're being racist, but you're not. You're being prejudiced. You ain't got no power to change anything. You don't want people in your country. That's not down to you.
Who's that? Me?
No, I'm saying certain people don't want people on that side. Don't want people in the country, right? Certain people in the country. But my point is, you don't have the power to make any change. So that's just your opinion, and nobody cares.
Yeah.
Whether it's black, white, or indifferent.
Bravo.
When you talk to me, when you talk, it's all like you're trying to convince somebody of something.
No, I'm just trying to show you the reality of what's going on.
Yeah,
because I've spoken to many. Hold on, I've spoken to many all sides. Do you get it? I've had conversations with things, and you can't even have a conversation with some of these guys. I've spoken to the Football Lads Alliance representative before. He's come to me in the park and blah blah. We've had a conversation, so I know certain things. Do you get me? I ain't part of no organizations and blah blah blah.
So what are we talking about?
Guy.
Are we talking about the protest? Are we talking about Tommy Robinson? Are we talking about
no? But you keep lying.
You're kind of all over the place.
You keep talking about he's not. He never set up the BNP. Yes, he did.
You think Tommy Robinson created the BNP?
Yes, he did.
Oh my lord, that is one of the most.
The BNP.
The BNP's been around since the 60s. How old do you think Tommy Robinson is?
No, it's not been around since the 60s.
No,
like, I'm old enough to know. I'm old enough to know, and I wasn't born in the 60s. One second.
Maku,
I wasn't born in the 60s.
Google Maku, because you sounded mad.
No,
you're about the EDL.
Combat 18, the National Front.
Right. So hold on 1 second. All these other parties existed, right? Yeah.
Oh no,
National NF, yes, National Front, always been around. Because I've been alive. Yeah. But BNP, no. Not while I've been alive.
Are you talking about the EDL? Maku, you talk about the EDL.
And they say Tommy Robinson is a child of the Thatcher era. So hold on. Just like me. So tell me where there was BNP in the time of Thatcher. Like, don't chat shit.
You are
shit to you. You see what I'm saying? Like, I live this.
Maku, you just made yourself look silly, man.
I live in England all my life.
Okay.
So you're not going to tell me.
1 second. Come on. One second. So Tommy Robinson created the BNP.
Pause a minute, but pause. Just fact check that one still.
Yeah, you are well off the mark, mate. Tommy Robinson did not create.
It was Combat 18. Then you had National Front. You had NF, which was the NF, the National Front, which was in Brighton. That was where their headquarters were.
Well, the National Front, NF,
and then
sprayed on our walls. One second.
When BNP was a baby, it was the NF that was more prominent. But in terms of when it started, he is correct. So it did start in the 80s. That is correct still.
And it was not created by Tommy Robinson.
Not 60s. 1 second. Please pause. 1 second.
Yeah, 1982 it was founded.
Thank you. Do you get
Tommy
what I'm saying?
Robinson's 36.
Thank you.
What did he find it when he was 12?
Listen. Because you're saying like there was BNP. I mean, there was BNP, right? Established and whatever in 1982.
Yeah.
Right?
And Tommy Robinson's 36. I don't even think he was born.
So the organization took a nose dive, dead, right? It's not existent because by the time I'm coming along, there's no BNP. There's no BNP until
you're talking in riddles now.
1 second, no, it's not riddles.
They were not prominent.
Point, because hold on, wait. The G18.
This is all over the place.
And all of these groups came about at the same time.
Yeah,
so
but you're still saying Tommy Robinson created the BNP.
Oh,
Tommy Robinson created the BNP, yeah, Marco?
Yes, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? It's his thing. It's bro.
Oh no! You really believe that, Mackie?
How do you believe? Oh no! Wait.
What?
So, what do you think a poster boy or poster child for the thing is?
Yeah, Nick
Like,
Griffin
it
hates
might have
Tommy Robinson,
existed
by the way.
before him. One second. It might have existed before him, but it was not prominent. National Front was prominent. National Front is in France and all of these type of countries. Do you get what I'm saying? This is proper things. It's been around as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
NF sprayed on the walls and all of that.
Yeah.
BMP only came later.
You're just rambling now.
Bro, I'm telling you.
Find me a video of Tommy Robinson promoting the BMP.
Exactly.
No, you're gonna come unstuck because
he did create it, by the way. So you should, you know.
At the end of the day, okay, this is why I said he was political, because at one stage the BMP were trying to be a political party.
Yeah, Nick Griffin.
When they even changed, when they changed their theology. One second, I was there.
Do you know Nick Griffin is?
1 second, man. I was there when they changed their theology, and started bringing man like Raj in. Do you get me? Like
Raj has never been in the BMP.
BMP been a religion.
Raj has never been in the BMP or advocated for the BMP.
I didn't say religions because
this man's a liar.
It's political. Let me tell you why it's political.
It's religion based. It's not. You mean ideology?
Nah, mate. I don't know who's talking.
Raj has never advocated for the BMP. That's another lie.
I didn't say it was Raj.
Did not create the BMP either.
Yeah, I didn't say it was Raj. Hello, I said Raj type. Yeah, meaning a Sikh. Yeah, they use the Sikh, to front their business or whatever.
What do you know about Nick Griffin?
Or their party. So
what do you know about Nick Griffin?
I don't know if you was old enough to see all that and I know all of this. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't.
With Nick Griffin,
you know absolutely nothing.
You better look it up. You better look it up.
Yeah. We'll look up as well. Tommy Robinson created.
You're going to find Tommy Robinson's name. Yes, you're going to find. How you
going to
created the organization?
Because he created
it. Listen. He just joined the organization. He didn't know what was going on, and then he left. That's what.
No, but according to you, he created the BMP.
I'm saying that's what Dave's saying, right?
No, you said
he joined the organization. Hold on 1 second.
Messy.
He joined the organization now.
Yeah,
he joined the organization. He didn't know what was going on. When he found out there was a racist element in that organization.
No, when he found out they was racist, the BMP is racist. It's not an element. They are racist.
Tommy Robinson's words. 1 second. In his organization, this is what he said. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. These are not my words. These are his words.
His organization.
I made sure. 1 second. 1 second. I made sure I did research on the individual. This is a problem that has traveled through 2 years because people didn't do research on the individual before they. 1 second. 1 second. Please, man, let me finish, man.
You're spreading lies and misinformation.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
you're talking absolute nonsense, my friend.
What's happened is, we've got clear examples. So we've got like Sarah.
Tommy Robinson creating the BMP.
Bruh.
No, we can't get away from the fact you said Tommy Robinson created the BMP.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Tommy Robinson created BMP?
Yeah, that's what Maku said.
I don't even think Tommy Robinson was born when it was created. But anyway.
But as a party and as a political force, Tommy Robinson's the one.
Oh, Lord. Yeah.
I did say poster boy. Hold on 1 second. I mentioned certain things, right? Poster boy, Thatcherite, a child of Thatcher. Do you get what I'm saying? He came up in the child of Thatcher, milk snatcher, whatever. Do you get what I'm saying?
In a way, Dave.
So at the end of the day,
mate. Yeah, mate. Go on, yeah. Maku, yeah. Let's
Dave,
else speak,
you know, Tommy told them to go down there, right? It came from his mouth to go down there. He made up the idea to go down there, right? I told people not to go down there in the video. I watched it. But guess what, Dave? The damage has already been done because you know what? It's a free country. And you know what, Dave? If you've got an issue about something, you can go and march. You can go and protect them statues.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course. But Natty, see that I see where I'm looking at it is the problem started before the video, and it started with someone trying to burn the Union flag and vandalize
the Union Jack. Listen, Dave. Then let me ask you something, Dave. Where was the EDL and all these football hooligan fans not protecting my next door neighbour down the road with his flag standing up? That's silly. We know he's upset.
What flag's that?
Right?
Union Jack should represent every citizen.
Natty, can I just
what I'm trying to say to you,
the EDL does not exist anymore, my friend. The EDL is not an organisation.
All right, cool. Yeah, no. It's who is it now? Who is it now? Britain First, isn't it?
Yeah, no, there's different factions. You've got the
Right.
DFLA and
Different.
stuff like this.
Right. So which one is Tommy
All right.
part of
So-
now?
Well, Tommy is a part of a thing called Hearts of Oak. It's a Tommy Robinson's thing is called Hearts of Oak.
Hearts
Yeah.
of Oak, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And obviously, as I said earlier,
Okay.
he's separate from all of these organizations because I've spoken to the Football Lads
Yeah,
Alliance guys.
Tommy's
And-
independent.
Right. And you
Yeah,
told
Tommy
me,
left-
Jupiter,
Tommy-
1 second. You told me, Jupiter, in the last year, there's been wranglings where people have separated ideals and they don't necessarily agree with. Yeah, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, the far
So
right
I
don't
know-
like Tommy Robinson.
I know that even
So-
him telling people to come down, yeah, then is that his people or is it these people from these other organizations? It seems like it's these people from these other organizations who don't necessarily agree with him.
Yeah, but Maku, people fought away before he put that video out. You got to understand that. Winston Churchill
Yeah, but
is a
people-
national
Yeah.
hero.
I hear you. But no one, I mean, no one ripped down Winston Churchill. No one rips down.
But they did
Winston
vandalize.
Churchill. What they put? No, I don't think it's vandalizing to put something saying Black Lives Matter on a black statue. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like it's Winston Churchill, and if Winston Churchill was about freedom and supposed thing, which it turns out that he might have had some racist views himself. Do you get what I'm saying? It just it's really bad, isn't it? But it's not worth like tearing down the statue.
Yeah, but Dave-
because, 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not worth tearing down the statue
Dave,
unless
not all of us,
you
Dave.
agree.
Not all of us agreed
Hold
with
on.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And if
that
people
we
go
agree.
down there to protect the statue, that's up to them to go down there and protect the statue, Dave. It's up to them to go down there and protect the statue if they feel like it.
Yeah, Natty, I understand.
That's all I'm trying to say to you.
Yeah, it's a small majority on both. Sorry, it's a small
But
amount.
what Maku's saying is, what Maku's saying is right, is that we don't need to. We've got a bigger. We know who the problem is because, like we're trying to say, you've got a problem with something. We've got a problem. We go to the government and they're like, yeah. Where's it gonna end, bruv? We gotta look at it, yeah. That we're the ones who make the country run, bruv. We go to work, we pay our taxes, we do what we have to do.
Yeah.
So, and when little things like when certain things like this happen and but certain things pop up, we've got to use our smart brains to think: is it really worth it? Who are we fighting for? What is this all about? Can I understand it? And a lot of it does go back to the history, Dave.
Right. And the
To understand, a lot of it does go to the history.
and the trade unionists and the labourers and the conservatives.
Yes.
Like, this is
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, let me just say
Dave,
this, yeah.
you know when the Caribbean come over, you know when the Caribbeans come over, right? We
the
helped out a lot with the factory work and everything like that, right?
Yeah.
And you guys were in a little bit of power, but we helped build it up and everything. But don't forget, I would feel a little bit away. I don't know who you are. You hardly speak. It takes a little bit of time, yeah, for people to start getting to realize that we are the new generation, right? And we don't need to be messing with each other like that anymore.
Exactly.
With the new generation, we know what happened in the past.
In the past, yeah.
And you're not going to have someone being racist and disrespectful to your country. Yeah, you're not going to have it. Yeah, because you're like, you know what? It's about respect, and we're not going to have someone disrespect us. That's it.
Yeah,
when we click our heads together, we think, all right, you know what? You know what, Dave? When it comes to Black Lives Matter and everything, just understand that we're talking about certain things that are happening just to black people.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah,
join us, bruv. And if you care, join us, bruv. And put in
the
input.
Black Lives- the
Say,
Black
yeah, you
Lives-
know what? I've noticed something. It's not right. What's going on?
But
Yeah.
one thing though, Dave.
My guy, let me
we're
respond,
clear.
man.
One
Jesus
second.
Christ.
We're clear though that the Black Lives Matter thing. Do you get what I'm saying? There's two different things. There's the organization which is funded by Free Lesbians and George Soros. Do you get what I'm saying? But I'm saying that the Black Lives Matter that we know, is basically the general public. Do you get it? Because everyone, innit? It's like, everyone who's pissed off about the situation, Corona, being locked in their house, you know what I mean? Everybody's just come out, innit?
Yeah, I completely understand that.
Come on, Jack.
Right. So now,
Black Lives Matter.
You know what, Dave?
Now, if certain people decide that they want to do their own Combat 18, that's another story or another thing we can talk about. Do you get me? Or maybe not talk about, because you know it is what it is. Do you get it? So that's the whole point. But my point is, like, when you're talking about Black Lives Matter, you're talking about the general public of England and London, and you know what I mean? These places.
Racists. I hate racists. I don't hate a colour. I don't hate a colour. We don't like racists. Do you know what? That's who we're hunting out, are the racists. We don't like colour. And I've got racists in my own community. Listen, Dave, I've got black people being racist towards me. And I have to hunt them out, bro. So don't think like
it's gotta be universal.
It's all just a thing like that. But we're not having it now, bro.
Definitely. But
we're honest with you, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up with racism, and obviously it's not a nice thing, but you know, you work it out.
Look, the label within itself, Black Lives Matter, I don't think many people actually have a problem with that. It's the politics behind the movement, right? But look, working class people has nothing to do with working class people. That is no skin off the establishment's nose, right? So working class people are going to fight working class people, because that's what we are, right? We're working class people.
Right.
So if we're going to stand out here and kill each other and all this stuff, the establishment don't give a shit. They don't care. So if they can
benefit.
Yeah, exactly.
And the police force and the court system and the lawyers and the judges and the, you know what I mean? If we all decided we ain't doing shit, we're all going to behave ourselves. Yeah. No crime. Imagine that. We all say, you know what? We're not going to do no domestic violence. You guys do domestic violence and, you know, smash up and vandalize stuff. You get me? We kill each other and do other mad stuff and sell drugs, and you know what I mean? Like if we all decide to stop doing what we're doing, right? Some people are out of a job completely. Do you get me? That's a good way to affect the system. Police ain't got no job. Who are you policing if everybody looks after themselves?
I don't want to get rid of police though. Sorry.
Yeah, I know you would.
What are we talking about now? Because once again, I'm a bit lost.
That's racism. That's racism right there. Do you get me? The fact that I already told you that they're institutionally racist and you would keep them. Interesting.
Yeah, but Maka, in the last 10 years...
I would change them, but I don't want to get rid of them. I don't want...
Now you would change them.
I don't want to police the state.
Yeah, but if you look at the statistics from deaths in custody, the overwhelming majority of them are white working class men. In the last 10 years, 10 black people have died in police custody. The other 300 and something were white people. So what does that suggest?
That's in custody. So
yeah,
we're talking on the street.
I'll answer that question, Dave.
We're talking on the street.
Dave,
1 second.
Dave, I'll answer that question.
We're talking.
Dave,
we're saying on the street and on the road.
Mackie, let me answer that question. Let me answer that question, Mackie.
In custody, we don't care about custody.
Dave, I'll answer that question. Yeah,
we're talking about people being Edson being strangled in the shop in an off license. Do you get me? A George Floyd thing in an off license.
Dave,
man, they don't care, brother. There's no point in talking that.
They don't.
They don't care.
Take time.
So
Dave, I'll tell you what it is. Take time. Take time. Dave, in America, you had a white boy go up in the school with a gun, shooting up people. Shooting up people.
Yeah, right? But I'm not American.
You know what they did
in America? So.
Wait. Yeah, I know. But let me just tell you something, right? We're talking about black unarmed men with on their hands or knees doing exactly what the police officer says, and the police officer has a problem with this person, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. Now, when someone told the statistics about, there's more white people are being killed, that's because they were armed, dangerous, acting erratic.
So this weekend there was over 100 people injured.
There's a big difference.
Again, we're talking about America.
Jupiter, there's a big difference.
America, man.
All right, so Dave, in England, listen to this.
All right, so let's bring
black people. Wait a minute. Black people account for 3% of the population, but 8% of deaths in custody.
Right.
Do you understand that, Dave? So when you're talking about there 300 white people, I'm not. No, my God, you're gonna have to learn some manners, like
what's
seriously.
the time frame on that? They're 90. How many years is that over?
What do you mean? What's the time frame?
No, how many years is that over? Is that the last 10 years, the last 50 years?
Hold on a second. Hold on.
So what was yours?
10
the
years.
Last 10 years, he said.
Look, there was a
Well, the lie
black lad.
detector says that was a lie.
No,
Do
hold
you get
on.
me? Because
Yeah, hold
obviously that doesn't even make no sense.
Look, there was a black lad. Yeah, he was kicked out of a nightclub. It happens, right? We've all experienced it. And the police broke his neck and he gave him brain damage, permanent brain damage. I ain't seen nobody talk about this guy. I want to see people talk about things happening in the UK. I keep hearing about America. You got to start telling people what's going on here, because you know what I mean. If you're not talking about the things that happen in here, you know this guy didn't get no protest, and the fucking police broke his neck for fuck's sake.
So this is just more whataboutism, like
no,
seriously.
it's not. It's about
no, it is, man. It is because
identify the cases in Britain. I'm saying that. I'm not saying don't talk about it. I'm saying there are cases in Britain. Then talk about them. We'll keep talking about America.
Listen, who's talking about America?
Natty just brought up America.
Oh, sorry.
I'm talking about the UK.
Yeah, sorry, I was just making an
what's
example.
the best for us?
Yeah,
I'm talking about. I wasn't talking about America. What are you talking about? You was talking about America. I'm talking about England. I'm talking about things that have happened. People have been strangled in off licenses in England. Young black males. Do you get me? That was only less than 2 years
that
ago.
man
So,
wasn't being strangled. They were getting the drugs out of his throat, and he died of a drugs overdose.
Oh man, come on, man! A young youth we're talking about.
Yeah, that
Edson,
young
his name is. His name is Edson.
Throat to swallow it,
that,
they can get caught.
No, man, you got a put more respect on people's name. He's a 15-year-old child. Do you get me? But you know, our children grow very big. Do you get me? So for a police officer who might only be, there's no regulation height. 1 second.
Yeah,
there's
you
no
might
regulation.
be talking about a different kid then, because
1 second, man. The regulation height. There's no regulation height in the police force no more. So they got some short ass officers. So sometimes when they see a young 15-year-old, yeah, he looks like a grown man to them. Do you get me? And they could easily make that mistake and then jump on him, and you get what I'm saying? And that's what's happened in a couple of occasions, whether it's here or America. Do you get what I'm saying? So this is what happens. We know this. Police pull guns and shoot us where I'm from. Do you get me? But obviously that's going to cause craziness.
How many police shootings has there been in the last 10 years where the police have actually shot a man, killed him?
Oh shit, loads. In my area, police kill. They only kill. If guns come out from back in the day, police have always had guns. This is the funny thing that some people think.
Yeah,
they don't surrender to hostage situations. Usually that ends up with the hostage taker being taken down, and they only aim for the head. So this is something I grew up with knowing. I've seen hostage situations, the road taped off. I'm thinking, that guy's dead. The moment he pops his head out the curtain, bang. You get me? They don't mess about. This is something I always known.
Right. Let me just quickly read something, yeah? This is from the UK's independent fact-checking charity, yeah? Fact-checking charity, yeah?
Right.
And the claim, and this is dated the 5th of August, 2016, okay? The claim, there have been about 1,500 deaths in police custody since 1990. And about 1/3 of those who died were from Black and minority ethnic backgrounds. Conclusion, about 1/10 of identified deaths in police custody were people from Black and minority ethnic backgrounds. This is based on figures from the charity inquest, which has identified 1,563 deaths in total during or following police contact in England and Wales since 1990.
Wow.
Yeah, there's been 13 in the last 10 years. That's on fact check site as well. But at the end of the day, there's been 13 black people killed in the last 10 years. But when you look at deaths in custody, you have to also look at where they just. So there were some that were terrorists that were killed, and then also deaths in custody would include people that had swallowed drugs.
Does that make it okay?
It would include other people that was not in it. Was not nothing to directly to a policeman. So you have to
okay that they were terrorists, so they must die. Does that make sense?
If they're being shot to prevent them killing other people, yeah, it makes sense, and I agree with it.
I get you. Oh, you mean terrorists like that? I'm saying in custody. How are you terrorist in custody, and then being shot?
It goes on. BAME
Right.
people
So
have made up about 1/3 of those shot by the police since 2004, according to a third set of figures from the Independent Police Complaints Commission. These suggest 8 people from Black and minority ethnic communities died in police shootings from 2004 to 2004, 2005 to 2015, 2016, out of a total of 27. Yeah. Yeah, and I know Jupiter's intelligent. You get me? So she knows about fractions and percentages. It goes on to say,
No, sorry, Auntie. Yeah, go on, and say that. Run the statistics, and I'll
No, so I
try
was
and.
just saying, yeah. So let me just repeat that again, right? BAME people have made up about 1/3 of those shot by the police since 2004, according to a third set of figures from the Independent Police Commission. These suggest 8 people from Black and minority ethnic communities died in police shootings from 2004 to 2005 to 2015, 2016, out of a total of 27. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So someone quickly do the maths as a percentage. All right. And then we can keep going because
33% was Black people and the other 66%, 2/3 were white people. Yeah. That's proportionate to the population, I would say. Because
really.
the last figures show that there's probably about what? 70% white people in the country.
No, there's not. Stop all that.
She just heard. This is what I'm saying. Snipes, wait.
You see what I'm
Snipes,
saying?
1 minute,
You're a
brother.
liar. You see what I'm saying?
Wait, family. I just want to show
already,
you.
And now you're gonna come
wait. Snipes.
3 people are white getting killed.
Snipes, I want to show you.
No, you're saying 70% of the population is white. 70. You're gonna stick to that when we know different. Like, stop all your bullshit, man. Are you dumb? You get me? And then the 10%, wait. The 10% that is other, yeah, which is Europeans, yeah, it's still white. So my whole point, you got to say, you are 98% of the population. Fuck's sake. That's why you ain't moaning about if it changes.
People shot by police are white. Can't get away from that fact. She's just told us that.
You're the majority of the population. How is that proportionate? We ain't more than Asians. We ain't more than Asians in this country. We ain't more than some other groups in this country.
Well, she did say the figures were Black and minorities, because she did say BAME. She didn't say just Black.
No, I'm saying we're less than a lot of other groups that could be considered Black. Do you get me? Like Asians and blah blah blah. We're a lot of, you know what I mean?
Because that's why she mentioned what Auntie Nine mentioned. Black and ethnic minorities. Black and ethnic minorities doesn't just mean just Black people. There is also people who are Asians, people who are Polish, you know, Eastern European involved in that. But one thing
they call the other. No, the Asians are so large, they have a percentage of their own.
Yeah.
Where we're like 14%, they're like closer to no, are they like they're 14% and we're 8 or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to chime in there because we're talking about when we're talking about these statistics overall, like one thing we need to understand is that statistics in relation to, we're comparing the large group of Black people who are mostly based in London to elsewhere. I'm not saying that there is no Black people in Birmingham and Manchester and other places, but majority of Black people are in London. So when we're talking about the statistics of you know, Black people being killed in police custody compared to white people, majority of those places, like I said, outside of London, are mostly majority white. So of course, in those areas, they're gonna have just as much influence because of them being poor white people as well who are affected and whatnot. And
crime don't have no color.
So when another thing we need to I feel like we always go on about the whole what's it called, Black people being killed in police custody, and that I'm not saying that that's not a thing to go upon. I feel like one thing we need to look into as well is how Black people are being policed more, because I was checking up statistics like about this stuff the other day about in terms of the population. Like I said, black people are the minority, but are for some reason heavily policed. And then some people will bring data and say that, well, this is the reason why they're being heavily policed, because they're more prone to violence. But obviously, if we get to the nitty gritty of it, it all comes down to poverty. Poverty breeds violence. So, yeah, that is one thing we can do. Another thing.
Or is it poverty or is it police?
Yeah, it is obviously. I'll say this though. When we talk about black people and violence and whatnot, a lot of and it's weird because when I was checking this up here, it doesn't give account of other places like Liverpool or Birmingham or Belfast and all these places. What it does tend to do with especially with statistics that when it looks into violence and whatnot, is they lump London and compare it to West Midlands. Now, when we talk about area of West Midlands isn't a city. It's not a city. London's a city. How can you be comparing one city to the whole of an area? So when you have to break it down now, when you break it down to places like Liverpool and these and Birmingham and or Wolverhampton and what these places, you have to look at. I think that's the best way. They should be looking at statistics to see what's individually happening. And when you do break it down like that, the same crimes that you're hearing about in London and people that are getting imprisoned or whatever, not imprisoned, but like getting involved in and whatnot, you're hearing it in poor white areas as well, just the same. And no one ever goes to say, oh, it's that because you hear right when they say that, oh, well, black people are just violent, that's why we have to police them more. But you see the same thing going on in the white communities and elsewhere, but it never gets brought up. I
think another thing we have to look at is the level of policing, because I've been to other cities and towns in this country, and the policing is different.
Yeah.
You know, you get two women in a police car and all of that, and they're polite and all of that. I go Reading, you know what I mean? I've been to many cities, and it's like the policing is not as heavy. The Metropolitan Police is a force unto itself.
Yeah.
Do you get me? 100%. It's like the best in Europe and one of the best in the world.
It's so excellent that they had somebody there that just slaughtered 3 people. Rest in peace, those 3 people.
Who? What, in Reading?
Yeah.
Because that was the fault of the police, right?
That makes no sense. That makes no sense.
So now you're blaming the Reading Constabulary for someone stabbing people. Is that what you're doing now, Juba?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that intelligence would have led them to believe
talking rubbish, man.
This man was violent. He was only released from prison fucking 16 days earlier.
Cool. So
been more heavily monitored.
So whose fault is it then?
What happens
is it the probation service? Is it the prison service?
The real terrorists and jihadists. There was an article yesterday that was brought out to show that there's £4 million being put into monitoring terrorists, which isn't a lot of money. And because of so many reports to prevent about the far right, which turn out to be false most of the time anyway, it takes away.
We're getting distracted by this.
This is what I'm saying, man. But let me just go on to read something else, though, family. Yeah.
She just chatting shit right now.
Yeah, let me go on, because at the end of the day, we can't deal with this with emotions and all the rest of it, yeah? Because we know it's logic over emotion, yeah? And we also know that there's a lot of ill-informed and ill-educated people out here that just go with their feelings and emotions. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because the person that we're speaking to at the moment, for example, believes that white people were lynched in America at the same rate as black people. In some things, the person that we're speaking to at the moment equates black slavery to white identity. Okay, family. Wow. So I'm saying that we have to be very careful with the mindset with which we are speaking to. Because this person does not acknowledge facts. Okay. Okay, this person did not want to acknowledge that there was any slavery in Britain. Yeah, this person didn't want to acknowledge anything like that.
One at a time, though. One at a time, though.
Leave the emotion out.
That's not emotion. That's facts and logic. Your emotion. So let me go on and read on anyway. BME deaths in police custody. Okay, and again, this is by inquest. Okay, and I'm using these because they're coming with facts and figures and statistics. Yeah, not just feelings and emotions and seeing things through very skewed glasses. Okay, so it goes. The disproportionately, so the disproportionality in the use of force against Black people adds to the irrefutable evidence of structural racism embedded in policing practices. Deborah Coles, Director of Inquest. Inquest's ongoing case work and monitoring shows that 14% of deaths in police custody or otherwise following contact with the police since 1990 were Black, Asian, and minority ethnic people. This is proportionate to the population at the 2011 census. However, people of Black and Asian and minority ethnic die disproportionately as a result of use of force or restraint by the police, raising serious concerns of institutional racism as a contributory factor in their deaths. The proportion of BAME deaths in custody where restraint is a feature is over 2 times greater than it is in other deaths in custody. The proportion of BME deaths in custody where use of force is a feature is over 2 times greater than it is in deaths in custody. The proportion of BME deaths in custody where mental health related issues are a feature is nearly 2 times greater than it is in other deaths in custody. Okay, it goes on.
Right, okay.
I'm not finished. I am not finished. Thank you very much. In October 2017, the landmark independent review of deaths and serious incidents in police custody by Dame English Agioli QC was published, commissioned by Theresa May when she was Home Secretary. The review called for action in tackling discrimination. It recognized the disproportionate number of deaths of people from Black, Asian, and minority ethnic groups following restraint and the role of institutional racism and police training, and concluded that the deaths of people from BME communities, in particular young Black men, resonate with the Black community's experience of systematic racism. In January 2018, the Independent Office for Police Conduct replaced the Independent Police Complaints Commission. Dame Ann Owers, the outgoing IPCC chair, urged for the relationship between ethnicity and use of force to be looked at closely. In April 2018, a group of United Nations experts commented on structural racism being rooted at the heart of British society. Group of human rights experts cited police data showing a disproportionate number of people from ethnic minorities died as a result of excessive force. Yeah, and it gives a breakdown of that. Yeah, but I'll stop there. Yeah, because I can see people are itching.
No, I'd rather have the breakdown than emotive words. So
okay.
What?
Well, she came with figures, then a load of waffle, but she don't want to give us the breakdown. So give us the breakdown.
Just broke it down. Did you not listen to any of it?
No, she didn't.
No, but the thing is, see, it's not a problem.
She came on and she said something like 14%, right? So that means that what? 86% were white. But when it gets to the breakdown, she can't be bothered. So I said, can we have the breakdown?
She just broke something down, and she was talking about.
No, she said, and then we have the breakdown. I'm going to stop there.
Hold on,
so we have the breakdown.
No, so just listen to what I'm saying, please. Yeah, she just said to you that in terms of force used in certain communities, it's more 2 times more in certain Black and ethnic minorities, amongst Black and ethnic minorities in custody than other people who are non black and white and
could go I
ethnic
could get
minorities.
a report written by somebody else that could interpret the figures completely the other way.
I don't even know what to say to that. Like, I honestly don't know how to reply to that. If that's how you think that, oh, so it could be interpreted the other way, then why are you here? Like, why are you coming on the panel to argue with us if we're saying that this information? Like,
Point of view. What, you just want an echo chamber?
No, we don't want an echo chamber. We just want people to be sincere about when they argue about their arguments. But you're not sounding sincere.
I believe.
I know you believe, but believe is not what we do. We do facts here.
You just asked me a question. I'm answering it. If you don't want an answer, fine,
no
carry on.
No problem. Sorry, go on. Sorry, go on.
I believe that people that understand that the police do need to have changes in their policies and procedures and everything else, and that it affects all people, not just one group, and the people we need to stand with, not people that are only focused on one group's problems.
Uncle Maku, do you have anything to say to that?
Huh?
Do you have anything to say?
You know what, like statistics and all of that, like I found it kind of interesting. Do you get what I'm saying? And kind of based in some truth that I've experienced. You get what I'm saying? So like it makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean,
like that people are ill. Do you know what I mean? Mental health, we seem to be the highest on the chart. Do you get what I'm saying? And they're always in prison, or you know what I mean? And then they realize that they're mad, and then they send them to another institution. Like there's a lot of that going on. But one thing I wanted to address that Jupiter said, like she said that terrorists came out of prison. That means you're confessing and admitting there is no reform in prison of any type, whether it's for terrorists or even criminals. One second. No, or even for terrorists or even criminals. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, to an extent, Maku, I agree with you to an extent. I do think the prison needs to be overhauled.
Where do you disagree with him?
And I do believe that the police need to be overhauled. Yes, I don't disagree on them.
Yeah, but you're saying Reading police was like at fault. They're not at fault. Definitely not. Do you get what I'm saying? Like a man's actions is a man's actions.
Okay, if you believe the police are doing a really good job, that's fine.
I didn't say a really good job. I didn't say a really good job. I just said that then in that situation they're not culpable. Like it's just obvious, isn't it? It's like it's not something that they could think. A man comes into a park and
you
kills
don't think you should
a number of people.
You can't say the system's failing and then say, but they're not. That's what you've just done.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the policing in other areas of the country is a lot more relaxed, it seems, because those type of situations can happen. Yeah, and but we're not going to blame the police for it. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, but sniper, let's stay focused though still, yeah? Let's stay focused, right? Because at the end of the day, yeah, we've just read some statistics on our deaths in custody, this, that, and the other, and it's just simply being glazed over like it's nothing.
Yeah,
really. And this is the point I'm trying to make. You know what I'm saying to you? This is really what we're dealing with right now, innit? There was no, all it was, well, I don't think that goes on. Remember, this is facts and figures from proper people that are doing the investigation. You with me? So what that is showing you, for myself at least, is that you know what I mean? They're not here to care about whatever, you know. They're just here to give their own agenda, this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? And we need to stay focused, because now we're going to go into terrorism. And then from terrorism, where that's going to go, sniper. And that's not what we're here talking about.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not even saying that.
But I'm just showing you it, because you know how the thing set from. She mentions terrorism.
My thing, as I explained, was with the police force in different areas compared to the Metropolitan Police. Metropolitan Police is a whole different entity to, we're saying, Berkshire or wherever. Do you get what I'm saying? They run their. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's not here or there right now, Star. So that's
it's kind of here or there, because with our one, we've got MI6, we've got all of these buildings and all of these organizations and Secret Service and all of that working in tandem, the army and all of that, and you know what I mean, within London. And then we've got the city of London, and we living out of London, most of us.
I hear what you're saying, but I just wanted Auntie Nine, if you could again just say the stats, what it was talking about when in relation to the two times more
Two
likely.
times more.
Two times, yeah.
You mentioned that again because Jupiter said that you didn't say anything. So I want maybe.
Yeah, but the thing is though, babe, we know what I said, yeah, and people who are intelligent and know the thing, they're gonna accept what they heard. There's nothing that you're gonna be able to tell her that she's gonna accept because she's going, oh,
give her the benefit of the doubt.
I'll do it again, no problem. No problem. The proportion of deaths in custody where restraint.
Sorry, Auntie.
All right, no problem. I can do that. That's not a problem.
Let Nine
The
go and then.
proportion of deaths in custody where restraint is a feature is over 2 times greater than it is in other deaths in custody. The proportion of deaths in custody where use of force is a feature is over 2 times greater than it is in deaths. Sorry, let me say that again. Sorry, Bob. The proportion of BME deaths in custody where use of force is a feature is over 2 times greater than it is in other deaths in custody. The proportion of BME deaths in custody where mental health related issues are a feature is nearly 2 times greater than it is in deaths in other custody. Let me go back up again. Okay, let's go back. Do you want me to also go through where we spoke about the United Nations and the police commission and their findings, or?
If they've got stats that show what we're saying, I don't want you to be reading the whole thing because then people just get lost in information and just briefly summarize it maybe if you can.
I mean, like there's some graphs here, but it'll be, I don't know, it'll be hard to try to summarize it verbally.
Just go through it then, read it through if you want to. It's not just for us; it's for the audience as well, not for just Jupiter. Like the audience can hear this as well, innit?
By Statistica, percentage of deaths in police custody in England and Wales between 2008 to 9 and up to date 2018 to 19 by ethnicity. 85% of white deaths was in police custody compared to 86% of the white population. So there you go. It's proportional. I don't know what she's going on about.
Yeah, post those facts and figures, and I'll look into them because I don't think it's just as simple as what you're saying. So just post them into the back chat. I'll look into them so I can probably scrutinize them because if that's possible, Jupiter. But yeah, sorry, Auntie, if you can go through that quickly.
Okay, so I'm trying to. So what stats do you want apart from what I just said, like the actual? Because there's a table, right? And it goes, for example, there's a table, and that's what I'm saying, which goes.
No, you can read the whole thing of what you were saying that you were going to read out, just so she knows that there's authorities that are not denying this and they're actually agreeing with what we're saying. So,
I see. In terms of okay, I got you. All right. Okay.
Do you trust the authority now? Then you believe the authority are on your side now?
No, we don't trust the authority, but
you want to quote them? Okay,
this is the point, Jupiter. This is the point, Jupiter. If white people, who are in authority can admit this, then there should be no doubt that you can now look at them and say, okay, there is.
Why would I trust the same establishment that are trying to force an agenda? Why would I trust them?
So what agenda they're trying to on this situation? Are they trying to?
I believe they're trying to use divide and conquer between the people.
Okay.
Right. So that's what we're getting at. This is what Raf's trying to say. Why?
Yeah, she said
this
it's
is the same thing,
rule.
Jupiter. This is
she said it's divide and rule. We agree there's divide and rule. We just disagree with how it's going down.
1681 in America, they carry it on.
Jupiter. Okay, yeah, but Jupiter, listen, right? There's divide and conquer, right? But these are the things what Goddess is reading out are the things that on one side of the divided are thinking, bloody hell, this is what's happening to us. Yeah. And these are the people
that's what they
who
want
are
you to
hold on. These are the divide and conquer people telling us, that you are certain times more likely to get stopped. These are the people in the force. These are the people, what you're talking about, causing divide and conquer. So you can't deny it now.
Yes. But the people that are telling you to be a victim and believe in oppression are the ones doing it. Yeah.
You're just being a victim. All right, no problem. Go on, Auntie, please.
But see, this is what I'm saying. It's pointless. It's just pointless.
Yeah, it is.
Just I'm saying to you. To be fair, it's just pointless, man.
This is why I prefer to just call a Karen and just keep it.
I'm not saying I'm crying out that I'm a victim. I'm saying that people of my race are being victimized. I might tell you next week the same story. If I tell you next week, oh, do you know what, Jupes? I was walking down the road, minding my own business. They came and stopped me, searched me, chucked me up against the wall, pulled down my pants in front of the view of the public. What are you going to say? That I'm crying? That I'm crying?
No, I wouldn't say that. What I'm saying to you is that there is racism going on, but that it's not as it's being put forward. And it doesn't. Let me finish.
We didn't make up these statistics. Hold on. We didn't make up these statistics.
No,
look, your government have made up these statistics.
Our government.
Sorry, our government.
Yeah, our government are trying to do divide and rule. So what they do is they make one group think that they're more oppressed than another group by the other group.
Your government is telling you. What happens is telling you what's going on, and you're still not accepting it.
Look.
Sorry.
I'm not saying that there's not racism, but I don't believe it only affects one group. I think there's prejudice that goes from different communities.
We have prejudice, but one has power with it.
In between,
I
think there's an agenda being played, and I do believe that it's coming from the same establishment that you're now relying on for your figures. You've got to ask yourself, why would they want you to believe in their figures when they're against you?
Yeah, that's true, but it happens. Though.
All right, hold on a minute. Wait. No. Let's.
That's true, but it happens.
First of all, foremost, who are we calling they in this instance, please?
But people that are in the elite, the 1%,
of the black population.
Wait. Who are we calling they in this instance?
Which group?
Whoever you're referring to as they, that we are now taking their statistic, they, who are you talking about?
Oh, in your case, you're taking it from an established government.
Did you hear what I said? Hold on a minute. Wait.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Did you hear? Did you listen to where the source came from?
Well, to be fair, I was talking to Natty, and Natty said that
no. You were not talking to Natty. When I started speaking,
Yes, I was. Natty asked me a question. He said, do I not understand that our own governments are saying these things? That's what he said.
Right. Okay. So let me speak now. But you need to listen. When I started reading this, did you listen to the source of it?
No, to be fair, I tried to listen to the figures, but then you went on waffling, and then when we got to the breakdown, you refused to give it to us.
No,
okay. No, it's all right. It's all right. Right. Okay. So you didn't listen to the source?
No, because I looked it up myself and I found Statistica, the first story there, that told me that 86% of the population is white and 85% of deaths in custody are white. So therefore, it's proportionate to the population. I didn't need to go no further.
Okay, so your answer is no, Nine. I didn't listen to the source.
No, because I've already found a conflicting source compared to yours.
Okay, you didn't listen to the source.
Can you give me that
so
source?
I'll go back to the question again. When you're saying to me their statistics, whose statistics did I read out?
I'm not bothered because I found, no matter who you tell me who they are, I've already found stats online that contradict yours. Like I said, with statistics, they can be played around with and muddled with, and anybody that is good at maths can play around with percentages to make the story fit the narrative.
Okay,
so
and this is why waiting, and then I'm going to shut up. And this is what, Natty, I beg you, let me just finish and you lot can talk, right? This is why I'm saying, family, this is pointless. It's a waste of our energy, and it takes us off the focus, because they're not even willing to listen. Yeah, they're just here with their own agenda. How are you going to hear something? Yeah, and then say they, and you don't even know what it is you're talking about. Like, what is this?
Okay,
this is no. This is some low IQ shit, man. Like, seriously, low IQ and emotional logic over emotion. We're dealing with over here, man. Like, seriously, big up yourself, Nings. Big up yourself, Natty. You lot can take over, man. Like, but just remember what you're dealing with, yeah. Please.
I accept that you must be so inferior and I'm low IQ. What was the name of the people that I gave you my stats from?
Statica.
Statica, was it? No, it wasn't. Raf was right. Statistica. So this Statistica, yeah. Why do you disagree with their findings?
Okay, Jupiter.
Wait. Did you hear? Wait, Nins. Did you hear anyone disagree with their findings, bro?
Oh, so you agree with my stats as well as your own?
I have not. No, Jupiter. You've got to calm down, bro. Jupiter, calm down, bro. You're going ahead of yourself, Jupiter, and you're not. Jupiter, listen, man. If you're gonna try to have a conversation, have a conversation. This is stupid, man. She's done, man. She's done, man.
Stop. I'm gonna shut this whole thing down. Hold on. Natty, brother, let me shut this whole thing down 1 second, yeah? 1 second. Jupiter, listen carefully to what you're saying, yeah? You said you're using Statistica, yeah? And you're saying that we're agreeing with that statistics, yeah? Can you bring those statistics back up on your screen as you did before? And I'm going to show you how you're shooting yourself in the foot.
No, I can't. All you got to do is rewind.
Okay, then. Okay, no problem.
Look, come on now.
I got the statistics right here as well, yeah?
Have you got it? Put it in the back so I can see it.
So watch this, yeah? So she says that the 86% of the population is white.
Yeah.
And 85% of the population, I mean, the deaths in custody are done on white people, right? So it's, as you said, proportionate to the population, right?
Yeah.
Did you look at the black statistic now? Now look at the black statistic. It's exactly what 9EFA just said before. You just conveniently look past that. It said 3% of the population are black, and it said 8% are killed in police custody. And that is at least 2 times more likely than the average population to get killed in police custody would be black people. So if you know about anything about maths, if there's 3% of a population somewhere and they're getting killed at 8%, that is highly disproportionate, as we would say, than the white counterparts, because the white counterparts are 86% of the population, and yet they get killed 85% of the statistics in police. Do you comprehend that, Jupiter? Can you comprehend that?
It's the same statistic.
How is that white people's fault?
Okay.
It's the black people that are not proportionally representing themselves. How is that a white person's problem? It's not our problem. It's the black person's problem. And when it's the black person's problem, you can't blame it on the white man.
I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just bringing up the flaws in your argument.
But 90s, because she's saying that it's due to racism.
No, forget about all of that. You brought up Statistica like it was going to support your point, but really you shot yourself in the foot.
Exactly.
We represent ourselves.
Go back to it. Jupiter, go back to it.
You don't. Fault is with you lot, not with us.
No, Jupiter. Jupiter, go back to that statistic now and look carefully and go to the black side now and see the 3% of the population to the 8% that's getting killed in police custody. Then you will see is exactly what 9EFA was reading to you earlier on. Then you brought that up as to somehow act like it was going to counter her claim, but you just supported her claim.
I want to ask you something, right? So there's only 3% of the population, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So there's only 3% of the population are black.
And what's the other graph say?
8% of the 3% is what? What does that actually break down to in numbers?
Do you get that? No. Do you understand maths?
What you're looking at. Hold on. What you're doing is you're saying that 3%, because it's a 3, is smaller than 8, right? That's what you're doing. You're saying 3 is smaller than 8, yeah? But you do understand that the 8% is 8% of the 3%. You do understand that, don't you?
Of course he
It's
does.
8% of the total people that got killed.
No,
in
3% of the population. Right, so let's just put it this way.
Oh
Imagine
my
you start off
God.
with 100 for the population.
Okay,
And 3% is...
100%.
Hold
Yeah,
on, Lynn. I'm going to walk you through it.
Okay, go on.
3% of 100 is 3. Yeah, 3 people.
I would
Yeah?
assume so.
Right. So how can you have 8% of 3 people? Yeah?
It's 8. No, listen.
No,
No,
what is
No,
8%?
8% or 3%.
What is 8% of 3? Is that not just one
It's
person?
not. No, you got it wrong. Can I explain it to you now? You tried to explain it.
You want to now say that 8%, the 8%
my
is what?
God.
How many?
No, listen to me.
You want to increase it. Oh, so you want to make that, you want to make them 3%, you want to make them 8%.
No.
All right? So you
Jupiter.
want to turn 3 people into 8 people. Is that what you're trying to do?
No.
It's not 8
No, I am
people,
not.
it's percent.
It sounds like to me.
Can you give me
3%, 3%.
Yo,
not
I think
3
I need to
people.
start charging Veli
dumb.
for tuition lessons, for maths tuition lessons.
I know.
Let me give a little maths lesson now, yeah? Walk with me on this one, Jupiter, yeah? I don't know if you went to school with maths or whatever. I'm not trying to disrespect you, but listen carefully. 3%, as you said, out of 100 is 3 people. So out of the 100 people, 3 people in the UK are black. Yeah? So you understand that now, yeah? Okay. Now let's go to the 8%. Now we're talking about deaths in police custody. Which is, I'm not talking about the population of the whole country. I'm talking about the population of people of black color that get killed in police custody. So now if you have, so watch this, if you have 100 people that got killed in the police custody,
right,
8 of those people would be black. Do you understand that now? So this side is...
Where did you get the other 5 from? Where did you get the other 5 from? Because there's only 3 people in the whole country that are black.
So that shows you there's a disproportionate rate where the black people are
getting killed. 5 people that don't exist.
Oh my God, bro! Is it just me, or does anyone understand where I'm coming from?
Yes, of course.
Brother, imagine 100 people get killed in police custody.
It's maths
8,
now.
8 of those people are gonna be black. Yet,
listen, Nins, I'm telling you, this is pointless, man. Just stop stressing yourself out. Yeah, whatever you bring, it's not going to be acknowledged. You with me? It's
You're
just
gonna
a
end up
waste
turning thick.
of time.
You're gonna end up
at
turning
this point. It really is. I'm not even saying it to be. You know what I'm saying to you, fam? Like, come on, man.
God. No, I jumped on literally because I just wanted to show you that she
Give her
shot
time to work it out. Give her time to work it out. But
Right. Someone in the comments has wrote 3% of the population is 12.8% of the prison population. So there you go.
Because
hold on. Why? So why are you? Wait. Why are you telling us that?
Argument.
Wait. Why are you telling us that?
Somebody asked me to, so I've just told you.
No.
That.
So, but why are you saying it?
A right-wing retard.
This is what I'm saying, man. You're saying something. What's your
genius is to explain it to me? Break it down to this low IQ person here. Break it down for me.
Okay.
So someone's telling you to tell something, but you can't break it down. But I'm low IQ.
No, I can't.
You are being given the most simplest of maths, but I'm low IQ. You know what? Yeah. All right. I'm low IQ, Jukes. I'm low IQ. No problem, babe.
I'm low IQ.
No problem. Yeah, Natty, come deal with her, man.
No, Nines. I want you to explain it to me because you said you're in education and that you're a master at this and you understand it all. So I want you to break it down.
It's about percentages, so you have to understand out of.
Yeah, could Nine to do it for me though, please, because I want to learn from her. Because
this is where you're being disingenuous because you know that it's got to do with when you're talking about fractions and all this stuff, yeah, like it's got to, they're working off if they were to say that let's say let's say that this amount of people were existing and whatnot and everything, that this is how the statistics go on a calculation of how many or whatnot and everything. Like I have to go and check it up as well to see exactly how it's worked out. But the point is that those are disproportionately being killed more because of the fact that it's double the amount of people that actually exist in the country. That's the point, in it. But you're I don't know why you're failing to understand.
Raf, you got it, Raf. You know what you just said? You got it, bro. That's exactly what I was trying to explain to her, but I don't, for some reason she can't understand that. Jupiter, put Hector on the phone so we can give him a lesson so he can teach you even better. At least put Hector on the phone, man. And he might understand. Nigerians are known for being good at math.
Why
as well.
would Hector want to come and talk to people that are telling him stuff and not breaking it down? Because we're low IQ, so we need you to break it down on a layman's levels.
We know.
Please break it down. Yes, okay, Maku. You know, so can you break it down for me?
We know you're low IQ.
Please, I beg you. Oh God, I beg you.
If you don't understand,
Kind of yarnings be this. Come on, Maku. Come talk to me from high IQ. Come down to my level and explain to me on a layman's terms. Come on, come break it down for me.
I think even your young prince would be able to explain it to you quite easily. Do you know what I'm saying? It's percentages we're dealing with. You said 3 people and all of this. It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah,
like,
because
we're dealing in percentages.
3 people from the 100, yeah, and then you're saying no, 8 people.
3%, not 3 people.
Yes, I know. So I want you to break it down.
No, but you kept on saying 3 people, so that was the problem. You had percentages on one side, and then you had people on the other side. It didn't even make no sense what you were talking about. Do you get it? So 3 people were in jail or 3 people been killed. No, that's not what anyone was saying. Do you get it? Hello. But yeah, anyway, continue, man.
Yeah,
I think we have to do it in language you understand, Jupiter. Jupiter, imagine you got 100 kids now, yeah? Yeah? You got 100 kids, and 3 of those kids are black. Yeah? Just imagine now, yeah? 3 of those kids turn out to be black. Now we go to the other side of it, where police custodies, there's 100 people in police custody. Yeah?
What, they took the whole population?
No, I'm just saying, I'm trying to do it in layman's terms so you understand what I'm saying, because we have to do it in 100 to make it in full numbers. Yeah? I'm just trying to do it in the most layman terms I can, yeah? Out of those 100 people in the police custody, somehow 8 people that were black people got killed. Yet on the other side, you see 100 people 100 kids that you had, only 3 of them were black. So the reason why I say, when you said, where did he get that extra 5? It shows you that's the disproportionate rate that they're being killed. So, and even if you read underneath the statistical, which you failed to read, it said black people are more than twice as likely as white people to be killed. No, watch this, Jupiter. If you kept on reading
hold on 1 second. I'm just going to ask them something. So, babe, what they're basically saying is, right, that 3% of the population is black, but 8% of the population that are being killed in custody is black people. Okay. So how do you do the equation to show the 3% equal the 8%? Because they're all walking in circles.
Yeah, put on Hector now.
All right. Look at you like this. Look at you like this, Jupiter. Yeah, like you said. So let's say you've got 100. You've got 100. Yeah, and you're talking 3% of that 100. So 3% out of 100 is what? What's 3% out of 100?
3% of the 100 is 3.
Okay. So out of that 100, so you've got 97 people left, yeah, and you've got just them 3% of them people, yeah.
Yeah.
But 3% of them people. Let's say I'm talking 3 million, yeah. Let's say we're talking in millions, yeah, like 3 million, yeah. 8% out of that 3 million is 8% out of the 3 million, yeah, are now being incarcerated, and exactly what Nines was explaining. So there's still millions of people out there, but there's a big proportion compared. Wait. So 97 million. If I said to you 97 million, right, white people, but only but only like 10% are being incarcerated. It still doesn't. It's still not great because we're the minority. We're only 3%. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
No, I don't.
Does that
No,
make
you've
sense to you? Compared to
I
97.
think you,
So
brother.
look,
I think you
there's three.
complicated it even further. You know, you got to do it like there's free sweets. You got to do it that level, bro. You're going on some next. Like that's high level. You got to do the free sweets thing.
Oh shit.
That's right.
I think what
That's
you're
what it
really
basically is, Juicy.
I think
Yeah,
what you're really
that
trying
free.
to say. I think what you're really trying to say is that 3% of the population is out of one set of 100, and the 8% of the 100 is out of a different set. I think that's what you're trying to say. And what you do is you put 3
Yeah, what
over.
I'm trying to say there is
Yeah.
three.
You put 3 over 100 divided by fucking 8 over 100. That's what you do. That's the equation I was looking for, but none of you knew it, and you all think I'm low IQ. But it's okay, people.
What? Wait, what?
You couldn't
So why did you
express
get it in?
because I do get it, but I don't
What?
go along with your statistics because your statistics are hell bent.
Oh, okay.
Telling
Did
lies.
she get it? No, hold on. Did she actually get it? Like, what did she say? Say it
Right.
again.
So
One
you're
more time,
saying the
please.
government's
No,
telling lies. You're saying the
she
government's
didn't get it.
telling
She
lies.
didn't get it.
Okay, Natty,
No,
wait.
brother.
No, all right. Listen.
Nim saying he didn't get it. What? Say that again,
No, she
Jupiter
didn't
Ross.
get it. She didn't get it. She didn't get it, bro.
Okay.
And the funny thing is, she's getting a lesson from the Nigerian whiz master, the mathematician. I know that for a fact. Hector's trying to, you know what I mean? They got a pen and paper out right now.
Yeah.
Hector's
That's it.
not
Mr.
here.
Chua Hudson got it. We're
Yeah,
talking.
who I spoke to
We're
earlier was
talking
my son,
3%.
who's 15 actually.
Jupiter, 3%, the 3% out of the 100, it will equal the 3 million. Yeah. Now, out of the 100, you've got 97 million white people. Okay. That's 97. Now,
Yeah.
if you divide that, that will be 50% out. So now divide 97 out. So now divide 97 million white people. Divide.
Where did the 50 come from? Hold on a minute.
It's just
Hold on a minute. You got 3 million black
50%.
people. You've got 97 million white people. Where did the 50 come from?
Listen. To do dividing, yeah, is 50%. 50 is always the dividing number.
Is
to
it?
Divide something when you divide
Oh, you
it.
divide
Yeah?
the
So
thing by 50
well,
every
look, if I
time.
want to halve 100, yeah.
Yeah.
No, not every time, but I'm just trying to break it down to yeah. If I want to split this panel, yeah, I'll split it in two, yeah. So let's say we split it in two. So the
What
nearest
if
thing,
it's
the
an
next thing
unequal
for that to
split?
be
Yeah,
would be
but what if I
3%.
wanted to split it into thirds and not into halves? I know that. Fuck's sake, don't give me the
Yeah, you
answer.
could do that.
Yeah, I can do that. How do I do
Right.
that? Why
Why are you being
why are you saying we always
difficult,
divide?
Jupiter? Why are you... So listen, so we've got the statistics. Nine's got the statistics from the government statistics. You're saying don't
It wasn't
trust
the
the government
government.
statistics.
It wasn't
Is that
of
what
the
you're saying?
government. It wasn't the government.
Okay.
It wasn't. Yeah,
Who's
it wasn't.
from?
It wasn't.
You understand? It wasn't government. And that's why I'm saying
Oh,
this
who's
is
it
all
from?
pointless. It's all pointless because no one was listening in the first place. Yeah, it was an independent person that called. I'll come back and let you
Sorry,
know.
who's it from?
Yeah.
Who's it from?
Understand? Hold on.
Okay.
Natty, forget about that. It was Jupiter that even brought up the statistical thing. She's the one that brought up those statistics. Do you get what I mean? Let alone 9
But at this point, family, what is it? All right, hold on. Let's just take a pause. Yeah. At this point, what is it that we're actually doing with our energy here?
I want. You know what it is? You know what it is? The reason why it's good to discuss these things. Even me, with the whole stats thing to show that when you're talking about where black people are only 3% of the population and they're 8% more likely to be killed in police custody, I'm thinking to myself, what does that even mean or whatnot and everything? But when you explain it to certain people who and I'm not just talking for me, I'm talking for other people might think that way as well. So when you explain it and break it down, that what's it called? It means to say that they're disproportionately out of those 3% of the millions of black people, whatever, there are 8% more likely to be killed in police custody than they are to be than certain other groups as well. that breaks down. It makes it, then it shows to them, okay, this is what's actually going down in society and whatnot and everything. But if people like the way Jupiter just heard, how can 3%, how can 8% of people that be killed more, and when there's only 3% of people, like that's how she's looking at it, like where did they get the extra 5%? But if you break it down for
Exactly,
her, she can understand what's going on, and not just her, it will be other people in the audience, like the so-called Ralphs, who I feel like they understand it, but they just purposely
because they always bring up, you know what they do? They'll always bring up that number. Oh, but there was 100 and something white people killed, and there was only 18 black people killed. So you got to break down the statistics for them, and to show, even though it's like that, we're only 3% of the population, yet we're getting killed in custody 8% of the time. So that shows you the disproportion. It's like, it even says, if she even Jupiter read underneath, yeah, there's a paragraph that says, so that means, basically they summarize it and say, black people are twice more than likely to get killed in police custody than a white person would.
Yeah,
because a white person, you get it now.
Yeah, that's poor, Jupiter, for you to take some statistics and just read out one portion of it and not read out the whole of it, and then on top of it, it even backs up what we were saying about black people being killed more. That is very, very bad as well. But I don't expect
literally all she had to
anything.
do, bro.
Yeah,
I know, but all she had to do is just scroll down literally a minute bit, and then the paragraph was right there. Because when she said it, I went to go search for it, and I found exactly the same thing that she was showing on her screen. And I read underneath, and it literally says black people are twice more likely to be killed in police custody than white people. That's what it says on the actual thing. But she somehow chose to not read that bit, and she's stuck on the percentage bit. And even that she couldn't even understand.
Yeah. That's what's going down. That's it. Thank you, Karen. I appreciate your voice. You are heard. You know, we do not on the G Block say that white lives do not matter. We do say that all lives do matter, but we're talking about black people's issues. So we're focused on black lives and whatnot, and specifically black people being more likely to be killed in police custody. Have a good day. Have a good day, Becky.
Have a good day, Becky. Who's Becky?
You.
No, he's using. He was talking to. No, it's Karen. It's Karen. It's not. It's
Sorry,
not Becky. It's Karen, bro.
Sorry, Karen.
It's Karen. Yeah, that's the new. That's the word, bro.
Karen. Who's Karen?
Yeah, you Jupiter, man. We got Karens. But anyways, yeah, Jupiter. What I was saying is, you know, if white people, you know, let me just drive this point home, yeah, to all the people that say, oh, black lives, why is it only black? Listen, if you guys had a protest showing the disproportional facts of white people being killed in some certain instances, and you guys came out and said, oh, this is wrong, we stand against it, it's an oppression on white people and stuff like that, we black people will rally behind you and support you in that cause. We would be like, oh no, yeah, we accept that. Yeah, we stand by you.
You know the grooming gangs? You know the grooming gangs? Yeah.
Yep.
If I could bring the figures to show that most of the grooming is from these grooming gangs is disproportionately by one section of the community. Would you support me? Could you just
hold on? Yeah. I thought, this is what you're doing.
So go and get the percentages for you guys. Shall I bring the percentages? Is that what you want?
No problem. Bring the
same way you go around with percentages.
No, Nin, let me hear this. Let me say this here. You're gonna bring that, no problem. But we're gonna say all grooming is bad. And this is what you have been doing constantly.
Oh, all lives matter now, yeah?
Yeah, you're the all lives matter version of all grooming. Yeah. That's what you're doing right now when you're saying, what's it called?
Yeah.
Oh, bringing out the fact that Pakistani Muslims.
That is a great point. That is Raf. That is a great point. So exactly what you just said. That is a great point.
You would agree that it's not just grooming gangs, all paedophiles, all sex offenders should be included. Yeah, it's not just about the white girls.
Focus on the
Did you say that it's not just about the white girls? Is that what you're going to say?
All lives matter.
You're going to focus on
exactly. So it's not just about the black deaths in custody, then, is it?
No, but Jupiter? Do you understand
No,
what
but
they're doing to
Jupiter,
you?
now you can see
They're
how it
playing.
sounds so stupid when people say this.
Okay, I'm willing to move on now. Now we're all on the same page, and you see the equation. Now
You can
it's
go
worked
deal with
out.
Pakistani
Now we can all move
people
on.
doing
Now
all
we
the
can
death.
move
No
on. Now
problem.
we can move
You
on.
can go deal with the Pakistani ones doing all the death. Like when we're on here now, we're talking about Black Lives Matter. Please do not come up and say all lives matter, because we will look at you.
All lives matter.
Especially,
All lives matter.
I've just come back. Has it gone on to grooming now? Because I just heard
Yeah, she's
grooming.
done it. She's done it. She's tried to do it now. Yeah,
But
she's
I
tried to do it
told
now.
you like this half an hour ago, and this is what I'm saying. We've got
know,
to be disciplined in this thing, man.
Yeah, I know.
I'm saying to you,
Yeah.
yeah.
Nine Aoife spotted her when she tried to bring in the terrorism back door from the back door. Nine Aoife
Look,
spotted from
man,
early.
these people are double
Yeah, he spotted it.
glazing.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? This woman, listen to me, family. Yeah? This woman believes that black slavery is the same as white servitude. This woman believes that white people were lynched at the same rate as black people. You have to know what you're dealing with here, family. Like big and serious. This woman does not accept that slavery was in England. She doesn't accept it. You can give her books, quotes, whatever. She don't expect. She only knows what's in her mind. This is pointless. It's actually pointless.
No,
You understand?
agree,
And what
I
I'm trying to
agree.
say to the
I
family
agree.
now is that when we're dealing with these issues,
slavery.
we have to remain focused. You understand what I'm saying to you? And we have to understand when we're dealing with dead energy. And at this point, I am telling you, this is dead energy. You get me? So we might as well just move this on. Because I ain't coming here to talk about grooming, and I ain't coming to talk about terrorism. We're talking about what we're talking about. You understand?
Okay.
And that's what it
now
is.
she wants to bring up slavery. Unlike what she just said, I do.
I know the thing is, there's no shame.
But I
There's no pride. There's no nothing.
believe the slavery that was in the UK also happened in America. So when we're going to talk about servitude and slavery, which is what Nine does, then the servitude over in America must be slavery too. You see, I don't like inconsistency. And the Nine Aoife doesn't like that.
This is what she's going to do, family. So what
slavery
we have
in
to
Britain. Slavery in
decide,
Britain existed.
are we going to continually allow this to happen? You understand what I'm saying to you? Or are we going to get focused? Because nothing's going to change.
We'll get focused. The reason why the grooming, I mentioned it to give her the point that when she's focusing on the so-called Pakistani grooming, people who are Pakistani and doing their grooming gangs, I come up to her and say that, but all grooming is bad, and bring up statistics of white grooming gangs and all the other grooming gangs going on. She's the version of I'm the All Lives Matter version of the Black Lives, and she's the Black Lives Matter version of that situation. That's what I'm trying to tell her. Like when she's doing
He's just giving her. He's giving her a taste of her own medicine.
Yeah. So when she feel, I say to her, no
Jupiter,
problem. You want to have a
Jupiter,
talk about,
look on YouTube and look at those paedophile catchers. If you want to see statistics, look at those paedophile catchers who they're catching.
Listen,
No, because Jupiter, I'll be honest with you, Jupiter, stop. Because what you're starting to bring out,
what are you talking about?
Stop. I'll be honest with you, yeah. I'll be very honest, yeah. My brother, listen, Jupiter, my brother was targeted. My brother. Listen, my brother was targeted by a white paedophile. Now, I don't claim that all white people are paedophiles, right? But if you remember, Danny Tomo in the park said that we, white British, have a paedophile problem. He admitted it.
Yeah, but,
So what are you talking about?
We're not even going down this route, yeah. But all we're gonna say is that no problem.
We go down all routes, bro.
We're not gonna go down. No, we're not that. And I'll tell you this why, yeah. Because we've already said to her, no problem. You are dealing with that issue, particular. You're dealing with the Pakistani grooming issue, yeah. Even though the difference in this situation is that when it comes to Pakistani grooming, they are the minority of a majority. But in this Black Lives Matter situation, we are the majority of, even though we're the minority. In this case where Black people are disproportionately being killed in police custody in comparison to our white counterparts, that's the difference when it comes to the Pakistani issue and whatnot. No problem. Jupiter? You go deal with that issue over where you want to go and deal with it. There's Wendy Wu to go and deal with it. There's Dave Smith to go deal with it. You go and deal with that issue over there. You understand? Do not be coming on this panels, Karen, to talk about all lives matter. Please.
No.
My
My name's
not say that all lives don't matter. We're dealing with the black issue. Please.
Okay, Toby.
This is what I'm saying, family. You know. This is what I'm saying, family.
I did call her name, so I don't mind. I did call her name. Still.
What did you call her? What did you call her?
I told her Karen.
Karen.
And what does Karen mean?
Wait, what
does Karen mean? Wait, what does Karen mean?
Karen's just a racist white woman.
Okay, now when the word Toby comes, what connotations comes with that?
Oh shit! It's gonna get deep.
A slave.
Okay,
yeah?
Toby,
and this is what I'm saying, family. This is what I'm saying. This is a waste of time. Yeah, she has a mindset, right? And you're not going to change the mindset. You're not going to do it, man. You know what I'm saying to you? But anyway, you don't do what you feel the need to do, man.
Toby Jug means mug in Cockney rhyming slang. I called him a mug. 90 for grow up.
What?
Real time lying, family. Welcome to real time lying, man.
Mug. You don't understand Cockney. I'm Cockney, mate.
Yo, Jupiter. It was funny that how you understand the disproportionate percentages when it comes to the grooming gangs, and there's only so much Pakistanis, yet they make up a big disproportion. But okay, I get that, but when we talk about the black issue and police death custodies and things like that, and the disproportionate rates that they get killed, yet somehow you don't understand that. It's weird.
So we might as well just roast you. No, you're actually taking a piss.
Do I understand the figures or don't I understand the figures, Min?
No one cares still. No one cares. Like 90%.
You just spent fucking half hour trying to explain something that you
I never explained nothing still. I didn't need to explain nothing.
You didn't understand the equation yourself.
I didn't explain nothing, but I understood what was
you had
being said.
one that said every time you divide, you've got to do it by 50%. We had you that waffled all around the fucking houses. And then we had Nynefa coming on, getting outraged. Stuff she didn't need to be outraged about. But okay, carry on.
I'm done.
Yeah, so you're just going to dodge the Toby thing, yeah? You're just going to leave that, yeah? These what was the meaning? What was the thought behind it? That was not Cockney. There's no Toby in Cockney. Come on.
Yeah, there is no Toby.
There is you, Toby.
There is no Toby in Cockney.
What does that mean?
What does it mean?
Cockney rhyming slang, Toby Jug.
Yeah, okay. Toby what?
I've never heard Toby. I've never heard Toby.
I've heard Dog and Bone. You get me? I've heard some stuff, but I ain't heard that. What's that? Please explain.
I'm gonna even type it up.
Toby, oh my.
Yeah. What's Toby? Go on. Tell us what Toby is.
I just told you what it is. Toby Jug.
Toby what? Toby
Jug. J-U-G. Toby Jug.
You know what? Jupiter, I think you're having a bath.
Yeah,
you're having a bath.
This is amazing, family. This is actually amazing.
Yeah. Go on.
What's that?
Yeah, I love that. Go on.
Oh my God,
it's tremendous. Man. I've never seen anyone snitch on
So what does Toby Jug have to do with black people?
What?
What does
Karen have to do with me, you silly duff?
I'll just explain to you that it's what we used to call ignorant white people who don't understand black issues or are trying to be racist. Like this is what we're saying.
Yo, listen, stop it, man. Stop it.
Earlier, you told Nynefa it was somebody who was racist. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, that's not. Whoa. Yo, young man, you got to listen to this woman very carefully, you know.
What?
Who said what was racist?
She said I said. She's saying that I said it was racist to call her Karen? I said, yeah, that's what it means. Like people go around calling.
I didn't say it was racist to call me Karen. I said that I don't know what Karen is.
Yeah, and I'm explaining to you what it means. So I'm explaining to you what the reason why we call white people.
You said it meant I was racist.
I'm explaining to you the reason why we call white women Karen or Becky. Now explain to me the reason why you're calling a black man Toby, and you're saying Toby Jug. So what's the thing behind it that you call Toby? What's it got to do with calling black people?
Is that Jam Jar?
Toby, it's got nothing to do with being black at all.
Is that Toby Jam Jar?
Is Cockney rhyming. Absolutely nothing to do with being black.
So why would you call me Toby out of all the names there? Why didn't you just call me like like why was Toby brought up? Like
because I'm Cockney and I can.
You what?
Because I'm Cockney. I was born in the Bow Bells and I can. It's my language. I'm allowed to use my own language in my own country.
So Tony Jug, Tony, what?
Did you say
Toby?
Oh man, them allow it.
No,
she just. I just want to understand the meaning behind
snitching.
Yeah, she obviously it has nothing to do with what she's talking about, but like let's say if there is a chance of it, what is your extra explanation? I want to understand what explanation. I just broke down where Karen comes from. So what is the explanation behind Toby that she used? And she's saying that it's a rhyming word. So why would you call me a rhyming word? What's the meaning behind that character that they called Toby Judge? Obviously,
brother. We know. No, brother, we know exactly what it is. We know exactly what. But what I'm saying, 9 Ether, watch this. 9 Ether, you there, 9 Ether? Where's 9 Ether? I beg you, bring this conversation forward now. So let's just bring the conversation forward.
I've been telling you, man, this from an hour back.
Yeah, I agree.
I told you it's pointless. It's lunchtime.
Yeah.
And we're doing 1+1 and all that. Are you mad?
I hate you.
So what's the topic of the day? The topic of the day. Let's dive into the differences between the two sets of protesters, BLM and DFLA. That's what it says on the title heading, isn't it? So
yeah, but we're not allowed to speak about that because 9 Ether said she doesn't know why we're all talking about Black Lives Matter today, even though it was in the title.
Wow.
Do you see the family? I'm gonna probably leave soon because I actually can't cope. Like, can you understand? Can you see the clear lack of comprehension, the clear lack of perception? Like, wow, yeah. This woman lies in real time. That's the first thing. You with me? What I actually said, yeah, is why the persons that we were speaking about at that time, we know that they're clearly not a part of BLM. You with me? The persons that you were speaking at when you were mentioning Ras and Jedi and all of these people, we know clearly they are not members of BLM. You understand what I'm saying to you? So if you're going to quote me, Jupiter, quote me correctly. Yeah, but I don't think you have that. I don't actually think that you have the ability to quote someone correctly because we've all witnessed today how you can lie within one statement. You understand me? And the other thing that you seem to have a lack of ability for is listening, waiting for someone to finish their conversation before cutting in. These are things that you're clearly showing today, Jupiter. You know what I'm saying to you? So instead of me finishing my conversation as per normal, you like to butt in, and what you need to do is take away your emotional vibrations from myself because we've done your dance. Yeah, take away all that emotion. You with me? And stick to the facts. You know what I'm saying to you? Don't bring your emotion, my girl.
Don't rewind. It's there. She came on with her emotion and went.
What emotion did I come on with?
I don't know why we're talking about Black Lives Matter up in this place because she just wanted something to say. Even though
you went Toby, you went Toby on us.
Black Lives Matter.
and you she's still lying. She just heard the explanation. This is what I'm saying. This is a waste of time, man. She's just here to take. I'm telling you, man. Them, listen to me. She's here to draw out your energy. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, she's living on your
energy. I'm drawing. I'm an artist. I'm drawing energy.
But I'm going on mute, fam.
Wow. Yeah, you're right, Nanny, man. It's a draw out, man. She's bored. Hector's cleaning toilets. It's a normal thing, man. It's a mad thing. Don't let her wind man up.
Yeah. Yep. Cleaning toilets. Good money earner that. Yeah.
Mm. He hasn't been furloughed then, no.
Who's he?
Are you furloughed? Sorry. Are you furloughed?
Oh shit, bro. Allow her, bro. Allow her, bro.
Are you calling man Toby? Like what? You can't give an explanation for that, but you want to have a conversation. I'm gonna run your clock off
I
the
gave
panel.
you an explanation, Toby Judd. Toby
Yeah,
Judd.
what's the history behind it? What's the history behind Tony Judd?
What do you mean, what's the history behind it? It's a language, you Toby Judd.
Was he a bit of a Jack of the Lad, or was he a bit of a Jack of Lantern? I don't know. What about Tony Judd?
You don't know what a Toby Judd is?
No.
No one knows.
A mug.
Obviously, you're not British.
Oh, whatever, man. He was calling me English the other day, but anyway. Yeah, you're just avoiding the subject. Like so. All right. Yeah. What is it about Tony Judd that is a joke? Since you was only joking or trolling or whatever. Hello?
I'm not trolling. I'm being dead serious. Toby Judd means you're a mug. Fucking hell.
But you didn't say that though.
It is a mug. It is a mug still. I searched up here. It's got to do with a mug or something like that.
Thank you. Well done, Raf.
But you didn't say you. I think
she drawed you in though. She drawed you in because there was no jug in the conversation.
Yeah, there was there.
It was Toby. That was it. Toby. So what's Toby mean?
That's it. That's the problem.
What does Toby mean?
Do you understand that we've got?
You could have said I'm a mug instead of saying
jug.
Right. You ever heard the man say he's going for gypsies? You ever heard the man say he's going for a gypsies?
Oh, whatever, man.
Do you know what I mean?
Toby. You said Toby solo. Yeah.
Yeah, she said it solo.
You know what you were saying, bro?
You watch Roots.
Yeah, because that's how you do it. That's how you do it. You can't define the rules. I'm a Cockney. You ain't. I know what the rules are.
All right. So as I know, Toby. Yeah,
something to be proud of. Wow.
Yeah. Your name is not Kunta Kinte.
It is something to be proud of. Yeah, it is something to be proud of.
You get it?
I was born in the sounds of the bells. Big up
the Cockney. Hold on, let me finish.
She's trying to change the subject.
London girl every time. I want to find one. I've made up my mind.
Yeah, I'll text Belly now.
Toby.
Yeah, but Jupiter, there's no need to make a cannonball out of it.
Wait. Let me tell you what Toby means to me.
Whoa, knees up, Mother Brown.
Knees up,
Mother Brown.
Allow it. What Toby means to me is from the movie Roots, the Alex Haley production, yeah, where Kunta Kinte comes off the boat and they're whipping him and beating him and they're saying, your name is not Kunta Kinte, your name is Toby.
What's that got to do with me?
Oh snap!
You was there all times round. You was there. The old edition.
I weren't there. You weren't there. That's got nothing to do with me. I'm not changing my heritage to suit your fucking emotional snowflake behaviour.
Well, you try to get away with this one, Jupiter.
I'm
There's
just
a link there with this Toby thing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain my version.
There's a little link there.
What Toby means. Now it makes more sense that it means that than Toby Jug. Like no one cares, and you didn't say Jug, so
yeah, you could have just said I'm a mug. I'm a mug.
I'm just I'm gonna go for a gypsy. Do you know what gypsy is? You don't have to put the whole phrase. You don't have to.
Subtle racism, mate. You said Toby.
No, it's not subtle racism. You Toby Jug.
No.
You could have said Toby
No,
Jug in the
don't
very
try it.
beginning.
You don't try it.
I don't have to. I
not
can
gonna
just
work now.
be Toby.
Because the only one who looks like Toby Jug is you.
All
You got
right.
that face. That
Don't
jug
worry.
face.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Take me a call and I'll turn up.
Like a long.
Take me a
You got
call
a
and
jug
I'll turn
face.
up in my
You're a
whistle.
mug. You're
Take
a
me
mug.
a call and I'll turn up in my
Mug
whistle.
face. Yeah, you're a mug. You get me? You're a mug face. Yeah, but at the end of the day, Toby comes from the movie Roots, and Kunta Kinte
Yeah, you
changed
sound.
his name
You
to
sound like
Toby.
you sound like you're on drugs
And I
or
know you
something.
watched it.
What?
I know you
What?
watched it first time round. You get me? Like you didn't. It didn't have to come out on a Netflix or something. You watched it the first time round when it was on
Don't
TV.
sue me, and I'll turn up to court in a whistle.
Yeah, but as I said, you're a rebel without a cause, isn't it? Because you know the cause is just self-satisfaction. That's why you grab the black man. You know what I'm saying? After watching Roots, and he's your Toby. He's your Toby. How about that?
Yeah, you know what?
Right. Now it has a different connotation. Now it has a different connotation when I said it. Yeah. Now it sounds different now, innit? When you think about it and you know you've said this before, you get me? You got your own Toby. Your own Kunta. You're not ready for me, man. This racist Pat Butcher shit is not gonna run.
Yeah,
this Pat Butcher shit is not gonna run.
Wait.
Far right, Pat Butcher.
Is that what this is? Crabs in the barrel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Crabs
God of
Jacob
Jacob said she beat Hector after watching it.
You ain't got
He said that. Oh fuck.
Go to Jacob. Go to Jacob.
For watching Roots.
I'll tell you what, Matthew, I'll make a deal with you. Give me a monkey and I'll leave. Give me a monkey and I'll leave.
Yeah? What you say?
Give you a monkey and leave.
I said I'll make a deal with you. Give me a monkey and I'll leave.
That's money.
See what she's trying to do.
Money.
Don't let this person try to actually
No, we got it. You're never gonna swing that one by me. Come on, I'm the snipes. You get me? Like, right now I'm in general mode and that shit ain't washing. Yeah, because you want what? £50 for you to leave. Now, man, stop it, man. You're trying to use rhyming slang to justify your racist, mentality. Come on, man. There's no way you're going to get around it. You got your own Toby. You're done at it. Your own Kunta Kinte. You have. He's out here breaking his neck, not social distancing. I mean, how you social distance from your work? Like, how you social distance from the toilet?
$5.
Yeah. Is it 1 meter? Is it 1 meter from the toilet? That man has to work.
Jupiter, give me a pony. Give me a pony.
No
give me a pony, Jupiter.
Nah.
Give me a pony, Yeah. Told you. All these slurs, bro. Anyway, the Toby thing just, again, it's just like the N-word before. You just put yourselves in these sticky situations, Jupiter, where you don't think straight. You know what I mean? And then you want to justify it with Cockney rhyming slang. Like,
all right, I've been nice.
Cockney,
Give me a pinky then.
This is Cockney rhyming slang moment.
Give me a pinky. Come on then.
Give me a pinky. Moment.
Give me a pinky then instead.
Yeah, because right now you batted for the other side. You batted for you're not.
Everyone knows what pinky is.
Black Lives Matter in you. Well, there is Black Lives Matter in you. Yeah, obviously. With Hector, but
Jupiter, you kill me, man. You kill me. Maku, that was the baddest of 2020 for me, bro.
Come on, mate. Just a warm-up.
I just see my spirit lifting from my body as you said that, bro. I had to put it back in because I was gone. Yeah. And then God of Jacob, you're naughty, bro. That one there was a comeback, bro.
Me and God of Jacob, military men. You get me? We know what it is, bro. I want
to ask Jupiter a serious question, yeah? Jupiter, yeah? One of the contentions that you had with the Black Lives Matter movement was that that it was funded from outside sources like George Soros. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And you have a problem with that because they have outside funding who have so-called conspiracies of trying to divide the nation and try to cause an uproar. Is that one of your contentions with the Black Lives Matter movement?
That the outside sources want to cause uproar, yeah.
Like George Soros and stuff, innit? Obviously, you've mentioned his name a couple of times.
Yeah, definitely. But if you want me to go on further, you're going to have to give me a bluey.
Okay, no problem. I will. But Jupiter.
Hey, whoa,
so one
whoa.
of the reasons,
A bluey or a blowy? That's what I'm saying.
Wait,
Yeah,
a bluey's a fiver, isn't it?
I'm trying to go somewhere with this. Yeah. Jupiter, you know how you said, as you just stated now, George Soros outside funding. The reason why you don't support the Black Lives Matter movement because they have outside funding. Can you now be consistent, as I told you last time, and be consistent with your method of thinking, and obviously have contentions with someone like Tommy Robinson, which you openly support, which we all know is also being funded by outside forces like the MEF, Middle East Forum, and other people. Could you be consistent and also raise contentions with Tommy Robinson then, for the same reason that you're against the Black Lives Matter movement for having outside funding from George Soros? Can you also have contention with Tommy Robinson for also having outside money being pumped into him and trying to cause uproar within the society?
Yeah, I could do if I thought that they were not doing anything to my betterment. But if I agree with any outside funding, just like a lot of people might who are on the left might say Muslim Brotherhood, they might agree with it, and that's why they're part of it. The difference between me and them is that I'd be honest. So if Tommy was getting funding from somewhere, and I believe that the people that were giving him funding were doing it for my cause, I wouldn't say that there's anything wrong with that. Having said that, Tommy's an independent. He doesn't have a movement anymore.
But Tommy Robinson, as you've just clearly stated, we know it's factual. It's not like a conspiracy that he is being funded from outside forces. And I'm giving you the names, which you can check up.
It's paid by the Middle East Forum, yes, for free speech. They believe in free speech. And believe in free speech. So yeah.
Oh, wait, the same. Wait. The same Muslim Arabs that man's fighting against. Does that make sense?
No.
I don't know whether you want to blame the Arabs. I'll go with that one.
The Middle East Forum or not Arabs or has nothing to do with the Arabs.
Matthew says it is, so yeah, I'm going with him.
No. But obviously Middle East Forum. No, it sounds like it, yeah. But they're actually a lobby group which is located in America and has heavy links to Zionist movements. And also, yeah, do you get it? Yeah. So basically, the Zionist movements over there in America, the think tanks and the lobbyists, fund people like Tommy Robinson to the extent that they funded his legal proceedings when he was going to jail. And they also funded a protest, the Free Tommy protest, which Jupiter also actually said admitted to being there. So we have funders from outside who are funding protests, Free Tommy protests, which Jupiter has actually admitted to going there. Yet she has a contention with Black Lives Matter movement for having the same type of outside funding, which she says is George Soros, and protest and funding protests. So it's basically a big hypocrisy where she wants to have her cake and she wants to eat it at the same time. So she bans out this Black Lives Matter movement on one side, yet she won't ban out Tommy Robinson for doing the exact same thing that they're doing. It's blatant hypocrisy, double standards.
Well, I ban them both out still, but as I said, we have two different types.
If you want to call that hypocrisy, I don't.
Wait. We have two different types of Black Lives Matter going on. We have the general public or the people
you got two types.
who are generally concerned, and then we have the organization. One sec.
Oh, okay.
Then we have the organization of George Soros, fronted by 3 lesbian black women. So do you get what I'm saying? Obviously, that's got nothing to do with us, but it also encompasses LGBT. Do you get what I'm saying? In their thinking and their manifesto. So like the Black Lives Matter thing as an organization ready, prepared for us as a people. No, the people of England, not the general public, believe in the slogan. Do you get me? They believe in the slogan. So it's a different thing. Can't compare the two. But the problem is, people are willingly going to give money to Black Lives Matter, thinking it's for. Do you get me? But yours is not an established organization. It's the theology, and man are living it out, innit? Man are protesting, man are thinking. Do you get what I'm saying? While the other people are making money. Do you get it?
Yeah.
They got on the back of football tops and all of that, and you know what I mean? How do you get that so quick? And you know what I mean? This is organizational stuff. So we understand that.
The reason that I'm against Soros is because he's against free speech and
No, but that's cool. That's cool. That's fine. Yeah,
but
that's fine. But you've got to be, as the brother said, you've got to be fair. You've got to be even all the way. Do you get what I'm saying?
No,
You've got to be equally critical
if the
of
people
all
funding
sides.
Tommy were against free speech, I'd be against them as well. But seeing as
But
they're
sometimes,
I'm quite happy to
sometimes
stand
you got to dance with the devil.
anyone. I'm happy to stand with anyone of any denomination who's for freedoms. So if they're for free speech, I'd stand with them. So
even Toby, yeah? Even Toby. You and Toby stand side by side.
Yeah, even Toby jokes. Yeah, even Toby's. Yeah.
Even Toby. Even Toby's. Even Toby's. That's a mad thing.
So you stand with people like Daniel Pipes, who is the actual founder of the Middle East affairs. Do you know about Daniel Pipes, Jupiter?
No.
So the founder of the movement Middle East Forum, who openly funds Tommy Robinson, you have no clue about what he stands for, yet you have all the information on George Soros. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does to me, because I only go looking at somebody that's causing problems, not somebody that's standing for what I believe.
So would you say that the Middle East Forum are not causing problems by funding Tommy Robinson and pumping out a narrative which to divide the indigenous people of this country and demonizing Muslims? Would you not say that's a divide?
Demonizing Muslims, I don't agree with that. I don't even think Tommy does that. Saying that extremism is wrong. I stand for that. I'm against it. Are you saying that Nin, are you against extremists?
Of course I am. But what I'm saying is, are you telling me that Tommy does not?
You are. I'm surprised at that, because I thought I heard you on another stream saying that you agreed with underage marriage and stuff.
Oh, fuck it.
That's got nothing to do with the
I would say that's an extreme position.
That's a low blow.
No, but watch this. Extremism. I know what she's doing, yeah. But what I'm saying is, are you telling me right now from your own mouth that you don't think that Tommy Robinson doesn't demonize Muslims in general?
No, not in general. No.
Oh, you're a dumbass. Why would you say such a thing?
Serious, Jupiter? Are you serious?
I think that Tommy Robinson is against certain theology and aspects that are against, that encourage extremism.
Okay, wow. Do you ban out Tommy Robinson when he says to my countrymen, the Somalis, that we're backward barbarians or backwards savages? Do you ban him out when he?
I would say it was a mistake, but he's already openly admitted that himself. At the end of the day, people say racialized language all the time. It don't make them racist.
You know, you do.
So someone can say racialized things, but it doesn't make them racist.
Yes. It could indicate a racist, but it doesn't always.
It could indicate. You see how retarded and clever and dumb you are at the same time. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So Tommy Robinson,
you're about as useful as a chocolate teapot. You really are.
And your husband's is useful as a toilet cleaner. What does
yeah,
that mean?
he is. Yeah, he provides the service.
Right, so
toilets must
Toby,
be cleaned.
The real Toby Jugs. He's at work right now. Hasn't
I
been
love,
furloughed.
I love the fact that I taught you something
No
today,
clubs
and you
open.
want to go around using the same.
How are no clubs open and man's at work?
I don't know. You're the one that's telling us what he is when you don't even know.
That's mad. That's mad. Like what? I thought a man would be furloughed in that, like chilling out.
Well, you're the one who's at work. You're the only one who thinks he's a toilet cleaner.
Yeah. Okay.
So
sorry.
Because you think you know us, but you don't even know us, do you?
He's a police officer, yeah.
What is he?
You started. Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah, it makes sense because that's the only way this situation could actually make complete sense is if someone and he's working while other people ain't working. So obviously he's in an industry that's needed, and I doubt if he's in the NHS. He doesn't look like a doctor. So the only thing left was either like
the doctors look like
a fireman, or a police officer.
Very much like a lot of doctors I know.
Yeah, Sergeant.
What do doctors look like then? Are they all right?
Sergeant Toby.
Hey, what do doctors look like?
Sergeant Toby of the Metropolitan or the
the DC Constable Toby, yeah? DC Constable.
DC Constable Toby. You get me? What the hell?
Jupiter. You know, imagine now when you mentioned, you know, when you tried to bring in the grooming gangs, and which Raf eloquently pointed out towards you, and he basically said that imagine now that you're fighting against what's it called, the grooming gangs and so-called grooming gangs that you say that are disproportionately Pakistanis, and they prey on young white girls, and you would come out and say these white girls' lives matter, right? So imagine now other people like us come out and say no, but all lives matter. It's not just those white girls. How would you feel about that?
I'd agree with them. All lives matter.
So would it be fair to divert the conversation away from the white girls who are being targeted?
Most do, to be fair.
Pardon?
Most always say, what about the white paedophile?
No, we're talking about the victims now. We're not talking about the perpetrators.
No, but most people care about the victims. They're not really bothered about the victim. When you go to any community that are of colour, they're not really bothered about the victims. Only the Sikhs, for some reason. The rest of them go, what about the white paedophile?
Now, but you've clearly shown today that you don't care about the victims either, Jupiter.
Have I?
Yeah, of course. When we're pointing out an injustice,
saying all lives matter. When I agreed with you, all lives matter. How's that then?
No, but earlier on, when we're trying to point out to you that disproportionate figures of black people are being killed in police custody, you've like somehow you didn't want to admit to that. You just wanted to muddle up the facts and figures that were shown.
That was like I needed it explained to me. That's what I said. I said I was confused.
Okay, so now you know.
I still am, because there were teachers on the panel who said they worked in education. They still couldn't explain it to me. So I'm still a bit confused with your numbers, to be honest.
If I can prove to you that the same statistics that you brought out, the statistical one, where if underneath those statistics it has a paragraph stating that black people are twice more likely to be killed in police custody than their white counterparts, would you have a problem with that?
Would I have a problem with it? No, you can write whatever you like on a bit of white paper. You can use white paper and use black ink, and I think that's the best. Black and white, yeah.
Jupiter, you brought that statistical article up. You actually showed it on your screen.
I haven't got a problem with you writing anything. Don't mean I've got to believe it.
Okay, so you're bringing up things that you don't even believe in to try to counter to back up your statements.
I didn't bring the statistics. I think you'll find someone else brought them first.
Okay, we're showing you Statistica. It's not from the establishment, yeah? It's an independent polling statistics that takes statistics from all type
Oh,
of it's
yeah.
police custody, yeah. And they've said clearly in that paragraph underneath those graphs that were shown, they
Yeah.
said black people were twice more likely to be killed in police custody than their white counterparts. They've said that. So now we've established that, and that's what it says. Why do you have a problem with black people
You've
organizing?
established that it's written under there. That's what you've established. Okay, yeah, I can go with that. So what's written under there is that comment, yeah, and
Okay. You brought it up, yeah. So we're only challenging what you brought up,
I
yeah.
thought the statistics. Yeah, you're correct. I thought you said that I brought in all the.
I'm talking about the statistics. The one that you brought up. If you had the chance,
yeah, I brought that in. Yeah.
Okay. If you had the chance to scroll down a little bit, you would see there's a paragraph which summarizes the findings and which says that black people were twice more likely to be killed in police custody than their white counterparts.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So if that's established, why do you have a problem with black people recognizing this and standing up and organizing themselves and trying to fight and combat what is happening within those institutions like prisons? So why is it that you have a problem with black lives actually coming out and protesting against that injustice, which is clearly for everyone to see in those statistics? Why is it that people like you and your ilk come out and bash the black people and say, but all lives matter? Why are you guys focusing on
black people? I don't bash black people, for God's sake.
No, but can you see that it would be seen as you bashing black people when we have something?
I don't know.
Okay, so do you agree with that? Black Lives Matter, then?
No, I agree. Black Lives Matter, yeah, but I agree all lives matter.
No, listen. We know that all lives matter. This is the foundation of things.
So we agree then. All lives matter. What's the problem?
Yeah, but we've just shown you that people in prisons, black people in prisons, are twice as more likely than to be killed than their white counterparts. Why is it that we can't say as a black people and come out and point out these disproportionate figures and say, but black people are being killed at a higher rate, so Black Lives Matter for this reason? Because there's an actual specific thing that is happening to black people, and I'm only mentioning police custody, you know. So black people can tell you about an array of things when it comes to schooling, when it comes to education, when it comes to police, when it comes to job opportunities, when it comes to so many different avenues within institutions which are racialized and which have a disproportionate figure of black people being on the lower end of things. Why is it so wrong for black people to say we don't matter more than anyone else? We just want to matter the same as everyone else. Can you understand that? Jupiter, when we say that, we don't mean we matter more than anyone else. We matter, all we're saying is we matter the same as everyone else. So that's what I'm saying. You make it out like black people are saying we matter more than anyone else. No, we're not saying that. We're saying we matter just as much as everyone else.
Can I respond, or you just want to keep talking?
Nah, go on.
Right. Number one, I think using the title Black Lives Matter is very divisive, because what it's trying to say is that those lives matter and nobody else's. That's how it gets taken to the wider public. Okay, that's number one. Number two, please don't jump in until I finish and then you can come back. Number two, I also think that the message gets mixed up, because when you say Black Lives Matter and they're only focusing on their own, if they're focusing on their own, then they would worry about the black on black crime, and they would worry about the shootings, for example, that happened this weekend in Chicago, just as much as they would one person getting killed by the police, even though it was in the most disastrous way. And I think it was disgusting, and I don't stand up for that at all. Number three, I can agree with you that there are failings within the prison system and the police system, and I would be for reform. But I don't agree with Black Lives Matter that we should get rid of all police. I don't want anarchy on the streets. I can't see how it would make any sense for us to have a policeless state, because all that would happen is that we'd have gangs running the place, and gangs are not necessarily the best people to be fucking going to for help. So they're my main issues, really. That's a bit hypocritical because they're not really focused on black lives, because they don't care about the black man or the black child or the black woman in third world countries that are being born into countries with no running water, bearing heat and parched ground where no vegetables grow to sustain them. They're not worried about...
No, but who?
Hold on.
Who is doing that?
They're not worried about the little 3-year-old kid that got killed at the weekend. The cute kid, really gorgeous looking little kid, by the way, that got killed in Chicago at the weekend because somebody was trying to shoot the kid's father because he happened to be black and he happened to have a bad lifestyle. They weren't worried about that 3-year-old kid, and they don't want to honor people like that and hold them up as something that we should be caring about. You know, an innocent child. What they want to do is they want to pick a black man that actually does seem to have a background that would depict him as not a very nice person, because he was willing to hold a knife or a gun, I'm not sure which, I can't remember now because I've heard both, to a pregnant woman's lady who was actually black, who was carrying a black child. But nobody cared about the black child in the pregnant woman's belly. All they wanted to do was care about the racist white policeman. So yeah, I find it a little bit hypocritical.
Jupiter, do you know that there is systemic racism deep rooted, especially if you want to talk about America, because you brought up George Floyd, from the time of slavery to the time of the Jim Crow laws, to the time of the mass incarceration and prison systems and free strikes you out, to the education system, to the police brutality. This is not something which is overnight, where from George Floyd and beyond. This is something that's been happening with more than 400 years of systemic oppression on the black people in America. But coming back to UK now.
Yeah, my guy, why are you doing this to yourself? What are you hoping to achieve by having this conversation, in?
Nah, because you know why? There's 140 people listening.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I got you. Oh, I got you, baby.
That's
as long as you're not. I got you.
Nah. Come on. If there was just me and her, you think I would be wasting my time?
Say
only
nothing.
people that might be listening that might have.
Yeah, man. Say nothing. Say nothing. Say nothing. I got you. I got you.
So what black people are actually fighting for in this country is just equality and justice, Jupiter, and people that are listening, yeah, but it's just equality and justice. We are saying, as black people, all we want to do is be equals. We just want that same justice that you afford to the same white counterparts who are natives to this country, is all we're asking for. Jupiter, if I show you so many statistics, for instance, I could bring up a statistics of when a child goes through the education system in primary school and secondary school, he is 4 times more likely to be expelled than a white student who is doing the same exact thing as him. So when we have more expulsions, as we know, they get sent to other schools where they have some reforms and stuff like that. So from his onset, from his education system, all the way until he becomes a man or a woman, they face this systematic oppression from the institutions. We are not saying, Jupiter, we care about you or someone who has a football shirt with a beer can who's screaming, you monkeys, you monkeys. That is not the thing that we are fighting about. We are fighting about the actual institutions who are oppressing these black people to a higher proportion than anyone else. So when black people form and they actually come together on a actual thing that they all feel, people like you, Jupiter, always come out in the background. Sorry to say, you're bashing black people when you do that. When someone is talking about Black Lives Matter, we are not saying, I'll be clear again, we are not saying that we matter more than anyone else. All we are saying is we matter just as much as you. So, no, but watch this, Jupiter, when you come out and say all lives matter, that is a slap to our face, because we know these it's a big slap to our face. You can ask any black person.
I'd like to be able to respond.
Okay, Jupiter, you can ask any black person when a black person is saying Black Lives Matter, and we're not talking about the organization, yeah, we're talking about the actual cause and what's happening to them. When they scream Black Lives Matter for that cause, and someone like you comes and says, but all lives matter, that is a big slap to our face, and that is a big slap to what we're trying to achieve, and that is a big slap to any black person. You could, I don't know if, maybe not Hector, But every other black person is definitely a big slap to their face. Yeah.
Right. Number one, saying all lives matter is not negative, it's positive. All lives should matter to everybody. That's number one. So I don't know why you're taking it as an insult unless you've got a bias. Number two, when you say that that you care for black people, like yada yada yada, I do believe that. I don't doubt for 1 minute you only care about black people, but only when it suits you and only when an agenda can be pushed. The fact of the matter is, I too care for my mixed race kids and my black husband, and I would never one day bring them up to start talking to them as I'm dishing up dinner and saying, "Don't trust white people. White people have never got your back. Don't mix with them. Don't have kids with them because that's disrespecting your mum." It's a load of old nonsense. For example, I've got mixed race kids. I don't care whether I've got white kids. I don't care what race they marry from. Right? If my son comes home with a black woman, I'm not going to take offence and believe that he's done that because he doesn't love his mother. That's just a fucking victim narrative. And at the end of the day, if you're going to raise young black children or children of color to believe that they can't trust anybody apart from people of color, right? They're already going to have a chip on their shoulder before they go to school. That's where a lot of the problems stem from. You see, I believe in raising your children positively, telling them what they can do, what is right. Look, encouraging your children to raid and loot shops as a protest is not right. That is not right. But encouraging them to use every single opportunity that they've got in this country to their own favour is right. And that's what people should be doing. Hold on, let me.
Do you really think? Do you
let me
really
finish.
think that?
Come back on
No,
me.
but do you really think there are mothers? No, 1 second. Do you really think there are mothers?
I let you finish, Lynn. I let you finish.
Okay.
No, right.
Okay.
At the end of the day, we are not born equal. None of us are born equal. A white child born to a drug dealer is not fucking equal to someone who's born into royalty. We're not born equal, but the best that we can do is what this country's got, and that is equal opportunities and equal respect. And you already get that. There's already avenues for people to go down if they feel that they've not been treated equally. But equal outcomes is never ever going to happen, and communism can go fuck off.
Okay. Do you think that black people have equal opportunities as their white counterparts in England or in the UK, for that matter?
Yes.
I think I should just end the conversation there, because if that's what you're saying, then you really don't know what you're talking about, Jupiter. We as black people do not have the same equal opportunities, as you would call it. And one thing I wanted to say, which mother is out there encouraging their black sons or daughter to go loot shops? Have you ever heard of a mother or father telling their kids to go out and go loot shops? Because that's what you just said. They shouldn't be encouraging their kids to go out and...
in America, there's loads of them online saying that they're going to burn down the place because they don't own nothing. See, because they think they're only renting properties and it's a white man's land. They're going to burn it all down. And they say that they want their sons to burn it down because the youth are doing better than what they did because they wish they'd burnt it down. Yeah, I've seen quite a few people. But to be fair, I also see quite a few black people that think Black Lives Matter are a fucking waste of time. They also, they're ashamed of them. And there are a lot of people out there that really know what's really going on and how the black community are being used. But
Jupiter, I clearly told you there's a distinction between the Black Lives Matter movement. So many people have told you this. Why you keep bringing this up and up? We've told you there's a difference between the actual organization and the actual struggle and the narrative that they stand for. There's a big difference. I can be for the Black Lives Matter cause, but I don't have to be supporting the movement, the actual organization. If you can't see there's a big difference there, okay, number one, me as a black person in the UK, I know for a fact some white kids that were in my school that were doing the same things as me would get detention. For the same thing that they got detention, I would get a suspension. When I grew up, I knew when I was 14, 15 years old on the street, the same white kid that is walking past would not get harassed and assaulted by police. My first time in this in the UK, when I was stopped, I think I was 12 years old. I was stopped and searched by the police. Gripped me up, put me on the wall, started searching me, asking me for my ID, even though I was a little kid, I didn't have ID apart from passport. And they started asking me all these kind of nonsense questions. That already my innocence has been taken away by the police. And as I grew up, when I went to a job interview and I want to apply for jobs using my name, sending CVs and stuff, I know for a fact there's even been studies done that a white person is, I think it's 6 times more likely to get that same job that I am vying for. Then I grow up even more. Then the police are not only stop and searching me nowadays, they're beating me up. They're putting me in police custody. Not only that, I might actually die from one of them choking me. And when they do choke me and they take me to the prisons, when they take me to the court system, I know I am 4 times more likely, you could check the statistics, to be convicted of the same crime that my white counterpart is doing, 4 times more likely to be convicted. And with a conviction, there's a stigma when it comes to future employment, things like that. Then the prison systems, you go into the prison systems, it's highly disproportionate to the black people that are in UK prisons to their white counterparts. I think they said it's 9 times more. Yeah. Now she won't understand all of this.
Yeah,
if
Jupiter,
you break it down,
it's the same. No, I know, but Jupiter, no, Jupiter, it's as simple as this, right? You get these adverts, yeah, where you've got like cats. Cats are getting affected, and they're a dying population, right? And they're going to be extinct. But then it would be really stupid for someone to put up and say all dog lives matter. Yeah. So if you could see that there's like a species that's about to be extinct in the world, right? And people are trying to get notice of this. Look, every year they're dying, every year they're dying, every year they're dying. That is the narrative. That is what we're focusing on. We're not saying that only cats' lives matter. They're saying help us because these cats are going to go into extinction. And then you'll get someone like Jupiter, sorry, I'm going to say like you, put up and say, well, dogs' lives all matter. Do you understand where we're coming from? Has that broken it down for you, like, enough?
I
No, Dave, wait, she's understood that. She's heard that enough times, guys. But already
that's simple. No, Jupiter, that's simple.
No, if I came to you and I said
simple.
White Lives Matter, which I don't agree with, I think Paul Golding was a waster for putting that T-shirt on and doing what he did at the protest. If I came to you and said only white lives matter or white lives matter, then yeah, I could understand your analogy. But I'm saying all lives matter, so it's a bit different.
Yeah,
well, but at the point here, what I'm trying to say is what we've got. Look, I'll explain it again, right? There's something happening in the world to a particular group. Right now, no one's caring, and even people of that particular group, even black people, weren't caring. Right? No one was caring. No one was listening. Now, certain people are getting worried and scared, i.e., me, i.e., Raf, i.e., Nines, i.e., Nin. We're all getting a bit worried and scared. So we're saying, okay, look, no one's doing about it. We don't want to start crying about it. We're gonna go and march about it. Okay, we've made it something about it. Now, if you care about us and you understand why we're marching, then join us. If you don't care about us, then you're going to put up your own narrative of it. That's what we're trying to say. And we're trying to say, you're wrong, so don't join in it. Make your own, go on to another group or go and challenge like the White Lives Matter. Go and join them and be like, yeah, or go and be with All Lives Matter.
Because they've got the same.
But do you know what, Jupiter? There is no All Lives Matter group. It's so stupid. There is no All Lives Matter group because what are they defending?
Everybody. They're saying, yeah, we understand that there might be some racism that's suffered by black people as well as white people as well as other people. We understand that the system does need to be overhauled. We understand that there's problems within the prison system. We understand that maybe there should be some differences in the procedures and what our police are taught. But we don't want to get rid of the police force like Black Lives Matter do. We don't want anarchy. We don't want our state.
But let's listen. You're just deterring the argument because it's just stupid. No, it's just stupid.
British Lives Matter. British Lives Matter Black and white unite.
Jupiter, yeah, it's a stupid argument.
I get worried when I go to Spain. Yeah, I get worried when I go to Spain because I'm English. I'll be very honest, truth. Yeah, when I go to Spain, I get worried. Yeah, because you know when English boys go to Spain, whether you're black or white, they go, "Where you from? England," and you're a target.
Nat, can you hear?
And
Can
that's
you hear Raf?
statistics.
Nat, can you hear Raf? Nat, can you hear Raf?
Yeah.
Raf, you heard him. Raf,
can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Nat,
I can hear you, bro. Nat, can you hear Raf?
Go on, Raf. Go on.
Yeah, I was just saying it's a stupid.
Yeah, I can hear him. Go on.
From early, we've already told you that what's it called? That people who are on this road saying Black Lives Matter have nothing to do with the agendas of the people who say that they're the leaders of Black Lives Matter. Like they have literally, like this is well known. Just like the same way you will say that the people who Tommy Robinson who came up. Hold on. Let me give you an example.
Let him finish.
Let me give you an example in it. When you talk about Tommy Robinson saying that he was going to go down there on Saturday with the people that were going down on Saturday, then he comes around and turns around and says he's not going to go down, and those people who went down are not of Tommy Robinson's crew. That just like it's the same thing that you're doing when it comes to Black Lives Matter, saying that they're all the same when they're not all the same, and now you're using it to say what Tommy Robinson and him going down wasn't the same thing as those people that went down.
I didn't spoke about Tommy Robinson. You're the one who keeps bringing
I spoke about it because you're being
number two.
You're not even being logical with your argument.
Number two, you're trying to tell me.
Let me throw it in America. When you throw it in America, you see, you talk about America when it suits you. You say to us, "Don't talk about America, because America has got nothing to do with what's going on in the UK." When you throw in America to talk about the racism, you know what I'm saying? But when you were talking to me, you were throwing America in.
George Floyd's death. That's not what Black Lives Matter was started.
You said the people were online telling people to go out there and break down things and whatnot and everything. When it's convenient for your argument, you'll use it. When it's not convenient, you won't use it.
Okay, well, let's leave George Floyd out of it then. So you're saying Black Lives Matter, yeah? The representatives don't represent the protesters. So what the fuck are the protesters going out for if they don't fucking agree?
The protesters are saying, yeah, like you, the protesters are like people like me who have constantly faced racial injustice here in the UK, and and people like you were telling you that this is what's going down, and our lives matter just as much as you guys move. Hold on, our lives matter just as much as you guys matter. You guys' lives matter. And we keep telling you guys that. We keep telling you guys, yeah, that when we say Black Lives Matter, we are not saying that white people are dead. Like we don't have that sentiment in us.
Some of the chat are,
even though you have a history of being so violent, so cruel, so brutal to to us, yeah, that for us to even just say the words, what's it called?
In Britain today,
you shouldn't be really getting upset with us when we say that.
Okay, I'm not upset.
Really, we have no intentions. No black person here has any intentions of killing, raping, and pillaging other people that are white here. No one today has that type of intentions. But people like you, because you have used the argument that when we say Black Lives Matter, we're saying that white lives don't matter. And we have told you that so many times that when we say that Black lives do matter, we're not saying that.
You misunderstand me.
We don't misunderstand you. We don't mix words, Jupiter. We don't mix the words.
You misunderstand me. I'm not saying
misunderstood the words you said. You said it.
No. Let me get correct.
That's what
if you want to argue with me, at least argue from the point of view.
No problem. Go on. What have you said then?
You're saying that I think that you're saying to me when you say Black Lives Matter that white lives don't matter. No.
What are you saying? What are we saying then?
When you tell me Black Lives Matter, I think you're saying you don't care about any other life apart from Black lives.
So who's any other lives then? Who's any other lives then? Who's any other lives, Jupiter?
Everybody, the rest of the population of the world.
What's the rest of the population of the world, Jupiter? Why are we talking about the rest of the population of the world when we're talking about the people in Britain? What are we talking about, Jupiter?
We have lots of different heritages in Britain. We don't just have black people.
So when we've told, okay, no problem. let's make it clear now. When we say that Black Lives Matter here in the UK, we're talking about we're not saying that the Asian people who live in the UK don't matter. We're not saying the white people that live here, their lives don't matter, and other groups, any other groups you want to make up. You want to talk about yellow people, you want to talk about red people. We're not saying that none of those people's lives don't matter. That's what we're saying, Jupiter. And stop doing that. Stop trying to say that we're saying that.
If you were
We're not
really
saying that.
genuine, if you were really genuine,
We are
right,
genuine. You are not genuine.
know that the probability of somebody black in this country being killed by a white person compared to being killed by another black person, the probability is higher that the black person will probably kill a black person, and that includes even the police. So when you want to talk about Black Lives Matter,
what are you talking
about? Hold on, I'm asking you a question.
Say that again. Say that again. I want to hear that again. Say that again one more time.
Probability of a black person dying in the UK at the hands of a black person or a white person, including the police, is higher for it to be higher in likelihood for it to be a black person. So I want to understand. Hold on. If you are really worried about black lives, why are you not starting with the biggest group that is affecting your black lives?
Well done. And this is brilliant question. Brilliant question. So this is what I was talking about earlier when when we were talking about the idea of black on black crime. And this idea of black on black crime is nonsense. Absolute. Listen, you go to statistics in Liverpool where there is white communities killing white communities. Yeah. You go to Glasgow where there's white communities killing white communities. You go to places in Belfast where there's white communities killing white communities. The same argument that you're using to say that, oh, why don't we talk about every black person live in relation to what's it called, gun crime and knife crime and all that, that can be tackled separately. We here do not disagree with you when we say that yes, black people are also killing black people. We don't disagree with that, but we're dealing with the issue of systematic racism where the police now are more likely to kill black people in police custody twice as much as their white counterparts. And you keep on talking about what about black on black crime? That's what you're doing. You keep coming to us saying black on black crime, but you're acting like as if we're ignoring that. We're not ignoring that. We're just dealing with that separately. We'll go and deal with that as well.
So I've got that wrong. Okay, so I've got it wrong. You are dealing with it. So what are you doing about that then?
What are we doing about what?
The black on black crime. What are you doing? How are you dealing with it?
And what's that to do with you?
Because it's part of my community.
Because it's not.
You see, I live in the UK, and my community includes all people.
Because if you really cared,
hold on. My community, my stand.
So what are you doing about it? What are you doing about
it? If you really cared, you would go and do something about it too. But you don't care. You just use it as an argument to come in here and say, "Oh, you don't really care about it." And all like, shut up, man. Get out of here, man.
I'm asking you what so you don't know. So you're not doing nothing about it. I take it.
I've told you that people are doing stuff about it. Yeah, we are going to do something about it. But it's got nothing to do with you. It's got nothing to do with you. It's got nothing to do with you because you.
Why not? My children are black. My children are black.
Yeah, because you do not care.
My children are people of colour. They could get shot inadvertently because somebody's going
about the issue anyway.
What do you mean? It's got nothing to do with me. Don't tell me all that.
It's got nothing to do with you because you don't care about the issue. Because you don't care about the issue.
The people that are commenting on the white groups. Well, then why are you going to white? Why are you going to white groups? Why are you bothered about white people?
Where are we going to white groups? Where are we going to white groups?
You're saying it's only your problem, and that white people.
Where are we going to white groups? Where are we going to white groups?
And you can't talk on white issues.
What? Sorry.
No, the issue. No, Jupiter. The only issue with the white issue that we have is in the police force. And white people that have racist white people, not white people.
Yeah, but they're for us to deal
particular people that are out there.
They're black though, so we deal with that. What are you telling me for? Go and tell your black people because you can't tell.
Yeah, but
fuck off, innit?
Yeah, but listen, it's stupid to do, but that's silly. That's nonsense.
We're not telling you.
It is the silly. I'm just pointing out how silly it was.
Wasting our fucking time, bro.
Hey,
Get me.
Jupiter,
Anyway,
Jupiter, if I've got a problem with you, yeah, I will come to you directly. I won't go and knock on my white door neighbours and say, "Oh, can you deal with Jupiter because she's white? It's your problem." I'll come and deal with you. This is what we're dealing. We're coming to deal with these racist people. That's all it is. But I don't know where you're running with that idea. That's mental. Calm down, please.
yeah, she's just come here to talk about as if she's talking sense. She's not making any sense anyway.
I'm making a lot of sense.
You don't make any sense. You've not made any sense.
You just don't think I'm making sense. But I've asked you, what are you doing for the black on black crime? My kids are mixed race. They are among the group that are in danger. I want to know, considering that you don't want whites.
You don't want to know because you don't care. We've showed you the stats. We've told you don't care.
I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'll tell you what I'm doing. Jupiter.
Don't tell her anything.
I'll tell you what I'm doing.
She's trying to take you down.
I'm telling my son.
I'm trying to tell you. No, I'm telling my son. Man. No, stop it. She's not.
Yeah, but if she doesn't know yet, I'll let her know. I'm telling my son not to be that way.
Just cuss her out.
I'm educating my son.
Where?
I'm educating my son not to be that way.
Where, fam? You idiot girl, man. You get me? I don't know. At your big age, you're coming online to talk about. Oh, but you guys are telling white people. You come to tell white people. No, you've come on here. You come on here, fam. You get me? Go and do your thing. You get me? You've got your thing over there.
Realise that Arab people are also white as well, yeah?
Go do your thing. You understand? Nothing.
According to your definition of Black Lives Matter, they don't matter either, do they? They don't matter either.
Sorry?
Well, you see, because
what are you doing about?
I stand for all lives matter. So you see,
she doesn't stand for anything. She doesn't stand for anything.
I care about justice to all of them.
She doesn't stand for anything.
Raf seems to think it's only black people, and he's not even worried about the black on black crime because he said people are doing something about that, but he don't know what.
What do you mean, people? I'm not worried about it. I've got friends involved, fam. What are you talking about?
Right,
Get out of here, man.
Reassure me, as a mother of children of colour, reassure me what you're doing for their safety.
About what's going on. We're telling you why. What's it called? Why it all comes down. Where it all comes down. It comes down to the poverty aspect of it and the government and the institutionally racist government. That's why black people are in this position. And you're trying to tell me that Raf doesn't care about it. But we already know Wagwan. You know what I mean? We're doing stuff behind the scenes, innit? You, on the other hand, can just keep going with your thing and go and focus on the Pakistani, the Bengalis, or the Indians who are grooming. You understand? You can do that. Yeah? Do your thing over there, innit? Come here and talk.
You need to go and focus on a race.
Because
who rap is just mentioned. You need to focus on their races.
Just your group that makes us in the wrong and you right, does it?
What?
So what are you gonna do if in your Muslim community, Raf, because I believe you're Muslim, yeah, all of a sudden all of the Arab people and all of these people start separating off under skin tone? What are you gonna do then?
Good for you. What can you do?
Well, it's not good for. I'm not part of the Muslim community.
Anyway,
what are they
something sensible, innit, Carl?
To resolve those issues?
If everybody whatever is irrelevant, let me. You don't
under their skin tone to sort out issues, because that's basically what you're doing. You're using separatism tactics. You're using separatism tactics, and you're trying to justify it. And then you're trying. It's very clever, actually. By the way, you're trying to use separatism tactics. And then you're trying to justify it, and you're trying to convince everybody that we are the separatists. So explain to me what you're going to do to stop the separatism amongst your own Muslim community.
Yeah, I know Veli. She messed up, fam. She don't even know what I'm about, innit? Fucking idiot, man. Get out of here, man. Yeah. Anyway, let's talk something sensible, Carl. We were expecting you here yesterday to talk on the who's more dangerous, George Floyd or Mark Duggan, George Floyd and Mark Duggan, or Colston and Churchill, but you obviously you knew what time it was because you knew you was going to come on and make yourself look stupid. That's why you didn't come on and ask that question. So let's deal with a different topic now.
Come on and answer what question?
You know, because you did a show on it yesterday.
Yeah, I was probably on a live stream somewhere else. What question is it you want me to talk about?
You know, because you watched what's his name? Fred Schiffer and thingy talk about the whole what's it called? The whole RRA and whatnot. So you know already. You already
No, I
know.
didn't. No, I
You do.
didn't.
Know. You do.
I've heard the playback. Oh, you mean the playback
You
that
do know.
Wendy
Stop it,
played?
man. You know.
Oh, you mean the playback
You
that
know.
Wendy, one where Natty was in it?
You
They
know,
were
man.
saying that they wanted
You're trying to be sick. Trying to be sick, but we're onto you, man. We're
Is
onto you.
that the video you're talking about? Because I wasn't here for that, but Wendy did play it on her stream last night. Is that the one you're talking about when Natty was involved? Where you were where they were saying that they want to use IRA tactics?
You don't care about the
bombing in England.
And where did that video come from? Where did that video come from?
Going undercover and using IRA tactics to get their message across. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, listen, if I wanted to do something, to make an empire, big, I would go undercover. So what?
Right,
I didn't say anything about using IRA tactics. I showed you that when you mess with Ireland, they came over here and showed the British, don't mess with us. That's what they came over and done. And they were an organization fighting for a cause.
They didn't say no white lives matter.
Yeah? Simple as that, Jupiter.
Really? So, you say that you're only, hold on. You say that you're only for Black Lives Matter. You're only for Black Lives Matter, yeah?
Who's only for Black Lives Matter? You're off your face.
Raph did. Raph said that everybody.
Okay, cool. What are you doing about the motorbike? What are you doing about the motorbike gangs in the UK? And because they are known and responsible for a lot of the killings going on in the UK. So what are you doing? What are you doing about that?
I didn't know nothing about it. If you can bring me,
I know you didn't. I know you didn't because you come here pretending you care about black on black violence when we've told you that there is white on white violence.
I care about black on black violence.
No, you don't. You do not care, Jupiter.
Why does Black Lives Matter? Why do they have a black flag? Why do they have a black flag?
Stop it, man.
No, I'm asking you. Somebody in the chat's asked.
Now, what are you doing about the white and white violence going on in your community?
Why have they got a black flag? Why have they got something
about that?
Would it be something to do with no suicidal? Why does Ilhan Omar have so much to say on Black Lives?
Why are you talking about America again?
I want to know. I want to know
what the connections
are. I'm asking you. Do you know what the connections are?
Do you know? You said we're not going to talk about America, and now you're talking about America.
What are the connections? Because I know what they are. Do you know what they are?
What connection? What are you talking about? Let's talk about the motorbike.
So you're worrying about Black Lives Matter. You're saying that the people that are running it are not like the people that are protesting. They're not in favour of the people who are running it. So why don't they make their own movement? Why don't they make their own movement?
I'll be down in a little while.
Jupiter, let's talk about the white on white balance going on. Yeah, and so what you are doing to
racism onto a movement that they don't agree with. You're not even LGBT. Do you agree with LGBT?
Sorry?
Do you agree with LGBT, Raf?
Let's talk about the motorbike gangs going on in the UK.
What's that got to do with Black Lives?
That's what we're talking about.
Right, so the motorbike gangs.
We're talking about the motorbike gangs. We're talking about the motorbike gangs, the white people who are killing more white people.
Do they kill more black people than black people?
Sorry?
Do they kill more black people than black people?
Yeah.
Do they?
The motorbike gangs are killing more white people than there's more white on white violence going on in the UK than
why do you want to talk about white people?
Violence. So I'm asking you what you're doing about it. Because you don't care. You don't care.
Why do you want to talk about white people?
About what's going on with
why do you want to talk about white people? You said
I care about that. Jupiter.
Okay.
Jupiter, I care about them white people killing white people. I think it's sick. What's going on?
Can we agree that it's all lives matter and all got problems?
No. It's not all lives matter. It's not all lives matter.
It's not all lives matter again. It's not all lives matter again. Oh, is it back to Black Lives again?
You got to deal with your team. You get me? You go and deal with your team. Stop it.
So listen, Jupiter, I agree with you, yeah? So I'm not going to disagree with anything you say when it comes to your little organization that you're going to put up. If you're going to have a little thing that listen, Jupiter, listen.
You stand for extreme.
For exactly what Ralph said.
No, you need to stop.
Listen, for exactly what Ralph just said.
Why have you got a black flag?
If there was a white lives, what?
Do you agree with ISIS? Why has Black Lives Matter got a black flag?
Oh, look, you see the stupidity of what she's asking now. Come on, man. Let's listen. Like I said in it, yeah, people like her, they don't care. They come on here pretending like they do. You understand? So yeah, let's just let's have a sensible conversation. You get me? Let's have something useful.
They know not what they do. Forget them, forget them.
Yeah, nah. So what are you saying, bro?
I'm saying it's just been I think, you know what, I'm throwing in the towel because when it comes to stupidity, I can't compete.
Yeah, of course. Imagine bringing statistics that disagree with what you were saying. The stupidity in that.
It's mental, bro. It's mental. It's just like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. The world is ending. The world's ending.
So it's mad. It's crazy, man. Yeah. Scattered, Shakara, walk on, man. What are you telling me? Don't know if you guys can hear. Oh, Scattered's gone.
Oh, they let us on the panel, yeah?
Yeah. Shaka was here, but I don't know. He just. Yeah,
oh, Shaka dipped out.
He dropped out still. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. I was hoping I'll catch Shaka, catch Nun Kalasa as well, but yeah, I'll catch both of them. What are you saying there, Ralph, man?
Nah, man, I'm good, man. I'm good still.
Respect Natty, by the way. First time talking to you. Respect Queen and Ether on the panel.
Yeah, fam.
Yeah, man. Interesting last little half hour or so. A lot of education was dished out in those conversations.
Yeah, fam.
But what are you saying though?
No, man. It's funny to me. It's funny to me where people.
Your Shaka's back, Belly. Sorry. Shaka's back in the
backstage. Okay. Yeah. Let me get ready.
Come. When I'm ready.
Yeah. I'll just call him quick and then you.
Cool. What's the topic of the day?
You know what, man?
So basically, the topic of the day is.
I want to talk. You know what, Raf? We should switch it up to let's talk about Prince Andrew and like the royal family getting involved in scandalous and horrendous things like that. I mean, these are our leaders. Let's talk about this. I think it's a good subject to talk about. Like, what's your view on that, Jupiter?
No, let's not ask her, fam. Bro, let's not bring what you need to not do, fam. You get me? Like, you see how it's like
it's got nothing to do with black. You don't want to talk about it because it's got nothing to do with black.
No, it's like Betty, fam. You've got to drown it out, fam. You get me?
Yeah, some people don't need to be validated. Some people like they like coming on these panels and being heard out is their validation.
It's now what?
Okay, thank you.
When I woke up in the morning, love.
Yo, big up Shaka.
Sunlight hurts my eyes.
Sing them tunes.
On something without warning, love.
Oh,
Weight heavy on my mind. Then I look at you, and the words are right with me. Big tune. Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be. I mean, a lovely day. Big tune.
Lovely day.
You're on my way. It's a lovely day. Lovely day.
Trust me.
Lovely day.
Rest in peace, Bill Rivers. Rest in peace, Bill Rivers, and that.
Rest in peace, Bill Rivers. Rest in peace. Well, he passed today.
No. A few months ago, still.
Okay.
Near the beginning of the lockdown.
Oh, COVID. Okay.
Yeah. No, I don't know if it was of COVID still, but yeah, near the beginning of the lockdown.
Yeah, beginning. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
He dropped out, you know. He went to the upper room. The upper room.
Yeah, that's strong. Oh yeah, what are you dealing with, Shaka?
Yeah, I'm with my son in the park. So I figured I'll waste some time.
Yeah,
you get me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, what's about them saying still?
No, I can't remember the exact topic of the conversation of the day. But I think you're just gonna move it on there, Raf.
Yeah, we were talking like, you know, the topic of the day was basically about this idea of the DFLA, but I don't really want to go too much. But we already know that not most of us don't even agree with Black Lives Matter, so we're not even. It's not even about that. Still, I feel like what would be a more fruitful conversation maybe is like how we can go about dealing with these issues in the community of when, because obviously some people pretend they're concerned about, you know, black on black and whatnot and everything. So I don't know, like maybe we can talk about something.
I wouldn't even do that today, to be honest with you. Just
Okay.
off the back of the thing, and cause I feel like, like you say, there's a lot of, it gets used as a weapon and a strategy, and I'm not gonna go down that line or whatever.
Okay.
Like as you were saying, there are a multiplicity of organizations within the community that are dealt with, focus on solely and just crime, black violence within the community, knife crime, gun crime, whatever there is. There's so many different organizations. Majority of them go underfunded, underpromoted, and under respected by the white establishment that we live in, but they are there. And if people were really that interested about protecting their children and other black children from this issue, and they're really worried about issue of crime within the black community, violence within the black community, they would already know about these organizations. They'd already be familiar with them. They do their own research and they join them of their own volition. Quite often, that's not the case.
I'll tell you better than that. You see,
you're saying that Black Lives Matter to the therefore, I want to see where they're proving that Black Lives Matter rather than just talking about one fucking section. Don't try and say that they should go and look at other sections, because if that's the case, right, and if Raf is right that you don't even support Black Lives Matter, then why are you even justifying them? Why not set up your own movement that does actually come out for all Black lives?
Don't reply to troll, please.
Yeah, no. Yeah, we're not validating certain yet. Right? What's it called? When it comes to the question of us and black on black violence and them kind of things, there, I just want to say to brothers and sisters listening that to check out the Manhood Academy for Boys. Do you know what I'm saying? Who are doing work with black boys. You can check out the East Side Young Leaders Academy or the West Side Young Leaders Academy that are on the front line addressing these issues. You can look at the Origin Rites of Passage program that is on the front line addressing these issues. You can look at the Social Solutions Institute or Amenoir Consultancy. These are all groups within the black community that are doing work with black men and boys in relation to black on black violence, gangs, and all that kind of stuff. And I also want to respect. I also want to respect the work. I also want to respect the work. I also want to respect the work of gang, because when
were they around before Black Lives Matter?
When a young woman was killed in Tottenham, gang amassed thousands of black people over a number of different protests in the space of a month or 2 months, in different areas of London, addressing the issue of the violence that takes place within our community, and so and that went like viral around the world. People saw that, do you know what I'm saying? And people came out to meet, and people had conversations live on the road, you know what I'm saying, all addressing that specific issue, do you know what I'm saying? So so let's respect to the man them and the woman them in the community that are doing that work, innit? It's very important. You know what I mean?
100%. And let's say that all of that work is all done and let's also say that all that work is all done self-funded. It's not government backed. Those are people who do it community backed, community funds, our own pocket, in 10 million in the Forefront project.
Another reason.
But yes, it's our own community-led organizations which have existed for such a long time that if people were really interested in this area, as I said before, they would already know about them, because really it's a political.
How much of that money is going?
That's what's happening. But like I think in general, when it comes to today's conversation, I guess, because I would personally avoid having any sort of conversation.
Anyway, Black lives. That's what they're saying. Nice. They've basically answered the question.
Don't reply.
But I think don't worry, Raf. No, because I was going to say, I think actually today the conversation, the question that Benny's asked actually is probably even a bit more fruitful than that one in terms of talking about the community. I think when you do the comparison of what's happening with BLM and what's happening with the DFLA, you do have very similar situations, to be fair, and the hypocrisies are astounding, right? So you have an organization which many people have no idea where the funding comes from. They have no idea who's really leading it. They have no idea what they're doing. They just show up because it's a laugh. They can have a kind of lager in their hand while they're doing it, sniff a white line and go out and chant some football chants. And really, they're not really campaigning for anything. I think actually when you do compare the two sides, I think that the Black Lives Matter protesters are significantly better quality people across the board and actually know what they're actually protesting for and have actually got a sound understanding of politics, to be fair. So I think it just makes, I don't know, but that's just on the top.
Okay, where are their funding being spent? Which groups are they giving to?
Yeah.
Because the
yeah, man. So
it all ends up in the Democrats' pocket, but you say that they're funding all these groups, yeah? All these good groups that Shaka came on and spoke about. How much are they giving to them?
So
you would say
when it comes to
minds, as just
when
said,
it comes to the differences,
is actually something to be respected for what? Robbing ya? Well done.
When it comes to the differences and the similarities, obviously, as we've seen here in relation to the lives of our people, obviously that in our community there are different political inclinations and ideological inclinations. I think one thing that we generally can agree on, though, is that the killings that we're facing at the hands of the police and other institutions in the society is wrong, and it needs to stop. And the extent to which that it takes place, at a disproportionate level in comparison to other groups in the society, that's something that we can generally agree on. And so you're going to find Black people of all manner of different ideological persuasions, supporting that agenda, which is a good thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Wherever else we agree or we disagree on, the fact that we're not supposed to be killed in the manners that we're seeing ourselves killed, not just in the UK but around the world, is mad. Do you know what I'm saying?
100%.
Is very, very mad. So I think the major thing is that people just want people to stop being killed. You know what I'm saying? It's like this shouldn't be. It's not really that complicated. A demand, like stop killing the people in these very unjust manners, and bring those who do the killing to justice. I think these are quite basic, especially in a society that claims to be about rule of law, democracy, and human rights.
Indeed.
I think it basically.
I think that's the key point there. Sorry, Raf, but I think the key point there was in regards to bring them to justice, right? Because often what gets brought up ridiculously is this idea of Black lives only matter when a police officer kills them. No, Black lives only matter when a Black man kills them, because that's the only time police officers and judges seem ready to prosecute. When police officers kill Black lives, that is when it no longer matters. That's when police officers are like, no, that's a lawful killing. You're allowed to do it. And really going over those things over and over again, it kind of belittles it. And that's why I don't know, man. I'm gonna talk to. But yeah, anyway, like there's no need for us to really go over and re-justify some of those points. It's just clear. But really, I would like to understand, if the DFLA people realize who are funding them, what their actual purpose is, what they're gonna get, what they're aiming to get, and why is it they seem to always get portrayed at every step of the way by their own government, but they never ever seem to blame or hold accountable their own government, right?
Can I ask a question? Have you ever looked into that? I've never looked into the DFLA. Like that. So have you ever looked into their funding or anything like that?
I've looked into not necessarily the DFLA funding, but the DFLA are a break-off group, a splinter group of the old EDLA, the old EDL, and their illustrious leader, Tommy Robinson. And I've looked into some of his funding, and of course, a lot of those people who went down on the DFLA march were responding to a call out. Responding to a call out from Tommy Robinson in the same way the Black Lives Matter protesters went out on a protest responding to Black Lives Matter's organization being called out, is the same way these DFLA organization responded to Tommy Robinson's call out. So that's the comparison that I'm making between and you're seeing very clearly that there's a hypocrisy in understanding the actions and motives of people. And really, there's like we've been saying, there's only so much of a point of talking to somebody about it, when really it's just about talking over that person towards the general listener, so that they get understanding.
One of the reasons why I asked that question is because of a few things here. So when police kill Black people in this country, obviously they have the machinery of state behind them in terms of their defense lawyers. Usually against poor black people who can't afford, families, who are grieving the death of their loved ones, who can't afford, top-notch lawyers and solicitors and barristers and them kind of things there. But then when you look in America, like when what's that boy's name? Zimmerman killed Trayvon Martin. He was able to raise millions on GoFundMe. Somebody set up a GoFundMe for him. And white people in America like raise millions for defense of an ordinary, you get me, like person of European descent in America for killing in terms of defending himself from killing a black boy. Yeah, effectively was a black boy. I believe that a similar
all lives matter. Everybody should raise money for everybody. The people for the people, Dem, you said. But now you're talking about white people raising money for white people and you don't like it. But you want to stand there and say black people raise money for black people.
Please continue, Shaka.
I believe.
Wait, just hold on, Shaka. Look, when she's done.
So I believe. Yeah. No, that's cool. So I believe that a similar thing was done in relation to Dylan Roof. Now, obviously, he was getting charged. Like he wrote a whole manifesto and admitted to everything. Went into a church, and prayed for about an hour with a congregation of black people during a prayer meeting, and then proceeded to pull out an AR. I think it was an AR rifle anyway, and kill 9 people in the church. Yeah. Again, like
Shakaram. Just in response to that Dylan Roof case, can I ask you the facetious question? What's wrong with white people supporting white people?
Boy, I mean, I think that white people are entitled to support white people, to be honest with you. And when it comes to murdering black people, they tend to have a good record of supporting each other. I
would agree with you on that. I would agree with that, and they get very impassioned about defending that, defending that idea. Yes, we should be defending white murderers of black people. It's
So I think it's So I wouldn't, I appreciate them showing themselves for who they are. You know what I'm saying? So I have nothing to say about that beyond that, really. But I'm just saying though, it's not unusual. Like we've seen this a few times whereby people, and obviously because we've got the internet, it's more apparent now because they're doing it on the internet. It's live, isn't it? Where like people are funded to the tune of millions, to assist people in defense of people that are
well done. I agree with you on that one. Yeah, you're right.
Of people that are responsible for the murder,
black supremacy.
Of black people. So yeah, I just think I just think those things are lessons for us in the sense of the fact that
they are lessons for you.
When we look at
united,
when we look at
well, carry on, Shaka.
When we look at the organizations that are doing a lot of work in our community, addressing a lot of issues, one of the major issues that a lot of them have is that we're under-resourced, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? And so it just goes to show that a community behind certain agendas.
Black Lives Matter to give some of their million pounds.
There's more work. There's more work to be done. There's more work to be done in our community in terms of highlighting, because a lot of our community, unfortunately, is not fully aware of a lot of the things that are going on in our community. You know what I'm saying? In terms of addressing these issues. And so the profile of these groups and these organizations just needs to be raised a bit more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
You know the funny thing is, to add to that, did you not know that Zimmerman? Did you not know that Zimmerman actually auctioned the gun that he shot Trayvon Martin with? Online.
And it was bought for quite I think it was around 25,000, maybe more.
It was. I thought it was over $1 million, but I could be wrong.
Was it over? It could have been. It could have been. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can't remember. But yeah, he auctioned the gun, but it went for bare money. That's what we do know. Like it went for P. Yeah, like it's mad.
I think that's equal to Black Lives Matter auctioning all black people's lives for money. and then keeping it for themselves and not using it on the black community. I would say it's equally disgusting. Black people get used once again.
You get me?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
and more recently, certain things were uncovered here in terms of the nature of the justice system as well. When the documentary "When They See Us" came out, because the prosecutor, who was a millionaire, you know what I'm saying? Is a millionaire, sorry, like you know, who basically deliberately stitched up these 5 black men for raping a white woman when, you know, they just blatantly didn't do it. Yeah, like, you know, went on to become a millionaire protected by the state. And again, like when They See Us came out, I think she lost the book deal, but then again, like, money was raised for her defense. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, this is now in the institutions now. This ain't just random white people on the road. This is like the institutions of society, innit? Like the prosecution service, yeah, in the United States of America. So yeah, like there's a lot of stuff going on.
I happen to agree with you. I think bitter women go right across the board, and I do think that people that allege rape are disgusting. Even if they're doing it to white people, there are a lot of women that are doing that. The Me Too movement turned out into something quite obnoxious to what it was meant to be in the beginning, because, you know, even just putting your hand on someone's leg now and you could be accused of be having inappropriate fucking feelings and stuff. So I agree with you, Shaka. Yeah, there are bitter women out there that make this stuff up. Yeah.
Okay. Nin, if
it's them back.
Yeah, if you're in the chat, yeah.
Tell Nin to jump on. Then I wanted to try to talk to Nin about a couple of things.
I'm trying to get him to jump on.
Jump onto
That would be a
the
good discussion. The whole DFLA and what it's about and whatnot and everything. That would be a good discussion still.
Yeah. No, but not even just that. I got a couple other questions to ask you as well, just in general on the whole Black Lives Matter protest as well. Like, so I've heard him a couple of shows, and he sounds like a very intelligent guy. But I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. I'm hoping that he'll jump on, and you know, hopefully we get a little tag in, tag out situation going, because, you know, somebody sounds like they're a bit weak on the intellectual points being made, and I know they like to keep his panels making good points and good discussions and answering the big questions. You know what I mean? So. It'll be good. It'll be good to get in back in here for sure.
What I heard a statement earlier about why I think it was Nanifa that was making this point about the fact that it's interesting that a guy went and did a Nazi salute next to Churchill's statue when it was Churchill that was supposed to have been fighting the Nazis. Right?
The irony is crazy. The
irony, right? So I just think it's interesting in relation to the question that a lot of the people that we're discussing, they are fierce defenders of the British Empire. In that regard, like a lot of this is about defending British Empire and British Empire politics and the legacy of the British Empire, of which Churchill
actually owns a lot of the land in Britain.
A great proponent of, right?
And number two, people doing the Z-Files are extreme right like yourself. So you should understand it. They're for Hitler. They're for Hitler. You know, we were against Hitler.
What are you doing?
Jupiter.
Nat.
Don't worry. Man could talk. Man could talk. Innit? Don't worry.
Don't say a name.
Yeah, of which.
Keep going.
You know what, Shaka? Yeah.
Oh, one sec. Let me just finish. Yeah, obviously Churchill is you know, like the jewel in the crown, so to speak, of the British Empire. Do you know what I'm saying? And so and this is the like in the sense of the fact that
the biggest racist ever to be
in the sense of the fact that Churchill presided over the empire, and like he was what people that don't actually know is that before he was prime minister, he was in the army, and so he was stationed in places like Sudan, where, you know, by his own admission, he took pleasure in killing the black people there.
Killing exactly.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, for the sake of
his own memoirs, reading his own memoirs, his own book.
I know.
Proper question for you, seriously, proper question, right?
Please continue, Shaka.
You want to say? I'm gonna.
Shaka, can you please continue, please?
Yeah, I am. So the point
Yeah.
is that when it comes down to
Right.
these
So
guys, like they're quite
Churchill
proud. This is
is a
why.
person
This is
that's
why.
got positive and
This is
negatives, yeah?
why. This
And
is
you say
why.
we can't uphold
This is
him.
why.
We can't uphold
This is
him.
why. This is why.
He won the war against Hitler, but you want to uphold a convicted criminal to stand for Black Lives Matter, yeah? So you want somebody who's a convicted criminal, yeah, and fight his virtuous life, yeah, but we're not allowed to have a statue of a war hero. It don't make sense. Men are not perfect. You know that, don't you? Men are
This
not
is why.
perfect.
Sorry.
Nor
Yeah,
are
this is
women.
why.
All right, Jacko, okay, you
So,
please.
A
yeah,
well-rounded
So
human being has got positives and negatives, but you want to accept that only on one side. You need to wake up.
All right, you've got that out now, Jibba. Can you let Shakira please
No, don't
continue?
respond. Don't say her name. Just
Hey, you know
continue.
what, Rap?
so
Don't
when it
worry
comes
about
down
it.
to
You know, Rap,
but
Rap, you
I'm
know
just
the wickedest
the
thing
only
is,
point I'm
yeah?
making the only point I'm making here is that man them are proud of the empire. Do you know what I'm saying? And what the empire did. And they feel like all these assertive black voices are tainting the image of the grand British Empire. Like they're quite proud of the murdering and the killing. That's why all this uproar can come because a slave driver's statue was taken down. It's
That's
the
not true because
man they want to feel pride.
all
Yeah,
our
man
fucking
them
women that were putting work
man
out
they want
here.
to feel
We're not
man they
proud
want to
of
feel pride.
We're
Man they
not
want
proud
to feel
of it. What are you
pride.
talking about? We're not
Man they
proud of
want to
open
feel pride.
sewers that our children had to fucking live amongst. No, we're not proud of it. We're not proud of all the little white kids that were shipped out to America and was put into indentured slavery. No, we're not proud of it. We're not proud of the Catholic Church that abused children. We're not proud of that. No, we're not. Stop lying. We're not proud of that. But we know that happened as much as the injustices against black people. We believe all injustices should be called out and all people matter.
All right. So
Yeah, so
basically,
in that sense, yeah,
no.
it's about the not creating an environment or even like killing any kind of suggestion of challenging the nature and the continuation of the legacy of the British Empire. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that kind of truth kind of becoming staple within the nation has the potential to organize black people in ways that will become very unfortunate to the continuation of Britain as it stands right now. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna have to start asking certain questions about wealth, and where it is in the world and where it comes from, and how how that situation manifested itself for it to manifest in that way in the first. You know what I'm saying? These are all very uncomfortable questions that people want to make sure don't get too much traction in the society as it stands.
I would actually like to see black people organise themselves and stop saying that.
But the biggest point with that, but the biggest point though with what I just said, where that is concerned, is that these little DFLA boys, like they're the minor league in that agenda, because the government's behind that agenda as well. Like the DFLA are small fries, in this thing. You know what I'm saying? Like they're like the first, they're like the pawns. Like, yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you got chess and you sacrifice the pawn to protect the queen. That's what I go on right now.
We're the puppets. We're the puppets. They're the puppet masters.
But the thing is, they've consistently been
cut
there.
any strings, pull any strings.
Go on, that
Who's outside? Who's day?
So what did you say, Natty? What did you say? You say that they've been the puppet masters for years. I agree. Like, and the thing is, they continuously fall for the trap and fall into it. And most recently, we saw with this whole recent thing, with this whole Brexit thing. And imagine the irony of this, right? With this whole Brexit thing, the majority of these guys went out there. Majority of these guys went out there and were saying, yes, let's vote Brexit. Brexit will get our country back. Boris is taking back control. Boris this, Boris that. Boris was their hero and their champion before COVID hit, right? Before COVID hit, Boris was their hero and their champion. They thought Boris was a class war hero who was going to protect them from cruel Jeremy Corbyn. And as soon as Boris Johnson won, and then COVID hit, and then poor white people found themselves on the chopping block, they started complaining. They started complaining about Boris and coming to say that they are Illuminati and Freemasons. I was like, hang on a minute. You
is
voted
really
for them. You put them into power. These are your
We're talking about Freemasonry.
crazy.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
irony is
Yeah.
nuts.
What about the
The
black
irony
chapter?
is nuts.
Crazy.
These guys,
What about the black
like the
chapter? What
level,
about
the
the
level
nine?
of
What about
cognitive
the
dissonance
nines? Yeah.
is
What
insane.
about
Like
that?
what you're looking at here is actually, I don't know if it's actually just plain stupidity or if it's actually
Oh,
planned,
is
like
it
like an
stupidity?
absolute
No,
plan.
no, no.
Like
We have to understand. No,
I
Scotland,
agree with
they're
you.
supporting their
plan, right?
interests, innit? It's cultural.
Stupidity.
Because when you look at pawns, you know,
For a group of
pawns are
black
still part of the army, innit? Like they're still
Yeah,
pieces of the chessboard. You know what I'm saying? They're still part of the army.
telling us what white
Oh,
people
man.
think.
They've all got their roles. I hear you, Shaka.
Yeah,
They've
Yeah,
all
I
got their
hear
roles,
every
innit?
piece.
You
I
get
hear
me?
you
Trust
too.
me. When you
I hear
play
you
chess here,
too.
the pawn is very important still, you know. You get me? Don't
Yeah,
get it
I
twisted.
agree with you. We must make
The pawn is
important
very
points.
important.
Yeah,
Does the pawn
You know
know
what I mean?
why it's important though, or does it know just know it's important?
Yeah, we want
That's
to
a good
listen
question.
to important points.
That's
Yeah,
a good
that's
question.
really important. Now, big build
That's a
up.
good question.
Come on,
You
bro.
know?
Go on then, important
That's a
point.
good question. And at the same
I
time,
can't
what
remember.
I
There
do
was a
know,
black MP.
what I do
No, it's
know
supposed to do a fucking
is that
important point, not
ultimately the pawn and the queen are on the same side of the board, isn't it? Like that's what I do know. You get me? So
pawn.
you know what I
Who's the
mean?
pawn man? I agree with you. There's pawns in this. Who are the pawns?
Yeah.
You're
I
a
mean,
pawn as well, Jupiter. You are.
no, but
Yo,
Matt,
Natty, don't, please.
I agree,
She's
Natty.
desperate.
I agree. I
Desperate
actually
for
agree.
knowledge and acknowledgement. Desperate acknowledgement.
Yes, boss.
Can't acknowledge certain things, you know.
Nah.
Sometimes you have to leave a thing. You have to leave
Yeah.
that.
Let me get
You have to leave it.
Yeah, you have to leave the
two
thing.
raspberry lolly, please.
Leave the thing. Yeah. Which yarn is this?
Oh, man.
Anyhow, Raph.
Yeah.
You know no levels.
Are you still what do you call
You
it?
know no levels,
Bullshit.
Scat.
Are you still anarchist? Yeah.
Thank you.
No levels. Kilo day scattered. Kilo
Are
day.
you still, Raph, are you still anarchist?
Kilo day.
Sorry?
You still anarchist?
You don't understand. You don't understand language.
Have you
I
come
thought-
over to Marcus Garvey and the good
you were
side?
British.
No, not
I
yet.
didn't think you were British.
No. I said not yet.
Not
Never.
yet.
Wait,
Never.
wait
he said
for
not yet.
Iran Marshmelly. When you waiting for Iran Marshmelly? Iran Marshmelly, I'm inviting you next month. Yeah, I'm doing a series on my channel on Marcus Garvey. We're gonna be breaking down the extreme revolutionary beauty of the man. Hello, Coincide, braha.
Woman,
Coincide, braha.
White woman.
Coincide, braha.
Yo, big up in the stay.
You're gonna forget about the white woman that he fell in love with first, or are you gonna?
Big up in the stay in the background. I was
that?
gonna say, Shaka,
Are you
what you do? What are the normal Messiah month things happening?
Are you happy,
Yeah, they're
Scared?
nice,
That's very
They are.
exciting.
The program's not out yet, but they're happening still.
All right.
So yeah, stay
Okay.
tuned.
It's happening, guys. You heard it here first. It's happening. Marcus Garvey. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'll tune into that still, but obviously my views haven't really changed still.
Nah, Ralph, you gotta jump on the panel. No, just tune in.
Scattered.
Jump on the panel, yeah.
Yeah, you can't just tune in.
No, for real. On a level, yeah, come true. I've got a brother. I went to make it international in it. So on two of the sessions, I've got a brother from the States doing the presentation, and a brother from France doing the presentation as well. But like, come true with challenges.
In the Western world, you got to offer different continents.
Come true with challenges. Come true with questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, come true with anything in it. That's the whole point in it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, it's not just an exercise in propaganda. It's an exercise in exchange, isn't it? So,
yeah, I won't lie to you though. Like, I'm not well read on
I won't lie to you, baby.
That's why you come true, bro. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you don't have to be. You can, in whatever you're well read in it, you can come through and speak to it in it. Like,
I
it's
have to be
challenging,
sincere
whatever.
with the questioning, not just come.
Yeah, of
with
course.
that.
Yeah. Idiot thing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, you're welcome to do that still.
Yeah, moo-moos.
You know what I mean? Isn't it Rascal to say?
Yeah, I understand
know.
the level.
Yes.
Yeah.
You get me? Say, Marcus, yeah, we say.
How you they talk them so?
You know what I mean?
Marcus, do you know what? Yeah, Veli was talking about this yesterday. He's looking to do something on economics and making money and whatnot and everything. So
that reminds me, Black Pound Day Saturday, yeah. Cause Swiss put out the call. So on
Yeah,
Got Kush
man.
here, we're doing like we're doing like a
Oh
all day
yeah, that
like
reminds me. He
a
just
black economics all day.
say everybody who's not black, make sure that you don't shop in black shops. They don't want you to spend money in their shops.
Indeed, right? So yeah, check it out on Got Kush, like from 12 to 5. Like we're gonna be profiling a lot of black group economic experts, you know what I'm saying, from around the world really, and going in on the thing. Or
Yeah,
in on
I
the
see
agenda.
the flyer. See the
You
flyer
get
get
me?
sent today. It was going around. It looks like a power show coming to shoot.
Have a lick, Buzboo. You don't want none. Come, have some. So it's cold, isn't it?
Yeah, we need.
You
We
know my
need
son,
more.
yeah. My
We need
my
more.
son don't like athletes, you know. It's funny. He don't
Swear
like
down.
athletes. Nah, they're too cold, isn't it?
Yeah,
He
he's
likes
bad,
cold
man.
drinks, but
no.
yeah, he likes the taste, but when it's too cold at the moment, he's not on it.
Yeah.
You gonna try it? You gonna try it? It's actually funny.
That's a good look, boy. Yeah, we bothering you for no ice cream or none of thing there. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know how long that will last, but we'll see.
Yeah, I was gonna say. For no.
Mm.
Yeah, man.
One of the things.
Now it'd be interesting to see if Benny does do that channel.
Yeah.
I think he needs to just do it and kind of go. But I think the thing about it is obviously I think the speaker corner crowd, you have to accept that a lot of speaker corner crowd just want live content of debates.
No, yeah, he'll keep this channel obviously.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have to do the build up a whole new crowd or audience on one of those other panels. So it's gonna take some time. It's not just gonna happen quick. He's gonna have to put some work in it. But no, I think it'll definitely be a good look. But it's a sign that will take time. But I feel like it's gotten to the point now, not necessarily where the G Block or this channel self maintains itself, but where I don't know if he hasn't necessarily put in too much work for it to function. Whereas so he could probably have some time to focus on something else and let this channel just run itself. Still, to be fair.
Yeah.
To some extent, as he's been doing. But I think he could do a little bit more regulation personally. But
yeah.
More regulation. Scatter,
I feel like he might need to move to Zoom though, like where people can get in just via a password.
Yeah.
So that he ain't got to be managing the ins and outs.
Yeah, that'll be good.
The ins and outs.
Is that how Zoom is free, innit?
But you can pay for
up to a point. Yeah, up to a point. It's free.
You can pay for
and how many people can come on at the same time on Zoom?
Oh, you can have hundreds, man. Well, I'm not sure about hundreds.
Yeah, but if you're using it for more than 43 minutes, you've got to pay for it though.
Oh yeah, I forget about that. Yeah.
But how much do you have to pay a month? Is it monthly? Is it per month? Or just...
I think the cheapest one is like 14.99 something like that a month.
Okay.
Yeah, you're better off paying for that than donating to Black Lives Matter because you won't see a penny of that go back into the black community.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best thing to just pay for a whole year and just get out and done with. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, I mean, I was hearing that people are going to use Discord as well. Don't know about that. I think Raspet does Google Drive or something like that. Is that
Google Meet?
On Insta now. Haven't you heard? It's embarrassed with his speaker corner friends.
Has anyone used Google Meet yet? Is it good?
I've used it for actual meetings. I've not used it for a live, and it's okay for me. It's pretty much similar to Hangouts, though. From what there's a couple more Hangouts, a little bit more, a couple more things that you could do with it, a little bit more user friendly, but otherwise pretty similar.
Can you select the people that come on?
Not on the call that I was on, but
oh, okay.
I think maybe
is it better than StreamYard?
It seems better than StreamYard, except for it doesn't seem to connect to YouTube as easy from what I know.
Okay.
You could ask you can ask Russ in it. Respect has it in it. I see him.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, his team. So yeah, find out on his team, bro. Yeah, that's what we need. We need like other ways of making money so that we can get these movements actually funded, innit?
If people don't want to fund it, then we can just fund it out of our own monies. At least if we start getting something done, then people might see, okay, like there is a point to get involved in this thing. That's what a lot of people do. They don't want to get involved in the first place.
It's not going to be IRA type, and you're going to blow people up.
Well, that's what Marcus Garvey did, you know. When Marcus Garvey bought his first ship at the Black Star Line, you know.
Pissed off because the white woman couldn't marry him. You know that, I know.
So Marcus Garvey was putting his money into the thing.
Money, community money. He organised the community to work together.
Because he was pissed off because he couldn't marry his first girlfriend. Very sad story.
Marcus Garvey was alright, man. Every time a great man tried to do something, they tried to mock him and put him down. He's a great man, tried to do great things.
He was not. In love with a white woman. Everybody knows the story. He was not allowed to marry her, so he left the shores. That's the truth. He left the shores. He grew up. He grew up with a family, and they had a daughter that was white, and they were very close friends throughout their schooling. He was in love with her. He wanted to marry her. He was not allowed to. It broke his heart, and then he went on a fucking vicious thing. Everybody knows the story. Everybody knows.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey's a liberal.
Let's get together.
A liberal.
All right.
Like this is part of what you call the whole buck breaking type black man on the plantation thing here. That the black man's primary motivation is to have
why you like Black Lives Matter?
You know
is that why you like Black Lives Matter? You know that they're linked to LGBT. Why are you talking about that? That's disgusting. Why can't you talk about pure love?
You know Hollywood, yeah? They started.
Well, now you're going to go to fucking pedophiles. Really, Shaka?
Yeah,
so Hollywood, yeah?
Really?
They started off with a song called...
talking about them.
Shaka, please continue. Hollywood, yeah.
Can we just talk about normal love? You know, normal families.
Nobody actually wants to talk to you, Jupiter. That's why I don't understand. You don't get. Everyone has been avoiding. One second, Raph. One second, Raph, chill, Raph, chill, yeah. Jupiter, everyone has been ignoring you. If you haven't realized it, nobody actually wants to have a conversation with you.
Really?
You're 69 years old, and we are ignoring you, and you're enforcing yourself on a conversation. Please just recognize that for a second. Think about it. Take some time to reflect. And be quiet so the adults can have a normal conversation, please. Shakira, can you finish what you're trying to say?
Is it because I owe Yimbo? Is it because I owe Yimbo?
All right, family. I'd like you just to take a little moment to just listen to what I'm about to say. All right. This is the Black Fact for the day. Okay. So just let's have a little listen, please. Okay, it starts. General Colin Powell urges African American students to reject racial hatred. Okay, so this is on this day in 1994. Okay, by 1994, Colin Powell, the son of a Jamaican-born Harlem merchant, had already served as National Security Advisor to President George Herbert Walker Bush and chair of the Joint Chief of Staff during the Persian Gulf War. Someone's got some background thingy, Bobby. Can you mute up, please? He would become the first African-American Secretary of State.
Nat, mute up, please.
He
would become the first African-American Secretary of State in 2001 under President George Bush. On May the 14th, 1994, however, Powell's most important task of the day was as commencement speaker at the Howard University in Washington, D.C. His address appears below. It goes on. He says, the real challenge in being a commencement speaker is figuring out how long to speak. The graduation students want a short speech, 5 to 6 minutes, and let's get it over. They are not going to remember who their commencement speaker was anyway. Parents are another matter. Arrayed in their finery, they have waited a long time for this day, some not sure if it would come, and they want it to last. So go on and talk for 2 or 3 hours. We bought our lunch and want our money's worth. The faculty member who suggested the speaker hopes the speech will be long enough to be respectable, but not so long that he has to take leave for a few weeks beginning Monday. So the poor speaker is left figuring out what to do. My simple rule is to respond to audience reaction. If you are appreciative and applaud a lot early on, you get a nice short speech. If you make me work for it, you're liable to be here for a long time. You know, the controversy over Howard's speaking policy has its positive side. It has caused the university to go through a process of self-examination, which is always a healthy thing to do. Since many have been given advice about how to handle this matter, I thought I might as well too. First, I believe with all my heart that Howard must continue to serve as an institution of learning excellence where freedom of speech is strongly encouraged and rigorously protected. That is at the very essence of a great university, and Howard is a good university. And freedom of speech means permitting the widest range of views to be present for debate, however controversial those views may be. The First Amendment right of free speech is intended to protect the controversial and even outrageous word, and not just comforting platitudes, too mundane to need protection. Some say that by hosting controversial speakers who shock our sensibilities, Howard is in some way promoting or endorsing their message. Not at all. Howard has helped put their message in perspective whilst protecting their right to be heard, so that the message can be exposed to the full light of day. I have every confidence in the ability of the administration, the faculty, and the students of Howard to determine who should speak on this campus. No outside help needed. I have complete confidence in the students of Howard to make informed, educated judgments about what they hear. But for this freedom to hear all views, you bear a burden to sort out wisdom from foolishness. There is great wisdom in the message of self-reliance, of education, of hard work, and of the need to raise strong families. There is utter foolishness, evil, and danger in the message of hatred or of condoning violence, however cleverly the message is packed or entertainingly it is presented. We must find nothing to stand up and cheer about or applaud in a message of racial or ethnic hatred. I was at the inauguration of President Mandela in South Africa earlier this week. You were there too by television and watched that remarkable event. Together, we saw what can happen when people stop hating and begin reconciling. De Klerk, the jailer, became de Klerk, the liberator. Mandela, the prisoner, became Mandela, the president. 27 years of imprisonment he did not embitter Nelson Mandela. He invited his 3 jail keepers to the ceremony. He used his liberation to work his former tormentors to create a new South Africa and to eliminate the curse of apartheid from the face of the earth. What a glorious example. What a glorious day it was. Last week, you also saw Prime Minister Rabin and PLO Chairman Arafat sign another agreement on their still difficult long road to peace, trying to end hundreds of years of hatred and 2 generations of violence. Palestinian authorities now have begun entering Gaza and Jericho. In these 2 historical events, intractable enemies of the past have shown how you can join hands to create a force of moral authority, more powerful than any army, which can change the world. Now, I could go on, but I was just really giving people a break, you know? So, yeah, man, I could go on, but it was just to give everyone a break still in the most polite way I could find without sounding disrespectful or bitter. You know what I mean?
Beautiful line. Now, let me ask a question. What year was that again?
1994.
I agree with what you read. So what's
All right.
the
Let me drop some context here on that year. That was Howard University, innit?
That's correct, sir. Yep.
Which is in Washington DC, yeah.
big up free speech.
And Howard at the time was a hotbed for black historians in particular, but scholars in general. And at the time, they were in a lot of hot water because they had brought like Farrakhan to speak, Leonard Jeffries, the historian, to speak, Khalid Muhammad, and a number of others. A man by the name of Malik Zulu Shabazz was like a student at the thing on the campus as well. Yeah, and one of the hot things that was going on at the time was the fact that black people were interrogating the role of the Jews. Yeah, in the enslavement process. And so there was a lot of talk about the fact that, you know, these people should, like Farrakhan and Leonard Jeffries and Khalid and them kind of things, they shouldn't be allowed to speak. One of the things that they did was they held a Black Holocaust symposium whereby they brought, you know, a number of speakers to the university to break down, you know, aspects of the Black Holocaust and challenge the attempt by the authorities to minimize and write out the aspects of the of enslavement that had to do with the Jewish community. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, bare things are going on. So yeah, I feel like he's speaking into a lot of that stuff that was taking place.
So you agree with free speech?
You get me? So yeah, you know what I mean? Like that's a mad thing. In fact, a lot some of what I've just spoke about is actually on YouTube. Like if you like Google like Tony Martin or Khalid Muhammad at Howard University, you'll see some stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's mad. So yeah, interesting. You get me?
Hello.
Hi there, you right? How you doing?
Where's his mum?
She's at home. Yeah, she's at home. Yeah. I'll take her to the park.
I'm just going out for a bit.
Okay, that's nice. Enjoy your day.
Yeah.
Enjoy your day.
Yeah.
All
Have
right.
a nice
You
day.
too. Take care. Yeah, man. So yeah, Colin, where? Colin, he got a good career after leading the invasion into Nicaragua and Panama. Get me?
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with free speech, has it?
You know what I'm saying?
Or
No,
uniting. That's separate.
So yeah. 1994. A lot of things did I go on still. Right. Let's start out this movement now. I'm going to my yard.
So can we agree then that if you think that people like Farrakhan should speak, which I actually think that he should be allowed to speak, even though I don't agree with a lot of what he said. If we agree that he should be allowed to speak, then so should other people on the other side. Everybody should be allowed to speak. You shouldn't be shutting down people's speech, should you? You know, you can't say that people like Tommy Robinson or who else want to speak and they shouldn't be allowed to speak if you want Farrakhan to speak. Because I would argue for Farrakhan to be allowed to come to Speaker's Corner. You see, these are the double standards that I'm pointing out all the time. You don't like it. And you can ignore me as much as you like. I can talk till the cows come out, so I don't mind having them.
Dread, Nazi dread, love.
Yeah, one love, one heart.
Curly Congo Bonga eye. Nazi dread. Nazi dread locked in a Babylon.
Igwe.
Nazi dread. Roots naughty. Nazi dread. And I walk up to First Street.
Daylight come and me wanna go home.
And I walk down to Second Street to see Nazi dread. I've got to reach Third Street. Nazi dread. And I talk to some dread on 4th Street. Nazi dread. Nazi dread locks in a Babylon.
Singing. Are you having a mental breakdown?
Roots naughty. Not interested. I mean, there was some
Another
serious
one
tunes.
bites the dust.
Boom,
Boom, boom, boom.
boom.
Another one bites the dust. And another one. Another one.
Them tune them,
Another
man.
one
Them tune
bites
them.
the dust.
Feel it in the one drop, and we still find time to rock. We're making it one stop. The generation gap. So feel the strong beat.
You do
As
me, I
it
do
beat
you.
within, playing a rhythm,
You do me, I do
fighting
you.
against the system. Ooh-wee.
Yeah. Give him a
I
breakdown.
know Jah never let us down. Whether you're right from wrong, I know Jah never let us down. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
We meet
They
in the
make
middle.
me work so hard every day. We got to keep on fighting. Fighting.
You know, Shakara,
They
brother,
make me
Shakara.
work so
Can you
hard.
hear me,
Yeah.
babe?
Our
Yeah, go on.
love
So I
is
know
not
you
alien. Eyes can see that we.
I don't know, from a psychological or sociological type of vibration. What do you actually? How would you describe what's going on here, babe?
With what? Sorry, with what?
With this, you know what I mean? This constant noise. Like, what do you? You know what I mean? What do you assess here?
Isn't it, Shaka? This is
No,
where you
what
come
it is, yeah.
isn't it?
Let me show you what I want. Let me show you what I want here. So
Yeah.
Because and the reason
when
why
I
I'm
was
asking Mandem is because she feeds off of Mandem's energy, innit? So
yeah,
that's why I'm
course,
asking.
course.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
feed
yeah.
off Mandem's energy.
So
Oh my
so
days.
so what it is, yeah. When I was interviewing my pops here on Got Kush TV last Thursday, right?
Big up,
And we were discussing, yeah, we were discussing what went on at Trafalgar, and he was saying, right, what you have to, like he said basically what it is, yeah, is that because of history and the system that we live in and under, yeah. Europeans are used to being able to invade the space of African people and presuming importance.
Are you claiming
Yeah,
a
like,
invader, you cheeky sod?
you know what I'm saying? So in that sense, yeah, like whenever you know, like back in the day, yeah, like you know, man's parents' generation and the grandparents and that.
This
Yeah,
fella's
like you ever, I know you know this one, Nani, for you, like you ever heard the owners them say, like, when you know they're at work, innit, and there's two black people or three black people having a conversation, and a white man come up to them and ask them, what are you plotting? Right?
Come on.
You get me? Like, you know what I'm saying? They're way there, yeah. So it's a thing whereby, like, you know,
Well,
like
so what
there
would you
can
call
be
it?
no
Okay,
space. Yeah.
Yeah.
There can be no space here. There can be no space.
When a white
There
person's
can be
talking
no
to a black
space.
person,
There
and a
can be
black
no
person
space.
turns up and says, "Oh,
There can be.
what are you talking about?
The funny
What are
thing
you?"
is, yeah, there can be no
what
space
call
there
that?
that
Do you
we
call it paranoia?
that we have here.
Paranoid.
Even in a conversation,
Paranoid.
that like
Paranoid.
they gotta
Here we
come
go.
in and
Here we go.
feel
Here we
like
go.
they're
Here
the
we
most
go. With the
important thing.
down
The
low.
funny
Here
thing
we
is,
go.
yeah,
With the down low.
the funny thing is, yeah, when he said it,
Low. Let's go low. Come on.
yeah. So the funny thing is, yeah, in that same conversation with my pops that I was talking about, yeah, a whole gang of them 14 guys, yeah, came through on the conversation and tried to colonize up the chat, like just like that.
Yeah.
Like it was a mother's like
How did
what's it called? It was a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? Then nah, in my humble opinion, yeah, finally,
guys tried to colonize Chakra. Did you beat all four up?
There's a thing, yeah, when it comes to the Wazungu female, yeah, that like because the white man's like kind of giving them this idea that they're
what kind of female was that? Would it be the type of female with thighs? Because
the number one,
thighs, you know,
the number one sex symbol of the planet, yeah. So everything must revolve around them in it, like, and everybody must want them and desire them and have them in every place. That's why like the Marcus Garvey thing comes in. You know, the motivation of the black man must be to sexually conquer the white woman. You know the way there.
I
You
don't
get me?
believe
So
that. I don't want every man to
you know?
just write women.
That's
No,
that's
no.
that's my breakdown of the psychology of the situation.
Yeah, bless up, brother. I hear that still,
You
man.
get your
100.
fucking certificate from then,
That's
Chad.
that's why we don't
Yeah.
even give them time of day like that. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying? Like, because they're not important. You know the way it is.
But then why do they constantly keep coming around though? That's the
ain't
weird
no
thing for me.
psychiatrist.
And even as a female, I can't understand why I would constantly go somewhere where I'm not
Because
wanted.
heads need to feel important, innit? You
Oh,
know
the
the way
race
there.
don't want no white. You don't want no colour
So
to
as long
lighten
as
up the place, no?
like, so the best thing to do is
I
ignore
didn't
them
know
like
that
tick,
was a no-go zone.
you know?
Is this a no-go
Ignore
zone
them
for
like
white
tick
people
and
then?
mosquito.
Oh, is
You
that
know
what
the
you
way
said?
there.
Safe space. You want a
You get me?
safe space? Would you like a safe space, Nanifa?
You know?
You don't want white people around. Yeah.
You know what I'm
What black
saying?
privilege is it that you've got to say that white people can't come around here? Yeah? Is it a safe space? White people ain't allowed on this panel, no?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, we see this before, didn't we? There's a good video out of the girl that walks into the multicultural area and says, "There's too many white people." My God, there's one white person on the panel, one white person on the panel, and she's crying.
Look at
Look at the white in my face. I'm Mother Goddess. I don't want to share. I don't want to share.
Hail Emperor,
Come and do something, man. Cause you got one person mashing up the show. It's not good, man.
you are fullness have to express Jaja that I
Showing the
I hear me.
hypocrisy. Just
Oh
showing
no
the
see
Attention
Jara
seeking boy. My gosh, man.
Just showing the
Hail King
hypocrisy.
Attention
Selassie I
seeking is
always.
real.
Oh
Showing
yes,
the hypocrisy.
just like Kashumba.
Black supremacy.
Another in Selassie I. And the
Black
man come extra Martin Luther this.
Is a load of hip
After this
hop.
law we comfy.
I can come
I
on
see Bob Marley rise and no kill the prophet. Why you don't kill those standing on your pulpit?
I
No.
can talk to you all.
Where's Nat? Because
my equal.
You use them to
to be fair.
Equal.
Natty, where you at, Power? Cause you're kind of responsible for this too, you know.
This is
You
the
brought
truth about
him
circumstances.
Natty.
I see, oh, you're constantly building churches, but are your church defend the slackness as usual? Rasta no mix up in a homer. Crazy Jah.
To the Emperor, King of Kings. Jeez.
I mean, yeah. So shout out to the As the crew, because you don't know George sorts man out differently. I mean, yeah, me.
No, I don't get you. I don't get you because you want to try and
Right,
make.
no.
No problem,
Nah,
God of Jacob, but don't forget we're gonna link up, God of Jacob, yeah? Don't forget. Yeah?
Don't forget the link up. Tell the white woman to shut up. I am a goddess, she says, and I don't want to share my space.
Black woman and child, yeah. So you are really have so much love.
I bring the men down to the level.
And child to fade away.
Sakura singing.
You can never make I so proud. Yeah. Black woman and child, yeah.
No flame.
So you are really have so much love.
Earthquake. This man sings to me. Oh, baby, carry on. Why don't you sing?
So fine.
Empresses
I'm not living from those times. I know you're the first to give birth unto mankind.
Sing for the lady. Sing for the goddess.
See the niggas divine.
Yes. Carry on, carry on.
Give I praise.
Sing for me,
That's
baby.
where my covenant will be always.
I love your voice.
How have you been going through those days?
Carry on.
Yeah.
Oh, we are
Black woman and child. Yeah.
We are one.
So you I really have so much love.
Who live under the sun. We are the black one. We are the black one. We are together. Because all
so proud.
not just the black race. not just the white race. Those people are a fucking disgrace. We are together. We are united. Why are you trying to fucking fight this?
Boy, I started really doing wrong for this.
Shakara, they turn you to musician. Now what for you? Okay,
Yeah.
no philosopher king. They turn philosopher king to musician. Fuck's sake.
Now, to be fair, respect up to Shakara today.
You know what I mean? As the man. That's right, Busty.
So, good afternoon. This is Stephanie from Grocery. Customer services, please. Customer waiting, please. Thank you.
What's that?
Princesses and emperors living from in those times. I know. Ooh. The first to give birth unto mankind.
We gaga. We gaga. Imoni. Amane mamine jiro. We gaga imoni. We kweva keneme. Imoni me. We gaga. Big up to Nigerians.
Ooh, baby, do you know that that's swell? Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. Say in heaven, love comes first. Ooh, baby.
Keep it up. Hey, listen, like, bro, come on, man. Like, come on. Yeah.
All right, big up family. So watch this now. I'm gonna take this opportunity to I'm gonna be on the 90 for 99. We're gonna be going through some stories, yeah.
Of course,
So
we
I
are.
thought I might as well give it a try here today. Still, you understand? In amongst the madness and change up the energy and so forth. Okay. So there may be some amongst you that may know of such stories by a character called Anansi. I don't know if any of you know Anansi stories. So I'm gonna give it a bang today, and like I said, this should be coming on to my station still. So I'll try a little rollout here today still, if biggies don't.
Roll out.
It's called Anansi
Roll out.
and Rat.
Roll out.
Okay.
She said roll out.
Entitled Anansi and Rat.
She said roll out.
Please roll out.
Long time ago, Brer Rat was an arrogant, feisty, highfalutin, and balsify guy. He was tremendously vain, cutting his moustache in a style, and he used to dress in the latest style and fashion. Yes,
What do you think about fashion, girl?
for a while, Anansi tried to convince Brer Rat to change his ways. He pointed out to him that humans were more intelligent than he, tigers more dangerous, elephants bigger, parrots better dressed, flamingos more elegant,
Different colors,
wiser,
one people, different colors,
than rats.
one
Brer Rat
people,
only laughed and
different
insisted on being
colors,
the greatest.
nice
So
people,
Anansi decided to cut
different
Brer Rat's
colors,
sides.
One people. Big up to Lucky Dube, no. Big up Lucky Dube.
Lighted his pipe and Rat
Lucky Dube.
not take him long to find out Brer Rat's weakness.
Lucky Dube.
He used to love to dance. He was a very good, no, a fantastic dancer.
Sorry, Nani.
Went
Sorry,
to
Auntie.
every party.
Oh, you politician, never separate the people.
I've spoken to them. Yeah. Listen.
Different colors.
Otherwise, you're gonna be taking.
People, different colors.
I've spoken. Listen.
People, different colors.
Just kick them. Just kick them.
One
So I'm gonna
people,
continue, yeah. So when Nancy decided to cut
one
Brer
people.
he sat
Big up
down
to
in
Lucky
his
Dube.
old comfortable armchair, lighted his pipe, and racked his
Kick them
brain.
off if
Big
Ellie
up
say
to
kick them
Not
off.
taking long to
Africa.
find out Brer Rat's weakness. He used to love to dance. He was a very good, no, a fantastic dancer. He went to every party, each bashment to every dance. And when Brer Rat used to dance, for every bass and drum beat, he invented a new step. Music and dance were things he could not resist at all. Well, and Nancy announced to have a big prize dance. The best male dancer would get a crate of beer. The best female dancer, a food basket. The whole district started practicing
fucking propaganda.
of the latest craze in the dance halls. The dance was not to be held in a bamboo lawn, but indoors in a very posh club. Admission was $100, and lots of people complained. But then everybody saved their money to take part in the dancing contest. And Nancy leased the club. And Nancy leased the club for the event and contracted a good band. He was confident that he could make a big bag of money out of this event. And he was even more confident that Brer Rat would turn up to win the first prize. And that his and Nancy's plan to bring shame on Brer Rat would work out. 1 hour before the club opened the gates for the dance, and Nancy went inside, closed the door, turned the key 2 times, and fell to his knees. Not to pray, but to wax and shine the dance floor until it was slippery as ice. After that, he told the band leader his plan.
Hector.
Well, the band opened the dance with lovely soft music, and the couples danced and span slowly in comfort. They walked and they foxtrotted, and they thought of good old days. After a while, the music began getting faster, and then Nancy was getting nervous because Brer Rat had not turned up yet. But then he realized that the real Don rankings and VIPs, one word, people who were more important than others, always turn up later than the ordinary crowd. They wanted to be seen. And Nancy was sure now that Brer Rat wanted to be seen. Bad. Now, the band started to play some good old hits down memory lane, and the crowd just loved it. The dance craze then was ska. Ska, they now dance. Every man and every woman shook. They had a very personal style to dance the ska. At last, Brer Rat turned up. He wore
Can
the
I have some skunk, please? I can have some skunk, please.
2-colored shoes were pointed and made of suede, and his bell-bottom pants had seams as sharp as a razor blade. He wore a cream-colored silk shirt with a wide winged collar, and his cufflinks were of pure gold. In his back pocket, one could see the pretty rag to wipe his face. Some couples even stopped dancing to admire him. Arrogantly, Brer pretended not to see the crowd.
Any ganja in the house, no? Any ganja? Need some ganja.
Dance. The rhythm went straight into his body and feet. He circled on one foot. He jumped up and down. He turned and twisted. He hopped, crouched, and squatted. He slowly, very slowly bent back.
Happy life matters.
Rested his body, only his fingers and heels.
One,
Instead of 1 step, he made 4 steps and circled along the dance floor. Everybody stopped dancing just to watch Brer Rat's movements and to shout, "Faster, Brer Rat, faster! Oh, hey!" But Brer Rat pretended to hear nothing. But now he dance faster.
It's too late. You should have done this during the lockdown. It's too late.
gives the band leader a sign. Now the band played an even faster tune, and Blair Rat spun on the spot and glided and tap dance was getting faster
She
and
wants to
faster.
hear the sound of her voice. It's dangerous if a white woman talks.
Nancy shook
She
his
doesn't
lock.
like to hear the white woman walks.
Blair Rat glided,
The black man is white. It hurts her so much.
The was as slippery as ice.
It damages her sight.
Moved his arms like a windmill, and he started to stumble. And he began to slide until suddenly his feet
How can they love each other? She don't understand.
He landed on the floor on his backside.
She don't understand why they talk to them so.
And laughter erupted.
Being good fathers.
And every woman started to laugh. And some people tumbled down laughing. Others
but she's just angry.
So hard were they laughing.
For no reason.
Everybody laughed and pointed.
Talking without reason.
Rat felt ashamed. He felt ashamed. She wished he was invisible. The floor would open to hide him. He wished he could dissolve like gas in the air. All of a sudden, Blair Rat saw a hole in the wall of the dance floor. He ran to the hole, jumped in it, and disappeared.
Being a racist is what she desires.
The musicians and people who only watched, everybody could not see him again.
Them apart forever.
Rats are living.
That's what she required.
And Nancy Meckett. Yeah. Okay, so that's a little story. What we have.
Yeah, big up now, you know. Concha we say. Nine.
Sorry, but go on,
baby. Did you see my Nazi t-shirt though?
Oh, come on, just show me again, Bridget. Sorry, because I was focused
I wear right now, man's wearing a Nancy t-shirt, you know, and man can't even turn back on my my camera on right now, yeah. All right, cool.
Yeah. Jeez.
Is it? Self-design. I'm me design this still, you know. I'm me design this still, you know what I mean? You like come out, me look clean.
Well, yeah, man. So yeah,
boy, it's on ice at the moment, but the company's called Abeng Apparel. Still, but yeah, stay tuned in it, cause I soon resurrect it.
Oh yeah, pick up yourself. Now look at that. That's powers, because obviously I didn't even know. See how we're that right now.
Yeah, levels.
You see it there? What the rat gone?
Yeah, you put the stage in the house.
The rat has gone, family.
You know the rat can't handle stage.
The rat has left the building.
Oh boy!
So wait. Hold on. What are you saying, Terry? We got a real Nigerian here on the panel right now.
I don't know where that guy's from.
Oh, big up everyone on the panel. This is a
big up, Melanie. Big up.
Very nice panel here.
Yo, can you not hear me?
Yeah, that's what I can hear you.
Oh, that James. James, but true say your identity's in question. I don't know if we should entertain you right now. Still,
why?
You get me? Apparently your identity's in question, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? You know? Apparently you're out here admitting to being a Wazungu around here. You get me?
Who said that? Yeah, who said that?
You did. Apparently you said you was a white man one time. Still,
bro. You know you're shook. I asked you 5 times. Who said that?
Apparently you did. That's what I'm saying. Apparently you did.
Yeah. No. Okay. So you heard me say that, Shaka? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't hear you say it.
Oh, so who told you that?
So I can't remember who said it. Still.
You can't reveal your sources, yeah?
No, I can't remember.
All right. You know what? No, but you know why I jumped on? Yeah, I jumped on to ask if anyone had seen that I don't know what you'd call it, that little piece by Channel 4 about the young kid who was encouraged to go to his first march, and then he went and he was assaulted by the DFLA. I think it's like impaired his vision in one of his eyes, and then he went to the police officers, and the police officers stopped and searched him, basically treated him like a suspect. You didn't see that?
No.
I think it was Channel 4.
Yeah, I saw it. It's on Zero, isn't it?
Yeah, you see that shit?
Wow.
Yeah, I posted it to someone. I accidentally put it in the CC group. But irrespective, yeah. I just wanted to know your thoughts, Shaka, on that.
It's mad.
No, I haven't seen the video. No, I have heard about this.
Cutting out, my brother.
That's mad.
Can anyone hear Shaka? I can't hear.
Story. I didn't. When I heard the story, I didn't know nothing about impaired vision and them characters. That's mad. Wait.
You're breaking up. He's at the
park. Also, I think your camera might be on. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you're breaking up. You're going in and out.
I'm going in and out. Yeah.
Okay, you're good now.
Pause. Right. So,
no, but she's a female. That's all right.
Okay, but still pause.
No, but I still pause. Cause man spoken for them thing there. Is it?
Okay.
But I have to be careful around there. Is it?
Yeah.
Big up, sisters. Nahanda Sankofa. Big up, my sisters.
What you saying? What you saying? Can't be chatting to those 25-year-olds like that. Hey, still.
Exactly. That's my YouTube age right there. I'm 25.
With a 3.5 GPA.
Yeah, I just tell people my undergrad GPA is a lot more impressive. 3.8.
Sorry, yeah, 3.8. Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah, 3.8, baby. Got to grad school. I was like, I don't know about all these A's. Shoot.
Yeah, man.
But I just think. Go on.
Where did this incident take place?
But like specific location within the march kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it discloses the detail. I can watch it again. I don't think it said that. Okay. I think the only thing that was specific is Saturday, June the 13th. That's the only reason it lets me know that it's part of that same.
The reason why I'm asking is because so obviously that when 5 o'clock came, everyone said that we're going home, innit, and we was all trying to go home. Everyone kind of walked to Waterloo Station at the same time. When we got there, is when things started to really kick off. Like a lot of the stuff that you're seeing in the news, that's when it's because apparently there was bare them man there outside the station waiting for man, after all the various different attacks here. Now nobody could get home. We're trying to get into Waterloo Station. They've locked off that station. Then we're trying to get to Embankment. Cross the bridge to go to Embankment. They've locked off Embankment. We tried to walk back to go Leicester Square. I think it was.
Who's locked off? Feds or the youths?
The feds. The feds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Or the feds said it weren't them. It was the train people in a minute, like, but it was all mad confusing, innit? So basically nobody can get home, innit?
Yeah.
Right. And so everyone stuck in this
sounding bad
place and running from pillar to post because
no, it's cutting out crazy, Shaka, but I don't think there's nothing you can do. It's the battery.
Yeah, Shaka,
the attacks coming from left, right, and center. Yeah.
Shaka, you're cutting out still.
So it was a mother's, like so. I had to start cussing a couple of the police officers because I'm saying,
yo, Shaka.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you now.
You know, I was just saying that it was mad because they locked off a lot of the stations, innit? So nobody could get home. Yeah. So for a good couple hours, people are just rolling around the place and can't get home, innit? You know what I'm saying? Like, and so a lot of stuff happened in that time. Yeah. In that time when everyone was trying to get home. You know what I'm saying? And then obviously because of the nature of the attacks here, certain man that we're gonna go home was like, you know what, like man ain't got nowhere to back it in it, like they're saying to back it and whatever. You know what I'm saying? It was matters, like to the point whereby I had to cuss off like some police officers. Look, I'm saying to them, this is stupid. Like, you don't say that you don't want trouble, but you're blocking everyone from getting out. You get me? It don't make no sense. You know what I mean? But yeah,
I thought it was not supposed to be no kids there. That's what.
Yeah,
no,
no.
He's a teenager. He's not like a kid. It's not like a fucking 6-year-old.
Oh, okay.
He looked about 17 or something, 16. He's young, isn't it? I think to be honest, the video is pretty, I guess, appropriate or on message, if you like, because it was still a sort of form of condemnation of the Met. Like this kid has been assaulted. He's bleeding. He's been attacked by these far right protesters, and instead of getting him help, the first thing you're doing is searching him, which is like treating him like a suspect.
Oh,
yeah.
See,
But I think,
and then think about it now. Yeah, the number one image that has come out of that day is a black man saving a white man from attack.
Yeah, yeah, and that guy, apparently that guy was a former detective.
Yeah, police officer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
No,
But I think what's more mad though, like from taking from that is one. I mean, I don't know how to. Well, I mean, so the mum, she gave her the mum obviously most of her ire was directed toward the police officers involved, or the police officers that didn't take what happened to her son seriously. And then, but also she was like, I don't know if she really criticized any organizers, but then she was like, basically it's like that. I can't remember how she said it, but maybe she said it like, it's a shame that this is what happens to our protests, something maybe along those lines. But I was like, it's true that it's a bit of a tough one though, because I'm still looking at it from the perspective of the kid he shouldn't have even really been there. He probably went there for fun and got fucked up. Like that's the reality of it. Like you went there to No, he went there by himself, like, or probably with his brethren. But it's like you go there to protest against the police, and then your biggest criticism is that the police didn't do enough to save you. It's like, bro, you was going there to say that they were bad people anyway. That was the whole fucking reason that you should have been there. It's a bit stupid, isn't it? It's a bit stupid to go to.
Here's why I disagree with you. The whole point is when to protest against injustice doesn't mean that you don't expect injustice to take place. If you're no, 1 second, wait there. Sorry, I gotta do something. Keep talking.
He said no. That's to the baby.
I don't know. Anyone else? Feel free to weigh in, man. I don't know. But what's
I mean, it makes sense to point out like, clearly that we are stopped and searched at a high rate, because I'm sitting here like bleeding and in need of medical attention, and the first thing that comes to your mind is to stop and search me. Like, I think that's noteworthy to point out. No, you don't think so?
Yeah, I'm saying you don't, but you did you see the point I was trying to make? It's not really a point, but do you see the?
I don't think he went there saying, I'm going to get beat up and we're going to see what they're going to do. So that wasn't the intention.
No, that's irrelevant. No. What I'm saying is how it then what your core belief is in the police protecting and serving you, yeah? That's what you believe should have happened in that instance, yeah? What I'm saying is the true issue of this surrounding this whole debate is the police, is how the police or how the institutions in this country treat minorities, specifically black people. So technically we should be protesting against them, like the police, not some lager-lout fucking drunk football hooligans. That's not.
I don't think that those people showed up to their protest. I think that they were protesting against the way that they were that the way that they were being treated, and then those drunk hooligans showed up to their protest. Right?
And then. So what does that?
I'm saying, but they weren't protesting those people. They weren't.
So let me ask you this. If 2,000, be honest now, be fair here.
I'm just trying to understand what happened. I wasn't. Yeah,
no, I'm saying if 2,000 people show up to attack a group of even 1,000 people, right? For example, and those 2,000 people are stopped from attacking those 1,000 people, and those 1,000 people are stopped from attacking and potentially going to prison for killing those 2,000 people. Did the police do a good job? Why are you putting yourself in a position to commend the police when you're there to criticize the police?
Gotcha.
It's like, brother, if you require their protection in a scenario and yet you're there to be critical of them, you've just given them the opportunity to tell you, well, you keep talking shit about us, but mate, we're the ones that fucking saved you. Like, brother, there has to be some level of like, I don't know.
Do you know what it was as well, James? Yeah, because Jupiter jumped on this morning to say that incident with the detective and the black guy that was carrying it was apparently the guy was an agent put in there, and the so-called what is it called, the black guy who was doing it was probably an agent too, to make it look like.
God.
And the crazy thing is, like, Jedi said he was the one that was carrying the guy first, and the guy took over after because he wasn't able to lift him that far in it. So when I told her that, yeah, she
wait, what? I don't understand. He's saying he himself or
yeah, Jedi himself was the first person to carry the guy out because
that police officer,
that
ex-police officer.
Yeah. That situation that Jedi said that basically, imagine they were walking looking for a police station, and the guy, he was drunk and everything. And he goes, "Who wants it with Millwall?" And next thing you know, everyone's just jumping and attacking him. So obviously, like Jedi said that after a while he jumped in to defend it guy. He was just like, it was getting too much. Like they were probably going to kill him or something, innit? So now he picks him up to take him out. He said that he couldn't. He said somehow he just collapsed. He couldn't, not like he collapsed, but like he couldn't lift him that far. Yeah, and then the other guy took over and carried him away and whatnot and everything. And like Jupiter came on to say that that was agent behavior. I don't believe Jedi's story because Raspek told another narrative, even though she couldn't even explain what Raspek said. So it was like, what story is she?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I haven't heard. I haven't heard any of that. All I know about is from the media that picture about the guy with the beanie carrying my man. My man look militant though. He carrying him look militant, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying because
he looked like a.
Yeah, it was Jedi told the whole story, so he said what went down there and what was the incident. So I was just like, yeah, that's what happened in it. So yeah, that's the context behind it, innit?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm on the outside looking in, but I just think it's a bit counterintuitive. I think the main crux of it is something along the lines of, I mean, you make the best out of every situation, and like especially if you've got a cause or like if there's a cause in it that you're fighting for or to promote or whatever. But yeah, I think yeah. If you're fighting, I was reading in the chat. If you're fighting for a cause or something, it makes the best to make the best out of a bad situation. That makes sense. But I would just say that I feel like it's I feel like it's
Stop reading and talk.
I mean, I think but I think it sets quite a dangerous precedent if somebody can say, I don't know. I think what is relevant here or pertinent here is the phrase picking your battles, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I think that for the discerning observer, I don't think that looked great. And then when I see things like this little kid, I think a lack of organization, an impromptu sort of ad hoc sort of demonstration, if you like, doesn't necessarily sort of perform the operative or perform the objective in the you're there to demonstrate and to put across some kind of idea, right? And I don't think doing something at the 11th hour is gonna have the desired effect 9 times out of 10 or 10 times out of 11.
We agreed, like, everyone's been saying that that whole thing was kind of like a fake, not a fake, but like going down there to face racist people. You understand, like, what benefit do we have in it? But like, obviously, I have no issue with people going down there to infiltrate certain organizations to benefit somehow. Like, get their names out there, let them know that they're doing something or whatnot. But overall.
Yeah, but hold on a second. I know we don't do this, but anyone that's got a different opinion, jump on. Anyone that's got some kind of evidence that's saying that somebody's narrative is fake or something, post it or post a link to it or say where we can see it. The internet's a fucking vast expanse. Just point to the internet doesn't necessarily close the net in any way, innit? So or shorten the net.
What are you referring to when you ask them to come on? What is that?
No, some people are saying that that's nonsense, that's a lie. About what you're talking about.
I'm talking about.
Well, you were saying some other people are saying it's an echo chamber, Yeah, jump on then, tell us, show us, or shut the fuck up.
Yeah, well, it's not that it's an echo chamber. It's like, because the reason why Jupiter had to go is because Jupiter started becoming a troll, innit? When you've been beaten up so many times, in your comment, like, she brought, imagine bringing statistics, James, that you were using to say that black people are being killed twice as much as their white counterparts. She brought statistics saying that white people are being killed in police custody as black people. The statistics make sense, it's equal. Then Nin jumped on and said that same statistics that you brought, you didn't read everything of it. And he even further says that black people are 2 times more likely to be killed in police custody here in the UK than their white counterpart. And Jupiter started backtracking, saying that those stats are fake, that anyone can make up statistics. She didn't even understand it in the first place when we said that people are 3% of the population are 8% more likely to be killed in police custody. She didn't even understand that in the first place, so she was just waffling for no reason. Like, it was crazy, fam. She backtracking, all the yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, I don't. That's why I don't really chat to that. I don't really talk to her like that.
That's where she started then going downhill, because her arguments are just falling apart from there on, and then that's when she started trolling. But
there ain't no real argument, man. Like, those people, they're pretty simple-minded. Like, the extent of it is this sort of slogan represents my political ideology and my group, and then you just see the partisan jingoist bullshit of, like, it doesn't even need to make sense. This is my group, so it's all lives matter, and that's it. You know what I mean? So then now she'll defend that to the hilt, like, regardless of whether she's making sense. That's why, like, I've realized people like that. It's not just because I don't like them and they're racist. I talk to racists, but they're dumb. Like, they're not gonna have a logical reason for thinking something other than this is my group. And if you can prove to somebody else that it's a dog whistle to them, even if you were to give them compelling evidence, they still wouldn't accept it, because that's their group, isn't it? That's what they believe they have to think.
I hear you. So I did see a few Ralph Anglo. I don't really think Anglo's a smart guy anyway, but maybe someone like Ralph could have come on and defended that position where it was saying that. But I don't see how he would have been anyway. The statistics says it there that black people are disproportionately more likely to die.
You're just gonna bring up how much black people make up in the criminal justice system, like how many crimes they, even though they're not. I don't know why they would bring that up, but that's usually like the go-to.
Yeah, me and Banksy did that the other day, though. And to be fair to Banksy, so I mean, like, even though I'm not his biggest fan, right? Like he even had to admit that when you sort of conflate that, or when you filter that through the exoneration. Mel, what are you fucking?
I'm washing
what are you doing?
dishes. I'm sorry. I knew you were gonna say something, but it was bothering me that stuff that was in the sink.
You kids, that's the problem. That's the problem with you kids these days.
Oh,
Just
didn't Ultra Funky say that the woman's
you're
supposed to
just
be in the kitchen?
you're just so impulsive. I don't know if you can call yourself a woman. We'll call you a girl for now. You girls,
Oh, yes.
you're so impulsive. But you just see dishes and you. But that's a joke. But yeah. Anyway, fuck her. Fuck Jupiter.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about Banksy and their statistics, and
Yeah, no, I'm saying, but when you filter this 50% crime thing through exoneration statistics, well, you get a very different picture, right?
I would even argue when they talk about black on black violence, it's not that because when you look at those, I was trying to do some research on this the other day, and I was talking to Delio, and I was telling him that that when they're looking into crime in London, they focus on London, innit? When you're looking into crime in other areas, they don't even focus on one particular city. They're focusing on the whole like district or what the county in it, or not county, sorry, the whole district basically. So imagine you're talking about West Midlands, but in West Midlands there is many cities there. There's Liverpool, or no, not Liverpool. Sorry, there's Birmingham. There's Wolverhampton. Those are all major cities, right? So why is it that they focus on? They don't go to what is going on in those cities and compare it to what's going on in London, rather than they take a broad thing where they're comparing London and the Midlands, when that's not really fair. Because if you go specifically to, like, let's say Liverpool now, in Liverpool, it's the same situation when you go to certain areas where you have white on white there, and when you compare what's going on in London and Liverpool, this literally comes down to poverty.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like, so the concept of black on black violence is an intentionally divisive technique, innit?
Yeah,
employed by those that I guess seek to show some kind of, because it's like, I'm not the first and I'm never going to be last to point out instances of, in quotes, white on white violence, right? Even when it's like murder and shit like that, it's like what is it, like, you're more likely to kill somebody shit like that. So it's like, granted, within any community, it's more likely that the victims of the crime and the perpetrators of the crime are more likely to have known each other, exist in this, have been in the same community, wherever, or have some kind of link or connection with each other, right? So it also stands to reason that would extend to, let's say, their, in quotes, racial categories. So that, I don't think that's outside of, like, that's too difficult to understand. But then when it comes to, like, the statistics that sort of paint black people as predisposed or inherently criminal, I think that's when you get that sort of conflation where it's like, black people do so much crime, and not only that, they're all killing each other in the streets, so much so that we need to develop whole sort of different branches of or police initiatives, and what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think that's when it becomes a little bit. That's when it becomes not necessarily organic in the sense, or not necessarily, like, it doesn't ring true when you see the kind of the steps that they take as a response or as a result of that. But yeah, man. But anyway, yeah, now come on.
Jones for president.
That's a James Jones for president.
James Jones.
James Jones for president. Wait, we need to hire
video footage of you at the protests.
Jones.
He's a guy. Send it to me, Ultra. I beg.
You don't know who he did that, James.
And also, Tash, you can definitely not handle Jupiter unless you're like 6'6", 150 kgs. You know what I mean? I got like a 300 kg deadlift. I doubt you're fucking with Jupiter.
Yeah, Rick.
You can't hear me.
James, can you hear Mr. Riggs? James, I don't think you can hear. Yo, can
Oh
you
shit!
hear
Sorry, no, I just cut out. Go on, my bad.
Mr. Riggs?
Jones, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Sorry, bro. I just cut out my I'm using some headphones. I think they just cut out.
You need to be hired 10 o'clock tonight. True talk.
Say that again. Hold on.
You're hired tonight to be online. 10 o'clock tonight.
Say it one more time.
You are hired as president 10 o'clock tonight.
Of what?
10 o'clock tonight.
President of what?
10 o'clock tonight.
I'm the president of 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is your life.
You got a red book out for me, yeah?
Now, we've got a show tonight, 10 o'clock. True talk.
What's it about?
Huh?
What's it about?
I'll get to tell you the whole topic. I'm just waiting for them to send it to me. It's 10 o'clock tonight on the YouTube. Black Ice.
Okay. Are you listening, though? I might
every Tuesday, real talk.
Huh?
I said every Tuesday, true talk. We talk about the.
What time does it finish?
It's probably about an hour and a half, sometimes.
Okay.
Or you have from the States, people over here.
I might not be back at 10:30. I might not be back at 10 on the nose, though.
No, you can come later.
All right, yeah, cool. I'll definitely tune in.
They'll put the link in the back chat.
Yeah. I might. Yeah, I'll try. If I'm back at my. Is it? It's on StreamYard, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be on StreamYard.
That's the problem. If it was on thing, even if I was on the roads, I could jump on.
Yeah, be on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I'm saying if it was on Hangouts, because for some like StreamYards, literally I lost about fucking 5 minutes and my battery gone. Even if it's
Yeah, when you get back.
Yeah, we'll do. Yeah,
the Americans they come in late.
All right. Yeah, stay not. So what do you think the topic's going to be about? Like about these things there?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, don't be talking about the Americans, Joe. You talking about the Americans, Joe?
The Yankees, man. The Yankees, man. We're gonna have Yankees, man.
The Yankees. That is like the worst name.
We're gonna have the mad ones in the house.
I hate to be called a Yankee.
Well, you are Yankee. You're from
I'm not no damn Yankee.
Yankee, man. That lady got it. She ran away from the Yankees, man.
My family ain't do nothing with this with them boys and all that stuff. That had to do with American history. I'm not ADOS. None of that stuff affects me.
Is that why you ran to
What?
Is that why you ran to DC?
What you mean? I ran. There's still I guess it's kind of considered the North Shore. We're above the Mason-Dixon line over here. I think. I don't even know what the hell.
You're not in DC, innit? You're in Maryland, innit?
DC, Maryland, same thing.
She deflected. You know, New don't get DC.
Listen, I'm a 25-year-old woman. I don't.
Oh my God.
That's some old people beef.
In the house.
That's some old people stuff. 25, baby.
Oh God.
Oh God.
Right, nephew?
I heard you're expecting another baby.
I'm gonna kill you, yeah. Yeah, I'm about to have twins. Like, what? So that's what I do.
I can't have no more babies. I'm tired now. I'm tired.
Ultra.
Who's that? Ultra? Ultra says no babies.
Ultra says he's gonna have triplets.
No more babies.
Ultra sounds sleep deprived right now. That sounds like the father of a newborn.
I'm tired. Listen, just quickly though. Dave Jones, like I don't know what he's done, yeah. But
Respect ain't you, bro. I don't know what he done, but you're gonna have to apologize to him because he is on to you. On to you.
What did you do to the man?
Oh no, fuck you. It's
I listen to this. Yeah? No, listen. Honestly, hold on, yeah, hold on. Of all the people, be honest, yeah, unless you're shook. Of all the people in YouTube, it's not about the content. I don't care about the words that are coming out of this person's mouth. The accent and the voice. Tell me who this sounds like. The accent and the voice, yeah. And also, don't be scared to say if you think it sounds like me. I don't give a shit. But the accent and the voice. Who does this sound like? Who have you heard talk like this with this kind of cadence and tone?
Fuck them, mate. Fuck them. Fuck the black people. I'm black myself. Yeah, it's not about black. It's about the left. It's about it's about the left. The black is getting bombed. You see everyone marching some silly black is in the.
Go on.
I put in the back chat.
You're gone. Oh, that's like this. You're shook. Hold on. But you know what though? No. I'm not gonna lie though. I think it sounds like Russ. I hear Russ do that all the time. No, what you mean? No, hold on. I hear him do that all the time. It's actually super ironic that he said that sounds like me.
From the same city.
I ain't involved, fam. I ain't involved.
I'm just saying, no, I don't. I'm not gonna lie. I don't sound like a wine when I chat. Still, I'm not.
See, James got me muting up my mic. I was answering and talking, and
oh, what? Yeah, who did that sound like?
I thought it sounded like Ali.
I did not sound like Ali. One bit.
No
way.
You know what? I'm in my bag. All right, cool. Carry on, saying guys. Go. I'm gonna show you something funny. I don't know about.
Yeah, fam. Like, listen, bro. The hate is real. The hate is definitely real. It is what it is, man. You get me?
It's been real. My gun from Israel.
Oh shit, fam. I don't even know why he brought you up. Like, you haven't spoken to him for so long. You do, bro. He's obsessed. Mad.
That's it. Hey, what you saying, Ultra? Don't listen.
What you done to Respect, man?
I don't know, bro.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. For me, yeah, when I watched the video, I didn't know how to take it. I thought, is he bantering, or is he being incredibly dumb? Right. But then I thought, no. I made up my mind. I've decided that the guy in the video is actually you.
To be honest,
hey.
I mean, you know, surefire way to know it's not me. Hold on, let me just double check.
Just because you ain't got no hair.
No, because, hold on. Is he wearing? Let me see.
It don't matter about his clothes, bro.
Is he? All right. I do not wear Puma, and I don't wear Adidas. Well, I wear Yeezys, but I don't wear Adidas.
I wear Puma.
I don't wear Adidas, or I don't wear Puma. So anyone you see in the video with any kind of clothing that's Adidas, or except for a Man United top, obviously, or any clothing that's Puma.
I think the lady does protest too much.
Don't disrespect me, bro. But to answer your question, do you know what it is? I don't, like I said, I don't think he's a bad geezer like that. You know what I mean? I think he's a bit confused at times, but I don't think it being fair though. I don't think it's banter. He doesn't really banter. I don't think he really knows what like. You know what I mean? I don't think he's really a banter guy like that. So I think it's more. I I don't know, man. His feelings hurt, but like I said, man, I'm not above apologizing. If man comes to me with a genuine concern and there's something I've done to hurt man's feelings, if considering it's not, you know what I mean, considering it's not something like I've done consciously that I believe is right, I'm happy to buy him a pack of tampons or whatever he needs. You know what I'm trying to say? Like wherever stop the tears.
I honestly don't think he cares. I honestly don't. Like, it's I don't know. Well, I don't even know what to say. But I don't want to say anything, and then you would just start saying I'm going in on man.
Yeah, don't say nothing. Listen, it's banter though, man. It's funny though.
I don't think it's
man did not with Hector though. That's the mad thing.
I think it's stupid and childish, but I'm not gonna lie still. Like banter would be like, you're buff, like me calling you Moroccan or something like that, and
yeah, like it's not meant to be banter. I think it's meant to insult, but like obviously, like
yeah. There's that, and then there's just man. It's just you're not even thinking about man. You don't even mention man. You don't even mention man.
You know what? This is what I say. Yeah, I always say this. If like, how can I put it? Like somebody like me, I do not claim to have anybody but my own and my family's best interests at heart. Right. Outside of that, I try to take a logical approach to most things. As you know what I mean? I speak on or speak about. And if it's to the benefit of all black people in the world, guess who it's going to benefit first and foremost, for me at least? My family, right? And myself, and the majority of my associates, and I consider them my family as well, right? So that's the position I speak from. And if that's bad in some people's opinion, you know, like if I'm not, you know, too real, if you like, or true to the cause, or you know, down, whatever kind of fucking phrases people, you know, if I'm not sticking it to the man every waking minute of my life, then fair enough, you're entitled to your opinion. You know, and I really respect people that are activists, you know, that have other people's best interests at heart, that are selfless in the way that they put other people forward, you know. And if you spend every waking minute of your life campaigning for the betterment of everybody surrounding you, then I reckon that makes you a good person, right? The only issue I'd say, if there even was one, right, because these are just two people's choice that everyone could, like I'm a live and let live kind of person. Only issue I would say is if one of those people, right, was spent every waking minute of their life, do it, like obviously asking for helping other people, being selfless, whatever. But what full stop.
Listen, sorry, James, what was that last thing you said?
Full
if
stop.
one of them happened to what?
I said full stop.
No, but you said.
I said.
Oh
full
wait,
stop.
you said.
You heard me. I
right.
said full stop. I said full stop.
Oh right, okay. Let me shut my face then. Yeah. So listen, with all that out of the way, babe, I'm going to shop there.
Yeah.
Oh no! What have you done? Huh? What's the matter? Huh?
Where is it?
Who upset you? Was it James Jones? James Jones said he hates all black people on video. He's in the protests in central London. He's got really curly hair and he wears Puma. Oh shit! No. I'm not gonna lie, James. I was watching the video. I thought I couldn't figure out what it was. Like I was trying to.
Cash, it isn't a big deal for us, yeah, but like obviously to a certain man it is, and it's not us. Trust me, believe me, it's not us. Wallahi, it's not us. I'm telling you now. Yeah, fam. I just need to. I don't care about this internet thing.
Yeah, like I said though, I'm gonna find a video of a fat person vomiting after eating celery, and I'm gonna label it ultra funky, and I'm gonna put it in many fucking different people's inboxes as I can.
Why don't you just upload it to your channel?
I don't have a channel, bro.
You do?
Of course you do. If you're on YouTube, you got a channel, bro.
Oh yeah, you mean sorry, I just understood what you were saying there.
I can't breathe anymore. This fucking mask is killing me.
Oh, don't do that, mate.
Yeah, don't do that, bro.
Hold on.
Oh, that's how you know Ultra's such a sellout to the black community, yeah? How's he gonna wait till he gets back to his yard to say I can't breathe? You should have been saying I can't breathe in the protest, fam. Should have been front line.
Hear what I'm saying? Okay, no, I'll be back in a minute. All right, cool.
Don't tell me
if he's wearing this mask, you'd understand. If he's wearing a mask, you understand. And anyway, bro, there's evidence you say you hate black people. You could fuck right off.
Are you done? Whoa. I got big evidence of you being an Islamophobe, and I've also got evidence of you being anti-Somali. I heard you asking about, I heard you mocking the Somali transportation system yesterday.
Mad.
Hey, Jen's taking the piss, man. Said Pumas, Pyumas, and Adidas, yeah, ODDIDOS, on Pumas and Adidas.
Adidas.
What's a Puma? Where's the two O's in that?
Adidas.
Puma and Adidas.
Adidas.
Where's the E? Stupid.
Sorry, James, I was in the lift, man. Sorry, I didn't hear none of that.
I had a savage nap.
All I heard was anti-Somali, and I was laughing my ass off. But
yeah, you mocked the Somali transportation system yesterday, fam. Don't think I did.
So wait a minute. Hold on. So, because I'm not the Somali transport system, I'm an Islamophobe.
No, you're Islamophobe as well.
Yeah. Oh, on top of it. Okay, cool.
Hold on. Shall I tell you why you're an Islamophobe? I'll tell you why you're an Islamophobe.
Yeah.
Tell you why?
Yeah.
Because you said child marriage and paedophilia is wrong.
Yo, you know what's funny?
Yo,
But why? I don't know why you're laughing. That's a big disrespect to you. It's a big disrespect to the two minority groups that you're insulting. Like you're just mocking mercilessly.
Yeah. Hey. Check that. James Jones.
I'm not involved.
Why does Russell hate you?
Guys, I'm not
involved. Huh? Why does he hate you, right? When you done, James?
I'm not asking. Listen, I'm not answering no more questions.
Yeah.
On that topic anymore. I'm on.
Just one more. Just one more, please. What have you done to upset Raspet like this? Why does Raspet hate
You're on a serious level. If you're not joking with me, serious, you're actually in a better place to answer that question than I am, because I hear things people say. This one said this. The only time I was ever there, I was on his show. The last time I was on his show was a while ago. Because it's so late. If it was earlier, I'll tune in, but it's just late. Yeah, I was on there the other day, and me and him, we had a little back and forth in the chat. It wasn't really like it's pretty normal routine, you know, like gossip. Me make a couple of jokes. That's all it really was, to be honest. To be honest, I was actually there. I feel like I was there being a nice guy. I was telling, bro, there's no need for you to respond to all that. You know, the madness was going on between him and his brethren or whatever. I was like, bro, you don't only listen. You said something rude. Man said something rude. It's not that deep. You ain't got to explain to people. But man, I don't know, man. And then I think I was ripping Jordan M. And then I guess he got involved in the action. Yeah. I guess Jordan's his guy or whatever. And then it's just a little banter back and forth. So I like if you're saying like what's the thing that's triggered him this most recent time, I'd have to imagine that, but nothing really serious happened. So you'd be in a better position to tell me, G. I don't really know, man. But like I said, I got love for the kid. Like, I mean, it's not serious. It's the internet, bro. I don't take none of this stuff serious. So, yeah, me. That's it, really.
So are you saying that it's banter then?
For me, of course it is.
Are you saying this is his way of calling? No, wait, not you know what I mean. I feel like you're saying this video upload was a way of him like declaring peace because he's genuinely trying to be funny.
Maybe. Like, yeah, I mean, what? Listen, whatever his feelings about it is, I'm happy to take it like that.
Listen, I don't think he rates Hector. So if he's putting you on the same level as Hector,
bottom line.
The sarcasm.
Bottom line, I'm gonna like, for example, if he wanted to jump on the show now and air some kind of agreement, he's welcome to. The fact that he's probably not and is probably listening means it's probably not that deep, and it's definitely not that deep for me. So that's all I could. I don't know. Like, if you want me to banter, like, if you want me to say something funny about him or something, now I've built up too much. Now everything else now is not going to be funny. I mean, like, I could do the banter thing too, but I think it's a bit weird because I don't really think he's that. He really gets jokes like that. I don't think he's really. You know what I mean? I don't think he would understand. Like, I might make a fucking. Like, I don't know, I might make a joke about Muslims and he might say, you are the reason that people get murdered in masjids or something, you know what I mean? It's like, well, okay, no. You don't get jokes like that. So that's a direct quote, by the way.
Yeah.
Man said I'm the reason that people like the New Zealand shoot.
I've heard it.
I was like, okay, that, even for me, that's a step. Like, I like to exaggerate things for banter, but that's a step still.
That wasn't banter though, but we okay. I mean, yeah.
But we move on anyway, man. It's not that deep. Look at it.
It isn't. But you just gotta think, like, why is it deep for a man and then it's not deep for anyone else? Like, why is it? Well, either way, I don't want to go on this topic, Carl. It's pointless, man. Yeah, man. Let's talk about the topic of the day. You just get Gabriel.
What's going on?
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, what's up, fellas? I was hearing you speak about a topic earlier, and you guys like slightly brushed it without diving into it, and I had like some questions. Like, I'm asking myself a lot of questions about this topic, so I was hoping maybe we could like dig into it.
Yeah, go on. What's the topic?
The subject of black on black violence.
Yeah.
Born true.
And well, you know, just to say for where I'm speaking from, I'm from Haitian descent myself, right?
Clearly from the States. Are you from you're clearly
No. I went and lived there for a little bit during my high school years, so I picked up the accent, but I live in France.
Okay.
So we have like a different experience, but yeah, James Jones, you know, I was hearing you speaking about like, well, you know, black on black violence is like, it's used in I can't remember the exact word, but you were talking about like interest-specific violence, and that you know that you know, when you speak about black on black violence, you got to speak about white on white violence. But and there comes my question: is there anything specific about black on black violence? And when you look at the proportions and how much it how big it is compared to the percentage of the population, don't you think there's a specificity? Like,
the issue. So I get your point. Yeah. Again, I haven't looked into it deeply. Probably better suited to help you with that. But I would say that you'd also have to look. Then you'd have to look at it relative to the proportion of, I guess, class or socioeconomic conditions. So, for example, if let's just say 60% of Black Americans, and we'll just use America as the case study, 60% of Black Americans were below the breadline. I know they're not, but let's just like a hypothetical scenario, right? And then you were to look at white Americans, and let's say it was 40%, then a statistic like you are more inclined to commit violent crimes if you are below the red line, for example. It would end up being reflective in the socioeconomic conditions that Black people in total would seen to commit more crimes, and then within that you'd have to factor in the likelihood of perpetrating one of these acts towards someone within your own community, and then at the end of all of this conflation, you would end up with a statistic that said Black people in general are more likely to be violent toward Black people, but it doesn't necessarily.
Yo, James, you're on mute. James, you're on mute.
I just wanted to add the numbers to that. 27.4% of African Americans live beneath the poverty line. 26 point something percent of Hispanics live beneath the poverty line, and 9.9% of white Americans live beneath the poverty line.
Okay.
Just wanted to give that. Carry on.
You know, the thing is, I've heard those arguments before, and I've saw a counter argument that was pretty interesting.
What's the counter argument?
That was that, you know, there must be an element of culture, because if you go to other societies which are below the poverty line, they don't act like that with each other. Like if you go, for example, with some parts of Eastern Europe.
So what is the culture in America? Just asking. What do you think?
No, let him go to he's gonna
I want to know, like, what are the cultural things that the people here that experience and their cultural ways that they have developed in America? Is it a peaceful culture here in America? Would you say a calm, loving, generous
definitely a violent
culture?
It's definitely a violent culture. But the thing is, there's something that goes like, have you guys seen the documentary Who Killed Malcolm X?
No, go to the Eastern European. Like, forget the Malcolm X one. Go to the Eastern European card. You said you got
right. So I was going to say that if you take in the factor that, you know, for in other parts of the world where people live under the poverty line, there doesn't seem to be it's not about like the crime rate, but it's more so about like the homicide rate, and the fact that
what's the difference?
Crime rate is there, not a crime. It's the homicide rate, the fear of insecurity, because they do have mafias and they do have they do deal with illegal stuff. That's not what I'm saying. It's more about like, I don't have the statistics right now.
Well, you should provide the statistics. Okay, that's a big claim. You're saying that in poor areas in Eastern Europe they don't have violence.
I didn't say that. I didn't say they don't have. I said it's not to the same scale. It's far from the same scale.
How's it far? What do you mean by far from the same scale?
As in, like, the homicide rate is probably like, okay, well, I can only throw numbers out there proportionally from what I've seen in different videos of people arguing, and I haven't really checked myself. But I've been to these countries. If anything, what I'm claiming is on personal experience. It's not really scientifically based. If we want, we can take the time right now and check and go to each.
We have time. Just send the statistics. We'll verify. We'll check, because I also want to know the statistics you're also using to talk about the one in America as well. So in terms of violence and poverty in America in relation to violence and poverty in what's the Eastern European country you're talking about? Russia?
No, I was gonna say no, because like, well, you got poor people in Russia, but Ukraine is really poor.
Sorry?
Romania and Ukraine are really, really poor.
Okay,
like,
so let's
massive amounts of people below the poverty line.
no problem. So if you can bring statistics on violence and crime in Romania and violence and crime in Ukraine pertaining to poverty as well, can you bring, if you have statistics on that, we bring that and show it to us as well, innit?
It's gonna take me like a couple minutes to look it up, but fine, yeah.
Good time. We got time.
Yeah, I just was curious about it's such a peaceful place here in America, and then the black people are just so violent. I don't know.
And he's black too.
I know. That doesn't mean he's entitled to have his opinion. It just need to, I'm just trying to see where he's coming from. Like, he said he used to live in America, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
What part of America did you live in?
California.
What part? What city? I mean, what area? Like in the state of California? What city?
Central California.
How would you describe the community in Central California where you live?
From a French guy's standpoint, it was pretty shocking. It was pretty shocking to see the segregation.
But
I don't know. That's the first thing that pops to my mind when I talk about my experience.
Wait, hold on, because you know what is crazy? I was watching an interview the other day with a guy called Akala, right? He's here in the UK, and he said that similar living conditions in America, where it's heavily segregated, is similar to places in France.
It's not to the same effect. It's more on a class. The segregation is more based on a class.
Did you just hear with the numbers that I gave about beneath the poverty line? So if the segregation is based on class, it also segregates based off of race. 27% of black people in America live beneath the poverty line. 9% of white people in America live beneath the poverty line. So that would mean that if we were segregated based off of class, we would also be segregated based off of race. Do you understand that?
Yeah. I understand the two intermingle.
Yeah,
I know.
No problem. It's just that when talking about my personal experience, like it's like the first thing that pops into my mind is when I was in France. Growing up in France, I had one Portuguese friend, I had one Serbian friend, I had a like all the poor people, they stuck him in the ghettos, all the immigrants. So I had Senegalese, I had Moroccan, I had like, it was like a mixture, right? Once I get to the US, and it was a small town, so it wasn't really international. You had like the blacks on one side. I remember coming into the high school and seeing like all the black people hanging by the lockers, all the preps hanging by this court that we had. The Asians, they're the ones that really didn't intermingle. There was always like parts where people mingled a little bit, but the Asians really stuck together. And then you had the skaters was like more or less a multicultural group, and you had the nerds. And it was really separated along those lines. And I remember the first time somebody told me, because I had tight jeans, and it was way back in the day, right? And I remember somebody telling me, man, why are you dressing like a white guy? No, I was like, shocked. I was like, what does that mean? Why are you acting like a white guy? And I was like shocked that, like everything was within the society it was separated along racial lines, right?
You were shocked
if you were
that
black,
in
you had to talk
America
a certain
people were
way. You had,
focused on race.
uh-huh.
I'm asking a clarifying question. You were shocked that in America
Yeah.
people were focused on race. Oh, that was a strong emphasis in America. You were shocked about that?
I was shocked that it had such an effect. Yes, like if you're black,
Wow.
you're supposed to speak a certain way. You're supposed to think a certain way. You're supposed to like, and it's like yeah, it's like a
So you
construct,
were
a
shocked that
social
the
construct.
black people in America had a strong sense of a group and was trying to figure out if you belonged in part of the group. But America is like a group country. Like everyone is grouped out.
Yeah, exactly.
So you were coming in with a different mindset, but it's not only the black people in America have that mindset. You see what I'm saying? That's why it is as segregated because everyone's having that same mindset. Everyone is dealing with group identity, group politics, group progression,
Yeah.
whatever. It's not, we are like people in the 10th grade are not like we are the 10th graders. It's we're the black 10th graders, and then we're the white 10th graders, and we're the Asian 10th graders, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But from my perspective, that was weird, right? It was like I feel like sometimes it's good to have like this group, but it can also hold you back in a certain way. But yeah, but I don't know. We're staying away from the initial conversation. I found an article saying Ukrainian rank amongst the world's poorest people, and the net wealth and its citizens now lag behind countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, Cameroon. New research published on October 18th show, according to new global wealth report published by Credit Suisse, the Swiss multinational investment bank, Ukraine now ranks 123 out of 140 countries in terms of citizens' medium personal wealth. The study showed that Ukrainians have medium personal wealth equivalent to 1,500 per adult residence, the same as nearby Belarus, Bangladesh, Kenya, and Nepal. I don't really understand that statistic, but yeah. So I don't know if you want me to post. It's an article, but it cites a study by Credit Suisse, so that should be all right.
Yeah, post it. I'll probably look into that, but at the same time, I don't like. It's strange to me because I don't know why someone would make say that what's it called in places like France there is not something similar to what is in America, and you're saying that I don't imagine that all areas in America are heavily segregated. There are areas where people do intermix. It's just the fact that the area you might have gone to, you might have had that experience. But
yeah, I know.
In terms of in France as well, like you might be in an area where what's it called it is very mixed, so they don't have that issue. But when you go to other places, they might be heavily segregated. So I don't see. Yeah, I mean, your argument anyway is the fact that what's it called, white people.
It is. I'm not saying it's not. It's just differently, right? It's because like we have like most of the colored people are immigrants, so they segregate along immigrant lines. Like for example, you have like two communities, but there'll be like the Moroccan and the Senegalese community, right? So and the thing is, since we were all stuck in the ghetto together, we like kind of learn how to live together. And then you had like the Serbians, you had like the Portuguese, you had like a lot of people came and immigrated to France because it's a country that had
it would make sense because in France they don't have all the people who are supposedly black are immigrants, and when it comes to America, it's more like black people have been here for thousands of like not thousands, sorry, but like 100.
Yeah.
So it's different in that aspect. So when people are coming in, it's a bit different. But I mean, in terms of I don't know, like let's not go off that point. The point is poverty in other poverty is the factor of crime in it, and you're saying that in countries like Ukraine, poverty is not the factor. Poverty doesn't lead to crime. So
I'm saying it's one of the factors.
The people who are poor in Ukraine are they of different ethnic backgrounds?
Yeah, that's what I want. Okay,
Are they
even
the
better.
same Ukrainian
Yeah,
people?
they're
Because
the
I
same
think
people.
so you're trying to like compare an orange to a banana instead of like an orange to a tangerine. Like
No,
those
but
are
okay, well,
they're not really similar.
they're all humans, right?
So the way in which a person behaves, because you're really talking about human behavior, right?
Yeah.
So the way in which the way in which people behave when they're subjugated in a country where they are the ethnic minority is going to be different when someone is subjugated when they are not part of the ethnic minority. But you're comparing their behaviors. Do you see how you're going to get different outcome? So, like, if you want to compare Ukraine to Nigeria or Cameroon, where a black person who kills another black person is not an ethnic minority in their own country, that's a fair comparison. But you're comparing black people who are 13% of the population.
Well, okay. If we want to get into specifics, overall they're all right. But like, okay, if we want to get into specifics, you have minorities and majorities in Nigeria, and you have minorities and ethnically minorities and majorities.
Minorities are not the same thing in Nigeria than it is in. I'm from Nigeria. I'll tell you.
We're talking about black people. We're not talking about your tribe. If you're an Igbo, no, we talking about blackness and non-blackness. Because we began talking about black on black violence. So now we're not going to be confused on what blackness is. Now we're talking about blackness. That part of being an ethnic minority. That's what I meant.
So you're saying that because if you are in a country where you're a minority and you're being dominated, that's going to
and there's a particular history that your people endured, then to ignore the impact that will have on behavior in general. You're looking at, a person for instance, let's say if I said, I have a 15-year-old daughter, and you say, oh, I have a 15-year-old daughter, right? And it's like, okay, our daughters are in the same grades, but my daughter has a D average. She's failing. She's taking drugs. She's sleeping with a bunch of people, and your daughter is not.
Yeah.
Do we just say it's their parents, and we not look at maybe my daughter was molested, maybe my daughter's father saw her father get killed? We're not gonna look at any of that. We're just gonna say 2 parents, 15 years old, outcome. That's all we're gonna look at. It's wrong. You can't do that. If that was a research study, that would be a poorly done research, because you have to look at the variables.
The variables, yeah, you have
to look at the variables.
You can adjust the variables, and like, even though they're not comparable, you can look like at other factors. And I think one of the main factor that I feel we don't acknowledge enough as a group is the culture of violence within the group.
Of course, we address that. Do you not see the amount of services and programs geared in our community to address? There's a whole thing called post-traumatic slavery syndrome. Like, people definitely acknowledge that as a result of certain things that you've endured, we have all of this stuff going on. That is not taboo to say in the Black community. I don't know who you're conversing with.
Okay, I'll be blunt and go straight forward with my question. Why do a lot of our mainstream artists seem to portray a role model of violent men killing other violent black men?
Are you talking about music? Oh, okay.
Yeah, talking about music.
Hold on,
that's
where I don't know. I don't listen to this stuff, so it doesn't affect. It doesn't. I'm not being programmed.
A lot of us listen to it.
Yeah, but listen.
Stop listening to
hold on. One thing you need to, one thing you need to do is you need to understand that when people, it's the same argument I've heard people use where they say the violence in the music is reason why people are violent, and that argument is that the argument you're trying to make?
Oh, I just want to say,
No, no,
everyone tune in.
I'm not
Everyone
saying
tune in on Thursdays to Black Eyes TV, Total Exposure. You'll be exposed to different types of music. They have spoken word.
No,
They
but
have
that's not what
all
I'm
kinds
saying.
of good things. So what I'm saying is that is part of the solution. We
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
just sit around and talk bad
Hold
about
on.
the problem. So this is an
Hold on.
opportunity that I took to talk about the solution, that we need to incorporate better, more positive, uplifting, and building type of music
Yeah.
and entertainment into our lives. So that's all.
Yeah,
Black Eyes
sorry.
TV on Thursdays, Total
Hold on.
Exposure. That's it.
Hold on. I just wanted to go on this point. Or is your argument that music is one of the factors for violence in the
It's one of the factors, yeah.
Okay, so
Music and movies.
Huh?
Music and movies.
Okay, no problem. So I gave an example where there was how do I go about this? So we know that in terms of listening to music, there is, you know, we accept that there is what we call a working class people, or who we call the people in the poverty. Those are the people in the ghettos, in the estates, the poor working class people. You know about that, right?
Yeah.
Those that we consider living below the poverty line. Then you have a middle class, yeah?
Yeah.
And then you have an upper class in it.
Mhm.
A lot of the people that listen to these type of music are found in the middle class, as well as the people in the what we call the working class, or the poorer classes of people, the poor people, right?
Yeah.
So why is there no violence amongst the middle class people?
You know what? So okay, let me just restate the argument, or to rephrase it in my way, so make sure I understand it correctly. So you're saying that the music is listened to by people in the middle class and people in the and the people living below the poverty line, so the lower class.
Yeah.
And it seems like mostly the people that are killing each other are the people that are living in the lower poverty line.
Yeah.
Right. Well, okay. I'll return the question is why do people in the lower poverty line get the monopoly on what our music should be like and what it aspires to be like? Right.
Well,
It feels like people in their class get to be the role model for all of Black people. I'm saying in a broad sense. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about like in the mainstream.
Yeah, I'm of middle class anyway, because my parents I've got parents that are doctors in it. But one thing I'm trying to make you understand is when it comes to the background, it's completely different, right? So you understand that for someone like me, I have parents who are influential in, you know, in certain ways of getting me into education, into you know, a good school, into a decent job, even if I was to not be of academic persuasive, if you understand what I'm saying, innit?
Yeah.
But when it comes to people in those areas that we're calling the working class, a lot of them are they don't have those type of role models. So for them, when they're one way of making money is through selling drugs. You know, some people will do other stuff like fraud or whatnot, and for them, that's the way they see it of getting out of their situation. And you have to also understand that in the area that they live in, their schools are poorly underfunded. You know, the community centers that they have to go to is being broken. It's being torn down, and so they're not really given that much option. And then also to go with that, they're coming from people broken families where they don't have a lot of support and whatnot.
Yeah.
And everything push them
Okay,
further.
but if you don't mind me interrupting, like I'm right here and everything you said is correct. My angle was like, why do we seem to make those people our
Yeah.
role models in the mainstream?
What do you mean making the role model? So you're
Meaning
saying that the people who rap about
the people, you know, the biggest, to me, the biggest artists, influencers within the Black community usually have a tie to, like, you know, that underworld of the Black community, you know, the hood, as they say.
That's the point. That the point I'm trying to make, if you're following what I'm saying, is that
Hood as in poverty?
yeah, like if they're one way of getting out of poverty is rapping about what they're doing, that's what they're gonna do, innit? They're gonna rap about what they've been doing in the hood, or we call it ends out here in UK, innit? So in our end, that's what people are. That's what people rap about, innit? Like, what's man doing in the ends? What's man, you know, EME? So that's all.
I'll interrupt you and say and counter on that and say, you know what? Okay, the people, there are real people that are rapping about it. Usually, from what I know and from what I understand, people that are really doing it are not rapping about it, because that would be the stupidest thing to do.
Of course,
right?
but that's
and there's a lot of imitators. It's like Biggie was middle class, for example. Biggie was not a poor kid, right? If you to like hear like interviews of his mother, he wasn't a poor, like he rapped about like having no meals and all that stuff. He didn't live that stuff, right? So you know, that's where I'm leading you to. Why do we take that, like that image, and we like as a collective admire it, where we consider that image, like Biggie is a god, right? And for most Black people, and right, and why do we take in our culture?
Yeah, but hold on, because a lot of people, yeah, they do listen to Biggie's music, but Biggie's music today is not what's influencing people to go, like you were saying, talk about violence and whatnot and everything. Like, Biggie's just a guy that everyone remembers in the past that had something with Tupac, and Tupac was some people say Biggie was the one that killed Tupac. That's what people talk when they mention Biggie. But in terms of music now, and obviously people who are not really about this life rapping about it, that's a whole different argument. Like, everyone could say that you've got what's his name, Rick Ross, who was a police officer, a prison officer. Yeah, that's rapping about.
That is my argument. My argument is, why do we look up to these guys? Why does a middle class kid look to a lower class kid and say, "Oh, Raw, that's the coolest thing. Like, you're living life."
That's not what's going. No, Rob, listen. No middle class person is looking at these people and thinking, "Oh wow, I want to be like them and rob and kill people." That's not what's going on. We're talking about poor people killing poor people committing crimes. We're not talking about middle class people going and rapping and committing crimes. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they impersonate the people committing crime.
What middle class people?
Yeah, like for example, Rick Ross. He acts like he was one of those when he clearly wasn't.
All I know about Rick Ross was he was a prison guard. I don't know if he came from the hood. Like, yeah, I don't really look into the man that deep. Maybe he didn't come from the hood, but the point.
So being a prison guard means that you're not from the hood?
That's what I was trying to ask him. But I don't know.
No, Gabriel, is that what you're saying?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that clearly he's impersonating a person that he was not.
Because
right?
what? What made you say that he? I don't know anything about it. So what is the part that there's evidence that he was not in the hood?
No, not that he was not. That he was not a gangster.
So what is the evidence? How do you know he was not gangster?
You're a retard, fam.
Because if you're a security guard for a prison, then most likely you're not a gangster.
No.
Okay, you don't know like when that's not a good enough. That's not good enough.
That's like saying
there's people who could be security guards, who could be who could be correction officers, and that doesn't. They could have done all kinds of gangster, whatever you want to call it, stuff, illegal stuff, killings, drug deals, whatever, and then you just stop doing it, and then you take a test and you get a job. Like,
there are people in the army who are claiming gangs.
Don't have no background check, like.
So only gangsters actually have records. There aren't anyone who's never been arrested. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that clearly he's rapping a lot about a life he didn't have, like being a major kingpin. Like I don't know if you're not familiar with
we
his.
don't know what his life was before that. I'm not even
exactly.
I just
you
brought
don't
him up
know.
to
Like
say
I just
that.
think that you're making a lot of assumptions,
Yeah,
and then you're
but,
formulating this
okay,
huge
well,
argument on top of that assumption.
No, I think I happen to know a little bit about my stuff because I actually like the music. I'm not like from a fan perspective. It's kind of like
okay. Wait.
So what's he arguing about?
So I
is the music not entertainment?
I think it's more than that. I think it's programmed.
No.
It's
I'm asking you.
No, come on, man.
Yes. No. I'm not going to agree with him. I'm going to agree that it's programming, and I think that we need to be. But what's on the program? The same way when I watch my wife and kids, I know that my wife and kids has a script and it's fake. It's the same way when they talk about going sweets to seeds and kilos of cocaine. You got to understand that that's not all real. And what you're saying is he's rapping about fake stuff. When I watch a movie and see somebody get shot, I know they're not really dead. So why somehow when you listen to a song, this has to be their freaking verbal biography? No, it's not. It's entertainment. And
it's the opposite of what they lived. And you know what? It's not just
when you watch a movie, it could be the opposite.
It's not just the fact.
Will Smith. We've seen Will Smith have how many different roles? He's an actor. We can't be mad at him for acting.
But if we clearly stated that they were actors, that would be one thing. That's not
actors. They're rapping. That's all it is. They're rapping. I know that they're rappers who are rapping. Now you might think they're doing autobiography, but they're not. They're rapping. There's music, and they rap to the music, and they could say shit that's real. They could sprinkle a little bit of truth and a bunch of fake stuff, or the whole thing could be a lie. It's up to you to just say, I appreciate you as an artist. Artist. Do you understand that? Like,
what I'm saying is, why do the role models of these artists are thugs and gangsters? Why does it have to be? Why is our culture revolving around that? And that's a question.
Listen, someone put in the chat that you are speaking about personal responsibility, right? For me, I think a way to take personal responsibility is not by supporting these people, is not by agreeing to the program. So I purposely, like, if you name another rapper, I probably would not even have a visual of what they look like. I don't know what they look like. I don't listen to the stuff. I don't know nothing about a trap, grime, whatever new genres are out there, right? I'm plugged out of that stuff, and I plug into things that are edifying to me, things that will build me up, things that are beneficial. That is how I address it. Not by sitting around and saying, you're calling them role models. They're not my role models.
Yeah, but hold on, because when he says that we're glorifying them, like this argument, like, come on, man, bro, like, man, am not glorifying them. Man, am I looking at the people that are glorifying, if anything, these people are the middle class people. And middle class people are not trying to, like, this idea that middle class people are acting, like the poor people, like this, that, like, come on, man, it's not really an argument.
Who do you think are paying these $75 and $150 and $200 and $300 concert tickets? Not the poor people.
Exactly.
Who you think are really their supporters?
So now you have to.
It's the irony of this. It's the whole irony of this whole situation. And when
you look at what sells, it just sells. It shouldn't sell, but this is not anything that's new.
I think it's more. There's more to it than it sells, because you can, if you know the basic logic of marketing.
Gabriel, sorry, quick, just quickly. Did I say that the middle class is not influenced by rap music?
You said that they're not influenced to go out there and kill. That's what you said.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I said they listen to the music, but they're not influenced to go out and kill people. Didn't I say that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you did.
Okay, no problem. Cause I've got people saying that I'm saying something. I don't know why. I just need to stop addressing the chat anyway. But yeah, yeah,
Well, you
yeah.
know they're influenced. You know that they're influenced because just they do pick up some of the colloquialisms from the music. They pick it up and they I got white women saying, "Hey, girl," you know what I'm saying? Where the heck they get that from? You know what I'm saying? Like they soaking it up. But
I you know what? Like I said, I was going to talk about that, and I'll go to my final point. And I saw the documentary about who killed Malcolm X, and then I saw a speech by Umar Johnson. I don't know if you guys know Umar Johnson.
We know.
He's let's say controversial. He has some points, but on that he said something that I didn't want. I have a hard time admitting when I'm amongst black people, but I'm going to say it for the first time. I think black people are their own worst enemy. And he said it's hypocritical to want to beg the white man for equality when amongst ourselves we are not giving each other that equality. And then he goes about like, well, Malcolm X is one of our leaders. He put his life on the line and defended the cause. And when you look at like how the community hid his killers, it wasn't like the FBI, it wasn't the CIA, it wasn't the. And I'm going a little bit off topic, but that it's in the broad things of what I seem to say, right? Is that it feels like sometimes black people are their own worst enemy, and they need to focus more on defeating themselves or the rogue elements within them, and then they can defeat white supremacy. That's my final point. I don't know what you guys think about
all
that.
you're saying is black people need to be more unified, and they will defeat white supremacy.
I agree. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, just for Gabriel to clarify, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
We don't disagree with that. We've never when we go to
unfortunately when you talk about unifying, then we get like told that we're like being separatists and black nationalists and we're racist and like we can't really talk about how to better ourselves. You see what I'm saying? But if we sit around and talk about how bad we are, everyone wants to have that conversation, right? So when it's everybody wants to have the conversation and say, y'all make songs about killing one another and da 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 da, and yeah, y'all disrespect y'all women in the music, which is true. I'm not saying that that's not true. It is true. However, what I'm not going to do is tell you, okay, so you're going to completely ignore musics like soca, musics like Afrobeats, musics like salsa merengue, all these other genres of music that are influenced by black people that are positive, reggae. You're gonna completely ignore neo soul. You're gonna completely blues. You're gonna completely ignore all of the other genres of black people, and just we want to wave this. Y'all just talk about bitches and niggas all day. Come on, don't do that.
And more importantly, ignore and pretend there is no history of the reason why black people, especially those people who talk about the violence and whatnot, are in this position, because we've mentioned, like you agreed, poverty is the reason why people are doing crime, and then these people go on to get out of crime by rapping about the crime.
It's not the unique reason. I say it's a factor, but it can't be the unique reason, because you look across the world, you look across different situations, you compare. There's a guy that does a series that's really interesting about that, about like, well, there are problems with the narrative of white privilege, and there are problems because he goes into statistics. I think his name is Coleman Hughes. and he goes into statistics. He says, well, when you look at like immigrant communities that are Black, that can't be separated, they do a lot better than African Americans when you take their statistics on education, on economic output, on crime, and there, there's another thing I think that brings us as a collective, I think, to I don't know, man, to be in a state where we spend more time mowing down each other than being as a collective regrouped and then like fighting.
And this is the point, because if you said you were watching it earlier and we brushed over it. If you're watching earlier, one person came on, right, and was a white woman, and she was calling us, racist because we talk about black people unifying and doing stuff for self, innit? So those are the type of things that we get when we hear about Black people unifying. Also, if you go into the history where we've had things where Black people try to unify and do things for self, you can see that when we do try to unify, there is white people that come in and try to destroy it. You've got the COINTELPRO in the 60s. Yeah. You go back further, you got the Tulsa.
You know what the COINTEL program was like the basis of the COINTEL program was?
Counterintelligence. To counter the intelligence.
Counterintelligence, right?
Yeah.
Counterintelligence.
Counterintelligence of the black people.
They would find people within that group that would sell out the group.
Yeah.
And instead of like my perspective is, instead of like hating the person who is opposing you or who is giving you strife, why don't you also critic the person who betrayed you, right? I think
we always do. We always talk about Candace Owens and Tommy Sotomayor and all these people. We always do. But one thing we try to focus our energy on now, and a lot of us are trying to do, is unify amongst ourselves, and do something for self, innit? And one of the ways we especially
I wouldn't put Tommy Sotomayor in that category.
What?
I wouldn't put Tommy Sotomayor in that category.
He's not a sellout
of betrayal, because he's not within. He's not the counterintelligence program typically is somebody from within the organization that betrays the organization.
He's not within the black community. He's not a black person.
Yeah, but then
if we're organizing on the idea of black, any black person that we're talking about now should be, if we're mentioning Candace Owens and Tommy Sotomayor or Coleman Hughes, aren't they a sellout?
I don't think so. I disagree.
You disagree because they're not part of the community? Is that explain what you disagree?
I disagree because I think not all of their points, but some of their points are valid. I think as a group, we have this tendency to the black fear. I don't know if you ever heard about that, but we have a tendency to want to exclude people who have different opinions and different approaches. I think they have different approaches to the same problem. And I think they're like me. They see more problems from within the group than from outside the group. Like the white lady, the white lady that came and told you, oh, you guys are racist, you guys are organizing. That, to me, that's not the major problem. The major problem is, why do we keep she's not the cause for black people mowing down each other. Right, that's the major problem. That's what needs to be addressed. Right, she's not the cause for black people not buying within black businesses. Right, she has no influence over that. Right, she's not the cause of.
No, but the point is, hold on here, because I mean, I would like to go on that point of the Tommy Sotomayor not being a sellout, and then, you know, it's interesting because of that. But we do have organizations who are dedicated to tackling black on black crime. You do know that, though. You're not just saying that we're just here saying that, oh, what's it called? There
just
is no
blame the white man. Let's
we're
just
just
talk bad
moaning
about
the white man.
people oppressing us, and we're not doing anything. Like I just feel like unless you're just making a list of everything that you're doing, and you know, to present it to gain approval of these people who see a list of problems, because I would like to know what if they are really talking about the problems, right? And then they're trying to draw attention to the problems. That's their goal. Has there been one thing done that they've done to address the problem, or is it just to take a spotlight and say, look, such and such, you know, y'all stop talking about the white man. Look at y'all. Look at us. Look at how effed up. Well, not even say us. Look how effed up y'all are. Like that's helpful. That's positive. That's being a member of the community. That doesn't.
I don't know, man. You know what? I think where they strike a really good point is how for example, that's specific to the United States. It's a little bit different over here in France, but it has some type of the same ramification. It's how the far left. So in the United States, that would be the Democrats use us.
Democrats are the far left.
Yeah, there are elements of the far left. In I'm sorry, if you look at
okay, so go ahead. The Democrats, the far left. What? How they use us?
How they use us to get votes, but they don't give a shit about us.
Do you understand? You're speaking about America, right?
Yeah.
See, but so when you talking about in other places, you can't just talk about left, right. Neither side give a shit. And a lot of black people understand that. They're not using any more than the right would. Believe me, trust and believe. Like you're delusional if you think that the right has our best interest at heart, or if the left does. None of 13. I don't know like how long you was in the US or what, but you sound very, very delusional that black people are really thinking, let's vote Democrat. Let's vote Democrat. Because Democrats, we're not gonna be oppressed. Come on.
All right, come on, man. But
there's no one delusional like that.
I'm sorry, but like the majority of black people vote for Democrats.
So even vote.
Who are they supposed to vote for?
They're supposed to make their own parties.
No. What I'm saying is that
so that's a good.
13% is going to win. The 13% is going to win an election.
They're not going to make an election, but they can. No. They're not going to make an election, but they can make an election swing from one to the other, right? A lot of the times, these elections are really tight, and that's why, like the Democrat left has a strategy of additioning different little communities together, right? And the conservatives, they mostly cater to white people. That's fine.
Hold on. Gabriel,
what I'm saying is that, like, I listen to everybody, right? I'm not saying, oh, they're angels and they're the devils. I'm saying everybody's the devil, right? And we need to be.
So if all black people, listen, if all black people had their own party, all 13% of them voted for that party, are you saying that neither a Democrat or a Republican would be able to win the election?
No, I'm saying they would have to cater to our needs. We would make demands and be able to swing the election, right? So, for example, if they're missing 10% to win, then we'll be like, okay, if you want our 10%, then you have to give us this, and that. And
that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you with the other 83% of the votes. Yeah. Are you telling me one person can't have a majority and win?
Well,
I'm trying to understand what you're saying right now. The other 83% of the population. So then, therefore, our 13% is not breaking the deal. Our 13% is breaking the deal when it's only 2.
Yeah, but look, so you have 2 majority parties, right? If you have one like outside party which controls 13%, right? And then you have like 2 majority parties, one at 40 something, the other one at 40 something, right? If the black party swings in favor of either one of them, they win, right?
That's just to help one of them win. But you just said for us to have our own party.
Yeah,
so we're trying to have our own party to win, not to vote for them, to vote for us.
No. But the thing, that's not how politics work. You have to compromise. You have to be able to compromise.
So we have our own party, but we don't intend to vote for our party.
No. We have our own party, but we intend to make that party or make the other parties deal with us and with our demands seriously. And as long as they don't, or if one of them does, then we are in a situation where we're winning because we're able to influence as a whole politics.
And you're talking about on a federal level, or you're talking about
that would definitely work on a state level. On the municipality level, then it would depend on how the what's the breakdown of the municipality, but it definitely would work on a state level and on a federal level. So like I think they make some good other points, like how the welfare system is built and how much the welfare system has impacted in a negative way the black family in the United States. They make other points like, well, abortion, right? Like, okay, what's with all these abortion stuff, right? So like, I don't take them as like my messiahs. I just look at all their arguments. I say, well, that's bogus. Okay, well, he might be right on that. And maybe all I'm saying is we need to open our horizons to see what's out there and see what we want and like deal with the people that can help us get what we want.
So who's the people that can help us, Gabriel? Like, why don't you just get to the meat and the actual
my email is blowing up.
Who are you suggesting? Because we've already said that we're trying, even here in the UK, we have people who have got black parties catering to black people who are trying to get themselves involved and do certain things for the community. So which one are you now talking about? Because if we're the minority and we're trying to make a effect on this thing, who are we going to be the ones pandering to? Who are we going to be pandering to get us to our position? Is it the Republicans or the Democrats in America? And based on what I'm saying, in it,
either or, the ones who give us the most benefits for our compromise.
So if the Democrats are saying that they're going to be giving us more, making laws that say that they're going to give us more benefits and whatnot and everything, should we vote for them then?
Yeah, in that case. But when you look at the track record of the Democrats, man, I'm sorry. Like if you look at like,
so what's the track record of the Republicans? Because we already know the Democrats don't live up to their word. What's the track record of the Republicans on the issues of black people?
They don't really have a track record because they don't address the problem in that way.
Okay, so Republicans why would we focus on people and either of them then? Why don't we just, instead, like you said, just continue with our own political party and do our own and make the little.
Because that's not how it works. You have to contend with as a society. You have to contend with all the major forces. What I'm saying is that at this point, we don't use our power. We don't use our force. We don't use our collective.
We know that, but we're talking about.
When we do use it, it's instrumentalized by other people who don't have our well-being at heart.
Hey, Gabriel, Gabriel, I got one question. I got a couple questions actually. When this whole black experience, when Obama took office, right? He took office as a Democrat, so we did galvanize. We got him in there, and when he first took office, he had both houses. He had the Congress and the Senate. How much did all that blackness help us?
Well, I don't understand. In how does that relate to what I have been advocating for?
Because you keep saying we need to do this, we need to do that. Well, we did the damn thing. We put
No,
a black. Hold on, brother. We put a president in there who had both houses. Now, my thing to that is the reason why that didn't work because the national level doesn't help black people. What we usually do historically, if you actually pay attention, is black people. We come out every 4 years. What we have failed to neglect was the primaries. Our state and local elections. That is what failed us. The only time we have came to vote in mass was during the presidential elections. Now we are waking up and understanding that, hey, we have to get involved and engaged in these primaries, and we have to start voting local and level. That's the message that needs to be put out there. Forget the top of the ticket as far as what party you belong to. You should vote your interest in your state and local elections. I'm talking about down from the school boards to everything. So we've been fooled to only come out every 4 years during election time. What we should have been concentrating on was the primaries, those local Senate races, those gubernatorial races. That's where we should focus our energy on. You keep talking about the top of the ticket and party affiliation. We have to come out of party affiliation. Vote your interest, vote your community's interest, and that's where the message should be at. So forget about Republican, Democrat, this, that, and the third. I think that's where we're failing, our stumbling block is.
First, well, I totally agree with you, and like I think there's no disagreement with what I'm saying, but I was getting at it from another angle and saying that the fact that all our celebrities vote Democrat and it's like Joe Biden came on what's that show?
Look, man, fuck Joe Biden. You missing the whole point.
No,
Yes.
but let me finish. Let me just finish. He came on the Breakfast Club and he said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, right? Meaning that like they monopolize what blackness is. And if you are not able to think for yourself and say, okay, well, what are their policies? How do they advantage me, right? A lot of cases are made.
Hold on, brother. Why did he say that? Why did he make that statement?
He said because I think to me they're the most racist because
I said why did Joe Biden make that statement?
That's a good question.
I'll tell you why. Because Joe Biden and the Democratic process, they looked at Kamala Harris, right? She didn't get that black support like she was garnered. He took the temperature in the room and found out, guess what? I don't have the black vote this year, not locked up like I typically do. He said that to keep us voting Democratic because the people out here or the buzz on the ground was that African Americans was not voting Democratic. We wasn't giving our loyalty to the Democratic Party. He said that to woo you back in. When he made that statement, he was basically saying, I need the black vote. Well, the boots on the ground was saying, we're not voting for you. Ask Kamala Harris, how did that black vote, how did the Democratic affiliation help her out? It didn't.
She had one of the.
So what I'm saying is the black people on the ground, this current generation going forward is not committing itself to a party affiliation. I agree with what you said. Yeah, politics is an exchange. We should demand this, that, and the third. And brother, that's what we're doing. I don't understand your arguments as far as these entertainers.
What I was saying is we should have like our own parties outside of the mainstream structures, outside of the bipartisanship, right? And influence the bipartisanship from the outside and say, okay, well, if you want our vote, this is what we need, right? This, that, and the third, right? And from there, then you can have much more of an influence than if you are basically one party's pet, because that's what it is right now. You're one party's little pet, and
Gabriel, sorry, bro. I just want to. I feel like you're really trying to make the argument that we should go Republican. I honestly think I think you're just trying to. You're trying to be long-winded about this to say that Republicans haven't really. If we could get the Republicans on our side, maybe they could have our vote in it. That's what you're really trying to say.
The thing is, Republicans are more, their policies are more based on economic perspective than race relations. The Democrats play a lot with the race card. The Republicans play a lot with they're more concerned with economics.
Brother, the current president ran on race, so don't even bring race card into this. If you're trying to make that argument,
I disagree.
That's fine. You can. I'm making a statement. He ran on race, right? I know you're gonna disagree because you're. Are you an American?
No,
you're not.
He said he grew up in America and then he came. He said he
I went to high school.
Yeah, he went to high school there.
High school in America.
Where are you from?
Born in Canada, raised in France.
Well, you should focus on their politics and let us do the politics over here. That's another problem we have. Hold on. That's another problem we have. We have you guys coming over here and telling us what the black community should do when you have no blood equity in our fight. But you want to tell us which party to vote for. I think you should shut up. That's what I think. And another thing, man, have you ever heard of ADOS? We're doing the same thing you're talking about right now, which is putting our votes up as leverage. So what you're spewing is nothing new, not to us, but you ain't been here long enough to understand that. So there's different ways to skin a cat. You just coming on Johnny come lately telling us what we should do. If you want to be a Republican, then just vote Republican. But we're going to vote our interests and we're going to use our vote as leverage.
Yeah. But I respect your opinion, and it's like I'm just out here like giving out ideas and talking about like my experience, and it doesn't have to be that. I don't think when you come to the point where I don't want to talk to you anymore because you're not qualified, then maybe you can orient the discussion to things that you think are relevant. So
I told you what I think. I think you should shut up because you have no blood equity in our fight.
No, but that's fine.
You should go to Canada and you should go to France and politic over there. But to come over here where you have it easy because you have no ties to our oppression over here, it's easy to make statements. It's easy to say, I think the Republicans this. You should think that way. You haven't gone through the hurdles and obstacles we have gone through. So somebody coming in and say, hey, this shit is really good. I like what the Republicans say. You should, because you have no legacy tied to this thing. Let the people who's been on the front ground fight the fight, and those who came and went to high school, let them go to high school and go back where the fuck they came from. Wouldn't you agree?
But we're here on Hangouts, all right? We're not like in the street.
And we're having a discussion on Hangouts.
We're having a discussion, right? So we're just having a discussion, bro. So you don't have to take it as seriously. I mean, if you don't want to talk about
this is passion, brother. This is passion. I don't have no problem with you. This is passion.
Yeah,
don't confuse that.
That's how he talks to everyone, even me. So it's not a thing like if it's like that. That's how he speaks. So don't take it offensively.
No, but
just try and listen to his points of what he's saying. Innit?
Yeah. But he said, I think you should shut up. Then I can't respond.
You don't have to. I'm just telling you what I think. You're still talking, right? So obviously you didn't take my advice. So
I'm saying, well, if you don't want to talk about this, you can pick another topic of conversation. The thing is,
I'm talking about it. I just told you I think you should shut up. You declined because you kept talking. So we still move forward, right?
All right, we'll move forward then. We move forward. And the thing, one counter argument to what you have said is that like everywhere you go, you see black people at the bottom of society. So one thing we can
to state the obvious. Go ahead.
One thing we can derive from that statement is that we have a common cause and that we should talk about it, and that we can discuss. And even though the problems are different over here, over there, the outcome is the same. So maybe we can find some similar solutions. There are a lot of similarities.
But then maybe you could talk about France and their situation rather than just talk about America, because America, the situation there, I mean, obviously for me, when you made that statement about Democrats being far left, I was looking at you like, what the fuck? All right.
I live in New York. I live in New York.
Sorry? Say that again, Mr. Riggs.
I live in New York. I'm fighting Jacob.
But you're not running counter to my argument, so you good. Hashtag BFF. I think we on the same page on this one.
Black family first.
I know.
Most definitely. And
but this is what I think. Sorry, Gabriel. I just wanted to say, like, when I mean, obviously in general, like that's why when we were talking earlier with the black on black violence or whatnot and everything, and we were talking in relation to the UK here, we overall we understand that, okay, like, yeah, there are black people who are, what's it called, you know, killing black people, but the reality is that when you go to other places as well, there are white people killing white people, and it's for the same reasons as well, poverty.
I don't agree with that logic, because if you take it's like if you look at a picture, all right, you'll see, okay, well, that picture looks homogeneous, and then if you look closer, you'll see pixels, and you'll see like,
I'm talking in the UK. I'm not talking about anything. I'm talking about London. And you go to Liverpool.
Yeah,
I live in London, innit? London, there's a massive black community here, and
well, we can take the same arguments and superpose them on England, and it will be the same. Like I actually happen to like the music, so when I listen to what do you call it? It's not trap, it's drill. Right. When you listen to drill, I think drill, it's really a music that I appreciate, but it does bring me like some dark feelings. Like when I listen to it for so long, like I do feel like it's affecting me. Maybe I'm too sensitive. I'm talking about my personal experience.
Yeah. But have you ever gone out and killed someone?
Specifically, I think that's one of the darkest music.
Have you got ops to go out and kill though?
No.
So then that's the difference, isn't it? When the people that are actually listening to people who are in poverty, who are doing it, they actually have people that they see every day that they go, yeah, that's my op. You get me? If he's not trying to get me, I'm trying to get them.
Yeah. But so that matrix that they're stuck in, and that the middle class imitates and look at it, and they're like, "Oh, that's cool, man."
Where is the middle class imitating ops and going out and drilling people?
You know what? There's a drill rapper that went to the biggest festival in England recently and made a killing. Right? What's that?
He's middle class.
Yeah, it's super middle class. The tickets are super expensive.
What's his name?
I gotta find. Okay, let me find the name of the festival first. It's like the biggest festival in Europe. Like it's
I'm pretty sure it's
something Berry.
Glastonbury,
right?
You're talking about Stormzy.
Yeah, exactly.
Stormzy's middle class.
No, I didn't say Stormzy's middle class. I'm saying Stormzy went to a middle class audience and made a killing, and they all loved him, right?
Who's the middle class rapper that's making? I
don't know the personal stories of the rappers in England like I know the ones in the United States. So I'm not gonna dive in that.
I don't know anyone in the United States, because when we talked about, you couldn't even mention one. But even then, the point is that, what's it called, when it comes down to it, poverty factor. Like black middle class people can listen to the music all they want. They can pretend like they've got gun fingers in their hand and they're holding guns or whatever, but they're not actually, they don't actually go out there and have ops. They don't have to do that.
My argument is, why is the culture why is it them that monopolize the mainstream, and the
middle class people monopolize the mainstream media? Sorry.
Middle class people monopolize the mainstream media, but the music that they play the most is lower class based models.
And you could give an example of one person, please.
Of one person. What do you mean?
Of one person who is middle class and monopolizing the and playing below working
What
class.
I'm saying is that the drill scene is clearly something that is listened to not only by the lower class but also by the middle class, and the middle class is the ones paying for the artists because the lower class doesn't have any money, right? We all know that, right? So
yeah, we know that
when they make that music, they make it in hopes that people from the middle class are going to buy into what they're saying. And what I'm saying is that why is it as a whole, as a collective, that we bring up the model from the lower class? We glorify that model, right? Why is it the cool thing on the mainstream?
Give one example of an artist that's doing that.
That's doing what? That glorifies. Well, I don't know. Like, do you want me to give you some drill artists that glorify killing?
No, we already know drill artists glorify killing. My point, your argument is that
killing other black people
copying. Sorry, your argument. Just to, let me line out your argument so you understand what I'm saying in it. Your argument is saying that there are middle class people who are out there. What's it called? Not only listening to drill music, but they're actually rapping about it and glorifying it and making money out of it. That's what you're saying, right?
No, I don't know the drill scene like that, so I can't make that argument. I was going on a slightly different argument, as I'm saying there's the lower class that makes the music, and that the middle class takes that music and makes it to be mainstream and makes it out to be the model for all of us, for how we speak, how we deal with each other, how we interact with one another, how we interact with females, how we interact with cops, how we interact. Like some people are able to distance themselves and say, okay, well, I'm just using this for entertainment. And some people, and a lot of people, or I can't quantify it, but some other people, right, make that music their lifestyle, right? It doesn't become just entertainment; it becomes a lifestyle, right? And I don't understand why, or I think one of the problems is that we take that culture and we glorify it so much, and that culture should have its place within the spectrum of what we listen to, but it shouldn't be the central focal point of what of our lifestyle and what influences us.
But how's it becoming a lifestyle? What do you mean? Is it like are middle class people out there not just listening to it, going around killing people? Is that what you're saying?
No, they're not just. It doesn't start like that. It starts by just the language that they use, right?
Like what language?
Like I don't know, man. The language from the hood, like
language from the hood.
Yeah.
What's the language from the hood? What's that language? Give me an
example. What expressions that you use that are clearly indicative? Because I've met people that are from different classes in England, right? And they have a different tone and a different way of speaking. It's very class segregated in England, right? You can tell from that's my experience. But when a person speaks, you can automatically tell from what class they belong to, right?
Can you tell what class I'm from?
Well, you already told me. So
yeah.
It's
how do you tell by?
But
you said
there's a slang. There's a slang that comes from the rap industry that's adopted by the middle class and by the way they speak. Even Muslims use it.
Music industry. What makes you think the rap comes from the music industry, or is it the rap comes from a lifestyle on the streets?
Exactly.
The rap comes from a lifestyle on the streets. I don't dispute that, right? What I'm saying is, why is that lifestyle the center
defines black culture? That's what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that maybe we should be more well spoken, less slang.
not even it's not even about. I took an example of people and how they speak, but why is the drug dealer such an influencer in our community? To put it in modern terms, right? You have like these influencers, people who influence trends and ways of life. Popular, right? Why is he so popular? Why do we give him so much credence?
I'm asking you, why do you think music gets popular?
Why do I think music is popular? Well, there's got to be a variety of reasons to that, but because it's an art that, you know, that gives people purpose, that gives people happiness, that, you know, that transcends people, that gives and I also think music is programming, and with different types.
Let me ask you a question. Why do you listen to music?
Why do I listen to music? Because it's an escape. It's an escape from reality. But you know, like I'm in touch with myself, that I know that, you know, when I listen to certain types of music, it's gonna affect my mood, right? I don't know if people are on that level yet, but I think it does have that effect on most people. Well, that's something. I don't have no scientific argument for that, but you know, that's, again, I'm talking from my experience, right?
And then ask yourself, like what God of Jacob said, who promotes it?
He says it's the middle class.
Who promotes it?
Who promotes it? The majors.
Who promotes it?
The majors.
The majors. Who are the majors?
Sony. I don't know. I don't know. I think there must be the like big music companies in the UK, right?
I don't sound like middle class either.
Right. I agree with that. I do agree with that. But at what point do we black people say, okay, well, we're not going to deal with majors anymore? Like, at what point do we learn our lesson? At what point do we learn the lesson that they don't have
your argument,
interest at heart, and that they're poisoning us, right?
Well, if they don't deal with majors, who's going to promote it then?
We, like, with technology today, you can have self-promotion schemes for a very low overhead cost.
Chooses out his song, everybody likes it, it becomes popular.
Yeah.
So who has the control over it?
Sorry, repeat your question, the first part.
I said, if a man went independent, he promotes his song to the social medias. People like his song, it gets popular. Who's promoting it?
He is.
So what's wrong with that? The music or the person?
I don't see your point. Sorry.
You don't?
No.
Because you're saying that, why are people promoting and amplifying a song?
All right. Yeah, right. But as a collective, I'm saying, why are we promoting and amplifying certain types of song with certain types of messages in the mainstream, and why do they hold such a large amount of the market share, right? And like, I think you pointed out, like, very, like, okay, that was a very good points. Well, the people who hold the market are not the people who make the music, and they're the ones who promoting it. Okay, that's fine. From
And
that
then,
point, we're on the same page.
What's the highest percentage of people that buy the music?
Right, exactly. Okay, well, we're on the same page, but then at what point do we say, okay, well, we don't want to make that music for them to buy it, right? Or we want to create other circles, or we want to make other strategies to make money, right? Because this is a problem that's been going on. Like the first generation, if you look at their message, it was totally different, and then at one point, those companies got a hold of the music, and then it's never changed, and it's been going on for 30 years. At what point do you say, okay, well,
sorry, Gabriel and Uncle Rich, I want to make a point in it, Carl. I feel like a lot of people make this argument about the youth and them making their music here, but I feel like it gets misunderstood in it. Like, yeah, cool, they're making music that has violence in it, you know. They have, but let's like, the youths are not looking at the men making the music as a means to be continuing the thing. It's the way out, and we have examples here in the UK where we have, you know, when you talk about Section Boys, when you talk about people like the Skeptors, the Stormzy's, all of these people now that I mentioned, yeah, they don't make music as much before as they did before. Back in the day, they made a lot of music, and that was the way of getting out of the position. Now they're out of the position, they're talking stuff different. Stormzy's out there trying to make a difference in the black community. You see, Section Boys trying to set up businesses and whatnot and everything, and do certain things for themselves. Like, no one's really rapping about that music anymore, and most of them are out of the hood of the area. Like, I feel like when people make this argument to say that, oh, the people are talking about violence and whatnot, they're trying to say that that's all they want to continue to promote, when after a while it's just a means to an end, is to get out of the position and move on.
I don't have a problem with them trying to get out and like talking about what they perceive to be as, you know, like their life, right? What I'm saying is, and what I'm coming back to always is, why do we as a collective put them on so I would say almost a pedestal? Why do we consider them?
I don't think black people in the community put them on necessarily on a pedestal. I think what happens is that when you're going around now, certain communities and whatnot, yeah, you're hearing similar talk, like the way they're talking in their video.
You're just about to miss something.
Yeah.
You said, why do people put them on a pedestal? Who are the majority buyers?
The middle class.
The thing is, it's more complex than that, because the majority buyers have to buy something.
Who are they? Who are they?
Complex. It's more complex. Can I elaborate on that? I'll tell you what the majority buyers are, but I'll elaborate first. I think the majority buyers they buy what's trendy, and we as a collective give the trend. It's not one person who gives the trends. It's we as a collective say that's cool, that's hard, that's the shit. That's, you know, we as a collective create that trend, and the buyers just follow the trend. Why when we set the trend?
Hold on. You're saying the buyers follow the trend. So if you hear shit music, just because it's a trend, are you gonna buy it?
I'm saying in the mainstream, there's a lot of shit music that people buy because it's a trend.
Yeah. But you might find it shit, but these people enjoy what they listen to. So when you look at it, who are the majority of buyers?
Yeah, but it's a marketing scheme. What
about the marketing scheme? Who are going out there and going to Apple iStore and purchasing it?
Yeah, but if they heard that music 10 times on the radio,
you're explain something when I'm trying to get you to the point.
Okay,
just get straight to
the point. Okay, fine.
Buying the music. Period.
Okay, all right. Okay, fine. The buyers are mostly middle class, mostly white. We know this from the outside. It's an old statistic. I don't know if it's still true, but in the US, like 9 out of 10 CDs are bought by a white person. I've seen that statistic before. But that was back in the day with CDs existed, so I don't know if it's still true.
Even when CDs existed, I'm still downloading it, and I'm middle class, so I don't know where people are buying CDs. Anyway, but
yeah, it wasn't that long ago. People were buying CDs, right?
Go on, Mr. Riggs.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, why? At what point do we decide that we don't want to cater to that audience and we want to make music for another audience? And that
but people have been doing that. It's like you're acting like they don't. Like when a melanated goddess, she was on here now talking to you, she mentioned to you about Afro pop, Afro beats, salsa, and all these other genres of black music that people also are influenced and listen to. Like a lot of even soca. Soca is a very big thing here in the UK too. So it's not like everyone's always just listening to drill. Like a certain group of people listen to drill, and even those people that listen to drill, that's not in the beginning you were talking as if that is responsible for the violence that was going on. Now you're saying
No, I wasn't going that far, but
yeah, you now you're saying it's responsible for
I'm saying it's a factor, and
I don't think it's a
just
factor.
asking one simple question
I
is
don't think it's a factor. I don't think that it's a factor. But either way, I'm like now you're going to talk about whether now the middle class are making us what's it called, want to play more violent music because it makes them it's to cater to them, when the actual people who are making the music are just trying to get out of the area and move on with their life. They're not trying to. They're not caring whether or not the middle class person is listening to their music. They just care about the money. It's not the fans that are doing it that motivate them. It's the money.
Right. Well, I agree with that, and I'm not blaming them. I'm not focusing on them. My critic is not to them.
So what's your critic?
Is to us as a collective, picking those types of role model as the mainstream role models.
I don't think they personally picked them as a main. I feel like, yeah, like
I think wait. Let me just finish with that. One of the main way to vote is with your money. When you buy something, you vote for it, and we vote as a collective, even though we're not the majority buying it, but we give them power. We give them the power as a collective by making it trendy, by saying, yeah, that's the cool shit that you need to listen to, right? We give them the power, and that role model needs to, like, I don't say it doesn't need to exist. I say it should take less of a space. I think it'd be nice if, as a collective, the mainstream artists, right, the ones that make the most money, are the ones that have a different type of discourse and that address a different type of lifestyle, and that convey a different type of role model.
What type of lifestyle are you talking about? Are you talking about being a businessman?
I don't know. That's okay. Well, wait. I'm not saying I have all the answers, right?
Maybe, but I mean, it would be useful if you're coming here to criticize to have like a solution.
Yeah, of course. I can definitely.
You can criticize without a solution, but like a majority of the time, not all. The solution is the money, and that's what motivates all these drill artists to do drill. It's not because they want to actually go around scoring points for the ops. They're actually more into making money and getting out of it. And like I said, the majority of people who listen to music are middle class people. If middle class people are listening to the music and not getting violent with it, then you can tell that then that tells you that the factor of poor people listening to the music and going around killing, it's got nothing to do with what's it called, the two groups in the two groups. You can see that the factor is the poverty.
I'd say that's not the unique factor. I'd say it's a factor, definitely. I'd say
what's the unique factor then? What is the unique? What is
there are multiple factors. It's multi-variable. There are more.
Well, give one other one apart from poverty.
Sorry?
Give one other factor apart from poverty.
The culture is clearly, to me, one of the factors.
And where does the culture come from?
The culture comes from the lower class.
And what is the lower class suffering from?
It's suffering from poverty, but there's different. But the thing is, they're not the only ones suffering from poverty. If you look and you take a step back and you look all around the world, there are various types of way of dealing with your poverty, right? And some people resort to different mechanisms to help them deal with poverty. I'm not saying
different. I should ask some questions. Quick shot answer. What other way are they dealing with poverty elsewhere? And give an example of a nation that has poverty and is dealing with it without getting into how they're dealing with it as well.
they're dealing, well, I'm not saying they're successfully dealing with it because they're still poor, right? But the thing I'm trying to emphasize is that there's not that the crime rate is not the same, and the psychology behind the individuals, when you speak to them, when you go and live and visit their countries, you see that they have a different approach to life, right? So question was how what other ways are they dealing with it? Well, the thing is, within their culture, they don't have the element of music that is highly or
So
music or movies or culture that
Gabriel, you have to provide the statistics showing that music goes with violence. You have to show that. You have to show that, because that statement that you're trying to make now, like, it's a wild statement. Like, you have to show that listening to drill music correlates with violence, because I've just showed you that, what's it called, amongst the working class people and the middle class people listen probably to the music more, and yet they are not prone to violence, whereas working class people don't listen to it as much, but they probably do listen to it, and there's violence. And the only two factors that are different amongst those groups is the fact of their social status. So you're gonna have to show me how music is only the factor that is leading to violence.
I never said that. Poverty is definitely, it's a main factor. Like if you can attribute, maybe you can attribute like percentages, right? And you'd say, well, music is probably like 15.
Let's not do probably. Let's have actual figures, facts and figures, man. Come on, let's have actual facts and figures. Where even that thing that you posted in the private chat, that always is an article saying that Ukraine is ranked as one of the poorest countries. If I haven't really looked into it, but if I look into it, it will be ranked. It will only talk about being the poorest country in the world. It's not going to go into the crime of it, is it?
Yeah. Well, we can look at statistics of crime in Ukraine and see, like, there's 101 killings in Chicago last week. 101 shootings. Sorry, shootings. Last week, right?
Okay.
And it's like, well, man, this is a war zone.
But remember, in Chicago, they have access to guns. In the UK, we don't have guns, but we have killings as well happening as well. So if you're comparing in terms of how much is being killed in comparison to it's obviously gonna be way higher, because you have a place that has guns and they're legal. So you can't really compare. It wouldn't even be a comparison if you're talking about a country that has guns and you're comparing to a country that doesn't have guns, like in terms of poverty, like in terms of a crime, because I mean murder, homicide anyway, because obviously you're gonna know that you will know that without a shadow of a doubt that the country with more guns, with guns, access to guns, you have a higher homicide rate.
Yeah, well, Ukraine is known, at least over here, it's known from in France, Ukraine and the ex Yugoslavia are known for being the countries where you import the guns to. Like we don't have guns in France either, but the few guns we have, we import them from there. And
Do you know the biggest importers of guns are? Do you know which countries are there?
Officially or unofficially? Because I'm talking about illegal guns.
Okay, but in terms of getting access to gun, maybe if you're importing it to those kind of countries like Ukraine, it's going to be harder, because obviously their laws are very much. I imagine, I don't know personally how it is, but they'll probably have a strict gun laws there where they're saying that you could get years if you get caught with a gun, right?
Sorry, can you repeat? I was looking at the statistics. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I was saying that in countries like Ukraine, they will probably have gun laws saying that if they're caught with a gun, they will be likely to go to prison for a long time for it.
I think over there it's who can pay for legal services and who can't. If you have a I don't know the gun laws in Ukraine, but I know it's the police are totally corrupt. The judicial system is totally corrupt, and everybody has a gun basically because they need to protect themselves. And they had a war. They just recently had a war. Right?
I know about the Ukrainian the whole annexing of that area and whatnot and everything, but we're focusing on crime.
Yeah, so I'm looking at statistics. International homicide is defined as unlawful deaths purposely inflicted on another person by another person. So the statistics, the latest one is in 2017.
I think it's interesting how you're arguing as if Ukraine's poverty has nothing to do with the crime. So
I'm saying from visiting, like I went to the United States and I went to Ukraine, and I can tell you from what my experience is, the insecurity, and I went to Romania, right? Romania's poor as shit, right? But I was able to go around every neighborhood, take a cab, like talk to people. In the United States, there are places you don't go. You don't have no business there. You just don't go there, man. It's a war zone. People will they'll see right away that you're not from there.
Where are you talking about? Which place?
Sorry?
Which place are you talking about?
Certain places in the United States, like in LA.
Yeah, and that's probably to do with a lot of the culture around there, isn't it? Because of the I don't think it's to do with the music per se, but it's the racist element of the whole Hispanic versus black versus white.
Nah, man, I was like black neighborhoods, man, that my cousins were like, no, we're not going there. I was like young and dumb. I was like, yeah, let's go, because I saw a movie. I was like, yeah, let's go to South Central. I want to go to South. It's like, you stupid, man, we're not gonna go there. It's like you don't have no business going there, right? And they had to be pretty harsh about it. And then
your cousins were there. Hold on, I'm trying to follow in it. You're saying your cousin said not to go to the black community over there.
Yeah, to certain black communities, right?
Oh, okay.
The poor neighborhoods, right?
Yeah.
Never seen Boys in the Hood? Good movie.
It's not it's not a reflection of what's going on the ground, fam.
No, it's not. It's definitely romanticized, right? But like the thing over there is, if you don't have any business being in a neighborhood, you don't go there. Like you go around that neighborhood.
Yeah, of course, because a lot of people have beef with a lot of the people that are if you go to the Hispanic community, it's Hispanic on Hispanic. When you go to other communities, it's white on white too. They're not just beefing. It's not just black on Hispanic and white on Hispanic or white on black. It's also black on black, and they usually beef the person next door to them. It's the same thing in the UK here. You got estates where you'll hear about this. Let's say in UK, you're talking about people like Peckham, and they're beefing people called the people from what's it called what's that place, Woolwich. They're just right next door to each other, and even the estates that they live on, it's like not too far, like probably like a 10-minute walk from each other or 10-minute drive from each other. I don't know how far away, but it's not too far. But that's the point, isn't it? Like people are gonna beef people who are not too far away from them. But that's going on in every community.
The thing is, I think it's proportionately more in African American communities and black communities in the UK. A little bit less in France, because we don't have this. We don't have, like in France, they set it up so it's less based on ethnicity and it's more based on class. So you have like it's.
Yeah, but that even to the degree in UK is very Well, like I said to you earlier, like I was a bit surprised when you said that. You said that France was very, very much mixed, but in the area that I live in, not in the area that I live in, but in the UK, it's very much quite mixed too. Like you got a lot of people, like even the people that you see doing the drill music today, they have white people there that they're drilling with. You understand? You got Turkish communities, you got black communities, you got Irish communities, you got even some Hispanic communities as well are there as well. You get me? So when you're talking like it's the black on black going on in America, that's because their situation is different because of the history.
Yeah, what I was saying is that the difference is when you grow up, you tend to stay within your community. In France, when you grow up, you stay within the immigrant community, right?
Yeah, well,
you stay, you'll have like I said, like you'll have like a Moroccan friend, a Tunisian friend.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean, I think so. Basically, from a little bit of what you're getting, I don't want to misunderstand your argument. Basically, I think it's the fact that in America, the black on black thing is very, very real, and you're saying that the cult, because everyone looks to America and whatnot and everything, that it's their culture that we're mimicking out elsewhere. Whatnot. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. It's definitely like I think they hold a monopoly on what it means to be cool and black that I think we should like dispute.
I mean, I disagree because even here in the UK, we might have some cultures that intermingle with America. You know, like at certain points we weren't using the word ops, we were using the word pagans for enemies and whatnot, and maybe we weren't using the word fought, or we were using the word hoe or slag or whatever. But at the same time, like even to that, like the even those issues of crime has always existed. It's never been, oh, it's America doing it and we're copying the trend. No, it's always existed throughout. Being like, I'm sure if you go into the history of France, people there will tell you that like what's it called? We've always had a history of violence in France and from these communities that you're talking about. Even in the UK, like there has been. If you go to certain areas in London, they will tell you that in Northwest there was a lot of the violence that was going on with that. It first started off as white on black, and then or white. It first started white on white, and then when black people started coming in, it was white on black, and then obviously because black people started to dominate those communities now, the little disputes that people might have had, they turned it to black on black in those communities. As long that it's nothing new. Violence has been going on through time. I'm sure if you go back even further, like even the idea of cowboys, that's just another version of gangs as well. Like violence is not something new. It's not nothing to do with the music. If you're trying to even suggest that, but yeah, like.
Well, I think it does have an influence. I think, like when you have role models, growing up, for example, in the black community, when you have like a lot of role models growing up, and those role models talk about a particular lifestyle, talk about a particular way, it has a slight influence. I'm not saying it's the only factor. I think it has a slight influence, and that maybe instead of criticizing outwardly and what like other people are doing to us, maybe we should focus more energy on criticizing inwardly and cleaning the house.
We do. We like no one like to say that we don't focus inwardly is I think you're playing it down now, because it's not that black people don't focus inwardly on what they do, on what's going on. It's the fact that you can't focus inwardly without realizing that in the past year, like I gave you the examples. I'm not sure if you're aware of certain history in America, like things like Tulsa. Are you aware of that?
Tulsa, no.
Tulsa riots. Well, look into Tulsa. You know, there's a thing called Black Wall Street. Yeah, there was many Black Wall Streets in America, and look what happened to them. Like, if you know those type of histories, then you'll know why things like the civil rights and why people in the Black community are in the position they are today. It's not that Black people didn't want to do better for themselves. It's the fact that a certain group of people prevented them and keep doing it till this day from them succeeding. And coupled with, you know, education system being poorly underfunded, purposely underfunded, I should say, purposely and poor and underfunded. Like, this is all fact. So yeah, I mean that this idea that with America should just look inside. Yeah, America does look inside. Like, there are people out there say we should actually just do better for ourselves and do ourselves, but let's not pretend that when we did try to do it in the past, that people didn't intentionally try to take us down. I don't know if you know about Marcus Garvey as well.
Yeah, you know what? You sound like because I hear well, the examples you gave, I don't know them, so I can't really comment on them. I think definitely that in the past in the United States, and the United States has its particular history, and sometimes I think it's not a good thing that we associate all the diaspora's history with the United States history, because it's really different, right?
Yeah, of course, because like I said, in the UK, it's not just all the non white people are immigrants, whereas in America, the Black people have been there since the starting of America. So the immigrant population comes in later on. You also need to factor in as well that you yourself, the fact that you've been able to travel out to these certain places and whatnot, you also have to admit that you're of a middle class background as well. So your thinking and ways of dealing with certain things is going to be different because you've been exposed to different types of communities. Like, you've had the privilege of going to Canada and coming from Canada to America, and also coming here to France, innit? Whereas some people in those Black communities, they don't even know what's outside of their own neighborhood.
Yeah.
I've got cousins in what's it called, California, in Florida, and other places as well, probably. And like, they will tell you that their experience is probably different from what I'm experiencing here in the UK. They'll say, yeah, like, oh, like, this is, you know what I mean, it's very heavily segregated, or this or that, and whatever. You get me? So yeah, it's not as
my argument would be resumed in, like, respect is not something that you can ask for. Respect is something that you can earn, right? And when I see a lot of people, like, concentrating their effort on begging for equality, I think it's the wrong route. I don't think
how's it any different from you putting them, like, to be, at the end of the day, they can say, okay, cool, we're going to make more policies that are going to be towards Black people's goals or whatever, but in the end they could just change their mind and go against it, the same way the Democrats have always been doing. They've been saying, if you give us your vote, we'll do whatever you say and whatnot and everything, and they put in their policy, they're going to do it, and then they don't end up doing it. So what's the difference?
The difference is, if you use your power and you use
power influence, and they still will not do what you're saying. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think we do. I think as a collective we spend much more time mowing each other down, and we don't and taking each other down. And, like, for example, I always give the example of like the non-tolerance for different opinions. We're such a diverse group within the group that we're never going to agree on everything, right? And there are a lot of people that are like, oh, well, if you don't agree with me, then you're a sellout. And I think that particularly is.
Do you know what? Do you know what issue I have with the Tommy Sotomayor and the Candace Owens of people? Yeah, they do not. When I think Tommy Sotomayor has written books, and in his books, when he talks about, I think one of them. I haven't read his books, but I don't know. Like I said, a guy called Akala analyzed one of his books, and he was saying that in his book, when he talks about how slavery ended, he doesn't even reference certain events that led to the end of slavery. So he doesn't reference the Haitian Revolution. He doesn't reference the 6 months earlier, prior to Wilberforce and all these people coming out about it, that there was a revolution in Jamaica where they killed and burnt down the most of the plantation. These were black people doing this. So this is what I'm saying. Like, there is no when it comes to those type of people, they're not being sincere about why black people are in the position they are in. They're just saying that black people are just moaning for the sake of moaning, and that's just not true. Like I said, if you look into certain things, like if you look into Jim Crow and Black Wall Street, you'll find that, wow, like black people actually did try to do something about it, and what's it called? They were being killed out for it. You know, you had like you said, you had Malcolm X talking about this and whatnot and everything. Why would Malcolm X be talking about something and then be killed for just talking about it? Like, that's crazy. Like, the fact that he can't avoid about a problem.
But he got killed by his own people.
Who was his own people? Are you saying it was the?
Have you seen the documentary? You got to watch that documentary, man.
Are you saying that it was the NOI that killed him? That's what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's the thing. Like, I don't personally agree. I think there was a lot of COINTELPRO involved in that.
There it is. They talk about it. The COINTELPRO, all they did in that particular is stand back and because you have the report from the FBI. You have
Have you heard of Fred Hampton?
Huh?
Have you heard of Fred Hampton?
Fred Hampton? No. I've heard the name, but no.
Okay, well, if you look into Fred Hampton, yeah, he wasn't killed by no, what's it called, black person. He was killed by the police, and with the aid of a black person, of course. Like, there was a guy who was planted there to give information about his house and where he's going to be at and whatnot and everything. But in the end, it was the white people that killed him. So at the end of the day, I think you're very, I think you're very clued up on what was going on in history, and you're kind of just saying that black people are just complaining and we should just get over it and just do something and do things for ourselves.
I mean, that's not what I'm saying exactly. I'm saying we should try to affect more of the stuff we don't have. We have influence on. We have capacity to change, and less. Like, you can't change if somebody loves you or doesn't love you. You can't change that. They don't love us, then it's too bad, man. It's the way it is.
But I've told you that when people unified in the past, there were people who were doing everything, and they were using the power influence, and it wasn't just black people.
I'm gonna switch it up. Let me switch it up. I'll go to a different example that speaks about, like, typically. And I think it's the same example as Malcolm X. And you sound like you have African origins, right? Probably an immigrant, and I'm sure you heard about Thomas Sankara. Have you ever heard of Thomas Sankara?
No, I haven't. Thomas Sankara.
Yeah, Thomas Sankara. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I've heard of him. What about him?
So, Thomas Sankara was the leader that led to the independence of it used to be called the Haute Volta, and it became Burkina Faso.
Okay, you're saying it in French, that's why. Burkina Faso. What about well, I'm aware that he was what was it? He made Burkina Faso self-sufficient for 3 years before CIA
right.
with the FBI came in and killed him off.
No. That's not at all. And this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. We have this version of history where it's a lot less complex. It's a lot more complex than that, and that it's like that's not at all what happened. Thomas Sankara got killed by his second in command, his best friend.
Okay. Are you gonna tell me that the CIA and
no, it's not the CIA, it's the French. It's the French because it was an ex-French colony, and at that point, the American
foreign powers are involved. Then, or is that what you're trying to tell me?
They probably knew it was going to happen. They probably checked. He probably checked with them and said, "Okay, well, if I kill him, are you guys going to overthrow me?" That's probably what happened.
Gabriel, I'll do this in it. I don't know. Let me get that Terry in it, because Terry knows this more with information more in it. But also Shakara knows this information. From what I know,
I'd like to talk to Shakara.
Oh, you like to talk to Shakara? I don't know. I don't have Shakara's number, so I can't really get him still. But Terry's quite good with it. But Terry, Shakara will tell you that the CIA and the FBI and all these COINTELPRO.
Yeah, but like that's the narrative, and I'm honestly I have to fight this narrative because it's not
narrative. What do you mean? Are you saying that
it's not at all how it happened? It's not at all how it happened. And if we have that perspective that it's the white man that killed. No, some of these leaders, a lot of these leaders got killed by their own people, and the CIA, the FBI,
they just randomly go and kill them. It was all modified and controlled by the American and foreign powers.
So you're saying like black people don't have any agency? They don't have any like they don't have any personal. They don't want any personal gain from that. They don't want any power from that. They don't want it. They're not willing to oppress their own people in order to gain personal power.
Black people in power are puppets of the European government, European and the West.
Okay, I think we should focus more on the puppets than on the puppeteers.
Sorry?
I think we should focus more on the puppets than on the puppeteers.
But that's the point of Thomas Sankara. Thomas Sankara made what's it called? Thingy, self-sufficient. Yeah. And through him making it self-sufficient, yeah, the French, the European powers saw that as a threat because
you lose the story if you take it from that angle.
Sorry?
You lose the story.
You take it from that angle.
You misconstrue the story if you take it from that angle.
Is that angle true or false?
That angle is partly true, but it's not what the major factor. It's not what the main story. The main line in the story is he got killed by his best friend, by his second in command, by the guy he trusted the most, right? The only one who could penetrate and get close to him, right? And it's like, if we don't talk about that, it's like, okay, well, the CIA, I mean, it's like you're going to have adversaries in life. You're going to have enemies. But if within your own camp, you can't keep a solid coalition and you make it easy for them, then like you got to be able to take you have to be able to blame the people who are directly responsible for the action, right? Because there's going to be if you look at world politics, even between Europeans, even between any from if you look at
have you ever heard of the IMF?
Yeah, I've heard of the IMF.
Have you heard of the World Bank?
Yes, I've heard of
Do you know about their role in underdeveloping Africa?
I know very well about their role.
Sorry?
But it's more complex than that.
Gabriel, Gabriel, are you aware of their role in underdeveloping Africa? Are you
definitely am aware of the role of underdeveloping Africa, but it's more complex than.
It's more complex. How is it more complicated?
Because they developed the system. It's the liberal system, and that's how it works.
Liberal system.
The neoliberal system that in the international economic system that states from the outset that you should specialize in what you're good at, right? And that stopped. If you have a liberal, okay, so if you have two countries trading, right? So one country is industrialized, the other country is not industrialized. If they have a free trade agreement, the country who's not industrialized can't make industries because it's at the beginning. Industries cost a lot of money. It's over time that you're going to
get Tarek. Let me get Tarek. He understands this. These people. Let me get. I don't know why Vinny's not. There are people backstage still. I don't know why you are playing down the effects of the Europeans on African colonies.
I'm bringing it down because we don't have control over that. We can't change what they're gonna do, but we can change what we're gonna do.
We can, but you have to understand that what's it called? In order for us to make any type of movements and whatnot and everything happen, we can say, okay, we're gonna go back and take this and whatever and do for ourselves and whatnot and everything. But know that because these people are gonna come in to disrupt it.
That's human nature. That's the way life is. If you look at history, it's always been like that. It has been like that since the outset.
Oh, hold on. So we're gonna stupidly go about taking back our land and doing and taking back our land without fully destroying the enemy.
Well, the first thing that we should be organized and made to have a goal so that we can work together and we don't work against each other. I'm sorry, but the biggest plague in Africa and how the African continent is structured is the way these countries are structured and how they can't seem to get these different ethnicities to cooperate and oust these dictators and build societies that look after their interest. The divide and conquer. Okay, well, divide and conquer, that's what they used 300 years ago. How come it's still working? At what point do we learn our lesson? At what point do we say, okay, they're coming to divide us, so maybe we should bring some more unity, or it's not even about unity. We should learn how to cooperate with each other and to look out after our best interest.
Unified, but let's not pretend that basically that our goal is not going to have some type of interference in it, and this interference is not from the Western powers, and they're using
it's called real politics, and it's always been like that. That's never going to change. And you know what? China's doing it now, right? India's probably going to come around the corner.
Have the same history as African nations or Haiti. In fact, you're even from Haiti. That's the crazy thing. How aware are you of the IMF's effect on Haiti?
Yeah, I know exactly how the structure of the IMF works.
Are you aware of the fact that Haiti was only up to recently still paying back reparations from embarrassing the French and the Spanish and the British from the Haiti revolution? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
So how are you gonna tell Haitians to just just swallow the pill of what happened in history and just move on forward with it when these people still continue to manipulate them to such a degree that they even demanding reparations, and they're still willingly paying it back up to just recently.
I think it's the thing is about Haiti is it's by itself and it can't fight superpowers. Haiti should be under the protectorate of an African superpower.
Of course,
that's the way it would work. But Haiti has no it stands no chance.
Superpower.
But what's happening to Africa?
Africa is it's working on developing itself, and in some places, like, you can't just blanket statement the whole continent and say it's going bad, but there are some issues with dictators that cater to the West and that are not able to be ousted by the people. And these dictators prey on divide and conquer. They prey on, or they use these methods, like you know, you have the civil wars. You have, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if you know what's going on in Congo, what's happening.
But are you like, again? Are you pretending that it's not injury? Is it not? How do you say it? It's been okay. Let me say this like this. Yeah, it's not be. It's been guided by. Are you denying it's being guided by outside powers? Are you saying that it's only the people in Congo that choose to fight when there is no, what's it called? The French people who came in and said to them, yeah, listen, like, your tribe is better than this tribe, so don't let this tribe be in power. And
yeah, I agree, but what I'm saying is that black drinking for reparations.
Sorry,
but I agree, but I'm saying that, okay, they used this 200 years ago, 400 years ago. How come it's still working? At what point do we learn our lesson? At what point do we say, okay, well,
it's working?
Try that trick more.
It's working today because the puppet governments that are in power, they stand to benefit. They you know, they've got millions.
Then they should be held. I think I blame them more than I blame the Europeans. I'll say it like this. I blame the person. I blame the person for oppressing me, but I blame even more the person who was supposed to protect me and let them oppress me.
I can understand the sentiment. I can understand that, but one thing you also need to understand is what was I about to say? I was going to say outside these countries now, with their leaders and their puppet governments and whatnot and everything, and them catering to the West and whatnot and everything. Can you not see that if they ever try to, you know, unify, that these Western governments would only seek to destroy them and get them to a position where they can continue to loot them of their resources? Because one of the things that the West stands to benefit from Congo is I think it's the coat. Is it? I think they make there's something that they use for mobile phones. I forget what the mineral is, but this is the point of them destabilizing them. And if you look at also Iraq, and even I don't know if you've heard of this book called The Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Yeah, I have.
Have you read the book?
No, I saw a documentary on it.
Well, this is my point. Like, this is how these Western countries continue to use their power and influence to continue to.
I agree with you, but there are some countries that have been able to,
like,
hold up and muster some type of a fight and give them some type of a hard time. Like, for example, they're in pretty bad shape right now, but like, if you look at history, like Cuba and Venezuela, right, are like typically countries that have like they had people come and try to mess up with their government. They had like What did you say?
Why they're in bad shape right now?
Depends what you call bad shape. They're not in the top economic.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
They're not in the most well economic. They're not in top economic well-being, right? But they're proud, right? They know that they have resisted, right? And to me, that's worth more than your comfort, right?
But,
okay, right now Venezuela is probably, but like I'm looking at history. I'm not looking at right now. Like you can't just.
But understand that what's it called? With these countries now, that you said that they're not the best examples, but one way that if the government can't get in there and physically kill these leaders, one thing they're doing to what's it called to cripple these governments, these Cuban and Venezuelan governments, is through what do they call it now?
Economic sanctions.
Sanctions. That's it.
Yeah.
So,
but they're still standing strong. They tried 2 times to push out the current president for a puppet president, and right now he's running. He's in the United States, right? And it's like
still, or was it someone else?
Sorry.
Is it someone else, or is it Hugo Chavez? I don't know.
No, it's the new one that Chavez is dead now. It's the new one that succeeded Chavez, right?
Yeah.
And they haven't succeeded. They tried 2 times to do a coup d'état, right? And the Venezuelan government resisted, and they paid. I admit the population is paying a huge price, right, for that. And that's pretty sad to see. But you know what? They're finding allies, like China's helping them, Russia's helping them. They're playing the game, man. They're in the game, playing it, right? We're not even in the game. We're not even like giving them a hard time. We're not even using like the well, it depends. It depends. Like you can't blanket statement the whole of Africa, but if you take the biggest, the biggest countries, they're all like Ivory Coast, Nigeria's trying to do something, but it's not really there yet. But
Nigeria's not doing anything. I'll tell you that for one. Nigeria, I don't think Nigeria has anything. Obviously, I can I'm very critical, so I can understand where you're coming from, where you're saying that it's the people that should be able to do something for them. But let's not pretend that the people, they can just get up today and say, yeah, we're gonna do something, then tomorrow they won't be dead. There are people in Nigeria themselves who physically have tried to, say that, okay, I'm gonna run for president, and they've been killed off. And then on top of it, the governments, if you're hearing about governments in South America who have been killed off by the people in the West, then you should be aware that this fight that we're gonna have, we have to take it to the head first. You have to cut off the head before we start talking about rebuilding this. What black people can unify, yeah, that's one thing of getting people to fight. But then we have to also aim for the head. We can't just be saying, oh, we just take one country and we just continue living that way in that country and try and not have the government killed off or whatever. No, we have to take off the head from that whole system of these corrupt governments has to go.
Yeah. So what do governments have to rely on to keep themselves sustained and keep themselves organized and keep going? It's resources.
What do you mean in terms of the American government, or which one are you referring to? Because
all governments. But let's talk about these heads that we're talking about. So let's talk about like the Zionists of America. They rely. Like what you said.
All I'm going to tell you is that the people who are controlling what's going on in the world are in the top end of government, top end of when I mean top end of government, I'm talking top end of politics, top end of business, banking, and top end of corporations.
But what do they all rely on to keep going? It's money and resources, is it not?
Of course, it's just money. It doesn't even have to be resources, it's just money.
So like what you said, Ralph, because that's what I was talking about, with the mobile phones. Like
resources is important, sorry.
yeah, there's that new I never knew about it, but there's that new metal that they're needing to use for all the new gadgets and etc. So me personally, if I knew it was coming from my country, it's right. The people have to do something about it. The people have to say, well, hold on a minute, it's coming from us. We're getting 20p a day. You're selling it out for $20, and then they're bagging it out for over freaking $1,000. That's where the stand has to start from. Do you know what I mean? It has to come from the people, because people are the power. We're the ones who, you know what I mean? But it's how you, how you get these people to start waking up to this.
The thing is, tribalism and ethnic barriers are might be the biggest obstacle to what you're trying to achieve. Meaning that if people have to get together, they have to go like beyond like the
outside Yoruba, Igbo. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying, but at the same time, it's like they put these divisions out there on purpose, and these people that made the divisions were the West. And if we get past that hurdle, all they're going to do is put in another hurdle.
I disagree with that. I think these divisions existed before the West got there, and all they did was emphasize them.
Okay.
Right? They didn't create anything. They just used it to their advantage.
No doubt there was a division, no doubt, but the division could have been something like where, you know, if you see in Haiti, you have the systems of voodoo and certain African spiritual practices. Yeah, a lot of people in Africa don't realize that these African spiritual practices are very, very similar, and they just all they're doing. Hold on.
I'm quite sure when I watched the movie once. I think it was to do with what was that tribe leader's name? The Zulus, the leader of the Zulus. What was his name? Shaka Zulu. Now, when you see the African, have you seen that film?
IC3. Why you?
Have you seen it, Raf?
Oh, sorry.
What film? Shaka Zulu.
Well, look, the point is I'm trying to say the film Shaka Zulu.
Yeah. What about it?
Well, what I'm trying to say is when they used to go to battle, like in Shaka Zulu, there wasn't actually fighting. When you watch that film, the way they're like settling it, it's like mental. It's like it's almost like a sport, but they didn't actually do fighting. If you know what I mean. When you watch that film. It was like it was almost like having a like I'm not putting it like that, but it's almost like having a rap battle or a dance battle, yeah. And then whoever's won, like that's it. There was like no violence, like almost, if you know what I mean.
Well,
there was different ways that the tribes used to settle things. It wasn't just
I don't know.
violence.
I'd like
What are we talking about? But my point is, like, listen, when we're talking about these differences amongst the so-called where you talk about outside Igbo, Yoruba, and all these groups, yeah, within even the ethnic groups, within even the Igbos, they were very divided themselves. But like, I think if it wouldn't have been a thing where if they could come together and realize that the gods that they're talking about, that could have been a formal unifying. Where it was emphasized was the fact that the Europeans came in and gave them Christianity and gave them education and told them that and then the ones in the north who were mostly Muslim, and they told them that, yeah, listen, these men that are educated, yeah, don't let them be in power, you know, because they'll just make sure that they kill you all off. And that's where that fear has been stemming.
You need to see or read the story of the fall of Benin, and that will explain.
Yeah. Well, I want to read this question from IC3 Black Banking for Reparation. He says, "How does one fight the globalist banking oligarchy? Think carefully, answer intelligently." And I think that's where, like, if you look at it from this standpoint, it doesn't become a black or white issue anymore. It becomes a humanity against the oligarchy.
Well, we understand that, but the first thing we have to focus on, like you said, is inside.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
So, and that's where you've been talking about this conversation. So I've said to you, yeah, there is things that we agree upon. We have to deal with inside in the family and whatnot and everything before we start talking about other groups. This is shots at Jupiter, who constantly fails to understand that when we talk about what's it called, black people unifying, it's not to say that white people are dead for the dead, isn't it? We're not talking about killing white people. Like, I don't know why she keeps doing that, but yeah. Anyway, the point is that we talk about unifying amongst ourselves before we start going about doing that. And one of the ways, like I said in it, was, you know, for me, it's realizing that what's it called, that these differences that you think that you have, you actually it doesn't actually exist.
But the thing is, how do you unify a people? We are the largest out of all the different groups on the planet.
I don't know, man. I think it's. I don't think right now we're going to be ready.
The blueprint has to be
for what we've all been discussing.
Look, it's going to take hundreds of years, but this. Yeah.
Raf, the whole wide world has just woken up over this George Floyd thing, right? Over George Floyd. It's been happening quite a lot, more than, No, but I'm talking about on the scale compared to what it used to be before.
I'll just
compared to like YouTube, compared to Facebook films that I've seen where people have just been pulled up and everything like that. This is something that the world's woken up to, because obviously we must be scared. Or we're just jumping onto something because we're jumping onto something. What is it?
I feel like George Floyd is a psyop to make us as people fight each other. It, to me, I don't like. I do think. Don't get me wrong. I do think that there is police brutality and that, like the system in the United States is particularly unfair to black people. But the thing is, when you see how the mainstream has dealt with that question, and how like Netflix says Black Lives Matter, like Amazon says Black Lives Matter, and they're hypocrites, they don't care, and like what's happening today is that like you're having the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer, and in order for them to distract us from that basic fact, they want to create, that's my theory, they want to create antagonisms between different groups within the same class, right? Because if poor white people fight poor black people and then poor Asians or whatever, then we don't have time to fight the oligarchy, right? So in that sense, I feel like, okay, well, I agree, we should like work our
you know what I'm saying? We get black people moving on one accord at least, or majority of black people moving on one accord at least. We get majority of white people moving on one accord at least. We've got majority of Asian and other groups moving on one accord at least, and then we can talk about doing stuff together to actually take down the power. And even then, it's not even that hard. It's so simple. It's like opting out of the system is literally not conforming to buying banks, not conforming to buying.
It's gonna get harder and harder.
Yeah, like
we're at a tipping point in history.
It's just the fact that people can't imagine a world without money. So the idea is that the fear of
money is going to be dematerialized soon.
Sorry?
Money is going to be dematerialized. That means you won't have a bill anymore.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but at the same time, I'm talking of the concept behind why money is used. So when we talk about money, we're talking about the idea that we're dealing with consumerism, and consumerism of a product is based on the fact that the product is scarce. So we use money so that it's a fairer way of saying, oh, okay, if you wanna get this product, because you have more money than this person, therefore you're gonna be the one that gets this product. So, I think if we have a much more a fairer system, maybe a system where abundance could be solved or whatnot, then we can talk about what's it called opting up. Yeah, man, this is a lot. There's a lot still to talk about, but
yeah,
let's not even. Maybe my thing is more of like a solving
inequality.
Well, let's focus on what unifying and whatnot and getting down to what's going down and whatnot and everything. I mean, yeah.
It was nice talking to you guys. I got to talk to Shakara one of these days.
Yeah, Shakara. If you ever see Shakara on the panel, you can jump. He's also got a channel called Shakara Speaks. He said that in the next few weeks he's going to be doing a thing about Marcus Garvey, and he's invited me on because I very much I criticize him and Garvey. I always say that Garvey's a liberal. So yeah, if you can, tune into his channel. He's also got another channel called Got Kush TV. So if you can tune into those channels, and he will be on there. And sometimes he does come in there. If you ever see him, you can jump on as well. And I'll just tell Betty to add you on if anything. But yeah.
All right. Well, I'll definitely try to see if I can catch you guys on the Marcus Garvey series. But like I probably won't come in. I would like to have like a long conversation with him because I've got these questions.
Yeah, but that's why I said that his channel would be good because those questions can be answered on there, especially during that time. If you've got questions on anything to do with that, maybe you could maybe during it he will give a little side segment because he said he's got French people coming on there as well, so that would be a good time for you to also jump in as well and hear what French people are saying on this topic as well, where you could easily relate to them as well on it. So yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll try to do that. I'm a bounce though. It was nice talking to you. What's your name?
Raf.
Raf. All right, Raf, man. It was cool, man. I'm Gabriel. So yeah.
Gabriel. Come on.
Talk to you next time. It was cool.
Yeah. Take care. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Whew. What we saying? Stupids are still upset. You get me? Yeah. What's people in the on the panel saying? You get me? What's Uncle IC3? What's going on? How are you?
I'm just listening in, seeing the different points of view and different angles, and just re-examining myself based on what I see people speaking about, and hopefully refining my approach, based on the conversations. Been very good, interesting conversations.
Yeah.
And seeing how you try to tackle those issues. I like the way it started off on music, and it seemed like I think the Gabriel was saying that the French. He's French. He's saying that it seems like the rappers, the lower class or poor rappers, are guiding the middle class, kind of influencing the middle class with their values and their music. But I just see the whole music scene is just a separate project, and everything that you see happening in the music scene is a product of planning, just like you might see, just like the publishing scene of books and so on. The white supremacists, they don't allow anything as best they can to get out of their control, because it could come back and bite them. So it's interesting listening and seeing.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about that argument? Because I didn't really understand his argument on that whole middle class people and they're co-opting our culture. No, it wasn't even like it was a co-opting our culture. It was more like it was more like they're given a narrative of how we should be acting, and then he later on went to say, no, it's not them, it's the rich people. And then I didn't really get it. It was an interesting discussion, but I think he was trying to relate drill music and violence, and then it was.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, but it's like Neely Fuller says, if you don't understand white supremacy, everything is confusion. Everything is confusion. You got to keep boiling it down, you know, because everything is interconnected. You know, for a track to become popular, it has to be accepted. Somebody has to be investing in it. Then you have to have the media has to decide that they want to give this new group coverage. So there's lots of bodies working together to build a new group and their popularity. So you may think it's just their music, but it's not just their music. There's a whole machine
behind
which people don't see that's working behind it. So the press has got to get a thumbs up. The shops are going to get a thumbs up. The products have got to get a thumbs up. You know, before you, so it, because you see a star, people they naturally gravitate towards the individual or the group. You know, the performing, the artists, but they can't see the big machinery that's behind them. So they just think it's the artist who's got such great talent, but they don't realize that as soon as you have a little bit of talent, they have talent spotters, and then they think, this group here or this artist here, I think we can use them to push our agenda. So let's just throw some money and promotion behind that artist, and then even the artist might not even be aware. He may, or he or she, or they, the group, may be thinking everybody just loves their music, but they don't really understand that. Yeah, people do love your music, but it's because it's been pushed from behind, and you don't really see. Just like the same thing. I keep going back to the banks. You know, you don't see the banker. You don't see the venture capitalists. They're the ones behind the scene that invest in whatever you're doing. So people only see you or your group, but they don't see the investment. Yeah, so that's all I've got to say, really. I'm just listening in. So, yeah, it all starts with finance. Everything. All starts and finishes with finance. It's like I was studying Cecil Rhodes.
Sorry, I was sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this might be a bit of a strange angle for people, but I was reading about Cecil Rhodes and his plans for Africa and so on, and you just sorry,
Rhodesia.
Yeah, that's right, in Rhodesia and stuff. And then I'm kind of looking. You see, so it's like you got this individual. It's just like a pop star. It's the same model. So you got Cecil Rhodes, and everybody's eyes and ears are focused on Cecil Rhodes, as if he's just a Superman.
Yeah.
But when you study the people that were backing him, you know, you get a totally different story. It's like, or they call the sleeping partners, or the investors, and you just see Cecil Rhodes accomplishing amazing things, and everything's focused on the man, but people are blinded to the people that were behind him. So for example, the point I'm trying to make is that it appears to me that Cecil Rhodes did what he did, and it appears that he was the leading everything, but the leaders were the people behind that you never heard of. You know, I think
of course, I mean, no one disagrees with that. Like even when we're talking about the other week when we're talking about Tommy Robinson, everyone talks about Tommy Robinson. He's the racist. He's the racist, but he's not the real racist. The real racists are the ones that implement laws.
That's right. That's right.
Like we all know this, but it's like you said, it's a distraction and a type of so they don't see that they're the real makers of this policy that they're enforcing in it, because they don't want they don't want it's like they also live in fear as well of being attacked as well.
Exactly, and they're going to get the biggest attack, because when they realize that the people that are backing them are a lot richer than Tommy and Robinson, and they're pouring it, they say, wait a minute.
Exactly.
You know, it's no point going after Tommy Robinson, because after when they're finished with him, they'll just find another person.
Exactly.
And they're constantly behind. So you just have to keep following the money all the time. But human nature is that people always attack what they can see or what they can reach.
Yeah. Or what's easy for them to get at in the
yes.
government. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like everyone will know that the government is the problem. Like David Cameron, they don't like David Cameron. They don't like Boris Johnson, and Boris Johnson's the problem. If they ever see Boris Johnson, they'll probably punch him in the face. But
you're right.
It's easy to go punch Tommy in the face, because at least that way, like, what's good? You're not going to be looking at gunshots. You'll probably be looking in imprisonment, probably
yes,
a GBH at max. But when it comes to a president or prime minister, you touch the president or prime minister, you're probably looking to die.
That's right, and that's the constant level, of operations. And it's very basic. It's just like if you have treasure or you have valuables and you want to hide them, if you find a successful hiding place, the next thing is that you got to hide yourself, because they're going to use you to find where the hiding place is.
Of course.
You see? So it goes hand in hand. So those who have lots of wealth and power, obviously they're not going to let you know. They're going to avoid giving their identity. They need I think like Animal Farm. They need squealers. You know, people to be the face, to be the front. And so you're fighting this invisible force again, because the force is in that invisibility. And I think DC Brad was saying the other day about the apolitical. He mentioned the word apolitical, and I jumped on that word and I said, yes, that's the word, because all the power is in the apolitical. See, the police are supposed to be apolitical, the civil service is supposed to be apolitical, the hospitals, the schools are supposed to be apolitical. The hospitals are supposed to be apolitical, because apolitical means that you don't have a political bias. The banks are supposed to be apolitical. So the reason you don't think about your bank is that you think, oh well, the bank treats everybody equally.
Yeah.
And so you just save your money there. And you don't really think about it, because you just assume, if the bank says, oh, we're conservative, or we're Democrat, or we're Labour in the front of the bank, you start, whoa, you start be thinking twice about banking with the bank. But if the bank just says, oh, we're for everybody, the community, we love everybody.
It's like do you know another example? It's like when you talk about the people talk about the crown jewels, they say that, oh, that's where all our gold and silver and all that went to and whatnot. Meanwhile, in the museums, which is in plain sight, right there in front of us. We go and see it all the time. That's where majority of our stolen treasures are.
Good point. I never thought of it that way. That's right. And the museum's supposed to be apolitical as well. Nobody thinks of the a museum as being attached to the Conservative Party or Labour or Liberals. It's just an entity that's supposed to be unbiased. You just assume that it's just there for everybody.
and now we have to question anything that's claiming to be apolitical but has
yes.
weight.
Exactly.
Queen is apolitical.
Exactly. See, all the power is in the apolitical sphere. So when people keep talking about, oh, Bush is doing this, or oh, Trump is doing this, and oh no, go forbidden, oh, and they keep throwing all these names, they're just wasting energy, spinning around, talking about all these individuals, when the real power is not making any political statement whatsoever. It's just dealing with pure power.
I would argue that when we talk about the George Bush, the Obamas, the all these Clintons and whatnot, the way they behave when it comes to how they carry out, how they act is apolitical. If you understand what I mean, like in the sense that when you're talking about what their the money and that they're trying to make and whatnot and everything, that is they treat it like a business rather than just that they say they're conservative, they're Democrat or they're Republican or
you're cutting off. You're cutting off.
Oh, sorry.
I lost you.
Sorry. I was saying that I would say that the people like the Obamas, the Clintons, and the so-called what's his name, Donald Trump's, they are apolitical in their agendas. So
yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So their thing is not about conservative Democrats or whatever. The real thing is about money.
Money. That's right, and power. That's right. That's right. So they're dancing about. Am I on mute? Oh yeah, no. Yeah, they're dancing about, and people are just shouting and jumping about votes and this vote, their vote. You know, oh, give this person your vote. But these people that you're supposed to be voting for, as you just said, when their term of office is finished, they just they just disappear into the apolitical.
100%.
Into the apolitical fog. And we can find a nice secret place to retire in happiness. Yeah, so it's all about the apolitical. You've got to focus on that.
I'm trying to be in some apolitical fog. Where I find that fog? I need some of that fog in my life.
Yes, well.
So what kind of programs is this bank of yours gonna have, IC3? I'm trying to see what's up with this bank, man. You know.
Okay,
like,
what aspect would you like to talk
bank?
about?
What we gonna do with the bank? You're gonna have the money in the bank, and then what is it for people to get loans? Is it for, I don't know, like what type of bank, or how does this bank better the Black community?
Okay.
Now that it's up and running, let's just say it's up and running.
Yeah.
Got some deposits in there. Now what?
Okay. So when you said the deposits, what did you mean?
The reparations deposits, isn't that where the money was to come from? That's what I understood you to be saying.
Yeah, but see, a lot of people, as soon as they hear the word bank, they think of a savings. It's a place where they can put their money.
No, you talked about it enough that I
right. Good.
got
that
understanding.
Good.
I got that
okay.
understanding that there's going to be some deposits of reparations money.
Yeah.
The money is to, I guess, under the identity of IC3.
Yeah.
It's supposed to help the people who identify as IC3. So I'm saying, help these people in what way? What are the banks doing?
Okay. Good. So, as a successful reparation claims come in, I imagine that there'll be a number of unsuccessful ones in the beginning due to lack of evidence, but even the failures for reparation claims, they must be logged, because just like in law, they can say, oh, the case is closed for now, but then maybe could be 10 years later, somebody uncovers some new evidence, and then the case is opened again. So in answer to your question, the Black Bank for Reparations, processing claims is part of what it does, but then with the specialists that are working within the bank, they'll separate material into two sections, into tradable assets and untradable assets. So a successful claim, for example, could result in maybe $1 million and some gold and 50 million euro and some artwork and some sculptures and so on. A mixed bag of valuables would come in.
Okay.
And then those valuables would have to be sorted out by the banking committee, and they would decide that, hey, look, those dollars and that gold, we can use that to trade for more evidence to make further successful claims, or the claims that failed previously to reopen them. So we can trade with that, with the tradable assets like money and so on. But there'll also be untradable assets, which will be certain forms of artwork and sculptures and so on, which will go towards the healing of the various communities represented by the bank. So so they're untradable assets. In other words, they're coming in, but they do not get sold, or they're priceless. So that those assets go towards building a museum, or it could still be used as evidence, but not traded as evidence. It's just solid material. Yeah, so that's the first thing. So rather than just a big check, because I keep hearing all this in the news, people keep talking about reparations, and they keep talking about the size of the check. And to me, just going for a check is just like a gagging order, basically. So they can say, well, here's a check for your reparations. Is that enough? And we say, yes, yeah, we're happy. Yeah, okay, we'll just sign here. And then I suspect by the next day, they'll change the entire financial system, and so that your check will be worth about 2 cents or 3 pence. But it's too late. You've already signed that you've received your reparations, and then that's your concern. So the biggest difference between the Black Bank for Reparations and the normal way, or the most popular way reparations is being tackled, is that they're searching for big checks, basically, big one-off payments, whilst the Black Bank for Reparations is not looking for any big one-off payment. It's a process that develops over time and generates more information. Does that make sense? Or any further questions?
So the Black Bank reparations will help people file their claims, and then once they get some sort of success out of the claim, where does the reparations actually go?
Right. Okay.
Receive?
So therefore, the reparation banks is just the first division. It's like it's almost like an adapter for plugging into the system of white supremacy to get what is due. But then, because there's various departments within the bank, those departments will then liaise with other people, Black people, and then they would set up maybe other banks or deposit banks or schools or whatever. So they're separate institutions.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. So yes, yeah. Those institutions will not be governed by the bank. The Black Bank Reparations will not be governing those institutions. The black people will be running those institutions in the best way they see fit.
Okay.
In their own style and according to their own cultural tastes and positions and wherever they are in the world.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so the Black Reparations Bank is just an adapter. You know, like you may have your hair dryer or if you've got a travel hair dryer or a travel shaver or whatever, it's still the same hair dryer, but you have different adapters that work wherever you're traveling to. So the Japanese sockets will be different from the Chinese sockets, will be different from the American sockets, different from the British sockets, and so on. So it just means that you can use a hair dryer, that utility, based wherever you are and whoever you're speaking to. So the clarity of identity means that once you go to speak to, if you're going to the City of London or you're going to these authorities, you're using their codes that they understand, rather than going around in circles trying to explain yourself over and over again. You say, well, this is who we are, this is who we represent, and you know who we are because these are your codes. So therefore, this adapter plugs in to their system. So you can't say we don't understand what you're talking about.
Oh, Lord.
Right.
Yeah, buddy. What's everybody saying? It's been an interesting day. Ooh, it's so hot outside. I am taking a break from the sun. Because, I don't know who told me to try to go outside. I'm still painting the same damn fence. It's like I just do a little bit and then I'll be like, I'm done. And then I'll be like, okay, let me go back out there and do a little bit more.
What's going on?
Yeah, nothing. I was listening to IC3 talk about reparations for ADOS is centered around the wealth gap. A check is the least of our concerns.
Wait, you're not.
It'd be really nice not to pay no taxes.
Wait, are you?
Bomb. Huh?
You're not ADOS.
No, I'm not. I was just reading what Dr. Jacob put in the chat.
I mean, I think IC3 doesn't disagree with ADOS, and it would even put a section in the back.
Yeah, it didn't. Oh, these stupid dogs is acting crazy.
I
don't think Dr. Jacob sounded interested in that. He did. I mean, to me, it's, I guess, because there's not like everything is still in its like developmental phase. So it's not like concrete. There's not.
But what's not concrete about it?
I mean, the only opinion, the only understanding that I have is that it will be a bank, and a bank that will make petitions on behalf of and receive the actual reparations, however, whatever form that reparation comes in, whether it's gold, artifacts, or money, US dollars, euros, or whatever. And then that bank will have relationships with other programs, I guess, to build, improve in the community. But that doesn't sound like concrete to me. I don't know if it sounds concrete to you, but it doesn't really sound concrete to me. So I think like when people are listening to it, they're like, what the hell is he saying?
Say that one more time. I was munching so hard. So you were saying that what's not concrete is the fact that sorry.
Okay, let me say it in this way. I think it would be more concrete if I knew that what he's saying is that, let's say the members of the bank, they would help them apply for reparations, and then they would store that particular individual's reparations. Maybe if he was to say the interest from that reparations would be used in the community to establish schools. So all of the schools in our community will be paid from the interest of reparations payments. That is at least something tangible. I'm like, okay, this bank, schools. This bank, I own hospitals. This bank, I own. But when it's so Cookie, come on, yo. When there's so much room for us as the listeners to fill in the blanks, and it's only until you have a particular question about it. Like, so I asked, what programs? I didn't get a list of programs. I didn't. I asked them. So I'm still like, I don't know. Let me look and see if anybody in the chat understands what I'm saying, because
communists disagree with banks anyway. So I don't really understand that. It's just that, you know what it is with a lot of people that say they're intellectual. They just, I don't know why them being intellectual can't let them, think outside of the box on someone else's opinion. So yeah, me entertaining the idea of a IC3 bank, I'm trying to hear what it's about and understand it from his point of view and what he's trying to say and whatnot and everything. Whereas
right, so am I.
No, but I'm not talking about you. I'm not referring to. Agnostic said that Raf, you're actually listening to this guy, but it makes sense because you're a communist, isn't it? But these times, you guys are claiming to be the intellectuals. Like your argument of the IC3 bank here that you're against it. I don't think you can even point to one thing that you're against in it. And all you're probably going to say is that, people have tried reparations before, it doesn't work. We're not talking about trying reparations. We're talking about how the setup is going to be. Challenge him on that. Why don't you just try and get to the idea of what he's talking about, and then, if you're so hell bent on being against it, take it down that way. But most of the time, you guys have these emotional arguments about, he's just a rambling old guy that doesn't have any really point to say, and he's just going on about banks and banks and banks. But come on, man, like you guys are much smarter than that, man. Come on.
Yeah, I think what you're saying, Ralph, is good. And you see, so I got from Melanated Goddess that she says program. So what do you mean by program?
You don't know what a program is?
What do you mean by program?
Institution. Don't ask me what institution means. If your organization doesn't plan on supporting or instituting any sorts of institutions to impact and undo some of the wrongs for the Black community, and now we're going to whip out dictionaries and define every word that comes out of. I don't have the. It's like 100 degrees out here, and I'm painting. I don't have the energy to define words. Like, I'd rather speak to somebody who knows what a program is or knows what an institution is.
Right. So did I mention any institutions in my answer to you earlier on?
You said that they were going to be affiliated with, but the bank is not actually doing it or something like that. I believe. If you want to clarify, because it's because I'm misrepresenting what your response was, that's fine.
Okay. So what I did say is that the bank is an adapter that processes the reparations claim. Then other Black organizations may organize themselves to set up schools, hospitals, and I imagine that these must be the programs that you're talking about. Yes.
So the things that are already happening right now, let's just say those things are happening now. There are schools, there are certain programs. I just was under the impression that since there was a bank, like what? So what is, besides processing the claims? Tell me another function of this bank then.
The main function of the bank is to process claims and to help facilitate the distribution of those claims to various groups who will have their own projects. The bank will not be involved with those projects. It just helps support those projects so that there will be other people, other groups that will organize and set up various projects.
So in addition to the main function of the bank, is there any other functions of the bank?
Uncle, you said that you were talking about something called a custodial bank.
Yeah, I think that's the nearest kind of model kind of thing.
Does anyone in the chat know what a custodial bank is set up? Do they know how to set up what a custodial bank is? That's one of the questions. Sorry, Melanie. Ask your question again.
I just was. I mean, if the bank is solely around helping people to receive reparations, then that's fine. I just thought that it was about a little bit more than that. But so you said, when I asked you the question about the purpose of the bank or the function of the bank, you responded by saying the main function of the bank is this. And I want to know, are there any other functions of the bank outside of that?
There could arise, it depends how it goes, but the main function of the bank is processing claims.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
See, that brings a lot of clarity for me. Like, I've heard you speak on this so many times, and to be honest with you, that's like, I waited a couple of weeks to get just a little bit more understanding. Like, it's just, saying it's an adapter and all of that. Like, it's just kind of like, I just want to know what the bank's supposed to do.
I suppose the second most important is that it will provide a format for maybe internal disagreements. Yeah, so rather than disagreements amongst Black people being aired and out in the public, those disagreements will be settled within the bank. So a bit like the Bank of International Settlements. Yes? The Bank of International Settlements. So, for example, there might be an issue with a certain part of Africa and a certain part of the Caribbean. So they may have disagreements, but because they're both members of the bank, then it becomes an internal issue that has to be settled, and it will be settled internally. So, they always say you mustn't air your dirty washing out. Don't argue with everybody else involved in your business. Yes. So obviously there'll be internal disagreements that will have to be settled internally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so all the different departments of the bank they'll have meetings, cross meetings amongst themselves about how a particular claim should be divided and processed and so on. So the Nigerians might have a disagreement with the North Americans over a sculpture or a painting or some gold or some diamonds. So rather than go into the European Central Court or to the Bank of International Settlements, the Bank of there'll be a Bank of International Settlements specifically for Black people, and that will be another function of the bank. Because obviously, as it's processing claims and the claims are coming in and the values are coming in, then there's going to be discussion about how best those to manage those valuables and who do they belong to and so on and so on. So there'll be lots of meetings and discussions and debate within the bank about the best way to allocate, identify, and process valuables, Black valuables. So in 2 steps, claim comes in, internal groups and divisions and departments discuss the best way to categorize these this material. And then after that, it goes outside into, you obviously have representatives who have their own organizations, have their own banks. Some might be setting up schools, or some might be setting up universities, some might be setting up hospitals. But those are separate from the bank itself. Just like a bank, lends money for a project and then just watches how the project is developing. I wanted to address, I think, what God of Jacob had mentioned in the chat about the wealth gap. I think he was saying that ADOS will be tackling the wealth gap. Mm-hmm. So it would be nice to know if God of Jacob can come on and speak about this wealth gap. What does it actually mean? This wealth gap, ADOS and the wealth gap.
20, as I mentioned earlier, I would love to hear him expound on that myself. But what we do know is that 27% of the 13% of African Americans live beneath the poverty line. And I'm not sure what the poverty line is. Mommy, no. Get back in. I don't know what the poverty line is over there in the UK, but it's pretty low in the US. So I think it's like for like a family of 4, somewhere like $12,000 for the year, right? So you, your spouse, and 2 kids. That's really. It's not many places you can live. There's not many places you can live on that kind of income. Well, maybe that's not it. Somebody in the chat tell me what the poverty line. The poverty thing is in the U.S. for a family of 4. That might be for one person because it just sounds low.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I suspect. I don't know. I'll be waiting to see what people say. But this concept of the wealth gap and poverty line.
Oh, but let me tell you that for white people, whatever number it is, it's 9%. So for Blacks, it's 27%, and for whites, that was 9%. So that in itself is a gap. Whether you have one, it's individual, it's a family of 4, it's still, we are very well, we represent a larger portion of people living in poverty.
Yes, and I understand.
Yeah. So that's all right.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
So
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you.
Yeah. So my approach, my feeling about this the terms of wealth gap and poverty line, these words will be kind of irrelevant. The black bank for reparations will make this kind of irrelevant because because how can I say? See, these are measures used to see how black people are performing in a particular system that is not built for them. So so I understand those measures mean something in the current system. But
so the bank is going to change the system?
No, it'll more accurately, it will open up a parallel system.
So instead of having a mortgage or having having a rent or so forth, then once we have this Black Reparations Bank,
yeah, so it's a bit like I imagine Black Wall Street. You know, I imagine when the black people were doing their own thing, that they were doing their own thing, and they had their own measures, and then whoever was outside of that circle, you know, there was no direct relationship. The black people were just looking after themselves.
They weren't counted on whether or not they were in poverty or not. Absolutely, that's what I'm talking about. Like, the people were not in poverty; they were business owners, and this is how, and they knew this. So whether you have your own community or not, if we're in America and we're spending U.S. dollars, there's going to be a way to account for if we are spending it or if we're not spending it. Like, I'm not really following how all of a sudden there won't be such thing as a poverty line for us, or you know what I mean. I'm not really following that part.
Yeah, I understand. It's like I'm saying an alternative system will result in looking after people in an alternative way, and the current system may look and say, "Oh wow, those black people over there, they're really looking after each other," but there'll be no measure. They won't be able to measure and say, "Well, this and this," because it's an entirely separate. What's that word when they say for plants? Ecosystem. It's an ecosystem. So those within the Black reparations ecosystem, if they don't give any data out to a white supremacist system, then they will not be able to measure whether it's a wealth gap or whatever. Their language won't apply. Do you understand?
I don't know what data you're speaking of specifically, but you know, if we have people who are black, if we have no one that's black apply for unemployment, then that's data. If we have no one that's black on public assistance, then that's data. And if we have people on public assistance or we have people on unemployment, that too is data. So are you saying that the financial system for all black people will be so much better that we will not need any sort, we will not, I won't say need, but utilize or be connected to anything connected to the system?
Correct.
We won't have car loans. We won't have mortgages.
Correct.
So what will we have instead of a mortgage? How are we buying land in America to live? Or I just want to understand.
there's no that even the concept of a mortgage, or even all that kind of
cash,
language.
you're saying you just pay cash. I'm just trying to I just want to understand.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's like you've got to think completely outside the box. Black people, if given a chance, will find or create ways of solving those issues. For example, like buying a house. In the current system, you have to get a mortgage, but Black people will create their own way of dealing with housing and so on, set as a separate entity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like you'll find that they say that there's cultures where as soon as somebody gets married, then the community gives them a house or builds them a house. You know, that's considered to be a basic. You understand?
So is that
it's part of their culture. It's part of their culture that if a couple get together, then the community will give or build them a house because it's seen as a basic in their society, in their culture.
Mm-hmm.
So the concept of mortgage doesn't really
small, fit. Like community, you're speaking about something that's like global. So I'm just trying to understand how that would work.
Okay.
That the people who are in, Costa Rica but have African ancestry, how does that narrative fit them there, or the people in Jamaica? How does that, will land in Jamaica now? They would just be given land in Jamaica. Like, how could we guarantee that? Like, it just, I don't know.
Right. Okay. Good. I understand what you're saying. So, for example, a successful reparations claim could include title deeds, as well as wealth, as well as art, as well as gold, as well as diamonds, and so on. It could include land. Yes. So if that land is taken back through the process of reparations, then how that land is used and the principles of that land and the laws of that land can come from a separate cultural basis. Does that make sense?
I guess. I don't really
it'll be managed completely different.
Mm-hmm.
Completely different. So there might be no comparison with anything in existence at the moment when people get together and plan out a future for themselves and their community.
But to me, that almost sounds like, in order for people to come together to build a house for a couple that gets married, we don't need a reparations bank to do that. So, like, why aren't we just having conversations about that? That kind of stuff, that level of community stuff right there. I'm down with that.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm out here painting. I paint for somebody else too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. The poison of the current system is in the money itself.
But I just don't understand how you expect how people are going to be living in their current system but not be in their system, but the system is supposed to receive, like, okay, so like here in America, we pay property tax each month or annually, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the property that you owe.
Okay.
That you own. So Like, whether I have a mortgage or not, how do I just get excluded from that aspect of the system?
Right. So the property tax is based that the property is registered in the current system. Correct?
Yes, you have millions of homeowners currently right now. So if they were to do claims, they wouldn't. They're locked into 30-year mortgages. How do they get out of this to be part of this bank?
Right.
They would still be obligated to pay taxes and insurance. I mean, it's just
okay. So
interest on their loans. Like, those are things that you don't just, oh, you black, my bad. You know, you good for it. Like,
right.
they're not gonna do that.
Okay. So there's a possibility to try and illustrate is that say a whole area with a whole load of houses in a lot of debt. That whole area and all those mortgages could be cancelled or cancelled as a result of a particular claim. So those people are no longer in debt to a particular bank because their mortgages might be attached to a particular bank. But it could be found out that that bank has been doing dealings where it actually owes those people more than what they've got those people claiming having to pay their mortgage for. So it could result in the cancellation of debt for a whole area, for a whole group of people.
Raph, did you want to ask IC3 about the bank, the other bank, cooperative bank or collaborative bank, or?
I was just, did you see the name that I put in the back chat? Was it the correct name? Custodian.
Oh, custodian.
I put a link as well, just in case.
Custodial. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm sweating so bad.
Custodian bank. There we go. Custodian. Custodian. CUSTODIAN bank.
I put it in the private chat. Is that correct?
Let's see. Yeah, custodian.
Annabelle,
that's right. Goofy. Custodian bank.
Custodian bank.
Freedom Thinker, Aurora Dawn.
I can paste the Wikipedia link in the chat, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at least people can look into it and see what you're saying, because you said that's what it's based off, isn't it? And it's gonna have like a
it's a similar model. Yeah, it's a similar model. So it's a combination of a custodian bank, bank of international settlements, but for black people. Yeah.
Do you know what I kind of liken it to? Obviously, it's not. Obviously, it didn't deal with money, but the UNRA had like several groups inside of it where it had, people who dealt with this. Maybe it was the newspaper part of it, or the people who dealt with the other section of it. The actual getting the laws done and whatnot to make influences and whatnot and everything. That's how I look at it. Like so.
Yes. Yeah.
Like when people are saying that, this bank is not going to work in my favor, I highly think they should look at it again and actually see what they're, see the point that you're trying to make, Uncle, innit? Like,
it will come. They'll get it. They'll get it sooner or later. Let's have a look at Bank of International Settlements. I mentioned that. See,
Agnostic Sapient put it in these words: process claims and facilitate the distribution of those claims to various groups who have their own projects. That's the IC3 bank. Is that a good summary of?
That sounded good. What it sounded good. What did they say?
Process
claims
and
and facilitate the distribution of those claims to various groups who will have their. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right.
Okay.
So I mentioned Bank of International Settlements. So let's see how accurate this is now, as a secondary.
Thank you
in
very
answer to your
much,
question.
Agnostic Sapien. Thank you.
So the Bank for International Settlements. The Bank for International Settlements, BIS, is an international financial institution owned by central banks which fosters international monetary and financial cooperation and serves as a bank for central banks. The BIS carries out its work through its meetings, programs, and through the Basel process, hosting international groups, pursuing global financial stability, and facilitating their interaction. It also provides banking services, but only to central banks and other international organizations. It is based in Basel, Switzerland, with representatives' offices in Hong Kong and Mexico City. Yeah, so that's another aspect as well for the bank, Black Bank for reparations. You see how the way of the Bank for International Settlements. When you want, some of you can read it if you want, if you're interested. Bank for International Settlements. It follows that model as well. See, it carries on meetings to work through its meetings programs through the process of hosting international groups pursuing global financial stability and facilitating their interaction. So they call themselves Bank for International. That means for everybody. But the Black Bank for Reparations will have its own department and will be facilitating international groups like Black North America, in the groups in the Caribbean, groups in Africa, and so on, and settling any internal disputes, rather than have a white supremacist Bank for International Settlements. I don't know if they're white supremacists or not, but I suspect that they are. I suspect that they are. So it has the features of a custodian bank. It has the features of the Bank for International Settlements, and so on. So all international issues are settled at the highest level by the European Central Court, Bank for International Settlements, and so on and so on. And the Black people don't seem to have, well, don't have anything of that class. So that's where they're run to when they have any disagreements. Whilst the justice itself has a cultural taint or bias to it. So obviously, if Africans go to the European court to get justice, then you have the European court meting out justice for Africa and Africans, for Black people, and so on. So it must end up in confusion. It must do, because the European Central Court will have a bias towards European values, European cultural values, and European interests. So how can they be judged meting out justice for Black people and Africans? The Bank of International Settlements. Bank for International Settlements. So It's that magic word again. It appears to be apolitical. Bank for International Settlements. It appears as if it has no bias. But I suspect that it does. I suspect that the Bank of International Settlements was set up by white supremacists and is still run by white supremacists, even though they may have people classified as black in their brochure.
Greetings.
Oh, greetings, sir. Good to see you.
Good to hear from you, brother.
Yes, I'd like to know, could you expand a bit more on the ADOS and the concept of the wealth gap as you understand it?
Yeah, you see, when you led off, you was on some tangent about, oh, give me the check and that's it.
Yeah.
But as far as our group is concerned, that's not the basis of our claim. The wealth gap comes in many forms. i.e., check is just one of the various forms in which we attempt to close the wealth gap. And when I say wealth gap, it's a side-by-side comparison based on other groups that are in American, Italians, whites, whatever. But if you can put us side by side, you can see that there is a wealth gap. It's a generational wealth gap. Even the black immigrants who come in are doing better than ADOS families, right? And we built this shit in a sense. So, and then we have to address, when I was at the conference, we have to address why this was happening. Where you look at some of the congressional members that we have, a lot of them, we didn't take notice of them, but a lot of them are black immigrants. You got Yvette Clarke in New York, and all she do is represent her group, which is Jamaican and the Caribbeans. So she's not looking out for ADOS interests. You got Ileana Moore up in Minnesota. Since she's been elected, only thing she's been pushing is the DAC and the Dreamers Act and stuff like that. She's not representing ADOS. You got Sheila Jackson Lee, another immigrant, black face. But again, she's pushing a lot of Caribbean policies. So we had to take a look. It's like, well, damn, how did they get elected? Well, when you look at how they got elected, it was ADOS people, because we are the majority. Without our vote, they couldn't get in. But they ran under black, but then when they got in office, they started representing their group. So ADOS is, I'm just speaking on that, and I'll get back to you, but ADOS is going to start grooming their candidates to represent themselves. Now, addressing the wealth gap, some of the stuff that was coming out there was, how do you close that wealth gap? Well, free college and or vocational apprenticeship schools, no down payments for homes with 0% interest for the first half of the loan, free healthcare, official census status. You have what other? We want to change this civil rights language in the bills to make it state ADOS only, because ADOS is the ones who shed blood and tears in those civil rights bills. So we want that to speak directly to the American descendants of slavery. And those are various forms that we can shrink that wealth gap and bring us back to functionality in a sense. And we wouldn't have to engage the fuckery of rap music and stuff like that, because we wouldn't have no need to.
Okay. I think
the check is just one thing, that is a list of many, plus a check, you know what I'm saying? But if you look at the number that's put on the table, it's like what, 14 trillion, roughly around 300,000. That ain't gonna cut no wealth gap. So there's other elements to this thing besides you ballyhooing just a check, and that's from ignorance, because I don't think you know enough about the ADOS movements. So we'll give you a pass on that. But it is what it is.
Okay, so I suppose the difference then between my and the outlook for the Black Bank for Reparations is that in contrast to ADOS, I understand, will be trying to close the wealth gap and try and even things out a bit as best as possible. In contrast,
and or surpass. So
sorry,
our goal is to get above. You know, so we just don't want to even things out, because we have historically shown that once you give us, or we kind of get equal footing economically, we're going to surpass most other groups. Everybody talks about Tulsa. Why did Tulsa get bombed? Because you had whites jealous of black people. Why does that black man have a Cadillac? Why does they have a bank? It wasn't down to just racism. You can add jealousy in it too. We were doing better across America at that time, and a lot of black communities. So the jealousy set in. You get what I'm saying?
Yes. So like in the Tulsa and the Black Wall Street and so on, were they paying money to the federal government or taxes and so on to justify themselves, their existence?
They had to pay taxes. Everybody was paying taxes.
Right. Okay. Right. So these black communities and black organizations and black businesses, they were still subject to the current to the then current white supremacist system. Is that correct? They were doing well despite the situation. Is that correct?
Right, but remember, we had this conversation. If you're gonna try to throw a stumbling block in our thing with the rhetoric of white supremacists, you have to understand, and we talked about this, that your coding system that you're operating off of was created by a white supremacist collection.
Okay.
So before you throw that stumbling block out there, you have to sweep around your own front door. Your codes is based off white supremacy. So we probably can move past that point, wouldn't you think?
Not quite. If I say your model is black people being successful.
Hold on, let me take a phone.
Okay. Yeah, so
yeah, I think he'll be back anyway.
Yeah. So I was just trying to clarify what I'm digging at here. The ADOS model or the previous models are black people, or were black people being successful in the current system of white supremacy and being subject to it. So they were doing well in the corner that they were allocated.
I'm black. I'm back, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm trying to clarify the difference here between your view and my view. So I want to get your view, my understanding of your view clear. What I understand you to be saying, that the black people were doing very well within the limits that they were allowed to operate. And they did so well. They're still subject to the system of white supremacy, but they did so well that it eventually turned on them, and there was jealousy generated and so on. I understand. Okay.
But remember, Tulsa was just one of many communities that was thriving back then.
Yes,
Tulsa
I understand.
became famous because it got bombed. Okay.
Yes, I understand. All
right.
So these are black communities doing well in the little corners that they were allowed, little areas of influence where they were allowed to operate, and they were doing so well within the little areas that they were allowed to operate that it generated jealousy, which then resulted in a lot of trouble. Right. So they were still subject, though, to the system of white supremacy. Now, the arguments which you correctly put forward is that, yes, the Black Bank for Reparations are using the white supremacist coding system. But the difference is
It shouldn't even be a but after that.
No. It's a big difference. That's the whole discussion here. Is to make the difference. They appear to be the same situations, but they're totally different. It's using the code systems as a tool. It's utility. It's just a communication tool. It's not. The black people will not be.
You need to talk black to me and not, coded language, especially language that we didn't generate. So talk black to me.
Hold on, Uncle. Uncle God of Jacob. I think you maybe have missed the I don't know if you heard before about a barcode, a code that everything when you go to a product to the shop and you want to get a product. You can say the name or whatnot, and some people might ask, "What's that name?" But if you give them a code, they can type it on the system, and they can find the code to that product.
Yes,
that's the idea of the IC3 label. It's a code that is well known and used not just in America, here in the UK, and across, and is to identify people who fall under that code, and those people that fall under the code are blacks everywhere. They don't call them. They don't divide themselves into Yoruba and Igbo or all these groups or African American. Now they use a code and they say these are the black Nigerians, black Americans, the black Latinos we're talking about. That's what I'm saying when we're talking about this idea of reparations. It's just to get to have an identity so that we could go in there, and when they're asking, well, how you guys identify? Because we're gonna have people arguing saying that, oh, you're a black, I'm a black Nigerian, so my black Nigerian doesn't relate to this black American, and through that, when we say, oh, we're IC3, then we get to make these what's it called? Make these how did they say it now?
I'm tracking. I get what you're saying, but for now, I'll just put the white developed code for black people aside to move to another point.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. So do you see the difference then between using the codes as a utility for communication only with the current system? Yeah, it's only a communication utility. It does not. You're not in the system. It's just like two strangers talking, and they're using that. They might be using a typewriter or internet, whatever. But it's just the two strangers are still strangers. But the coding system is to help in communication. It does not attach to governance. Whilst in contrast to what you were saying, the black people were doing good under white governance, which resulted in jealousy and then the Tulsa and the bombings and so on. Can you see the difference? They appear to be the same, but they're different.
Can I just interject? Because when I had asked IC3 about certain initiatives or programs or institutions that the bank would be affiliated with, what I got was that the main function of the bank would be to facilitate and help people apply for their reparations, and then facilitate the distribution of those funds. Now, that can't be compared to an entire community of people functioning together, even if you want to say, you want to put that title within the system, because there weren't any real concrete measures for once they receive their reparations, that they would somehow be off the system, outside of, oh, we could build houses for one another. But that wasn't said that if you are a member of the bank, then you agree to volunteer 10 days of your life towards that needs to be stated, so we could see how there is some sort of you participating with this bank. You're part of this bigger mission. It just sounds like you're helping people get reparations. That's all I'm keep getting is the reparations.
He has put out what's it called, applications for people who want to be part of the bank and want to you know, yeah, sorry, there's a whole lot of wind or what in the background.
But Ralph, you get what I'm saying? I said, what value? What is the selling point for ADOS to attach itself to this bank? What can the black bank do that ADOS can't do for itself, or isn't already doing? You have to explain that one to me.
Okay, good question. Good question. So, based on what you said a bit earlier, let me see if I understand you correctly. The black people in America who experience the American experience, they started to vote in black people that were from the Caribbean and from other parts of the world. And when these black people got in, rather than looking after the Americans that voted them in, they started to try to organize policies
around
and
their
systems,
groups.
Around their local groups, right?
No,
So,
around their people group, whether it be abroad or within that.
So the Caribbean leader that was elected by the Americans, by the black Americans, would start looking after Caribbean interests. The African leader who was elected by the black Americans would start looking after African interests in America.
Come on.
Right. And the Caribbeans will be looking after Caribbean interests in America. And then the black Americans are left at the bottom of the pile, and they're wondering why they're voting in all these black people, and nobody is looking after the black Americans. So therefore,
right. They ran under all black is black.
Good. I understand. That's what they ran under, and then the black Americans started to realize that they were being, that they weren't getting a good deal.
We were hoodwinked again.
Okay, so I understand that, and that makes sense. It makes sense that the black Americans should lose out, because in contrast with this system, black North America will be looking after the black North Americans. The Caribbeans will be looking after the black Caribbeans. The Africans will be looking after the black Africans. You see? So there will be no confusion of intent by clarification of identity.
Right. So if we galvanize, and we're doing that already, how is your bank going to, what can your bank do for me? If we're doing that already, we identified the shortcomings and the hoodwinkness and this, that, and the third. Why do I need to come up under your bank if we have identified the problem, we have addressed the problem, and we put a plan of action together and we're trying to execute it? What value is it for me to come in there and do what I'm already doing?
Okay, good question. The value is that by raising awareness that the black North American are a people with a particular experience and a particular identity, in contrast to black Caribbeans and black Africans and black Brazilians. So
you're
I'm finished. I haven't finished. So there's clarification on identity. Then, because the black North Americans are part of a larger organization, which is the Black Bank for Reparations, right? Then they will not be an isolated group. They can then work effectively with the Caribbeans for their favor, or with the Nigerians and everybody. So rather than being isolated as just Americans, ADOS Americans trying to look after their own issues, you'll be part of a larger project that's looking after Americans, Brazilians, Caribbeans, blacks in Europe, blacks in Africa, and so on and so on and so on.
So we have a Pan-African bank.
It's not a Pan-African bank, no. It's a black bank, IC3 black bank, and Africa will have its own division. North Americans will have their own division. The Brazilians will have their own division. The Caribbeans will have their own division, and so on and so on and so on.
I know, but
so it's a bigger project. It's a bigger project.
Right, I get you. But until you can articulate the value that you have or your bank will provide for my group, I don't see us collaborating for this collective bargaining agreement. I just don't see it. You repeated a lot of stuff, but the stuff you repeated we're doing for ourselves. You want us to come under one network, but continue us to do what we've been doing. You got to make that make sense. You didn't show me no value for us to come over there and be networked under this black bank when we're doing what we're doing already. What can you add new to our decentralized plan of action?
I understand, but a decentralized plan of action that is not attached to a larger plan of action is going to get destroyed. You'll not be able to make it by yourselves.
You made a statement. It will get destroyed because, and I didn't hear that part.
Because it's basically the same thing as what happened with the. You mentioned it earlier. You said there were lots of Black American communities, and you said that Tulsa was the only one, is the most famous one because it got bombed. But you mentioned earlier on that there were lots of other Black communities all over the place, and they all went down as a result of that jealousy. So I'm saying
that town went down after the jealousy. Following that time period, what happened? This thing called the Great Depression, but everybody was suffering. So it was. We kind of get caught between a rock and a hard place. You get bombed, and then you have this Great Depression that came right after that. So,
and they're planning another one, apparently.
And ever since then, we've been under Great Depressions, whether it be the crack epidemic, whether it be the lynchings, whether it be this, that, and the third. So we've had too many Great Depressions, and now that we've woken up and identified our problem, you said, "Come get up under our Pan-African Bank." That doesn't make sense to me. And then you said we will be destroyed, and I'm still waiting. I will not cut you off until you show me how we will be destroyed.
Yes, you will get destroyed because you'll be isolated as Black Americans, Black North Americans, and that group as a whole will not be strong enough to tackle the kind of forces, global forces, that will be on top of them. You have to be. It has to. The black groups have to unite in different departments in a global strategy to tackle the globalist banking oligarchy. If the Caribbeans just want to get together, I mean, the guy was on earlier. He was talking about Haiti. The guy was from Haiti. He was saying that Haiti can't fight alone.
Brother. ADOS is working with the Caribbeans. ADOS is working with Haiti. They were at our conference, brother. I think that's because you don't know enough, you think it's just an ADOS solo project. Yeah, we're on the claim. Well. Yeah, we're on the claim.
I know you got CDOS.
Yeah, CDOS held their own. It's called CARICOM. You get what I'm saying? But that's a whole other point. But my point is, the things in which you're talking about, how we can come together, we've done that. And then the next conference is going to be more of those descendants of slavery, whether it be the Caribbean, South America. But what we're now is working together to push this ADOS claim because we think it will serve as a landmark landmark legislation, global legislation. It will, we believe, that it will cause that domino effect. Yes.
Whoa. Let me write this down. Wait a minute.
Legislatively,
global
meaning
legislation
that the ADOS reparations, the success of it can serve as a landmark case for other groups who wish to pursue the same claim in the countries that tell atrocities and whatnot.
Okay, right. Two things you mentioned there: CARICOM and global legislation. Right. Very interesting.
I said it can serve as a global legislation.
Yeah. Okay. CARICOM, and the next thing is global legislation. So let's deal with CARICOM. So is CARICOM a part of the Caribbean version of ADOS? In other words, CDOS. Is CDOS connected to CARICOM?
Yes, they were the first ones up to bat. I don't know where they're at, what standing they're in right now, but they were the first ones to seek reparations. I don't follow it that closely, and I don't know where they stand. You know, with regard
all right. Okay, so we'll leave that then. I'm just going to throw in here that I'm not sure that CARICOM is a black organization. I see 3 black organization, so I do not see CARICOM.
But see, look, when you're trying to pitch, I don't need you to think. I need you to know. You're trying to sell a bank. So
yeah. So that's why I'm going to leave it. But you mentioned CARICOM. You mentioned CARICOM, and then you mentioned ADOS and reparations. As soon as you mentioned CARICOM, that put a whole doubt in my mind on reparations ever being successful. So I won't talk in the Caribbean context. So I'll leave that there.
Hold on. Because CARICOM is at a state where it didn't get it yet. Your conclusion is it's not going to happen.
Is CARICOM a black organization? Yes or no?
Yes.
You think CARICOM is a black organization?
I don't know. You asked me my opinion. I think yes.
Right.
I don't want to talk about it.
You think so, but you don't know. Okay, so we'll leave that. We'll leave that because you don't know and I don't know. And I'm saying I suspect that it's not a black organization.
And I suspect that it is. Neither of us know. That's why
we'll leave it there.
I stated 5 minutes ago. Hold on. I stated 5 minutes ago that I'm not too sure of their standings or anything. I wanted to put it away 5 minutes ago.
Right. Okay. We put it away now. Forget CARICOM. Right. So let's talk about this global legislation. So, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong. What's the next point?
Give me a chance.
Go ahead.
Right. Okay. So, the ADOS, they're working towards making a landmark case that will be accepted as part of global legislation. Is that correct?
I'll tell you what I said. I said we think the success of ADOS can serve as a global legislation, i.e. a blueprint, you know what I'm saying, in which other descendants of slavery can pursue these same things. That's what I'm saying. It can serve as a global legislation, as a guide, as an example, as a how to do.
Right. Okay, so you mean blueprint. Let me write this down. So the ADOS model, if successful, can act as a blueprint for how to get reparations. Is that correct?
That's correct. With the help of ADOS, because we have CDOS helping us as well. So it is a joint mission in a sense. Just because ADOS is titled in it, we still have CDOS helping us get the message out. Not everybody, because some people think it's divisive, and I understand why, because of the rhetoric that came out of the grassroots online hashtag thing. But that's simmering down. But it's a collective effort within the descendants of slavery.
All right. Can we leave out CDOS, because apparently, from what you said, they're connected to CARICOM, and I do not see CARICOM as a black organization.
You still want to get the last word in on that? I think it is.
I'm not mentioning. I'm not mentioning
going
CDOS.
back and forth. We're gonna let it go. We're gonna let it go. You want to get the last word in there? As I don't think. And then my ego gonna come back and be like, well, I do think.
Okay. All right. I'm talking about ADOS. For me now, I've got no more talking. I'm not interested in CDOS because it has a connection with CARICOM, right?
No, but the only reason I made that is to show you that the communities were working together, because he tried to paint it as we wouldn't be working, but we're doing that right now, and that's the only reason I brought up that.
Yeah, I don't fully understand, so I'm just gonna delete that. So CDOS at CARICOM, I don't know. So let's talk about ADOS.
You don't
now.
know a lot, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about. Somebody will come on in the future, I'm sure. That will give us an update on the CDOS, Caribbean descendants of slavery, and its relationship to CARICOM. I'm sure somebody will come up with some information.
I think Shaka Rob was giving some tidbits or some information updates on that. He was against it, some of the parts of it, but he would be the guy that's been following it. I think I don't follow it because it's really not concerning me at this point.
Yeah. So let's focus on ADOS. So the ADOS approach, if successful, can be used as a blueprint for the successful claim for reparations for the descendants of slavery wherever. Okay, I understand. So from what you're saying, this blueprint is to do with the descendants of slavery in particular. So would I be correct in saying that's got nothing to do with the impact of colonialism on Africa?
Yeah, that would be fair to say.
Right. So, okay. So therefore, ADOS is specializing in setting up a blueprint for processing reparations for those who are direct descendants of slaves.
Incorrect.
Or the enslaved people.
ADOS is focused on setting up reparations and advocating for itself, but we do encourage other people to follow our lead or our guide on this.
Yes, I understand. So the Black Bank for Reparations, how we would see it is that reparations for the descendant of slavery is only one department. There'll be reparations for colonialism. There'll be reparations for all other aspects of where the black people feel that they deserve reparations. So slavery or enslavement of African people would only be one department. There will be other issues where other departments and other groups of people.
Okay, you shooting from the hip. You didn't regurgitate this last time. This is a new department. You had a new department every stream.
Oh well, I did from the very beginning. I told you it's like a tree, but yeah. So it's because it's in the title. IC3 Black Bank for Reparations.
Cool,
so
cool.
Slavery and enslavement is
only. I'm listening. I got a phone call, but I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah. Custodial bank. I was going to tell him custodial bank. Yeah.
So it's a lot larger than just the enslavement, because there'll be a lot of black people that have suffered as a result of suffered and are suffering as a result of white supremacy. They continue to be suffering. So their claim for reparations might not have enslavement on it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So that is why it's a lot wider than ADOS. It's a lot bigger than ADOS.
Yeah.
It's to do with the black experience globally. So I just wanted to make that clear. But you see, that's why I like the questions, because it's the questions that will bring out the ideology of what the Black Bank for Reparations is, rather than just me just talking. Ask the question, and then it will bring out the information. It's not that I've changed. I'm not changing my position. All it is that it takes the right question to test the idea.
To be fair, though, it's no different from other organizations and their setup. Some organizations, they have departments in it, and these departments have, you know, ones that cater to what could potential be. And if let's say there is no department for this, that doesn't mean it's a haha, I've got you. All you do is
that's right. You got it. That's right. Exactly. It's not haha, we got you. No. We could create departments. Hey, it's a bank. We create departments to do with particular issues.
Exactly. You can create one for a loan, not even a loan, but you can create one for dealing with interest or dealing with this per se. It's like a general, like when you go to your bank, you have different people you can go to about certain things and certain.
That's right.
What your current need is at that point, isn't it?
Exactly.
So when people are acting like there is a got you on this, I'm just like thinking, guys, just follow it. But I can understand the point, man.
Yeah.
I'm 25, bro. I've got nothing. Man, I don't know.
It's just the way people are, man. It's just
Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of when black people are talking about doing something for the community, and then that one person comes and goes, yeah, but it's gonna flop because of this, that, and that, and they haven't really got a good argument. It's just the fact that they want to be against it for the sake of arguing. That's the point.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Arguing, and you're just looking at it like, why are you arguing about it? Just
look at the big picture. Look at the big picture.
Yeah.
So I understand that the American descendants of slaves have been hard done by, and they want to clarify that situation, but it's still just it's just an issue. It's just one particular issue. American descendants of slaves.
Yeah.
You know, that's all. It's just one. Yeah, it's just one thing. It's a whole. It's massive. The black experience is massive.
Exactly. So this
doesn't come under slavery. Not all of it.
And this is why we're saying that what's it called? That, you know, obviously you're gonna get the Nigerians talking about it. No problem. We have a Nigerian department there dealing with the Nigerians, and then amongst the Nigerians they're gonna have dispute as well. So we have an Igbo, a Yoruba, or Hausa department, or we create there's 250 different tribes in Nigeria. We create all 250 different departments.
Yes.
Advocating for these people. You understand?
Exactly.
I don't. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. So it doesn't matter how there could be 1,000 ethnic groups. It doesn't matter. We just just give us the name of the ethnic group. Give us your location. And give us your names. That's it. That's the department created.
100%.
Yeah. So what's it? You could have 2,000 ethnic groups just in Nigeria alone. We can handle all of them. All of them. All of them, because we'll have specialists. You know, because all of them are basically branches from a tree, from a main branch. And they'll all be acknowledged, and all their identities will be acknowledged, and all their issues will be acknowledged. And a lot of them won't have anything to do with slavery at all, but they would have suffered in their own way. And I'm sure if you ask them if they deserve any reparations, they'll be quick
exactly
to give you their story of what happened.
The thing is, I think the reason why a lot of people also have this backlash is the fact that when if there was something there for people to start off. But the thing is, it's always the starting bit that's the issue. A lot of people they don't want to do anything about it, and then as soon as they see people joining in and doing something about it, that's when people, oh, okay, well, what's this about? Let me see if I can get involved in it. And yeah, you start seeing the people pouring in to do something about it. But
yeah. And for example, like, listen to the title: the Bank for International Settlements. Think of how big that is. Bank for International Settlements. That means their setup, they feel, is big enough to handle all nations and all settlements between all disagreements and all nations on the planet. And it's set up there in Switzerland. And it's functioning. Bank for international settlements. So you mean that a black bank for reparations can't handle just the black issues?
Exactly.
I'm just saying, I don't feel like your black bank has value to what we're pursuing, and that's just at the bottom line. I don't see no value in this collective vision, this collective bargaining agreement. This I don't see it, and I think we are better to advocate on our own, manage our own this and that, and still be neighborly and still be a community without being up on an umbrella of IC3 Bank.
I understand. Yeah, so you'll just be the black North American descendants of slave community.
Cool.
Yeah,
and you'll just be a nice little community, and you'll just be a bank with nothing in it.
Okay, we shall see.
we shall.
But it's good. It's good. As you're asking the questions, it builds. It builds, and it'll be interesting to see how ADOS can work together with other DOSes.
As I explained before, we are working together. I think the tension is subsided because the initial shock was brutal at first, but it was done for a reason. But our communities, I'm talking about the Caribbean community and the Black American community, has never really been at odds like that. We were always intertwined. It's just when ADOS said, let's break away for a second, it caused some tensions, and those tensions arose. I think the fever has gone down now. I think the more and more people understand the mission and our goals, I think more Caribbeans, descendants of slavery, are on board with what we're doing. There's no animosity. The animosity is coming from FBA, not ADOS.
Okay, can I ask you a few questions now about ADOS? How do you tackle the issue of what plans do you have? I mean, how do you specify or identify exactly who is a descendant of slaves and who is not?
Exactly. Everybody has a role to play in this ADOS thing. That, my friend, is not my role. I'm here to promote it and contribute. So I'm not going to answer those things that I cannot give a truthful answer to. So there's people who's designated for that, and I'm pretty sure they'll come up with some ways to demonstrate that in which you speak of.
Okay, right. So that issue has not been addressed as far as you know.
It's been addressed. I'm just saying I'm not educated on it. Everybody has a role to play. That's not my role.
Okay, where could I find out information about that information? But basically, how descendants of slaves are identified. Is there an ADOS site, or is it?
Yeah, you can go to ADOS101.com. There's a website or YouTube channel called
ADOS101.com.
and then
let's go there.
If you want to
I
hear
think I've
some,
been here before.
yeah, I told you go there last time. But if
Yeah,
you
I've
want
been
to
here
go,
before.
yeah, if you want to hear Yvette Carnell, it's called Breaking Brown. You can go there. She got a couple videos that discusses that. Tone Talks. He has some stuff. Sandy Darity, who's the lead economist, who's actually
Yeah.
this is his plan, along with Black intellectuals. The two that's repping this thing are handpicked by those people to bring forth that message. You just don't know that.
Yes. I was looking through it on the website, and that I found no information that identifies exactly what an American descendant of slavery is. So it could include Black people, it could include white people, it could include mixed race people, and so on. So it seems to be a very loose term from the information that I've seen on the website.
It's only a loose term to those who wish to see the ADOS movement fail. Like I said, I'm not equipped to answer those questions for you. However, there are people who can break this thing down to you in totality. I'm just not that person. I've listened.
Oh, you have faith. You have faith and hope that there are people that can break it down, but they have not put that information on the website.
You have faith and hope that it will fail. And if you listen, you got 2 ears. I said there are people who have put this thing together. I'm just not educated enough to articulate it. And I don't want to put out false information like you have been doing when it comes to ADOS.
Okay. So, you know for a fact that the identity question of the American descendants of slavery has been dealt with by other members of the ADOS organization.
Yes, I know. You're for
confident
a fact that there is I'm confident, and I know for a fact that there is a model that is out there. I've seen one at the first conference. Again, I am not educated enough, or I'm not up to speed on it to get out in public and talk about it.
Right. So I could say, if I was to say to you that the American descendants of slavery, ADOS, could include white people as well, you wouldn't be able to deny that, correct?
Again, I am not educated enough. You can make all the statements you want to make, but I am not educated enough on the model. I've seen it, I've heard it, but I am not confident or comfortable with giving you a soundbite in which you can clink on to and then go into another direction. So
okay, right. So it is possible that the American descendants of slavery could include white people. It's possible, but you don't know. So it's just a possibility. So the American descendants of slavery,
a lot of possibilities out there.
So it's not definitely. It's definitely not just for Black people. It could include some Indians. It could not include Native Americans, or it could include some white people. It could include some Black people. It could include some.
It's going to include those that's in our claim. You will know those people identified once that claim is put out to the public in full detail. You will know. So as far as who it could include, let's just wait for the model to come out, and then we can elaborate a little bit further. But until that happens, let's not assume.
Okay. Yeah. So there's no evidence that it's just to do with Black people from the site. I've got this. I'm looking at the site here, the ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery website, ADOS 101, and there's no evidence that it's to do with just Black people. And so we're hoping that in the conference that's coming up in autumn, that they will clarify exactly who.
It's been clarified, but I don't want to.
Okay.
to botch it up.
Okay.
So you can go somewhere else and then start talking about Indians and polar bears but I have an idea, but I am not comfortable with putting it out there because you're gonna because if I give you an answer, I'm not comfortable. If I give you an answer, guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna come up with another department.
What are you afraid of departments then?
I've just said every time I say something, you create a department.
Okay, all right. So you're afraid of the departments, the power of the black bank for reparations to create departments that may eat up your projects.
Do you have a website I can visit?
No, we don't have a website, no.
Do you have anything that anybody can, besides you live streaming, a PowerPoint somewhere or audio tape, a letter?
Well, I've got the basics here. Let me see.
No, I'm done. No, because you're gonna go. No, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you kind of. I see. You know you're long-winded.
Okay, because the part of the model, which is strange, which is unusual, is that I've noticed in the years I've been doing this that people, they don't like to read. They do like to, if given opportunity, just to get an answer to their direct question. And by doing it on a stream and doing it live and having it recorded, it's also providing evidence and material for people to examine and compare the question with the answer that was given, and then they can generate even more questions, and there's no limit.
I don't think you understand half the shit you even say. I think you have to go back yourself and be like, what the fuck did I just say? So
okay. We shall see. So when's the ADOS conference coming up then? Is it? It's in autumn somewhere, isn't it?
September. It's going to be in September. Or is it October? What? The first one was in September. We had some good guests there. We had Cornel West. We had the lady that was running for president.
I've heard of him. Yeah, I've heard of him.
We had some great speakers there. You get what I'm saying? A lot of Black college presidents. It was pretty nice, brother.
So I noticed that there's a graph on the site, ADOS 101. It talks about black and white people. But I wonder what it means by black people. I wonder, it's black and white.
But if you come over here, go ahead.
Yeah, do you have a definition for black people in America? Is there a standard one?
I don't really want to answer that. Again, I believe it's going to go down the road of what's black.
See, identity. Whoa, it's a very strong point.
No, we good on this end. I just don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I prefer you to sell your 3 banks. I mean your IC3 bank, and we focus on that. I'm comfortable with where we're at.
Okay, good. Yeah. So, yes, identity issues. I think that's the first thing, from my perspective, that needs to be clarified to make in any organization effective, is in the clarification of identity.
But I'll tell you what.
And I think clarification. Hold it. And the clarification of identity should come first, but it does not appear to be that way.
IC3. I know you think you're the sharpest knife in the drawer, right? I know you seek for us to fail so we can come run into your bank. But we have people on board to guard against those black, white, this, that, the third. Everything you're mentioning has been
enemy shall prosper.
I'm just not gonna regurgitate stuff I shouldn't have said or misspoken, because that is not my role.
Okay, don't worry. We're going to watch to see how the identity issue is clarified, or if it will be clarified in the September conference, the ADOS
It was clarified in the first conference. Again, I'm not the
what? It was clarified.
I'm not the spokesperson for that.
Okay, can I have the link to the first conference then? Information.
Yeah, go to breakingbrown.com and scroll through the videos.
No. I mean documents. Breaking Brown.
Just type in Yvette Carnell or something like that. It may come in faster.
I see 3. He's staying on code. He ain't telling me.
Okay. Okay.
You don't give your plans to the enemy.
Wait. So thank you very much for this link.
Yes.
BreakingBrown.com. So they've changed it from Breaking Brown, and they're going to move it to ADOS. So Breaking Brown.
In this hot weather. I hope y'all checking on me if I'm about to pass out, because no one is concerned that I'm painting in this hot weather. That's all I'm trying to say. All right, back to our scheduled program.
You shouldn't have did that. I'd wait till the sun went down, sweetheart.
I know, but I already poured the paint, so then I was like, okay, what I'm supposed to do? So I'm gonna stop once I finish this little bit of paint.
Yeah, that shit gonna dry quick. It's gonna be all botchy. But I'm sure you'll correct it. But yeah, back to your brain. Don't worry about what we doing.
Okay. Yeah, the American Black ADOS News.
Is you still talking about us? It seemed like you want to come join us.
No, you will eventually join us, but so I'm just doing my research and doing my reconnaissance.
You should do some reconnaissance on your own, babe.
No, don't worry. Well,
I ain't worried.
Let's see.
I'm only gonna speak on the parts that I'm comfortable, elaborating.
Yes, that's right. Stay on code.
Damn right.
Damn right. Yeah. Well, there doesn't seem to be any definition. Should the black community start a pack? Yeah, I wonder who the black community are. Does it
again? Let's get back to your bank. We good or with? We good or with?
Lots of pretty colors, but when it comes down to identity, I always seem to
when it comes down to identity, let's use the white man's code. Outstanding.
Yeah, well, but it seems Americans don't have anyone.
No, we have it. I just not want to talk about it.
Even Black Lives Matter is a mixed race person. I heard is the leader of that.
That matter belongs to Black Lives Matter. I'm not focused or interested in Black Lives Matter. I'm interested in hearing your future failed bank. You'll be coming over to CDOS in a minute, joining us, passing out flyers.
No, CDOS is too small. It only deals with slaves. It only deals with descendants of slaves.
Damn right.
The Black Bank for Reparations deals with more than just slaves. It deals with all aspects of reparations with people, for black people, whether it's to do
what
with
is black people in your definition? What is black people? Without using your code, I don't want to hear your codes.
Without the codes, black people can't be defined, and that will be the weak spot of ADOS.
Black people cannot be defined.
Yeah,
good day,
definitely.
Good
For
day,
example, you ask some people, the African Union.
Black people cannot be defined. So you basically going to the white man to say, define my people. I can't bank with you, brother. I don't care, but I don't want to hear about no adapter.
Okay. Well, you see how far you'll get.
I wish you
with the
well
slaves.
on your future endeavors. I wish you nothing but short success.
Short success. Okay.
And I wish you well, brother.
Okay.
Good luck. And I'm still in your corner. As far as entertainment purposes,
we're going to leave you. We're going to leave you a seat at the table. The black
when I lock off, I realize that this man is out of his mind.
Okay.
But he got me through the day. God bless.
Okay. Yeah.
Everybody got a role to play. I got to go on mute for a second.
All right then. So yeah. So we'll reserve you a seat or a few seats in the Black North American department, as ADOS will be just a department within the Black North American interests. Because I strongly assume that there'll be black people classified as black, who will say we're not descendants of slaves, but we see ourselves as North American. And then we're also we believe that we deserve some reparations for our experiences as black people who are in North America, who are not descendants of slavery. So
Uncle,
we will be able to cater to them.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, if are you saying that there are white people in America who descended from slavery too?
Yes, because they according to this, they could say, "Oh, I'm a white person now, but my great grand."
You still talking about us? You still talking about Ado?
Well, I'm trying to answer Raf's question.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ralph,
who looks white.
Ralph, trust me. We got this figured out. I'm just not about to indulge them. We got this figured out.
Yeah, okay. We're just gonna
remember. You up here talking about your bank. You're not strong enough in your bank because you worried about what we do. You worried about what the next man.
We're not worried about. We're going to take you in, but what we're going to do. I'm just preparing to see if some of the questions can be answered in the September conference of ADOS.
Trust me,
with identity. So I'll be looking. I'll be listening. I'll be looking and listening to the ADOS answers. Yeah. So, Raf, what I'm saying is that because it appears that ADOS has not clearly defined what an American descendant of slavery
Ralph, we have identified that. He is not the spokesperson for ADOS. I don't want that to get out into the atmosphere. He's making up stuff as he goes. He's not a part of our movement. He's a part of IC3. He should be talking about the IC3 bank. Again, we have it covered. IC3 is trying to deter the movement, like many other people probably is in this chat. When we say black people standing up for themselves, they probably saying it won't work, it won't do this. You are another person doing that. You need to quit and focus on your bank. Don't worry about what we're doing. We got.
Thank you for the advice, Brother Jacob. Thank you very much.
Brothers, I got to go. I got to set up my tomorrow. I will be listening to you for entertainment value.
Okay.
And nothing more.
All right. Okay, that's fine.
And Ralph, I'll catch you on the flip side. You take it easy, brother.
Yeah, take care, Uncle. Yeah.
Okay.
Get melanated. Watch the paint. Don't track it in the house. And now, Anita, we got to do that show. But other than that, y'all take it easy and quit talking about us. You focus on you. Adios.
Okay. Thank you for the advice. Right. So, Ralph.
Yeah.
So, according to, I could be corrected by somebody who specializes in ADOS. Hopefully, they'll turn up at some point in time. But it appears to me that the American descendants of slavery, it does not officially identify or specify black people.
Yes.
Exactly who are the American descendants of slavery. So a white person or a person that could look white or is classified as white could claim that they have a black person in their ancestry, and therefore they're entitled to some of the benefits that will come, or all of the benefits that the ADOS will produce. I don't see any reason why that white person couldn't claim. Does that make sense?
Mm.
Yeah, because a person, yeah, person could look white, and yeah, it doesn't say white people are not. You know, I mean, that I would have thought that would have been one of the first things that would have been clarified on the website, the issue of identity. Because when that money starts rolling in, then you're going to see real trouble. If you don't clear the identity situation now, everybody will be on the bandwagon as usual.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to sort out that security, put as priority first of all. That's my opinion. Some people may have a different opinion, but identity needs to be sorted out before the money starts coming in. Because when the money starts coming in, then people are going to start getting savage.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
That's what that's a actually fair point still. That's why I was asking in it, car when you said that, I was thinking to myself, wait, are you saying that white people were slaves? But then yeah, it does make sense that there are white people who descended from slavery too and are living fine and comfortable here. And
exactly.
I'm not ill. I believe I don't think that you should just go run with the fact that what hasn't been defined. I just think that he was remaining on code and he didn't. And since I'm not ADOS, I want to say it has something to do with how many generations consecutive, like so consecutive generations of African or Black ancestry, right? So if you have a Black ancestor who was enslaved, how many consecutive ancestors? But I'm not 100%, but I'm just saying, don't just start ringing the victory bell that like this is something deficient, and you probably do need to do more investigation into ADOS before you say, oh, they haven't addressed this, because I think that they have. I'm just not I'm not able to say exactly how many generations of the consecutive ancestry. What does
that mean? What does that mean? So, what does that mean? Consecutive generations. How does that work out? I don't know.
Like if you have an ancestor who was enslaved and then, you know, I don't know, because they really can't even say like if they was raped, then they're not entitled to reparations, because to me that would make them definitely be entitled to reparations. They experienced that. But maybe, okay, let's just say 4 generations. So if you go back 4 generations and your great grandparent was actually a Black person who was enslaved, right? So like my son's, my son's father's great grandma, I met her, right? I met my son's father's great grandmother. And at the time when I met her, her mother was a slave and she lived on the plantation after they were freed. At the time when I met her, she was about, I don't know, between 85 and like 95 or something. She just seemed old. I can't exactly say how old she was, but he is a descendant, right, of slavery, like straight like that. Like his great grandma would be able to tell him stories of living on the plantation and hearing stories of when her mother was actually a slave. Her mother was freed Like, this is craziness. You see what I'm saying?
Are you saying he's white?
No, they were black people. They were in Mississippi, in the South.
Yeah, I'm talking about the person you're talking about. Who is it? What you...
I'm saying that. So that's from my son. That's okay. We're 1, 2, 3, 4. That would have been 5 generations. His great grandma, right? That'd have been 5 generations. And yeah, so I would say, you ADOS if like either your great grandma, your great grandma, great was involved in slavery.
Even if you're white.
So like, let's say that person was mixed race, they were biracial, then that would have meant that their parent was a slave. Either way, with the frig, you still should be entitled.
Right. Did you hear that?
Because why not? There is not like their parent was a mixed race free person who just said, I'm gonna go out and date who I want to date. This is a product of rape. This is not, you're not a free person engaging in this interracial activity here.
Okay. So a white person could technically claim reparations.
I mean, I'm not an ADOS person.
Right.
So
okay, I understand.
So, but I would think that there would be some commas or some colons, some semicolons.
Oh yeah.
Part of that criteria. Now, part of that criteria would mean that somehow you are impacted, right, in a negative way by the ramifications of systemic white supremacy. And that white person would have to prove that they are negatively affected by it.
Okay.
And I would think they would have a hard time proving it. And I'm not even ADOS, but big up to ADOS and what they doing. Big up to CDOS and what they doing in Central America dose and all the other doses out there.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
All the other doses. Big up to, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. So technically speaking, a white person could be a multimillionaire with a yacht, and that his great grandparent was a slave, and he could say, although I'm a millionaire and I've got this yacht and I've got all this property, I still feel the trauma. It's somehow in my bones.
No, you have to understand. You have to demonstrate. See, I think a phenotypically black person can demonstrate the impact of systemic white supremacy. I think that a phenotypically white person, right, who may have African ancestry will have a more difficult time of demonstrating the impact that the system has had on them. For instance, it is globally known that by proxy of your racial classification, that has an impact on your credit score. So that would mean that if a black person pays their bills on time and a white person pays their bills on time, we do not have developed the same credit score. So I'm trying to understand how to frig they're going to prove,
Is there proof that white credit scores are different from black credit scores in America?
Well, okay. Let me add this additional, because when I was speaking to Gabriel earlier and he was saying how segregated America is, how it's done is based on zip code. So if you happen to be the one black person or the 5 or 10 black people living in an all white neighborhood, right? Then you benefit from their racial code and being associated with a particular zip code, right? Or what y'all call postcode, right?
Okay. Yep.
Right. So then you benefit from being associated with that postal code. But that postcode is definitely linked to a certain demographic, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yep.
Right?
Okay.
So you paying your bills in the freaking hood is not going to benefit you as much as you paying your bills in a demographic, in a postal code that has more white people.
Okay.
You can pay your bills on time every month in the hood, and your score will be lower than if you paid your bills every time in a environment that the majority was white. Because again, there are 9% of Americans who are Caucasian live beneath the poverty line. Only 9%.
Okay.
Okay.
So, based on what you just said there, it raises some interesting questions that I'll try and seek to find out from the ADOS project. But so if it was to do with postcodes, then a black person who had a lot of money, who's very rich, and now was living in a good postcode, I would assume that black person, who is a descendant of slavery, would not be entitled to the full benefits.
So when you say a good postcode, what you mean? What makes it good is that they're not around black people, right?
Yeah, because you were saying, what I understood you to be saying, that there are postcodes that are predominantly white and where
so if let's just say in America, like if you lived in LA, right? If you lived in LA, right, and you paid your bills, but no late bills, nothing past 30 days, you're keeping your utilization beneath 30%, right? You're barely using your credit.
Yeah.
You have an 800 or so credit score living in LA, but you maintain the same utilization, the same payment schedule, and you live in Compton. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's
but
what if you're black?
What if you're black living in that nice area?
More than likely, you're gonna be black living in Compton. That's what I'm trying to say.
No. Forget Compton. I'm talking about these good postcodes or good
what I'm
area
saying
codes.
Is that race and socioeconomic status in America is very, very closely linked, as opposed to it not. Like we don't have a large population of poor whites. We don't.
One second, let's forget the poor for a minute. Let's forget the poor for a minute, please. Now, these good postcodes, or these impressive postcodes, or not postcodes. What do you call it in America? Area codes.
How could you delete race pertaining to economics? I don't really understand that type of logic. It's hard for me to separate. I mean, and please excuse me.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You're giving me too much information. My head is blowing up. So I want to slow down. So there's area codes. I'm trying to understand your position. I haven't given my position yet. As far as I understand from what you are saying, there are areas that have area codes, which are equivalent of British postcodes, where the wealthier people live, and if they pay their bills on time, they get a good credit score rating. Is that correct?
What I'm saying is that by proxy of being in that area code, it positively impacts your credit.
Okay, hold it there.
So if you live in
no more information. I'm going to lose it. Right.
Okay.
So there's good zip codes that possibly give you better credit if you live in those zip codes and you pay your bills on time. So I'd call these the so-called good zip codes. So are there zip codes that exist like that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, hold it there. Right. So I'd assume that it's predominantly white people who live in those good zip codes and they pay their bills on time, correct?
Yes. My answer is yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so Okay, so if there's black people that move to those predominantly white zip code areas and they pay their bills on time, then they should have an equivalently good credit rating.
Absolutely.
Correct? Right.
Absolutely.
Right. So where I'm taking this now, so if there are black people living in good white, predominantly white zip code and zip code areas, and they're paying their bills, then they would have less of a claim to reparations, even if they were descendants of slaves.
Why would you say that? The very
based on what you said.
No,
based
I'm
on what
saying,
you said earlier on.
I'm saying that the very fact that they are subject to that stupid ass system, right? Because when you think about it, that honestly speaking, would those same very black people prefer to live around non-black people just to have that benefit? You can't monetize that. You don't know that.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
I'm
some
not
of
talking about
those
preference.
people,
I'm not talking about preference.
I'm saying that that system directed and guided some of their decisions of where to live, where to develop residence, right? Because so looking at how they can benefit within a system, a corrupted system, a racist system, a system of oppression, right? So you cannot penalize someone for trying to benefit to whatever capacity in an effed up system. That's, to me, that's not. All of them are black people. All of them are black people, and all of them are black people who are trying whatever their best is to do in that system.
Right. So therefore, I understand what you're saying. So using the same argument,
LeBron James deserves reparations. It doesn't matter if he lives in Los Angeles in a mansion. It doesn't matter.
Okay. So therefore, if a white person who lives in a mansion that also is a descendant of slavery because they had one member of their family, the logic would be that they still deserve their reparations as well.
I'm not going to agree with you that the whole definition of what a descendant, American descendant of slavery is that you have one ancestor. And I can't agree with you that is a definition. So if it has that you have to have 4 ancestors, then, you know, that white person is shot. They out the door. Then they can keep it moving. They're not getting shit. See what I'm saying?
Okay, so let's wait to see if at the ADOS conference they clarify the numbers on this issue to exactly know how black a person has to be to qualify.
I know my son is blackity black. You feel me? Because I met his great grandmother.
Yeah, I understand.
Great grandma. She was a black woman. She was about 5'10". She was a very tall, lanky black lady, and she could tell me that her mother was a slave on a plantation in Mississippi.
Yeah. Right.
It's a lot of people. His